Uchiha Rin had died once. To be precise, he was hit and killed by a dump truck that ran a red light. That day, he had just delivered an order of Malatang's spicy hot pot. He was riding his electric scooter to the University Town intersection. The green light had 5 seconds left, and he intended to rush through. Then from the blind spot on the right, a heavy orange dump truck burst out, fully loaded with a truckload of crushed stones rumbling toward him like a moving hill. He didn't have time to brake, not even time to feel fear. His last memory was the piercing horn, the dust smell hitting his face, and the delivery box flying off the back seat, tumbling several times in the air. Then endless darkness. So when he opened his eyes again and saw a wooden ceiling and paper sliding doors, his first reaction was, this hospital's decoration is quite retro. Until he sat up and realized he had become small. Looking down, he saw 2 fair, tender little hands and a dark blue sleepwear. He then realized the situation was far more serious than being hospitalized. Immediately after, a memory, not his own, flooded into his mind. Yuzhibo Rin, 5 years old, a member of the Yuzhibo clan of Konoha Hidden Village. His father Yuzhibo Tsanjia was a jounin of Konoha. His mother Yuzhibo Jing was a Tokubetsu jounin. Both had died on a border mission half a year ago. What his parents left behind was a single-family house within the Yuzhibo clan grounds, a savings book with a respectable balance, and the post-war pension for bereaved families of Konoha. Among the orphans of this era, his material conditions were quite good. Uchiha. Yuzhibo Rin sat on the tatami, rolling the name over his tongue twice. In his past life, he had watched Naruto over and over 3 times, so he naturally knew what this surname represented: the Sharingan, the fan-shaped clan crest, and that at some future point the clan would be slaughtered by a 14-year-old genius boy, leaving only one younger brother. But now he was only 5, and it was year 38 of Konoha. There were at least 10 years until the night of the clan massacre. He had plenty of time to prepare and give a certain shrimp rice guy a surprise later. Alright. He jumped off the tatami, his bare feet landing on the cold wooden floor, and walked to the mirror. Yuzhibo Rin looked at the black-haired, black-eyed little boy in the mirror, the one with the Uchiha clan's small ponytail, and showed a satisfied expression. Isn't it just being reincarnated into Naruto? I have a house and savings, an orphan start without any family burden, and a Kekkei Jinkai to awaken. This setup looks like a protagonist's stats. Sharingan Ninjutsu Chakra. Give me a few years, and if I can't reach at least jounin level, it would disrespect the 3 times I binged Naruto Shippuden in my past life. Before his voice died away, a cold electronic tone rang in his mind. Ding! Affinity system bound successfully. Yuzhibo Rin's spirit lifted. Here it comes. The standard golden finger for transmigrators. Having read so many system web novels in his past life, he knew exactly what this meant. Missions rewards a honest stop cheat. He took a deep breath, waiting for the system to continue. Detected hosts world Jujutsu Kaisen. Calibrating world parameters. Calibration complete. New mission released. Enroll in Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School. Mission reward cursed energy at grade 4 sorcerer level. After completing the task, the initial target will be unlocked and the affinity treasure chest function will be activated. Yuzhibo Rin's smile froze. He subconsciously glanced out the window. At that moment, on the streets of Konoha Village, the owner of Yamanaka's flower shop was unloading goods, and several early rising chunin were sparring with shuriken on the training ground. He let his gaze wander further, passing over the rows of residential rooftops, and saw the 3 giant stone busts on the mountainside in the distance. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3 dignified faces overlooking Konoha Village in the morning light. System, Yuzhibo Rin spoke in his mind. What world did you say this is? Jujutsu Kaisen. Then let me ask you, what are those 3 big heads carved on the mountain outside? Scanning. Result: rock wall relief cluster. Common commemorative architecture in the Jujutsu world. No identification value. No identification value. The Hokage Rock has no identification value. Yuzhibo Rin took a deep breath, changed his approach to probe further. Then what is my surname? What am I? Yuzhibo Rin. The Uchiha clan are descendants of the Jujutsu sorcerer families with the inherited ocular type technique, Sharingan, rated as B to a level. The host has not yet awakened this technique, and cursed energy reserves are in an undeveloped state. The Sharingan is explained as an ocular type technique, and even rated B to a. Something was off. This system didn't seem to be joking. It genuinely believed this was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, and was redefining all the Naruto elements with its own logic. Yuzhibo Rin was silent for a long time. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and the morning air of Konoha Village rushed in, carrying the scent of soil and leaves. In the distance, the 3 giant heads of the Hokage Rock stood out clearly in the sunlight. A scene he had seen countless times on screen in his past life, impossible to mistake. This is Konoha Hidden Village, Fire Country, the land of ninja. There is no Jujutsu High, no curses, no Gojo Satoru. In his mind, he ran through all possibilities. Was the system bugged? Or had it been given wrong world parameters? Or perhaps this system wasn't tailor-made for him as a transmigrator, or it had been loaded with the wrong database at the factory. Whichever possibility, the conclusion was the same. The mission could not be completed. Where on earth could he find a Jujutsu High that didn't exist? Here there is only the Ninja Academy. Tomorrow the Konoha Ninja Academy will start. He would learn shuriken throwing and basic chakra theory with a bunch of future ninja, not exorcise curses with jujutsu sorcerers. Yuzhibo Lin closed the window, sat back down on the tatami, his expression calmly numb. Whatever. Anyway, I already have a house and savings at the start. Without the system, I can still survive in the Naruto world. The information advantage of a transmigrator was his greatest golden finger. He knew the Third Shinobi World War hadn't started yet, knew when Uchiha Obito would fall, knew when the Uchiha clan would be exterminated, knew the direction of all major events in the next 10 years. As long as he cultivated step by step, awakened the Sharingan, and combined it with his past lives' understanding of various ninjutsu principles, becoming a Jounin would be easy and cage level was achievable with some effort. As for the system, just pretend it was never bound. In his mind, he sentenced the system to death, and then cast it out of his thoughts. Early the next morning, the Konoha Ninja Academy opened. Yuzhibo Lin put on the dark blue high-collared short-sleeved shirt printed with the fan-shaped clan crest, shouldered his backpack, and walked through the academy gate along with other children of his age. Since the system was useless, he would honestly follow the ninja path. The first-grade curriculum was definitely simple for him. After all, he had memorized the basic chakra theory in his past life, but he still had to go through the motions. The class assignment board was crowded with chattering new students and parents. He squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, found his class among the rows of names. Class 1A. Yuzhibo Lin found a seat by the window in the back row of Class 1A. He placed his backpack on the desk and leaned lazily back in his chair. Around him, the new students were still chattering, getting to know each other. On his left, two children from the Hyuga branch family were quietly discussing tomorrow's basic shuriken lesson. On his right, a little girl from some unknown clan was already flipping through her textbook. Yuzhibo Lin didn't talk to anyone. His gaze wandered lazily across the childish faces in the classroom. Most of them he couldn't name. After all, in Naruto, supporting characters from the academy days weren't given much detail. He only remembered those who later became notable figures. His gaze suddenly stopped at a spot near the middle left of the classroom. A little boy with silver white hair was lying on the desk, his head buried in his arms, revealing only a tuft of messy white hair. The seats around him were already taken by other children, but no one spoke to him, and he didn't care at all, as if he planned to sleep through the first day of school until dismissal. The moment Yuzhibo Lin recognized that tuft of white hair, his eyebrow slightly raised. Kakashi Hatake, the future copy ninja and 6th Hokage, was now just a 5-year-old little guy. According to Konoha's enrollment system, Kakashi entered at age 5 and graduated the same year, the earliest graduate in the Ninja Academy's history. That meant the little white-haired boy sleeping on the desk would get his headband as the top graduate this year. Yuzhibo Lin withdrew his gaze with no intention of going over to say hello. For one thing, the other was sleeping. For another, he didn't need to deliberately ingratiate himself. He would just quietly follow his own ninja path. At the podium, a Chunin teacher wearing a Konoha headband was reading the freshman guidelines. His voice was steady and monotonous, even more hypnotic than a university counselor's orientation meeting in his past life. After a few sentences, Yuzhibo Lin's eyelids grew heavy. Just as he was about to copy Kakashi and sleep on the desk, a sudden electronic sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Newbie mission completed. Enroll in Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School. Mission completion 100, issuing mission rewards. Yuzhibo Lin abruptly sat up straight, his back almost hitting the chair back. He stared wide-eyed at the empty desk in front of him and roared in his mind, "Bro, what did you say?" The system did not answer him and continued to broadcast with the cold electronic tone. Rewards issued. Host has received a grade 4 cursed energy. Detected heterogeneous energy entering the host, merging with the host's original energy system. Fusion complete. Current cursed energy reserve grade 4 sorcerer level upgradable. Initial target unlocked. Please check the character affinity panel. Yuzhibo Lin opened his mouth, then closed it. He looked down at his own hands, the fair tender palms of a 5-year-old, but the changes happening inside his body were anything but gentle. A cold, sinister energy surged from the depths of his body, as if someone had poured a glass of ice water into his veins, painfully cold. After the pain passed, that force quickly dispersed through his limbs and bones, intertwining with his originally meager chakra. He could clearly feel the difference between the two forces. Chakra was warm like blood flowing inside, a product of body and spirit energy mixed in proportion, while that so-called cursed energy was much colder, much more violent, like a beast locked in a cage constantly ramming against its bars. The railing. But now these two powers were merging. The warm chakra wrapped around the cold, cursed energy, suppressing part of its brutality, while staining the chakra with an icy undertone. What finally settled within him was a new power, both familiar and foreign. It was still a mixture of physical and spiritual energy, but its texture had changed like warm water mixed with crushed ice. It looked similar but felt entirely different to use. A fusion of chakra and cursed energy. Uchiha Rin slowly exhaled, trying to adapt to the temperature of this new power. In his past life, he had studied the settings of chakra over and over. He knew that when a normal ninja extracted chakra, they felt a warmth, the flow of life energy. But the thing inside him now was more like a sword and a blade forcibly welded together. Usable, but carrying an indescribable ferocity as a whole. He forced himself to calm down and began to analyze the situation as meticulously as he had read system web novels in his past life. The system identified the world as Jujutsu Kaisen, and the task was to enroll at Jujutsu High. Today he walked into the Konoha Ninja Academy, not Jujutsu High. But the system judged the task as complete. Why? There was only one answer. The system was forcibly twisting reality to fit its own logic. It didn't recognize the Ninja Academy, but it needed a school to match Jujutsu High, so the Konoha Ninja Academy was identified as the target. Just like it didn't recognize the Hokage Rock, so it classified it as an unidentifiable set of cliff relief. The system wasn't broken, it was repairing itself in a high-handed manner. Calling a deer a horse, forcing conditions to match, and as long as the framework roughly aligned, it would dare to mark the task as complete. Figuring out this layer, Uchiha Rin's expression became subtle. If the system's logic worked like this, it meant that even seemingly impossible tasks could trigger completion as long as a rough counterpart could be found in the Naruto world. Just as he was about to continue thinking, the electronic voice came again. New task released: approach Gojo Satoru and complete a check-in to unlock the character affinity panel. Task: reward 1 portion of 4th grade cursed energy. Tip: please get within 1 meter of the target and silently recite check-in to complete. Note: check-in tasks reward energy values or cursed tools. Technique type: rewards are obtained through affinity chests. After reading the last line, Uchiha Rin let out a soft ah. Check-in was a positioning anchor, giving basic rewards. The real good stuff was locked in affinity chests, requiring solid relationship building to obtain. Gojo Satoru. He ran the name through his mind, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Gojo Satoru, the ceiling of combat power in Jujutsu Kaisen. White hair, blindfold, possessor of the 6 eyes, the strongest man in the Jujutsu world. This person, of course, didn't exist in the Naruto world, just as Jujutsu High didn't exist. But now he understood the system's logic. The system didn't care whether this person was actually named Gojo Satoru, it only cared whether the person had features matching Gojo Satoru. White hair, genius dojutsu user. The 6 eyes were classified as a dojutsu ability by the system, and the Sharingan was also a dojutsu in the system's classification logic. They were likely the same category. Wearing a blindfold. There was no perfect match in the current Naruto world, but if we consider covering one eye. Uchiha Rin slowly, incredulously shifted his gaze back to the silver-white head sleeping on the desk in the middle of the classroom. No way. He recreated a comparison table of Kakashi's and Gojo's traits in his mind. White hair, genius, yes. Enrolled at 5 and graduated the same year, the youngest graduate since Konoha's founding, a genius of pure 100%. Dojutsu would have in the future, the Sharingan, gifted by Obito, the ability to copy ninjutsu. In the system's classification logic, it could mostly match the 6 eyes. As for the eye cover, Kakashi didn't have one now. He didn't even have a forehead protector yet, and his left eye was bare. But he would wear one in the future, slanting his forehead protector over his left eye after becoming a Jonin. The visual similarity to a blindfold was ridiculously high. If the system considered this person will cover his eyes in the future as a condition. Uchiha Rin took a deep breath. He had completely figured out the system's logic. It wasn't evaluating this person as Gojo Satoru, it was saying this person's character template in this world highly overlaps with Gojo Satoru. Silver-haired, genius, dojutsu wielder, eye-covering appearance. If we add Kakashi's future lazy, yet powerful ceiling level setting, there was truly no one in the entire Naruto world more fitting for Gojo Satoru's template than Kakashi. Thinking this far, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up to the system. This wasn't just calling a deer a horse, it was insisting a white horse was a white unicorn. But the logic was oddly self-consistent. So Uchiha Rin stood up from his seat. The Chunin instructor on the podium was still reading out the new student guidelines, completely oblivious to a student standing up in the back. Uchiha Rin bent down and wove through the seats, his footsteps very light, all the way to the empty seat beside Kakashi, where he sat down. A few nearby kids glanced at him, but no one cared. It was the first day of the semester, just a seat change. Kakashi was lying beside him, his head buried in his arms, only a tuft of silver-white hair visible. Uchiha Rin was close enough to hear the little genius even breathing. He lowered his eyes and silently recited 2 words in his mind. Check-in. Ding. Contact with target Gojo Satoru complete. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 1 portion of 4th grade cursed energy now fused. Character Affinity Panel unlocked. Current target Hatake Kakashi. System identification. Name Gojo Satoru. Affinity 0-100. Stranger relationship. Title None. Affinity. Chest mechanism. Description. Chest rewards are system-recognized target character abilities. The current target is identified by the system as Gojo Satoru, so the chest will draw from the ability pool of Gojo Satoru in the Jujutsu Kaisen world. The chest is divided into 3 stages. 30 Affinity unlocks. First tier chest randomly draws 1 basic ability from Gojo Satoru's ability pool. Low probability of rare reward. 60 Affinity unlocks. Second tier chest medium probability of obtaining a core ability of Gojo Satoru. Low probability of rare advanced reward. 90 Affinity unlocks. Third tier chest can self-select 1 ability known to the host from Gojo Satoru's ability pool. Current Kakashi Affinity 0-100. First tier chest not unlocked. Uchiha Rin stared at the panel that popped up in his mind, his pupils dilating slightly for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a dangerously meaningful arc. Interesting. Very interesting. He had originally thought the chest would draw from Kakashi's own ability set, like Chidori Sharingan, Hatake swordsmanship. All good things, but they didn't match the system's Jujutsu Kaisen foundation. But the system didn't think that way. The system identified Kakashi as Gojo Satoru, so the chest still contained Gojo Satoru's abilities having nothing to do with what Kakashi himself could do. Kakashi was just a container, a human gacha pool forcibly labeled as Gojo Satoru by the system. And what was in Gojo Satoru's ability pool? 6 Eyes Limitless Curse Technique, Blue, Red, Purple, Infinite Void. Any one of them, even the system-fused modified version, was enough to cause a storm in this ninja world. Uchiha Rin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement churning in his heart, and began to calmly scrutinize every word on the panel. 3 different stages of chests. 30 affinity points randomly draw 1 basic ability. What would Gojo Satoru's basic ability pool? Perhaps basic perception application of the 6 Eyes basic cursed energy manipulation techniques, or some rudimentary form of the limitless curse technique. Low probability rare reward. Most likely a preliminary version of a complete technique. 60 affinity points draw a core ability, medium probability to get a technique at the level of blue or red. Low probability to get a rare advanced, maybe an intermediate application of the limitless curse technique. 90 affinity points allow self-selection of 1 known ability from the pool. This was the real headline. As long as he managed to figure out exactly what was in Gojo Satoru's ability pool on the day he reached 90 affinity, he could directly name limitless curse technique or infinite void. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could brush this little silver-haired kid from stranger to bosom friend level. His affinity was currently 0, still lacking 30 points, just to reach the first-tier chest threshold. But that was fine. He had plenty of time. Did you come over here for something? A cold, sleepy voice interrupted his thoughts. Uchiha Rin turned his head to meet Kakashi's half-open eyes. The silver-haired little boy had woken up at some point, his face resting on his arm, looking at him with an expression that was neither friendly nor hostile. Simply too lazy to socialize. 5-year-old Kakashi already had a hint of the future lazy ninja's demeanor, not very interested in anything around him, just wanting to finish the necessary tasks and go lie down. Uchiha Rin remained expressionless and casually fabricated, "Nothing, it's too sunny over there, just changing." Kakashi stared at him for 2 seconds, his gaze sweeping over the Uchiha crest on Rin's collar, then buried his head back in his arms and mumbled, "Suit yourself." Uchiha Rin turned his head back, leaned against the chair, back in an excellent mood. Not only had the system come alive, but rewards were in hand, and the affinity panel was open. Check-ins gave energy and cursed tools. Affinity chests gave Gojo Satoru's abilities, and Kakashi was the human treasure vault wrongly labeled by the system. From first tier to third tier, from random to self-selection. As long as he found a way to raise this silver-haired kid's affinity one day, he could fish out his own trump card from Gojo Satoru's ability pool. Uchiha Rin shifted his gaze to the window. The 3 Hokage heads on the Hokage Rock glowed warm yellow in the morning sun. People came and went on the streets of Konoha, everything exactly as he had seen on screen in his past life. But everything was different because of that cold, violent, fused energy inside him. This world was far more interesting than he had imagined. The enrollment process at the Konoha Ninja Academy was even more tedious than he had anticipated. The Chunin teacher, named Muraya, read the freshman guidelines for a full 20 minutes. He droned on from no ninjutsu allowed inside the teaching building to the shuriken training ground is open daily. His tone was as flat as a recitation. Uchiha Rin rested his chin on his hand in the back row, his eyelids beginning to droop. He relied on the faint coolness of the newly acquired fusion energy flowing through his veins to keep from actually dozing off. After finishing the freshman guidelines, it was time to distribute textbooks. Fundamentals of Chakra Theory, Introduction to Shuriken Throwing, Konoha Village Rules, and Ninja Code, Basic Taijutsu Training Outline. One booklet after another was passed from the front row to the back. Uchiha Rin flipped through the materials, finding the content quite similar to what he had seen in the setting collection from his past life, even more superficial. He set the textbooks at the corner of his desk and redirected his gaze to the other students in the classroom. Then he noticed something. Sitting in the row next to the aisle was a boy with a watermelon-shaped haircut and thick. He sat up straight, as if a steel rod had been inserted into his spine, his eyes wide open, his face brimming with an expression of "I want to set my youth on fire." Might Guy, the future Azure Beast of Konoha, a user of the 8 Gates, a man who nearly kicked his way to a grand finale. Now just a little kid, without even a forehead protector, but with thick eyebrows and big eyes already beginning to take shape. Might Guy, the future Azure Beast of Konoha, a user of the 8 Gates, a man who nearly kicked his way to a grand finale. Now just a little kid. Uchiha Obito, the future student of the 4th Hokage, a mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, instigator of the 4th Shinobi World War, and the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Still, just two rows to the right, a boy with black hair was sneaking a nap with his head buried in his arms, revealing only a small part of his face, but Uchiha Rin recognized the orange wind goggles at a glance. Uchiha Obito, the future student of the 4th Hokage, a mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, instigator of the 4th Shinobi World War, and the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Still, just a 5-year-old brat. Next to Obito sat a girl with short brown hair, none other than Noera Rin, who was seriously flipping through the newly distributed textbooks, occasionally glancing at Obito, as if checking whether he was asleep. His gaze continued to move towards the right front of the classroom, landing on the back of a girl with long black. She sat upright, her hair tied back with a red headband, and she was quiet, but Uchiha Rin recognized those red eyes. Yuhi Kurenai, the future Jonin instructor of Team 8, a Jinjutsu specialist. Obito Rin Guy Asuma Kurenai Kakashi, Class A of the first year, had nearly assembled the core lineup of Konoha's young generation for the next several years. These kids were still 5 years old, but in 10 years they would become key figures shaping the future of the ninja world. And he, Uchiha Rin, a transmigrator whose database had been incorrectly configured by the system, sat right among them, possessing 2 instances of level 4 curse power and a panel for relationship strategy in his mind. Thinking of this, he suddenly found it a bit absurd and somewhat amusing. Teacher Mariah finally closed the roster and cleared his throat, saying, "Next we will begin roll call. Students whose names are called should stand and respond so everyone can get acquainted." He picked up the roster from the podium and began to read names in order of student numbers. With each name called, a child stood up, some cheerfully shouting present. Uchiha Rin leaned back against his chair, listening with only half his attention, until he raised his eyelids at a few names. Might Guy? Present. The thick-browed boy bounced up from his seat, his voice booming like thunder, startling several kids around him. Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma stood up leisurely, a hand in his pocket, responding with a lazy, drawn-out tone. Teacher Mariah glanced at him, twitching his mouth slightly, without saying anything. The third son was not to be provoked. Uchiha Obito. Obito sprang up from the desk, nearly dropping his sunglasses on the ground. He hurriedly adjusted his glasses, shouted present, a bit too loudly, causing the kids next to him to stifle their laughter. Obito's face turned red, and he plopped back down, lowering his head to feign adjustment of his wrist guards. Rin secretly glanced at him, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Noera Rin. Present. Her voice was steady, not too loud or too soft. Yuhi Kurenai. The girl with long black hair stood up, her voice cold, carrying a maturity not typical for her age. Hatake Kakashi. The white-haired boy raised his head from his arm, half opening his eyes, and flatly replied present. He then slumped back down. Teacher Mariah said nothing more and continued reading. Uchiha Rin noticed that when Kakashi responded, several kids around turned to look at him. White hair stood out in Konoha, and he was the only silver-haired child in the entire classroom. Coupled with the weight of the Hatake surname, the son of White Fang was already the focus of everyone's attention on the first day of school. Uchiha Rin. He stood up, calmly responding. Teacher Mariah's gaze lingered momentarily on his face. Uchiha was even more famous in Konoha than Hatake, yet as a Chunin, Mariah showed no particular expression, merely nodding before continuing with the next name. After roll call, Mariah closed the roster, resting his hands on the podium, and switched to a tone more spirited than when he read the guidelines. Next, we will conduct a physical fitness assessment for enrollment. All students please stand and gather at the first training ground. The test consists of 2 events, 1-kilometer run and shuriken throwing. The results of these 2 events will be recorded in your initial files and will also affect your future group assignments. Get energized and don't embarrass Class A on the first day. With the sound of chairs and desks moving, the children began to file out. Uchiha Rin stood up and glanced at Kakashi, who left his seat leisurely, hands in his pockets, still wearing that indifferent expression, but his steps were steady, accompanied by an indescribable relaxed feeling. Uchiha Rin withdrew his gaze and followed the flow of students toward the training ground. The first training ground was a vast circular arena On one side was the shuriken target range with a sandy ground with the target positions evenly arranged in 3 rows, and on the other side was a playground surrounding the running track. The physical fitness assessment for first-year students didn't require overly complicated setups. Running and throwing were enough to filter out who had a solid foundation and who was lacking. Several instructors wearing Chunin vests were already waiting at the edge of the field holding stopwatches. First up was the 1-kilometer run. All the freshmen lined up at the starting line, and Uchiha Rin discreetly moved 2 steps closer to Kakashi, positioning himself beside Kakashi 1 person apart. Being too close would seem suspicious, and he needed to observe Kakashi's every move during this test. The object of his relationship strategy was right before him, and he had to find an appropriate way to approach. Teacher Mariah raised his arm and blew the whistle. A group of 5-year-old children surged forward. The rhythm of the first 100 meters was completely chaotic. Some rushed too fast while others lagged behind, and a few girls who couldn't keep up had already started walking. Uchiha Rin wasn't in a hurry. He adjusted his breathing to a gentle rhythm, taking small but steady steps as the fusion energy within him naturally surged through his limbs, infusing his muscles with a cool strength. With the energy reserve of a level 4 curse user, running felt like overkill. He could comfortably maintain his position in the lead group without exerting himself fully. In fact, the lead group consisted only of him and Kakashi. Kakashi had grown up training under Hatake Kakashi, giving him a physical prowess that was a significant advantage over his peers. Uchiha Rin noticed the efficiency with which Kakashi ran, distinct from the other kids. No unnecessary movements, his arm swings just right, and his rhythm steady, like a metronome. The 2 of them, one on each side, were nearly side by side, leaving the second group far behind. As they reached the halfway point of the track, Uchiha Rin sensed that Kakashi was adjusting his breathing. It looked like he was preparing to accelerate. Uchiha Rin felt a stir in his heart and matched his pace. Their speeds increased simultaneously, shifting from a stable rhythm into a synchronized acceleration. The wind whistled past his ears, and the sandy ground of the training ground crunched beneath their feet. Uchiha Rin maintained his pace parallel to Kakashi with only a fist's distance between their shoulders. He could hear Kakashi's breathing becoming slightly heavier, yet still steady. He consciously controlled his own breath, keeping it at a calm frequency. The enhancement in physical fitness brought by his level 4 curse power flowed within him like a small engine just filled with fuel. The finish line was drawing closer. Teacher Mariah and several instructors stood at the finish line, holding stopwatches, their expressions shifting from "let's see how this class performs" to "this class seems to have something special." Uchiha Rin stole a glance at Kakashi. The silver-haired boy's expression remained unchanged, but Uchiha Rin noticed his closed lips tightening slightly, a sign of focus indicating he was beginning to care about the outcome of this run. The 2 of them crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. Teacher Mariah looked down at the stopwatch, his brow twitching slightly, glancing again at the 2 5-year-olds before him, his expression as if confirming whether he had seen correctly. Uchiha Rin came to a stop, leaning on his knees to take a deep breath. He deliberately pretended to be slightly out of breath, but in reality the energy within him had hardly been consumed. The level 4 curse power made running a kilometer feel like a leisurely stroll after a meal. However, his act of panting was insufficient. He recovered too quickly. After 2 breaths, he straightened up, his breath swiftly returning to calm. This was the real flaw. A 5-year-old completing a kilometer run would, no matter how fit, usually take a moment to catch their breath, but his recovery speed clearly exceeded the normal range. He should have bent over for a while longer, taking a few more gasps. Then he noticed a gaze. Kakashi stood a couple of steps away, also adjusting his breathing, but his half-open eyes were glancing at him from the side, now containing something that hadn't been there before. A look of curiosity and inquiry. Someone who could keep pace with him while running and stabilize his breathing rapidly afterward was worth remembering. Uchiha Rin pretended not to notice. The gaze straightened up, brushed the dust off his pants, and turned toward the target range. After taking a couple of steps, a system notification popped up in his mind. Hatake Kakashi relationship 5, Oi current relationship 5100. Just 5 points. A stranger at the starting line with 0 relationship had transformed into a classmate with a relationship score of 5, a rather conservative increase. Uchiha Rin sighed in his mind, but then thought it over, as someone like Kakashi would not easily give high relationship points upon their first meeting. An increase from 0 to 5 was already a recognition of him as a noteworthy classmate. The upcoming shuriken throwing test would be the focus. The second throw can be completed in one go, and the final score will be based on the number of hits on the bullseye. If anyone possesses special throwing techniques, they may freely demonstrate them during their turn, but must not interfere with other students' targets. The first to be called up was a little girl from the Hyuga branch family. She picked 3 kunai and threw them one by one, her form impeccable. The kunai flew from her hand with a clean and swift trajectory, hitting 3 different bullseyes. Teacher Murayan took notes on the recording board and nodded in approval. The next few individuals performed mediocrity, with some hitting the bullseye, while others missed. One boy even threw a kunai to the neighboring target, causing a burst of laughter. Then Mirai called out the name of Hatake Kakashi. The whispers in the playground fell silent in an instant. Uchiha Rin leaned against the railing at the target range, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the silver-haired boy emerging from the crowd. Kakashi approached the long table, opting for 6 shuriken instead of kunai. Those standard 4-pointed weapons, lighter than kunai, but also harder to control. He divided the 6 shuriken between both hands, 3 in each hand, arranged with precision like a diagram from a textbook. He stepped up to the throwing line, stood firm, looked up, and scanned the 6 targets before him. No hesitation. No pause to aim. Both arms lifted simultaneously, wrists exerting force as 6 shuriken traced silver arcs flying out from both sides at once, each carving a clean trajectory in the air, almost simultaneously piercing the red center of 6 different targets. Bang! The 6 sounds of hitting the targets overlapped into a muffled thud. The crowd went silent for a second, then erupted into gasps. All 6 at once, exclaimed a boy with brown hair, eyes wide. All hits on the bullseye. 6 hits simultaneously. Another child's voice carried unabashed admiration. The little girl from the Hyuga branch also lifted her head, her eyes wide with surprise, though she kept her Byakugan closed. She still clutched the kunai she hadn't thrown yet, frozen in place. Teacher Mirai quickly scribbled notes on the board, and when he looked up, his face bore undisguised approval, shooting 6 shurikens simultaneously with perfect accuracy, hitting all bullseyes. Truly worthy of being Lord Whitefang's son. Kakashi showed no reaction to the surrounding amazement, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands as he turned to walk back into the crowd. As he passed by Uchiha Rin, his footsteps paused momentarily, turning his head to glance at her, his gaze harboring a hint of curiosity, like he was assessing whether this black-haired boy from the Uchiha clan would also deliver a similar performance in the throwing segment. He then withdrew his gaze and returned to the shaded area at the edge of the playground, hands stuffed in his pockets. Uchiha Rin's lips twitched slightly, but she kept it unnoticed by anyone. Kakashi was watching him, confirming that the 5 points of favorable impression from running earlier were not in vain. At least, he had left an impression in the mind of this genius with white hair. The subsequent tests returned to an ordinary standard. Aside from a few clan members scoring well, Uchiha Obito's turn took everyone on an emotional roller coaster. When Obito stepped up, he radiated confidence, chin held high, goggles reflecting light, exuding an air of, "I will dominate the field." Feeling that Kakashi had stolen the spotlight, he was determined to regain some glory, thus doing something that left everyone gasping in shock. He grabbed a large handful of shuriken from the table, not even counting them, clenched them in both hands, and strode confidently to the throwing line, then released them simultaneously. A total of 10. Ideally, the scene would be 10 shuriken arcing perfectly to hit 10 targets, but reality did not cooperate with his imagination. After flying from Obito's hand, the trajectories of the 10 shuriken became chaotic, some collided and bounced off, others missed entirely, embedding themselves into the wooden frame of the target, while one fell straight down into the sandy ground before the throwing line after spinning halfway in the air. The 10 targets remained untouched, and after a moment of silence, a louder wave of laughter erupted than when Kakashi hit the targets. Ha ha ha. 10 shuriken. All 10 missed. Is he really an Uchiha? Obito, were you trying to dismantle the target? Is that shuriken that fell by your feet serious? Uchiha Rin's lips twitched, holding back a laugh. Having viewed the anime in his previous life, he thought Obito was a comic relief character as a child, but witnessing it firsthand, his comedic level surpassed that of the animation. Obito's ears turned as red as a boiled shrimp as he slunk back into the crowd, not even bothering to adjust his crooked goggles. Rin walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Obito mumbled something under his breath, probably about how this shuriken was faulty, but his voice was too low for anyone to catch. After Obito, a few more students took their turns, and finally, it was Uchiha Rin's turn. Uchiha Rin approached the long table and stood firm. The surrounding gazes shifted from the earlier laughter to refocus. Uchiha, as a name itself, was a natural focal point. Kakashi leaned against the railing at the edge of the playground, his gaze on her, still wearing that laid-back expression, though his interest seemed more serious than before. Uchiha Rin felt the weight of that gaze. The 5 points of favorable impression of somewhat memorable were being tested at that moment. He didn't attempt to demonstrate the double-handed shooting technique like Kakashi. He wasn't from the Hatake clan. He couldn't replicate that precision and speed. Being Uchiha, he had to adopt the Uchiha way. Thus he chose 8 kunai. Kunai were heavier than shuriken and far less capable of changing direction midair. But Uchiha Rin did not rely on the kunai's aerodynamic properties. He relied on the Uchiha style of throwing technique. One driven by the Sharingan, with subtle fingertip control altering flight paths through collisions between kunai. He had only read about it in the setting collection in his previous life, but the muscle memory felt different. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes, reaching deep within his consciousness to retrieve the muscle memory belonging to the 5-year-old Uchiha Rin. His father Uchiha Soji, guiding him hand in hand in the courtyard, his rough fingers pressing on the back of his small hand to help him adjust his grip. When he opened his eyes, his fingers had already found the correct point of force. 4 in his left hand, 4 in his right hand. He stepped up to the throwing line, feet firmly planted, legs slightly bent, his actions reflecting a deliberate calmness. Then he suddenly looked up, arms crossing, wrists rotating, as 8 kunai were released almost simultaneously. The kunai did not shoot directly towards the bullseye, like Kakashi's shuriken. As they flew out, their trajectories resembled a flock of chaotic iron swallows. The first and second kunai brushed past each other in the air, colliding at angles so precise that they could only be observed in slow motion. After the collision, the trajectory of the second kunai veered towards the left target, while the third and fourth kunai collided after traveling 2/3 of the distance, bouncing off at different angles. In less than 2 seconds, the 8 kunai collided and altered their trajectories in the air, tracing complex refracted arcs. Then 8 muffled sounds of hitting the bullseye rang out almost simultaneously. 8 kunai, 8 targets, each one firmly embedded in the red center. 2 of them even hit after rebounding off the side of the neighboring target, framed their trajectories so tricky that they surpassed the understanding of most present. The playground fell into silence. Teacher Muraian's pen halted midair, forgetting to write on the recording board. Kakashi, leaning against the railing, slightly straightened his posture. This was the first time Uchiha Rin saw Kakashi actively straighten up from the railing. The silver-haired boy's gaze was fixed on the target, then slowly returned to Uchiha Rin, his eyes now fully open. Those eyes carried a hint of excitement, as if he had finally discovered something worthy of serious attention. Uchiha Rin glanced at the target frame to confirm the positions of the 8 kunai, then expressionlessly turned to walk back. His expression management was flawless, yet inside, he was screaming with excitement. Having watched Naruto 3 times in his previous life, he was intimately familiar with the Uchiha throwing technique. This was the first time he had truly utilized combat skills from the Naruto world since his reincarnation. To achieve this effect without the Sharingan had already exceeded expectations. Hatake Kakashi favorability 10, current favorability 15100. Tip: first tier treasure chest, unlock progress 1530. Uchiha Rin paused momentarily, nearly losing his composure. 15 points of favorability, 30 points would unlock a first tier treasure chest, randomly drawing a basic ability from Wataru Gojo's ability pool. His relationship with Kakashi jumped from stranger to somewhat memorable classmate, still needing 15 points to reach classmate, whose name he remembers. He returned to the crowd, and Obito was the first to rush over and pat him on the shoulder, not caring that his goggles had slipped to one side, excited, as if those 8 kunai had been thrown by himself. Rin, your move was so cool. The way the kunai collided in the air, teach me that. Next time I'll definitely win against that white-haired guy. Uchiha Rin was slightly jolted by Obito's enthusiastic pat, stepping back nonchalantly. Sure, next time for sure. Rin, don't throw 10 again next time. Rin tugged at Obito's sleeve, quietly causing his face to flush once more. Asuma chewed on a stalk of grass, squinting as he examined Uchiha Rin, his expression one of, there's something there, but I can't say it because I need to maintain my cool guy persona. Yet he nodded, indicating approval. Might Guy was nearly bursting with excitement, clenching his fists and shouting from the sidelines, this is the battle of youth. Rin, Kakashi, your match has ignited my passion. Please compete with me in the next taijutsu. His voice was loud enough for the entire playground to hear. Teacher Muraian shouted from across the field, Guy, keep it down. To which Guy immediately straightened up and responded loudly, yes. Yuhi Kurenai stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, observing the scene with a glint of interest in her red eyes. Kakashi remained stationary. He did not approach to speak, offer praise, or display any excess emotion. However, when Uchiha Rin returned to the line and stood still, he caught a glimpse of Kakashi's direction and noticed the silver-haired boy was looking at him, his gaze more direct than after the run. The 15 points of favorability labeled as interest were slowly forming in Kakashi's gray eyes, a kind of scrutiny, and gradually warming attention towards a peer whose abilities were noteworthy. Geniuses are often lonely, yet they yearn for rivals. Uchiha Rin mentally repeated this phrase, confirming that his strategy was entirely correct. To deal with someone like Kakashi approaching to ingratiate oneself would be useless, his defenses were too strong, and he was slow to warm up. The system had indicated not to show direct favor. However, if one could present a performance of sufficient weight in terms of strength, he would naturally come over to engage. Because within the entire Konoha Ninja Academy, there was no other peer who could match Hatake Kakashi's rhythm and throw at a similar level. He was that one and only rival. Kakashi's attention was now locked onto him, marking the very best. Uchiha Rin watched the 15100 favorability value and the first-tier treasure chest's 1530 unlock progress in his mind, feeling that today's preliminary test had been far more efficient than he had anticipated. The whistle blew again across the training ground as the Chunin instructor declared the start of free practice time. Students scattered in small groups, some gathering in front of the targets to pull out kunai, others pestering the instructor for throwing techniques, and a few sneaking off to slack off under the shade of the trees. Uchiha Rin decided to strike, while the Iron was hot planning to walk over and formally introduce himself to Kakashi. "Hello, my name is Uchiha Rin. Your skills are impressive. If you have the chance, let's train together sometime." Looking at the hand Uchiha Rin extended, Kakashi seemed a bit surprised. Then scratching his head with a slightly bothered expression, he politely took Rin's hand and said, "Next time if the opportunity arises." Uchiha Rin withdrew his right hand to smile, still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi's fingers were slightly cool, and the calluses on his knuckles were just as hard as those on Rin's own hand. A touch no 5-year-old child should have, yet for people like them, it was perfectly normal. Then it settled. Before Uchiha Rin's words had even faded, a full-bodied roar exploded from the edge of the training ground. "This is youth." Might Guy had somehow appeared on the railing at the edge of the field, one foot perched on the horizontal bar, the other fist raised high, his bowl cut, gleaming with an oily sheen in the sunset. His face was brimming with an expression of being utterly swept away by passion, his eyes nearly welling with tears. "Rinken, Kakashiken, the flower of friendship blooming between you two. This is the youthful pact of rivals. Please let me join in too." The entire training ground turned in unison to stare at him. Kakashi expressionlessly shoved his hands back into his pockets and silently took a step to the side. Before Uchiha Rin could react, another voice burst forth. "Rin, take me too." Obito climbed over from the railing, still clutching 3 kunai, radiating an aura of growing bolder with each failure. "Teach me your shuriken throwing. The one where they clash in midair. Once I learn that, I can beat that white-haired guy." Kakashi showed no reaction whatsoever to the words white-haired. Uchiha Rin grinned widely, turned, and began walking backward toward the school gate, waving a hand behind him as he went. Next time, Obito shouted from behind. "I heard you say next time. He'll remember." Kai also bellowed at the top of his lungs, adding, "Rinken." The voices of the two overly passionate idiots tangled together above the field. Rin covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, while Yugao quietly packed away her ninja tools, the corners of her mouth twitching into a faint smile. Teacher Murano clapped his hands at the edge of the field, loudly announcing that today's lesson was over and to arrive on time tomorrow. The students scattered in small groups, each heading toward their own homes. Uchiha Rin turned back at the school gate for one last glance. Kakashi was already walking alone in the direction of the Hatake compound, his silver-white hair starkly bright in the sunset, his pace neither fast nor slow, his back once again bearing that attitude of utter indifference to the world. Uchiha Rin slung his bag over his shoulder and turned to head toward the Uchiha clan grounds. The 3 great faces of the Hokage Rock gleamed with a golden-red light in the sunset, and the aroma of pork bone broth from the ramen shop drifted around the corner. A few newly finished chunin were patting each other's shoulders in front of an izakaya. The owner of the Yamanaka flower shop was pulling down the rolling shutters. Everything in Konoha's evening was just as it always was. He silently calculated the days in his mind. Today was the 2nd day since he had transmigrated into the... At this same time yesterday, he had been standing before a mirror confirming he had become a 5-year-old boy. Today he had already made a pact to spar with the future 6th Hokage. He pushed open the door to his own yard, set his bag down in the ginkan, and stepped barefoot onto the cool wooden floor. Instead of collapsing directly onto the tatami mats to catch up on sleep as he had yesterday, Uchiha Rin stood for a moment in the corridor, then his gaze settled on the tightly shut wooden door at the end of the hallway. His father's study. After transmigrating yesterday, he had only given a cursory glance at the layout of the house, confirming the function of each room. The old desk in the study, the bookshelf crammed with scrolls, the locked wooden cabinet. Back then, he had taken one look and retreated, his mind overwhelmed with too much information to process those details. But things were different now. The system had been bound, he had grasped the logic behind this skewed world, and he had already initiated the Kakashi route. He needed real combat power, and that power wouldn't simply drop from the system panel out of thin air. He pushed open the study door, and a scent of old paper and dust rushed to meet him. The sunset light leaked through the cracks in the window, cutting a few pillars of orange light across the floor. Uchiha Rin walked straight to the bookshelf, his gaze sweeping across row after row of scrolls. Advanced Shuriken, throwing an introduction to chakra nature transformation, an illustrated guide to fire-style basic hand seals. His gaze continued upward, stopping on the few gray scrolls tied with leather cords on the top shelf. The scroll he pulled out felt heavy in his hand, the leather cord had hardened somewhat emitting a faint creaking sound as it was untied. He unrolled the first scroll. The characters he saw were steady and forceful, the ink varying in intensity, and the final stroke of each vertical line leaned slightly to the left. This was the handwriting of his father Uchiha Satoru. Shadow Clone Technique. This technique was created by the second Hokage. The user must divide their chakra equally. The solid clone is indistinguishable from the original. Genin should use it with caution chunin within their capabilities. Additional note: the experience gained by clones can be transmitted back to the original, but the damage suffered by clones also accumulates in the original's perception. The scroll unfurled to its end. The final few lines were annotations added by the father, the handwriting more cursive than the main text. The number of clones should be determined by necessity. More is not necessarily better. 2 or 3 are sufficient for reconnaissance and feints. Any more, and their stamina would be below that was a line of smaller text. Shizuka once managed to produce 4 shadow clones. I told her chakra wasn't enough to sustain 5, but she refused to accept it and insisted on arguing with me about it. Uchiha Rin stared at that line for several seconds, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily. This father, who had fallen together with his wife on a border mission, couldn't help but tease his wife in the margins of a ninjutsu scroll. He had never met these parents, but from this single line of small text, he could vaguely sense what kind of people they were. He carefully rolled up the shadow clone scroll and set it aside, continuing to flip through. The cover of the second scroll read Fire Style, Uchiha Clan Basic Foundations. The handwriting was much more precise than before, likely written when his father was in a more serious state of mind. The very first sentence was succinct to the point of near indifference. Fire Style is the foundation upon which the Uchiha clan stands. If you can't even spit fire, you bring shame to the clan's fan crest. The scroll contained 2 fire style techniques. The Great Fireball technique with the hand seal sequence: snake, ram, monkey, bee, or horse, tiger, compressing chakra in the chest and expelling it from the mouth as a high temperature fireball. His father's annotations were meticulous for the fingerwork of each seal. When forming the ram seal, don't clench your pinky too tightly or the chakra will deviate. And for the tiger seal, the power is in the thumb. A lock it and release. The Phoenix Flower technique scatters the flame into multiple small fire projectiles fired simultaneously, demanding higher skill and decentralized chakra control. His father had specially circled a passage in red ink within the Phoenix Flower annotations. The key to this technique lies in controlling multiple flames in a single breath. Beginners should first practice controlling 2 shurikens simultaneously to hit different targets. Once you develop the feel, then approach fire. So the Uchiha-style collision and redirect shuriken training was fundamentally designed to lay the foundation for Phoenix Flower. The 8 kunai he had thrown with redirected trajectories during the entrance test were merely the part of this training system that sits above the surface. At the bottom of the bookshelf were 3 older scrolls, their wooden rollers worn smooth. Unrolling them revealed the basic 3 body techniques: clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. Fundamentals every Ninja Academy student must learn. But the notes left by Uchiha Satoru far surpassed the scope of the Academy's textbooks. The part on the transformation technique was especially detailed, extending beyond merely altering one's appearance to include mimicking the target's posture, gait, and even their ninja tool usage habits. His father had written a line of fine script in the margin: the Jounin level transformation technique assessment standard. After transforming into the target, fight alongside their teammate for 30 seconds without being discovered. Uchiha Rin studied the section on the substitution technique the most intently. The essence of the substitution technique is not teleportation. This is the most common misunderstanding among commoner ninja and genin without a proper lineage. The genuine substitution technique requires preparing a specialized summoning scroll sealed with a log of wood in advance. The moment an attack is received, the user forms hand seals, summoning a prestored substitution log from the scroll to endure the damage. When the summoning is triggered, a large amount of smoke is produced. The substitution log takes shape within the smoke and receives the attack, while the caster uses the smoke as cover to quickly reposition themselves outside the opponent's field of vision. The entire process is divided into 3 steps: the preparation phase, sealing the substitution log into a scroll and carrying it; the trigger phase, forming seals the moment an attack is received to summon the log; and the repositioning phase, using the summoning smoke as a visual barrier to complete the displacement. All 3 steps are indispensable. His father's annotation read: the smoke lasts for about 2 to 3 seconds, enough to complete a short distance repositioning. The key lies in using the smoke to obscure the opponent's vision, while accurately judging the direction and landing point of the movement. Immediately assuming a counterattack stance upon landing is the mark of a superior technique. At the end of the scroll, his father had added another line of fine text. Shizuka said she could throw shuriken in 3 different directions to counter pursuit, while completing the substitution within the smoke. I didn't believe her. She gave me a live demonstration on the spot. I believe it now. Uchiha Rin read that line twice, smiled, and shook his head. He then gathered the scroll on the substitution technique together with the others, reassessing his training priorities in his mind. 6 scrolls were laid out in order on the study floor: Shadow Clone, Great Fireball, Phoenix Flower, Clone Substitution, Transformation. His father's notes were detailed to the point of being almost verbose. Every page margin was crammed with annotations and small text. Some spots even had crude stick figure illustrations. A wobbly stickman spitting out a wobbly oval shape with a note beside it reading Fireball diameter approximately covers the upper half of an adult male. These scrolls were the entire legacy left by Uchiha Sosuke and Uchiha Shizuka for their son. Not wealth, but the crystallized techniques polished with all the dedication their hearts could muster during countless missions and training sessions. Uchiha Rin arranged the scrolls in order of priority and then began his first month of real cultivation after arriving in this world. The first week was a consolidation period. Every day he rose before dawn to practice on the wooden post in the yard, going through the whole catalog of taijutsu, moves from the original Buddhist memory. The Uchiha clan's taijutsu style leaned heavily toward agility, with frequent footwork shifts and rapid center-off gravity transitions complemented by shuriken for ranged harassment to fight a guerrilla war. The original Buddhist father had customized a training plan for his son. The height of the wooden post had been deliberately lowered, matched perfectly for a 5-year-old child's height. Every day of striking the wooden post revealed new details, a certain angle of the wrist, the span of a particular sidestep. These things etched into the muscle memory were far more effective than any written textbook. Advanced shuriken training proceeded in tandem. The core of the Uchiha-style throwing technique was the collision redirect, using kunai to strike each other in midair and alter their trajectories, making it impossible for opponents to predict landing points. He spent almost all his spare time in the makeshift training range he had set up in the yard. From 2 colliding projectiles to 4, from 4 to 6, and then to 6 launched simultaneously, completing 2 redirects in midair. By the 6th day, without relying on the boost of fused energy, he managed to throw 8 kunai with pure physical control, causing them to collide and redirect to hit 8 targets simultaneously. It was exactly the same as his performance during the entrance test, but that time it had been forced into existence by the fused energy. This time, it was genuine physical skill. The second week began with tackling the Shadow Clone. He had memorized the theory perfectly in his past life, but the chasm between theory and practice was far greater than he had imagined. The first time he formed the seals, the chakra arose from his dantian, spun around his fingertips, and dissipated. At the moment the Shadow Clone was supposed to form, he had to instantly partition and release his chakra equally. Neither too fast nor too slow could work. As the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated the bedroom, Uchiha Rin had already adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. He fastened his ninja tool pouch tightly. It simply couldn't take shape. The next day, he switched his approach. His father once said, the number of clones should be according to need, not simply more is better. He decided to set his target at 2. The hand seal rhythm was slower than the previous day. The chakra lingered for an extra half-second during the transition of the seals, and at the moment of even distribution, he finally grasped that subtle feeling. Like pouring a cup of water evenly into 2 cups, neither more nor less. With a loud bang and a puff of smoke, 2 identical Uchiha Rin appeared out of thin air, standing face to face in a triangular formation with the original. Well done, said the clone on the left. Less chatter, keep practicing, replied the clone on the right. Uchiha Rin watched the scene of himself conversing with himself in silence for a moment, then formed the sign of the boar and recalled the clones. In the following days, he extended the duration of maintaining the clones from over 10 seconds to 2 or 3 minutes, transitioning from static standing to having the clones pass shurikens to each other. By the end of the second week, he could stabilize the creation of 2 shadow clones without relying on fusion energy amplification. In the third week, it was time for fire release. The Great Fireball technique is a hurdle every Uchiha child must overcome. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin. He practiced the 6 hand seals repeatedly, not less than 100 times, until he could perform them flawlessly within a fraction of a second with his eyes closed. Actually, breathing fire would happen the following night. He swept the fallen leaves in the yard into a pile as a target, standing 5 steps away, taking a deep breath, and letting the 6 hand seals flow together in a smooth motion. The chakra converged, compressed, and heated within his chest. The scorching energy surged up the trachea, bringing a dry, stinging sensation as it passed through his throat. Then flames erupted between his lips. A nearly 1 meter diameter orange-red fireball shot out with a heat wave, accurately striking the pile of leaves. With a muffled roar, the pile of leaves was reduced to a cloud of black ash in the blink of an eye, and the residual flames flickered on the stone ground before extinguishing. The smell of charm mixed with the cool night breeze filled his nostrils. Uchiha Rin stood in place gasping for breath, the residual heat of the flames still lingering in his chest, but he also sensed something else. As the scorching chakra flowed within him, the underlying fusion energy was not overshadowed. Uchiha Rin stood in place gasping for breath, the residual heat of the flames still lingering in his chest, but he also sensed something else. As the scorching chakra flowed within him, after practicing a few more times he grasped the rule. Without the amplification of fusion energy, the power of the Great Fireball matched the standard level described in the scroll. Once he infused fusion energy, the temperature of the flames immediately soared, shifting from orange to pale white. The cost was a sharp drop in sustainability. His energy reserve at the level of a 4th-tier sorcerer could only support 3 full-powered Great Fireballs. The 4th showed clear decay. The brutal attribute was a double-edged sword. It maximized explosive power while compromising sustainability. He firmly remembered this characteristic and then opened the scroll for the Phoenix Flower Fire technique. With the basics of the shuriken's directional collision established, the feeling of controlling multiple fireballs was not unfamiliar. By the end of the 3rd week, he could consistently release 8 Phoenix Flower Fireballs, each tracing an independent arc in the air to hit different targets. The advanced training for the body replacement technique was interspersed throughout these weeks. The body replacement technique was of utmost importance, not for escape, but as the core of the counterattack tactics recorded in his father's scroll. He first sealed several logs he had chopped from the yard into a blank scroll, creating a body replacement wood scroll to carry in his ninja tool pouch. Then he used shadow clones for practice, allowing them to attack from different directions, while he formed seals to summon the body replacement wood. At the moment, he was struck using the smoke to shift behind the clone. During the first practice, his movements were clumsy. After summoning the body replacement, Woody forgot to immediately conceal his position with smoke, and by the time he tried to escape, the clone had already slashed down in front of him. The second attempt saw the smoke dissipating and him fleeing, but he ran in the wrong direction through the smoke, directly charging into the front of the clone, only to have a kunai pressed against his throat. By the 4th week, the entire set of movements finally became fluid. The moment the clone attacked, he formed seals, summoned the body replacement wood amid the smoke to take the hit, while his main body used the smoke to move to the blind spot of the clone's vision, landing with a shuriken already poised at his fingertips. The entire process was compressed to less than 0.2 seconds. His father's scroll indicated that the smoke lasted about 2 to 3 seconds. After testing, he discovered that the smoke from the summoned body replacement was significantly denser, with the infusion of fusion energy lasting nearly 4 seconds and spreading over a larger area, making it easier to conceal the direction of his movement. The transformation technique training was much easier compared to the body replacement technique. He practiced against shadow clones as imaginary enemies for a while, then secretly slipped out to the streets to find passers-by as material, transforming into a flower shop owner, bending down to move flower pots, becoming Uchiha Obito, helping an old lady cross the road, and even turning into the 3rd Hokage, strolling down the street with a pipe in his mouth. Of course, with his current level, he was still far from the Jonin-level transformation technique, but at least he was heading in the right direction. 1 month 4 weeks. In this empty house left by his parents, Uchiha Rin completed a transformation into an elite genin using 6 scrolls. He could utilize shadow clones, freely master the Great Fireball and Phoenix Flower Fire techniques, steadily advance all 3 body techniques, and control shuriken direction precisely up to date. In terms of overall strength comparison, the standard for a genin graduating from the Ninja Academy was to master the basic 3 body techniques and simple taijutsu, which he had far surpassed. The improvement in ninjutsu and taijutsu was not the only thing that had risen over the past month. The Uchiha clan had its own dedicated training grounds, but starting from the 2nd week, Uchiha Rin intentionally reduced his attendance at the clan's training grounds, shifting his training location to the public training ground in Konoha. It was a village facility with 18 target positions arranged in a fan shape, and next to it was an area larger than the Ninja Academy's playground for taijutsu practice. Kakashi often went there to practice his sword techniques. He noticed this pattern after the first day of school testing. Kakashi preferred training when there were fewer people, always choosing the evening or weekend mornings, occupying a corner target by himself. Uchiha Rin adjusted his visits to the public training ground to overlap significantly with Kakashi's schedule. 2 to 3 times a week, neither too much nor too little, not enough to make it seem like he was stalking him, but enough for the silver-haired boy to gradually become accustomed to his presence. Each time he arrived at the training ground, he found a target position neither too far nor too close to Kakashi's, and began practicing without ever approaching him to strike up a conversation. He practiced shuriken, throwing the breathing technique for fire release, and the speed of forming seals for the body replacement technique. The 2 occupied opposite corners of the training ground, separated by a dozen target positions, practicing their respective techniques under the evening sun, with only the thud of kunai hitting target hearts and the occasional sound of footsteps filling the silence. Sometimes during breaks the two would run into each other by the water faucet. Uchiha Rin turned on the faucet to wash his face, catching a glimpse of Kakashi coming over for water, and simply nodded. Kakashi nodded back. Then each took their water bottles back to their positions to continue training. Occasionally they would practice until it was completely dark, with only the two of them left in the training ground. As Uchiha Rin packed up his ninja tool pouch, he casually asked, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Kakashi, lowering his head to sheath his sword, replied, "Soon," and then they walked out of the training ground one after the other, parting ways at the fork in the path. One heading towards the Uchiha clan grounds, the other towards the Hatake residence. No goodbyes were exchanged, nor was there a plan for the next meeting, but they would bump into each other every time. The weight of this budding friendship was as light as air, yet its density was slowly increasing. During the initial few encounters, Kakashi wouldn't even nod his head, merely giving him a glance before continuing his practice. By the end of the second week, there was one instance when he walked into the training ground and Kakashi was practicing his sword strikes with the sheath. Upon seeing him enter, he didn't stop his movements, but his gaze lingered on him for half a second longer than it would on an ordinary passerby. During one encounter in the third week, he was practicing the directional changes of 8 shurikens. The kunai collided in the air, hitting the 8 targets consecutively. As he finished, he heard a faint sound of iron sheathing nearby. Kakashi had sheathed his sword and was standing not far away watching him. The silver-haired boy's expression remained aloof, but his gaze was far more focused than it had been at the start of school. The two exchanged a glance from about 10 meters apart, and Kakashi spoke up saying, "Your shurikens are steadier than they were a month ago." Uchiha Rin replied, "Your sword is also quieter than it was a month ago." Kakashi understood a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth before turning back to practice his sword. Kakashi Hatake Affection 3, Current Affection 23100. Progress to unlock first tier treasure chest 2330. This 3 points of affection were worth more than the previous 20, indicating that Kakashi had begun to regard him as someone worthy of his attention. In the fourth week, 2 more points were added. Once after training in the evening, they met by the water faucet. Uchiha Rin casually discussed the smoke manipulation techniques of the body replacement technique, and Kakashi unusually responded with a few more sentences mentioning that his father had taught him to lower his center of gravity when moving in smoke. Another time they encountered each other at the training ground entrance. Kakashi saw him coming from the direction of the Uchiha clan grounds and did not avoid him, but rather slowed his pace slightly to walk a short distance together. Kakashi Hatake Affection 2, Current Affection 25100. Progress to unlock first tier treasure chest 2530. 25 points. 5 points away from unlocking the first tier treasure chest. By the end of September in Konoha, the autumn air was already thick enough to see light frost on the grass in the morning. On this morning, Uchiha Rin woke up half an hour earlier than usual, did 2 sets of frog jumps and 100 push-ups in the yard, washed his face with cold well water, and changed into a deep blue turtleneck short sleeve. While tying his ninja tool pouch, he counted the inventory in the kunai pouch. 6 kunai, 6 shurikens, each meticulously sharpened after school yesterday, their blades gleaming coldly in the morning light. In the inner pocket of the ninja tool pouch, the summoning scroll for the body replacement wood was closely kept, its core having developed a patina after a month of repeated practice. He stood before the mirror looking at the black-haired, black-eyed little boy inside. A month ago, he had agreed with Kakashi to spar together when they had time. A month later, he could throw shurikens accurately, even with his eyes closed, consistently produce 3 stable shadow clones, turn piles of leaves to ash with the great fireball, and compress the interval for the body replacement techniques, smoke to 0. 2 seconds. The time had come. The cultural lessons at the Ninja Academy were still a long torment. The village teacher was lecturing on the 5 essential elements of chakra nature transformation. Uchiha Rin propped his textbook up on the desk to shield his face, repeatedly going over every detail of their practice in his mind. Kakashi's sword technique, inherited from the Hatake clan's White Fang style, was linear in footwork with extremely high efficiency in strikes. His own advantage lay in the explosive power from fusion energy and the speed of the body flicker technique. The key was not to win, but to create a situation that made Kakashi have to drop his lazy demeanor and truly regard him as a rival. The school bell finally rang. Desks and chairs rattled, figures moved. Obito tugged at Rin, shouting about today's limited egg flour char siu at Ichiraku, while Guy was already doing stretches at the door. Uchiha Rin didn't move. He neatly stacked his textbooks and placed them in his drawer. Once the classroom was mostly empty, he stood up and walked over to Kakashi's desk. At that moment, Kakashi was sprawled on the desk, catching up on sleep. Uchiha Rin curled his fingers and lightly tapped twice on the table. Kakashi raised his head from his arm, half opening his eyes to look at him, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he were wondering why this person was disturbing his post-class slumber. "Do you remember we agreed to spar when we had time?" Kakashi raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, sighing, his expression resembling someone who had been yanked from bed for breakfast, his tone languid and drawn out. I think there was such an agreement. Uchiha Rin leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the edge of the desk, staring into those gray eyes. I want to test my strength now. Let's go to the training ground. Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds, then lazily spat out one word. Okay. Kakashi said the word lazily, dragging out the final syllable longer than normal speech, exuding an aura of alright, let's play along, with his half-flitted gray eyes and hands stuffed in his pockets. But Uchiha Rin was unconcerned about his tone. As long as he agreed, that was enough. A few classmates who hadn't walked far from the classroom stopped in their tracks. What? Rin is going to spar with Kakashi? Obito, who had been tugging on Rin's sleeve, turned back sharply upon hearing Kakashi's okay, as if struck by electricity, almost causing his goggles to fly off his head. His voice was loud enough for the entire corridor to hear. Students who had already begun to disperse were drawn back together like iron filings to a magnet. Kai had just been stretching at the doorway when he heard this and immediately dashed back into the classroom. Rin and Kakashi's duel. This is the pinnacle battle of youth. I want to witness it firsthand. Rin tugged at Obito's sleeve, whispering, "Don't yell so loudly." But Obito was already completely oblivious, rushing up to Uchiha Rin with a few quick strides, slapping his palm on his shoulder. "Rin, are you going to beat up that white-haired guy? I absolutely have to see this. Let's go, let's go." Kakashi showed no reaction to the term white-haired. He leisurely stood up from his seat, placed his backpack on the desk, and returned his hands to his pockets, making his way to the classroom door first. Uchiha Rin followed him, with a whole crowd trailing behind, including Obito, Rin, Kai, Asuma, Kurenai, and a few unnamed classmates. A group of 5-year-olds followed like a tail, chattering away as their voices echoed in the corridor. The group poured out of the school building, the setting sun casting a warm orange hue over the playground. The training area was on the east side of the playground, a square patch of sandy ground surrounded by white lines, the surface covered with fine sand and gravel, making a subtle crunching sound when stepped on. Several wooden posts stood around, and a few target frames were scattered near the edge. Leftover equipment from Kakashi walked to the center of the training ground and turned around, his hands still in his pockets. Uchiha Rin also stopped, with about 10 meters of sandy ground separating them, the fine sand shimmering like gold under the sunset. The onlooking classmates automatically formed a line at the edge of the field, Kai standing with his arms crossed at the railing, his thick brows knit together, looking as serious as if he himself were about to take the stage. Rin stood behind Obito, holding a ninja tool bag, her cheeks with purple patterns glowing softly in the sunset. Asuma leaned against the railing with a blade of grass in his mouth, while Kurenai quietly watched from the corner of the crowd. Obito dashed to the edge of the field, standing in the front row, pushing his goggles up, hands on his hips, his face filled with the expression of someone about to witness history. "I'll be the referee. No cheating allowed." Uchiha Rin glanced at Obito, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, but he said nothing in objection. Seeing no one raise any objections, Obito's smugness deepened, his voice grew louder. "Both sides take your positions. Distance of 10 meters. Form the opposing seals." Uchiha Rin stepped back 10 paces, facing Kakashi, as they both stood firm. An autumn breeze swept from the west of the playground, lifting a few grains of sand past his feet. Kakashi stood 10 meters away, hands in his pockets, his shoulders slightly slumped. His stance was lazily relaxed, right foot slightly back, left foot slightly forward, his weight distributed loosely, as if he were waiting for a bus rather than standing in a sparring arena. His gray eyes were half open, his gaze drifting across a point on Uchiha Rin without focusing. It seemed that this duel was truly just a game to him. This was not arrogance. Hatake Kakashi, son of the White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Sakumo, had been practicing sword techniques since he learned to walk and ninja arts since he learned to talk. By the age of 5, his skills had already surpassed the graduation standards of the Ninja Academy. The only reason he was still sitting in a first-grade classroom was that his father had said, "Stay in school a little longer, interact more with your peers." Interact about what? Most of his classmates hadn't even mastered the correct refinement of chakra, and he wasn't dozing off in class out of laziness. He simply had nothing to do, including this spar. During the entrance exam, Uchiha Rin had indeed surprised him a bit, but it was merely a surprise. The test was not real combat. He didn't think Uchiha could force him to reveal much of his true capabilities. Uchiha Rin looked at the lazy white-haired figure across from him, clearly reading all the thoughts in his gaze. This kid thinks the entire Ninja Academy is just a rabbit hole, and the entrance exam was merely to show him that this rabbit can run a bit faster than the others, but deep down it's still just a rabbit. Then let him know that rabbits can bite. Uchiha Rin raised his right hand to form the opposing seal. Kakashi also pulled one hand from his pocket, lazily forming the same seal. Obito took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and then brought it down sharply. "Sparring, begin." No one moved at first. Kakashi remained in place, showing no intention to attack, not even bothering to assume a ready stance. His meaning was clear: it was up to you to make the first move. Seeing this, Uchiha Rin's lips slowly curled up. Kakashi. He spoke up, his voice not loud, but enough for everyone present to hear. Just to be clear, if you don't take this seriously, you will lose terribly. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, Uchiha Rin's smile deepened. You are the challenger. The moment the words fell, his body vanished from the spot. Body flicker technique. Chakra exploded from his feet, compressing the 10-meter distance to 0 in an instant. The next second, Uchiha Rin's figure abruptly tore through the air from Kakashi's right side, using the momentum of the displacement to spin halfway around. Right leg raised high, the calf, tracing a sharp arc aimed at Kakashi's waist. The air was split by the wind of the kick, producing a sharp whoosh. Kakashi's pupils dilated. So fast. There was no time to evade. The window for dodging had never existed from the start. His arms reflexively shot out from his pockets, chakra rushing into his limbs as he crossed his hands to protect his right side. As soon as the defensive posture was completed, the side kick came crashing in. The dull thud of the leg hitting the point where his arms crossed exploded in the air above the playground. The sand beneath Kakashi's feet erupted in a cloud, his body sliding backward as the force of the kick carried him, his shoes carving long skid marks on the sandy ground, fine sand and gravel being kicked up. The skid marks stretched from the center of the field to nearly the edge, a good 3 or 4 meters long, before he stumbled and barely managed to stop. The edge of the playground fell into a deathly silence before bursting into an uproar. What incredible speed! Obito's goggles slid down to the tip of his nose as he forgot his role as a referee, shouting louder than anyone else. Body flicker technique. That's body flicker technique. A boy with brown hair shouted, gripping the railing. I didn't even see how he moved. Another girl screamed with her hands over her mouth. Kai clutched his chest, tears already streaming down. Is this Rin's strength? This is what youth is all about. It's just too strong. Asuma pulled the blade of grass from his mouth, while Kurenai's red eyes sparkled at the edge of the crowd. The dust began to settle. Kakashi stood at the end of the skid marks, his arms still in the crossed blocking position, his sleeves covered in dirt. He slowly lowered his arms, shaking off the numbness in his hands. His gray eyes were now fully open. His gaze pierced through the dissipating dust, locking onto the black-haired boy standing where he had originally been. Uchiha Rin stood in the center of the field, slowly retracting his right leg that he had kicked out, brushing off the dust from his pant leg, then looked up to meet Kakashi's now serious gaze, revealing a smile. Can you be a little more serious now? Kakashi did not answer immediately. He watched Uchiha Rin, the spot on his arm where the side kick had struck still tingling. Body flicker technique, a skill that even lower-ranked ninjas might not master proficiently, yet Uchiha Rin used it with no hint of awkwardness. He was serious. Moreover, he was right. If he continued to fight with the same attitude as before, he would indeed lose. Kakashi fell silent for 2 seconds before drawing the short blade he had been carrying on his back. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath was sharp and crisp, the silver blade glinting coldly in the sunset. Kakashi held the blade horizontally before him, feet shoulder-width apart, sinking his weight down the tip of the blade, slightly raised, assuming the standard starting pose of the Hatake family's sword technique. I admit I underestimated you. Kakashi's voice was not loud, but his tone had completely changed. From now on, I'm going to take this seriously. Uchiha Rin looked at the short blade in Kakashi's hand, sensing the change in the aura emanating from him, his smile broadening. This was what he wanted. He flicked his finger against the ninja tool pouch at his waist. A kunai shot out, flipping twice in the air, before landing steadily in his palm. Uchiha Rin held the kunai horizontally against his chest blade, facing outward, adopting a standard defensive posture. The two faced off 3 to 4 meters apart for a second. The wind swept across the training ground, swirling fine sand between the two. Then Kakashi moved. Using the body flicker technique as well, his silver hair left a trail in the air, the short blade carving a swift arc aimed directly at Uchiha Rin's neck. But Uchiha Rin was already prepared. The moment Kakashi's figure vanished, the kunai was already positioned at the left side of his neck. Clang! Sparks from the metal clash exploded between them. The force from Kakashi's blade transferred through the kunai to Uchiha Rin's wrist, numbing him, but he did not retreat, twisting his wrist to push the kunai outward simultaneously, using the recoil to step back half a step to create distance. Kakashi did not pursue. One failed strike, he tapped his toes on the sandy ground, leaping back 2 meters, landing just outside Uchiha Rin's attack range. His gray eyes focused on Uchiha Rin above the blade's back, a hint of assessment in his gaze. Uchiha Rin flexed his tingling wrist, switching his grip on the kunai from a standard grip to a reverse grip. The two of them nearly simultaneously transitioned from stillness to sprinting the sand beneath their feet, exploding into 2 clouds of dust. Kunai clashed with the short blade again, the crisp sound of metal striking resonating in a dense series of notes above the playground. The two figures intertwined in the center of the field, kicking up sand and dust swirling in the rays of the onlooking students were already mesmerized, their eyes unable to keep up with the movements of the two, only catching glimpses of silver and black hair appearing and disappearing in the dust, hearing the explosive sounds of kunai and short blade clashing. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged blows on the sandy ground dozens of times. Obito leaned over the railing, his voice hoarse from shouting. Kai was so excited beside him, he nearly tumbled over the railing and charged onto the training ground. Rin covered her mouth, her eyes wide and unblinking. Rihong closely tracked every exchange between the two figures in the arena. Asuma had long since dropped the grass stem from his mouth, without even noticing. During their 30th-something clash, Kakashi's blade swept in from the left, while Uchiha Rin parried from below with a kunai. But his wrist had endured repeated heavy blows at that angle. The numbness in his grip caused this block to falter by half a millimeter. Kakashi perceived the opening the instant their blades collided. He stepped forward with his right foot and snapped out a kick with his left leg from behind the cover of his sword block, planting it squarely into Uchiha Rin's chest. A dull thud echoed. Uchiha Rin's body was sent hurtling backward from the impact. Yet he didn't lose his balance. Even as the kick landed, he had already begun to shift his center of gravity, twisting his core midair to flip over. His feet touched down firmly on the sand, and he slid another 2 meters on the momentum before coming to a stop. Kakashi was about to press his advantage when he saw 6 cold gleams flying toward him. In the instant he was kicked, Uchiha Rin had already flicked open his ninja tool pouch. 6 kunai thrown in 2 groups from his left and right hands collided in midair, their trajectories intersecting, a hallmark of the Uchiha style's throwing technique. 6 shuriken converged on Kakashi's pursuit path from the front left, right, upper left, and upper right, weaving an irregular net of death. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. His short sword traced a dense curtain of steel before him, his wrists rotating at such a speed that the blade itself was almost invisible, only silver arcs flickering and crossing in front of his body. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. His short sword traced a dense curtain of steel before him, his wrists rotating at such a speed that the blade itself was almost invisible, only silver arcs flickering and crossing in front of him. When Kakashi lowered his short sword and refocused his vision, Uchiha Rin had already completed his hand seals upon landing. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. The 6 seals were executed in a single fluid motion at his fingertips. A fireball, nearly a meter in diameter, erupted from Uchiha Rin's mouth, a wave of scorching heat carrying burning chakra as it hurtled straight toward Kakashi. The surface of the sand it passed over was instantly charred black, and the air filled with the acrid scent of burning. Fire release, great fireball technique. With that, all the watching students, including Obito, let out screams. Obito's mouth fell open, his entire body frozen, stiff as roll, as referee completely abandoned. Kakashi began his reaction the moment the fireball took shape. He stabbed his short sword into the ground and formed hand seals so fast they were barely visible. Tiger, snake, dog, ram, dragon. As he pressed his hands to the ground with the final dragon seal, the sand before him surged upward. A thick earthen wall rose abruptly, its surface etched with neat patterns nearly a foot thick. Earth release, earth-style wall. The fireball crashed into the wall. Boom. Flames and rubble exploded outward, the heat wave sweeping from the point of impact. The watching children raised their hands to shield themselves from the scorching wind. The fire blocked by the wall split and flowed along both sides, rolling out 2 tongues of flame that scorched black trails across the sand. The wall's front was blasted into a charred crater, cracks spreading from the point of impact, but it held firm. The deafening explosion echoed across the training ground. Students from other classes who were packing up equipment all turned to look at class as training area. Several young children from the Hyuga branch family training nearby were so startled they dropped their kunai. Stop! A frantic male voice came from the direction of the school building. Teacher Murano burst out of the side entrance, threw his lesson plan to the ground, and sprinted toward the training ground with long strides. He had been in the office grading today's opening test records when he heard the explosion from the training ground. He knew something was wrong halfway there, and when he saw the still and fading flames and the cracked earth wall on the field, his face went pale. Both of you, stop immediately. Murano rushed into the training ground in 3 steps and 2 bounds, first circling the still smoking earth-style wall to make sure no one was hurt. Then he strode to the center of the field, looking from Uchiha Rin to Kakashi and back, his expression alternating between shock and lingering fear. Great fireball technique and earth-style wall. First graders. Only a month into the school year. Murano's voice was several pitches higher than usual. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to spar with ninjutsu of this level without ninja supervision? What if the fireball had veered off and hit the watching students? What if the debris from the explosion had injured someone? Obito shrank his neck and silently retreated from the referee's position back into the crowd. Kakashi silently sheathed his short sword, and Uchiha Rin looked down at his toes. Neither of them offered any excuse. The watching students also fell silent. Guy retracted his raised leg, and Asuma had somehow hidden the grass stem behind his back. Murano looked at the two students with lowered heads, then at the scorched crater and the scattered rubble on the training ground. The anger on his face subsided, replaced by an even sterner severity. You two aren't going home today unless you get this place clean. His tone brooked no negotiation. He then swept his gaze over the gathered students. The rest of you disperse. No lingering on the training ground. The watching students, cowed by Murano's tone, didn't dare stay any longer and drifted off toward the school gate in twos and threes. Obito glanced back at Uchiha Rin as he opened his mouth as if to say something, but was pulled away by Lin tugging at his sleeve. Guy left with an expression as though he had just witnessed a decisive battle that had changed his worldview, muttering about body flicker technique and the clash of taijutsu. The training ground grew quieter. The sun had sunk lower, and the lights along the edge of the field hadn't yet come on, casting the entire area in a deep orange and dusky gray twilight. The scorch marks on the ground looked even more jarring in the fading light than they had under the harsh sun. The patch of sand where the great fireball had struck was burned into a blackened crater nearly a meter wide. The sand had been melted into glassy granules by the intense heat, crunching underfoot with a sharp sound. Scattered around the crater were broken chunks of earth from the explosion, large and small, littering the ground. Dozens of footprints left from their clash were pressed into the center of the field at varying depths. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi stood in the middle of the wreckage next to the still crumbling earth-style wall. Teacher Murano stood at the edge of the training ground, arms crossed, making it clear he would watch them until the job was done. Uchiha Rin glanced at Kakashi. The silver-haired boy's expression remained that of someone indifferent to everything, but he didn't complain. He unsheathed his short sword from his back and set it on a bench at the edge of the field, then tilted his head toward the equipment shed. Uchiha Rin followed him, and the two walked in silence across half the training ground. The equipment shed smelled of old wood and rust. Uchiha Rin pushed open the iron door, and using the dimming light from the window found the shovel and cart leaning against the wall. There were two shovels, their wooden handles polished smooth. He picked one up and handed the other to Kakashi, then pulled the cart from the corner, its wheels squeaking against the concrete floor. They returned to the training ground one after the other. Teacher Murano had already taken a seat on the bench at the edge of the field, holding a notebook from somewhere, writing something and occasionally glancing at the field. His look unmistakably saying, "Don't even think about slacking off. I'm watching." Uchiha Rin parked the cart at the edge of the field, took off his jacket, and hung it on the fence, wearing only the black training vest underneath. He swung the shovel to the edge of the scorched crater, driving the blade into the boundary between the burned sand and the normal sand, pressed his foot onto the blade, forcing it down. The scorched layer cracked and flipped up into the cart. Kakashi walked to the area with the most rubble and began to pick up the broken chunks, crouching down. His silver-white hair fell over his profile as he worked, not quick but efficient, chunk after chunk landing in the cart, forming a shallow layer in the bucket. The sky grew darker. The streetlights around the field flickered on one after another, casting a few sparse circles of warm light around the training ground, stretching their shadows long and thin. They worked in silence for about 10 minutes, only the rustle of the shovel scraping sand and the thud of stones hitting the cart echoing across the evening training ground. It was a strangely quiet scene when just moments ago the same field had been filled with the blaze of great fireball and the rubble of earth-style wall, with students cheering and the air thick with the acrid smoke of battle. Now only two small silent figures crouched in the messy sand, doing their time honestly, with a grim-faced supervisor seated nearby. Then Kakashi spoke. He was still picking up debris, movement steady with a flat, lazy tone. "Your body flicker technique. The power comes from the ball of your foot, not the heel. Just like my dad taught me." Uchiha Rin straightened up the shovel stuck in the sand, wiping the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand. A 5-year-old's body was still tired from this physical work, but the fused energy inside him was flowing slowly, suppressing the fatigue to an almost negligible level. "You too?" "Yeah." Pushing off the heel shifts the displacement to the right. With the ball of the foot, the movement follows a straight line. Kakashi tossed a piece of rubble into the cart, then straightened up and looked at Uchiha Rin. His gray eyes gleamed especially bright under the streetlights. "But my dad says it takes years of practice to feel the difference. Did you figure it out on your own?" Uchiha Rin gave a silent nod of approval to Uchiha Sosuke in his heart, then nodded without changing expression. "Sort of. After a lot of practice I sensed it." Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds, then said something that nearly made Uchiha Rin lose his composure. "You're strong." The 3 words came with a sincerity that adults rarely use. Uchiha Rin paused, then let out a soft laugh, and stepped back onto the shovel to continue clearing the sand. "You're not bad either." The Earth-style wall took the great fireball without a dent. You even held back. Kakashi neither denied nor admitted it. He just bent down and picked up another chunk of rubble. As he tossed it into the cart, the corner of his mouth curled up. A tiny curve almost invisible under the streetlights, but it was there. Hatake Kakashi affection 10, current affection 35,100. First tier treasure chest, unlock progress 3,530. Unlock condition met. Open the first tier treasure chest. Uchiha Rin's shovel paused for a moment. Then he continued working as if nothing had happened. He suppressed the excitement rising in his heart, not opening the chest immediately. Teacher Murano was sitting less than 20 meters away on the bench, and the white-haired boy was still diligently picking up stones right next to him. This was not the time to open it. He flung another load of scorched sand into the cart, controlling his breathing so that no hint of emotion showed on his face. The two continued their work for a while. The cart's bed was now piled high, having transformed from a shallow layer into a small mound, and the burnt sand was nearly cleaned up with the broken soil chunks also collected. Uchiha Rin set down the shovel and straightened his back, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Kakashi also stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands and casually wiping the muddy hands on his pants. The training ground had been thoroughly turned over. The scorched pits were filled, the broken soil chunks were cleared, and the dense footprints left by the two during their sparring had vanished along with the rearranged sand. The newly turned sand mixed with the old, creating a pattern of light and dark under the streetlights, resembling a patched-up old garment. Teacher Murakami stood up from the bench, walked to the edge of the field, and looked down at the clean sand area. The scorched pits had been filled, the rubble cleared, and although the sand was not as flat as before, it was at least restored to a usable state. He glanced again at the cart piled with burnt sand and rubble, then turned to the two and nodded. That's enough. Pack up the tools and head back. Remember, if you use ninjutsu to clash without supervision, next time the punishment will be doubled. Understood. Sure thing. Teacher Murakami looked at the two once more before turning and walking towards the office. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi returned the shovel and cart to the equipment room, and as they walked out of the training ground, the sky had completely darkened. The streetlights cast warm yellow circles on the playground, while a few early stars hung in the night sky of Konoha, and the quiet rows of blackened windows of the teaching building stood solemnly. Kakashi readjusted his short blade and put his hands back in his pockets, pausing at the fork in the road. He didn't look at Uchiha Rin, but instead stared ahead in the direction of the Hatake residence, speaking casually, as if suggesting a ramen outing after school. Next time, let's have a jonin present for the match. Uchiha Rin turned to look at him. The silver-haired boy's expression remained calm under the streetlight, but there was a barely perceptible glimmer in his gray eyes. A light that Uchiha Rin recognized, the kind that a genius has when they finally meet a worthy opponent after a long period of solitude. Definitely, Uchiha Rin replied. Kakashi nodded and turned to head toward the Hatake household. His silvery hair swayed under the streetlight before blending into the night. In the distance, the three giant heads of Hokage Rock only appeared as vague outlines in the night, while Uchiha Rin watched Kakashi's figure disappear around the corner before turning towards the Uchiha clan compound. The shimmering treasure chest prompt in his mind was still waiting for him, and he walked lightly, as if walking on clouds. By the time Uchiha Rin pushed open his courtyard gate, the sky had completely darkened. The night in Konoha was quiet early on, and the Uchiha clan compound was even quieter than the village center, with only a few sparse streetlights shining at the street corners and the occasional distant bark of a dog. He placed his backpack at the entrance, changed into wooden sandals, and walked to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of cool water, gulping it down. The cold well water slid down his throat into his stomach, suppressing the heat and fatigue accumulated from cleaning the training ground. The gains from today's spar exceeded expectations. His favorability jumped from 25 to 35, and the unlocking conditions for the first-level treasure chest had been met, now flashing on his system panel. He had made an agreement with Kakashi for their next battle, and was also punished by Teacher Murakami to clean the training ground. Uchiha Rin placed the cup on the stove, but did not hurry to head to his bedroom. He stood in the middle of the hallway, his gaze sweeping over the empty house. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the windows, casting several silver lines on the floor. It had been over a month since he crossed over, and this house was still excessively quiet. Besides himself, there was no other breath in the air. He thought for a moment and turned to walk into the bathroom. Since he had encountered such absurd things as crossing over with the system, he might as well believe in the metaphysical. He decided to take a shower and change into clean clothes before opening the treasure chest, and to light incense for his original parents. They left behind a house, a scroll, and a bloodline limit. Such great kindness deserved a bit of good fortune. The wooden tub in the bathroom was filled with hot water, and steam filled the cramped space. Uchiha Rin soaked himself in the hot water, resting the back of his head on the tub's edge and letting out a long breath with his eyes closed. The hot water gradually softened the residual soreness in his muscles, yet his mind replayed every moment of today's spar. Kakashi's blade speed was faster than he had anticipated, and the soreness in his palm still lingered from blocking the short blade. His decision to use his momentum to create distance and throw shuriken after being kicked away was correct, but the timing for the fireball jutsu was slightly slow. If he had been a bit quicker, he might have avoided a direct confrontation with the earth wall and instead bypassed it to attack from the side. He also hadn't used the shadow clone technique, and only half of the training results from this month had been utilized. Next time they fought, Kakashi would not be at the same level as today. When that kid said "you're strong," his eyes clearly conveyed "next time I will be stronger." Uchiha Rin opened his eyes, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He stood up from the tub, water droplets sliding down his shoulders and arms. Grabbing a towel nearby, he dried himself and changed into a clean plain bathrobe. The fabric was left by his mother Uchiha Shizune folded at the bottom of the wardrobe, carrying a faint scent of. Uchiha Rin tied his belt and glanced at himself in the small mirror in the bathroom. His black hair and eyes still resembled that of a 5-year-old child, but there was a hint of composure in his gaze that did not belong to his age. After exiting the bathroom, he did not go directly back to his bedroom, but instead turned into the small Buddhist hall at the end of the hallway. He had only entered this room twice since moving in, once on the first day of his crossover to clean the house layout, and once during the first week of training while passing through to find the scroll. The Buddhist hall was not large, with a black lacquered offering table in the center upon which stood 2 plaques, Uchiha, Sangjia, and Uchiha Shizune. The incense burner in front of the plaques was empty, with a box of incense and an unlit perpetual lamp beside it. Uchiha Rin stood in front of the offering table, took out 3 sticks of incense from the box, and lit them with the flame from the perpetual lamp. The tip of the incense glowed with an orangered spark, and a thin wisp of white smoke curled upwards, the scent of sandalwood slowly spreading in the small Buddhist hall. He inserted the incense into the burner, stepped back a step, and clasped his hands together, bowing his head. The action was not very practiced, but the attitude was earnest. He was not the original 5-year-old child, but he lived in the house left by his parents, used the ninjutsu scrolls they had left behind, and relied on the bloodline limit they left him to establish his footing in this world. This kindness was genuine. He silently thanked them in his heart for the things they left behind that had helped him significantly, hoping for a bit of good fortune today, promising to keep the incense burning during festivals. After finishing this, Uchiha Rin returned to his bedroom, secured all the doors and windows, and drew the curtain. The moonlight was blocked outside, leaving only the dim glow of the small oil lamp by the bed inside the room, casting swaying shadows on the paper sliding door. He sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, keeping his back straight, resting his hands on his knees, taking a deep breath before opening the system panel. First level treasure chest, unlocking progress, 3,530. Unlock conditions met. Would you like to open the first level treasure chest? Open. He silently repeated in his mind. A faint blue light, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. The light was not blinding, but instantly filled every corner of the room. Countless fine particles of light appeared in the air, like petals scattered by the wind, or like the stars flowing back to the heavens. The light particles spun, gathered, and compressed before gradually coalescing into a palm-sized phantom of a treasure chest, semi-transparent, with ancient patterns faintly etched on its surface. The treasure chest floated silently in the void for a moment before its lid slowly lifted, and a golden beam of light, more dazzling than all the surrounding light particles, burst forth from the seam of the chest, illuminating the entire bedroom as if it were daytime. Ding. Detected that the first level treasure chest triggered a low probability rare event. Treasure chest quality upgrade, first level treasure chest, second level treasure chest rare, advanced reward. Rewards will be randomly drawn from the target character's core ability pool. Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted sharply, nearly springing up from the tatami mat. What? The first level treasure chest triggered a low probability rare advancement, jumping directly to the second level. He had originally expected to randomly draw one of Fushigiro's basic abilities. But the second level treasure chest corresponded to the core ability pool. Unlimited techniques, reverse techniques, domain expansion, and even the 6 eyes. Luck truly is a good thing. The golden beam of light shattered into countless light fragments in the air, swirling and gathering like a meteor shower, ultimately coalescing into a fist-sized light orb suspended before him. Within the light orb, the outline of an eye could be faintly seen, not a normal human eye, but a phantom of a vertically slit pupil radiating a cerulean glow. The light was not scorching, but carried an absolute feeling that penetrated everything, as if in front of that eye there were no secrets left in the world. Congratulations, host. Obtained Fushigiro's core ability 6 eyes. Uchiha Rin had not even finished processing the word 6 eyes in his mind when the light orb abruptly exploded and all the light particles surged into his eyes like a tide. A sharp pain erupted deep within his eyeball, as if something were growing, tearing, and reorganizing behind his retina. His body instinctively arched, hands pressing against the tatami mat, his nails digging directly into the gaps of the straw mat. The pain was 10 times more intense than the cold sting he felt when merging with level 4 cursed energy. The surface of his eyeball felt as if it were being pricked with needles, and behind the eyeball felt as though it were being burned. The entire eye socket was hot and swollen, as if something were trying to push out from within. But this pain lasted only about 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, all sensations of pain abruptly faded like a receding tide, replaced by a peculiar coolness. It felt as if someone rinsed his eyeballs with icy spring water from the inside out, each visual nerve immersed in a thorough coolness. Then he opened his eyes. The world had changed. Everything within his field of vision, from the wooden fiber patterns on the paper sliding door to the fuzz on the undersides of the leaves outside, to every speck of dust suspended in the air, was presented before him with an unimaginable clarity. He could see the tiny mites slowly crawling between the gaps in the tatami mat. He could see the color differences of various temperature layers within the flame of the oil lamp. He could see the tension distribution of each silk thread in the spider web in the corner of the room. He could even see the flow of chakra within himself. It was no longer a vague sensation, but a precise thermal map down to every meridian and acupoint. The merged energy flowed slowly through his veins. The cold part of the cursed energy emitted a dark blue cold light, while the warm part of the chakra radiated an orangered warm glow. The two energies intertwined like two differently colored rivers converging into the same channel. But it was not limited to that. He could see the internal structure of his eyeball. In the feedback from the visual nerves, his eyes were already different from before. Behind his eyeball was an additional layer of extremely dense sensory pathways embedded between the visual nerves and the retina in a way that surpassed human anatomy. It was this newly added perceptual structure that continuously received and processed information. At the same time, 3 subtle tomo markings appeared at the edges of his pupils, slowly rotating. The shape, arrangement, and rotation rhythm of the tomo were completely identical to the countless times he had seen in the screen of his past life, the 3 tomo Sharingan. The 6 eyes activated the Uchiha bloodline. Uchiha Rin slowly stood up and walked to the dressing mirror in the corner of the bedroom. The black-haired boy reflected in the mirror no longer had pure black pupils, but a pure cerulean color, as if the entire color of the clear sky had been condensed into his 2 eyeballs. In the center of this cerulean hue, there were 3 crimson tomo, evenly distributed around the pupils, rotating slowly and steadily, not fast, but exuding a calm and unhurried demeanor. Uchiha Rin stared at his reflection in the mirror, remaining silent for a long time. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a set of white teeth. He looked down at his palm, which had left imprints on the tatami mat, then raised his gaze to the mirror, where the cerulean eyes with 3 tomo stared back at him. On the cerulean iris, extremely fine patterns could be seen, the visual traces left by the 6 eyes processing information at high speed. The 3 tomo Sharingan granted dynamic vision, chakra vision, the ability to see through illusions, and the capability to replicate ninjutsu. The 6 eyes provided a 360-degree, seamless, ultra-precise vision, atomic-level analytical power visualization of cursed energy trajectories and information processing. These 2 vision systems were now integrated within his eye sockets, operating simultaneously without conflict, and even had a faint sense of mutual complementarity. Moreover, he could feel that the range of vision granted by these eyes far exceeded that of normal Sharingan. He could see right through his closed bedroom door, across the corridor, and through the texture of the tree branches in the courtyard, tracking the flow of chakra in the patrolling chunin on the street. Though not complete and tinged with hazy noise, the direction was correct. This was a form of X-ray vision. In the setting of his past life, the Byakugan was the strongest X-ray vision in the world of Hokage, but in this world, which had been chaotically mixed by the system, the 6 eyes ultra-high resolution was evolving towards X-ray capabilities. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the 3 tomo had vanished, and the cerulean hue had faded back to normal black. Mastery over his vision was the most crucial aspect. If he went to school with eyes glowing blue tomorrow, the entire Umbu of Konoha would come to find him for tea. Uchiha Rin sat back down on the tatami mat, crossed his legs, placed his hands on his knees, and let out a long breath. He watched the dancing shadows cast by the oil lamp on the ceiling, mentally reviewing all the information. A single spar yielded 10 favorability points, and the labor of cleaning the training ground earned him a 2nd-level rare treasure chest and the core ability of 6 eyes. Moreover, the 6 eyes activated the Uchiha bloodline, directly advancing to 3 tomo. This morning he was just an ordinary elite genin, and by the time he returned home, he had become a dual possessor of 3 tomo and 6 eyes. This month had certainly been worth it. He lay back on the tatami mat, staring at the ceiling, recalling Kakashi's parting words. Next time, let's have a jonin present for the match. The corners of his mouth curled up again. When they fought next time, that white-haired guy would discover that he was no longer just an Uchiha Rin who knew how to use the fireball jutsu and body flicker technique. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes, the coolness subtly stirring behind his eyelids, constantly reminding him that his new eyes were waiting for his command. The lights of the Hatake residence glowed in the night of Konoha, warm yellow light spilling from the windows, casting a small square of illumination on the stone slabs before the gate. Kakashi pushed open the courtyard gate, his wooden clogs making two crisp sounds against the stone pavement before he stopped at the entrance and slid open the paper door. "I'm home." His voice was low, carrying the unique fatigue of a day's consumption. Napping at a desk in class wasn't a consumption. The real drain came from the spar with Uchiha Rin. The muscles in his arms still ached faintly, and the numbness in his palm from the kunai's impact hadn't fully faded. From the kitchen came the clash of spatula and iron wok, followed by a fragrance-blending soy sauce and bonito dashi that seeped through the door crack. Tsukumo Hatake poked his head out from the kitchen doorway, an apron tied over his iconic gray jonin vest, a combination that exuded an indescribable dissonance. Yet within this house, it had become a scene of everyday normalcy. He still held a wooden spatula, its surface stained with sauce-colored broth. Seeing his son standing at the entrance, his originally worried expression relaxed, replaced by a resigned smile that said, "You're finally back. Welcome home, Kakashi. What kept you so late today? I've reheated dinner 3 times. 3 times. The miso soup nearly boiled dry." As he spoke, Tsukumo set the spatula on the stove and began arranging the already prepared bowls and plates on the table, his movements as swift as a mission procedure executed countless times. Grilled salmon, pickled radish, white rice, miso soup thinned with additional water, and a small dish of spinach salad were neatly arranged on a lacquered wooden tray. Modest portions, each steaming hot, as if timed perfectly. Kakashi removed his clogs, changed into indoor sandals, walked to the table, and pulled out a chair to sit. He glanced at the grilled salmon before him. Its skin slightly charred, sprinkled with fine salt, exactly the way he liked it. Yet he didn't reach for his chopsticks immediately. First, he unsheathed the short sword at his back and leaned it against the armrest of his chair before picking up the chopsticks. "Well, I ran into an interesting person, got a bit delayed at school." It was notable that he used person rather than Tsukumo Hatake emerged from the kitchen carrying his own meal, sat down across from Kakashi, and raised an eyebrow slightly. He had known his son for 5 years, and the word interesting from Kakashi's lips could be counted on one hand. The last time he had heard it was when Kakashi watched him demonstrate the 4th form of the white fang blade technique. Before that, it was at age 3 when he first touched a real sword. "Oh." Tsukumo picked up his chopsticks from the rest, a note of undisguised curiosity in his voice. "So you made a friend at school? That's great. I was worried you wouldn't get along with kids your age. Had me anxious for a long time." Kakashi's chopsticks froze midair. He looked up, his gray eyes widening by half their usual size. For someone who maintained a perpetually deadpan expression, this was a level of losing composure. "It's not a friend at all." His voice rose half a note, his speech speed at least 30% faster than usual. "Just a somewhat interesting classmate with decent skills. And there's no need for you to worry about that." The retort came out with an urgency he himself didn't realize. Tsukumo burst into hearty laughter at his son's rare display of indignation, the sound echoing in the small dining room, causing ripples in the miso soup on the table. "Ha ha ha, all right. I want worry, I want." He waved his hand, but the smile on his face wouldn't subside. He tapped his chopsticks lightly against the bowl, picked up a piece of pickled radish, and popped it into his mouth, the chewing sound itself radiating satisfaction. Kakashi rolled his eyes, a gesture that if Rin Uchiha saw might look familiar, as it was almost identical to her own eye roll, then lowered his head and quietly ate. He broke the grilled salmon into small pieces with his chopsticks, mixed them into the rice, lifted a clump of rice and salmon into his mouth, his cheeks bulging and deflating as he chewed quickly, but his gaze remained fixed on the bowl, not once looking up. Silence held for about 2 minutes. Only the soft clinks of chopsticks touching bowl edges and the gentle sips of miso soup alternated across the dining table. Kakashi's chopsticks slowed. The posture of burying his face in his bowl concealed his expression, but couldn't hide the scenes replaying in his mind. The afterimage of a shunshin flickered before his eyes, sparks from the clash of kunai and short sword flashed. The trajectory of 6 shuriken, thrown by that black-haired kid after being kicked into the air, hadn't yet been fully calculated in his mind when the orange-eared flames of the great fireball exploded again in his memory. And that line, "Can you take it a little more seriously now?" paired with Rin Uchiha's smirk, was etched vividly into his thoughts. He had trained under Tsukumo Hatake's personal guidance for years, yet he had never seen such speed in any. In this year's Class A of the Ninja Academy, Might Guy had good taijutsu fundamentals, but Guy was still at the stage of brute force clashes. Asuma had talent, but was too lazy. Wabido, well, Abido was a different story. Rin Uchiha was the first. The first peer who forced him to draw his short sword in a real fight, the first to block dozens of his strikes, while still finding an opening to retaliate with shuriken, the first to push him into using the mud wall technique he had learned but never unveiled at the academy. Kakashi swallowed the mouthful of rice, his chopsticks pausing at the edge of the bowl. But, friend, huh? The words were whispered so low, almost a mumble, with lips barely moving, the volume so faint that even the jonin sitting across the table could only catch vague syllables. Tsukumo Hatake set down his chopsticks, the slight sound of bowl rim meeting tabletop. What did you say? Kakashi abruptly realized his words had slipped out. His chopsticks hesitated in the air for a moment, then with an exaggeratedly natural fluidity, scooped up a large piece of pickled radish and stuffed it entirely into his mouth, chewing at twice the speed, cheeks bulging fully, putting on a show of being too busy chewing to speak. Nothing. He mumbled the two words through his stuffed mouth, then swallowed another big mouthful of rice. This technique of using food to plug his own mouth was a habit he had developed since age 3 to avoid being questioned, detected countless times, yet he never learned his lesson. What I mean is, he swallowed, set his chopsticks back against the bowl, his voice returning to its usual lazy drawl, but his gaze towards Tsukumo was a touch more serious than usual. About that early graduation application you were going to submit to the academy. We can put it on hold for now. Tsukumo Hatake raised an eyebrow again. This time it was genuine surprise. Kakashi had been talking about early graduation from the very day he enrolled. Every morning before leaving, every evening at dinner, every night before saying goodnight. He nagged about it so often that Tsukumo had developed a conditioned reflex of letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Today was the first time he had voluntarily said, "No rush." Tsukumo didn't pry immediately. He simply picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. 5 years of fatherhood taught him that if Kakashi had more to say, pressing would only make him swallow the rest. Sure enough. And also, father. Kakashi paused, raising his head to meet Tsukumo Hatake's eyes. His gray eyes were no longer the lazy deadpan. They held a focus ignited by something. A dark flame kindled by Rin Uchiha's great fireball. I want you to train me. Silence hung in the dining room for about half a second. Then Tsukumo Hatake set down his teacup, the smile slowly fading from his face, replaced by an expression Kakashi rarely saw on his father. It was the appraising gaze Tsukumo reserved for something of real significance. The last time he had worn that look was when studying and shranked mission brief from the third Hokage. He looked at his son, and his son looked back. In that mutual gaze, Tsukumo saw something in Kakashi's eyes that hadn't been there before today. Not irritation, not boredom, not the weariness of, none of my peers can keep up with my pace. Instead, it was a quiet flame kindled by some external stimulus. The source of that flame required no further inquiry. That interesting person, that classmate with decent skills, someone who could make a son who had been clamoring to skip grades since age 3 voluntarily postpone early graduation and request additional training. Tsukumo silently noted this unknown classmate in his mind. If the chance arises, he should invite this child over for a meal. He smiled again, but this time the smile was different from the hearty amusement of teasing his son. It was quieter, a deeper, steadier warmth. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes softened their curve by half a beat. All right. But you'd better be prepared. He placed his chopsticks beside the bowl, crossed his arms over his chest, the gray apron straps pressing 2 creases against his front, yet not diminishing the oppressive aura honed from years of living on the edge. My training is very strict. Kakashi shoved the last piece of grilled salmon into his mouth, drained the miso soup in one gulp, set the empty bowl on the table, and rose to retrieve his short sword from beside the chair. TCH. That's perfect. He said this with his face already turned toward the hallway, but the slight curve of his lips was clearly visible to Tsukumo from the side. Tsukumo Hatake stood up to gather the dishes, listening to his son's footsteps as he returned to his room to change into training gear. He raised a hand to stroke the light stubble on his chin. His movements while washing the dishes were as nimble as when he had cooked. Bowls and plates rinsed in 2 or 3 passes, neatly stacked on the drying rack, apron folded and hung on the counter's edge. He wiped the water from his hands with a cloth, stepped to the edge of the porch, and tilted his head toward the direction of his son's room, his gaze carrying a complex warmth. Gratitude that his son seemed to have finally found something among his peers worth taking seriously. Curiosity about what kind of person that classmate was who could make him postpone his early graduation application. And a softness known only to himself buried deep in his heart. His wife was gone, and this home now had only him and his son. As a father, what he could teach, what he should teach, was still abundant. Kakashi emerged from his room already changed into training attire, a dark gray short-sleeved shirt and loose ankle-cinched pants. He slid his short sword into the sheath on his back, stood at the end of the hallway, looking toward his father in the courtyard, his gray eyes reduced to 2 focused silhouettes in the backlight of the corridor lamp. Tsukumo stepped down from the porch into the yard. The moonlight cast a cold gleam on the hilt of the white fang at his shoulder. He wouldn't need to draw it. at least not in the first half of the training. After warming up, do 50 draws. If the form is off, they don't count. Understood. Kakashi's voice came from under the eaves. His short sword was already in hand, the moonlight reflecting off its blade with the same silver sheen as the light falling through the window of the Hatake residence. The stars over Konoha gradually emerged through gaps in the clouds, casting a few streams of silver into the yard, outlining two figures standing 3 steps apart at its center. The scene returns to the Uchiha Rin's home. Uchiha Rin got up from the tatami mat, glanced at the moonlight outside, and realized it was still early. He looked down at his hands, then closed his eyes and reopened them. The azure irises and 3 crimson tomos simultaneously appeared in his pupils, and the world was instantly deconstructed into countless layers of information streams. The floating dust in the air, the direction of the fibers within the window frame, the pores on the back of the ginkgo leaves outside the courtyard. All the information surged in simultaneously, yet without any sense of chaos, as if his brain was inherently capable of processing such a volume of hierarchical data. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. The ninjutsu he used during today's sparring, Great Fireball Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Shuriken Redirect. Before awakening the Sharingan, he had a clear understanding of the chakra consumption and power range of those techniques. But now that the Sharingan was activated, how much had his chakra capacity surged? What other undiscovered characteristics did this mutated Sharingan fused with the 6 eyes possess? He couldn't test it at home. If he burned the fallen leaves in the courtyard like last time while practicing the Great Fireball, it wouldn't be a problem, but if the power exceeded expectations and set his house ablaze, that would be a big issue. The clan training ground should be empty at this hour. The area was large enough with plenty of targets, and he could freely practice fire release. He couldn't test it at home. If he burned the fallen leaves in the courtyard like last time while practicing the Great Fireball, it wouldn't be a problem, but if the power exceeded expectations and set his house ablaze, that would be a big. The Uchiha clan grounds were still located near the center of Konoha village. The training grounds within the clan were slightly smaller than the public ones, but the facilities were decent. He quickly crossed the stone path of the clan grounds under the night sky, with the streetlights fading one by one behind him. A few houses by the roadside still had their lights on, and occasional whispers and the sounds of clashing dishes could be heard. The training ground was at the deepest part of the clan grounds, backed by a dense grove of cedar trees. A wooden pillar stood at the entrance, engraved with the clan's fan crest. At this moment, the training ground was empty, just as he had anticipated. At this hour, the children of the Uchiha clan had long been called back home by their parents, and no child would venture out to train at night. Except for him. 6 wooden posts cast long shadows in the moonlight along the edge of the training ground, and the target paper on the target stand fluttered slightly in the night breeze. The entire training ground was so quiet that one could hear the distant hooting of owls in the cedar forest. Uchiha Rin walked to the center of the training ground, turned around, and scanned the 18 targets arranged in a fan shape before him. He raised his right hand with the palm facing up, channeling chakra within his body. A torrent of energy, so overwhelming that it startled even him, surged from his dantian, instantly filling his entire body along the meridians. Before the awakening of the Sharingan, his chakra level was at most between that of an elite genin and a chunin. He could just about manage a Great Fireball, a few shadow clones, and sustain a body flicker technique before his chakra ran out. But now he closed his eyes to carefully sense it, and the chakra reserves within him had increased at least several-fold, transforming from a small stream into a deep pool. Elite Jonin. Those 4 words surfaced in his mind. Not a chunin, not a special jonin, but the genuine chakra reserves of an elite jonin level. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, once awakened, brought not only ocular techniques, but also a qualitative change in chakra capacity. No wonder in his previous life, when he watched Naruto, every Uchiha who awakened their Sharingan was a powerhouse. The increase in their abilities was no longer gradual, but akin to a flood breaking through a dam. He took a deep breath and decided to start with the most straightforward test. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, ram, tiger. The 6 hand seals were executed seamlessly. Great Fireball Technique. The chakra compressed and heated within his chest before surging forth from his mouth. Then he saw a scene that momentarily stunned even him. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth with a diameter not of the 2 meters he had anticipated, but nearly 20 meters. That orange-eared fireball rose from the ground like a small sun, engulfing the training ground with a scorching wave as it collided with the earth wall at the far end, scorching the sandy ground into black cracks, and the water vapor in the air evaporated into white mist, only to be swallowed by the fireball. After flying nearly 50 meters, the fireball struck the earth wall, exploding with a thunderous crash. Fragments of flame scattered like shooting stars, and the earth wall was blasted open, creating a massive gap as debris was thrown nearly 10 meters into the air before crashing down. The birds in the cedar forest surrounding the training ground were startled awake, taking flight in a dark mass, swirling in panic under the moonlight. Uchiha Rin stood in place looking at his palm, then glancing at the still burning remnants of the earth wall, in the distance his mouth twitching slightly. The chakra used for that last great fireball was about the same as he had used during the sparring today. No, perhaps even a bit less. During today's sparring, he had slightly overcharged the chakra to ensure its power, while just now he had intentionally controlled the amount using only about the normal share of chakra for a lower-ranked ninja. But the explosive effect with the diameter increasing from 2 meters to nearly 20 meters, he couldn't calculate how many times more powerful that was in a moment. Energy loss rate. He immediately realized the key point. Normal ninjutsu experiences significant chakra loss during the release process. Some leaks while condensing, some during transformation, and more when expelling, so only a portion of the total chakra actually acts on the ninjutsu, with the rest wasted in the process. This is a natural law accepted by all ninja, which is why continuous improvement of chakra control is necessary to reduce the loss rate. But the sensation from that last great fireball told him that the loss rate was nearly zero. Throughout the entire process of condensing chakra into flames, there was not a hint of waste. Every drop of chakra was precisely converted into the temperature and volume of the flames, with no leakage and no excess consumption. To verify this idea, he walked over to a patch of clean sand, crouched down, and gathered a small amount of chakra at his fingertip. The chakra at his fingertip glowed a light blue. Normally, this static gathering would have slight diffusion. The edges of the halo would be somewhat blurred like the heat waves around a candle flame. But the edge of this chakra at his fingertip was as sharp as a razor, with the halo perfectly stopping at the outer edge of his fingertip without any excess diffusion. He slowly increased the output of chakra, and the light sphere grew larger, but the edges remained precise, like an invisible hand locking each strand of energy in place at the atomic level. This was the actual meaning of the phrase on the 6 Eyes ability panel. It allowed the wielder to perform spell operations with precision down to the atomic level, reducing spell energy consumption to nearly zero. The 6 Eyes pushed the precision of spell operations to the atomic level, and this precision was seamlessly integrated into chakra control. Now his body felt like it housed a perfect energy engine with no tolerances or friction losses. The same fuel could output several times more power. Uchiha Rin extinguished the chakra light sphere at his fingertips, stood up, and focused his gaze on the patch of sand illuminated by the residual flames of the fireball. If the energy loss rate truly approached zero, it meant another possibility. He no longer needed to form hand seals. What is the essence of forming seals? It is to guide chakra to flow through specific paths within the body. The 12 hand seals correspond to 12 standard chakra trajectories, shaping chakra into different ninjutsu forms through various seal combinations. For ordinary ninjas, not forming seals makes it impossible to accurately guide chakra through complex trajectories. Thus, forming seals is a necessity for releasing ninjutsu. But now he possessed the 6 Eyes, which could precisely control chakra down to the atomic level. He could directly manipulate chakra to replicate the flow trajectories of hand seals, bypassing the intermediary step of forming seals. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes and recalled the chakra flow pattern of the great fireball technique in his. During the snake seal, chakra rises from the dantian to the chest. During the horse seal, it rotates and condenses within the chest. During the monkey seal, it compresses and heats. During the boar seal, it bifurcates to the sides of the throat. During the ram seal, it accelerates upward, and during the tiger seal, it bursts forth. The trajectory of each step, the temperature and density of each node were precisely restored by the 6 Eyes in the form of data streams. He used the 6 Eyes to control the chakra within him according to the diagram, raising from the dantian, condensing in the chest, compressing and heating, bifurcating at the throat, accelerating at the mouth, and finally erupting from the mouth. The temperature of the energy merging within began to rise, and when the last bit of chakra was pushed to his throat, he opened his mouth and expelled the scorching wave. The fireball tore through the night sky once more. With a diameter of several meters, its temperature, speed, shape, and everything were identical to the great fireball cast with hand seals just now. No hand seals, no gestures, not even a finger movement, just a simple opening of his mouth. Uchiha Rin watched as the fireball collided with the earth wall at the far end of the training ground, exploding into a shower of sparks, and fell silent for a moment. Then he let out a chuckle. That laugh emerged from deep within his throat, short and low, carrying an uncontrollable sense of pride. He took a deep breath. Then the laughter suddenly escalated, transforming into unabashed, boisterous laughter. The sound echoed across the empty night training ground, startling a few remaining crows in the cedar forest. With his hands on his hips, he tilted his head back to the moon, laughing freely, his laughter wrapped in the arrogance inherent to the Uchiha and the relief of finally breathing easy after being tormented by this world's various misunderstandings for over a month. Who wouldn't laugh in this situation? While the opponent was still diligently forming hand seals, rat ox tiger rabbit dragon snake, he just opened his mouth and unleashed a fireball the size of a basin. By the time the opponent finally completed their seals to release ninjutsu, he had already launched a series of rapid-fire techniques in succession. What does instantaneous ninjutsu mean? In battles at the level of Chunin exams, a difference of mere tenths of a second in seal formation time could be seized by the opponent for a counterattack, but now there was no time gap at all. A series of fire release techniques combined with shuriken redirects could be entirely redesigned from theory to practice. No need to leave gaps for seal formation, no need to leave openings for gestures. Every move could connect seamlessly, and the rhythm was completely in his hands. He laughed for quite a while, before calming down, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, and readjusting his breath. He still had not finished testing the properties of the 3-tomo Sharingan. No zeal casting and zero energy loss were enhancements the 6 eyes provided to chakra control, but what about the ocular power of the Sharingan itself? He summoned a hint of spell energy in his consciousness, allowing it to flow slowly along his meridians into his eyes. The 3-tomo on his azure irises began to spin slowly at a faster speed than before. He could clearly feel that as the spell energy flowed through his eyes, a portion was actively absorbed by the Sharingan. Not consumed, but devoured and fused. That cold and violent spell energy after entering the Sharingan was disassembled and reorganized by some deeper power, transforming into a more refined energy that merged into the core source of ocular power belonging to the Uchiha clan deep within his eye socket. The ocular power was increasing. This discovery shocked him more than the nozial casting. The precision of spell energy manipulation by the 6 eyes could directly nourish the Sharingan, bypassing the Uchiha clan's traditional path of emotional stimulation to awaken the eyes and directly transforming quantity into quality. In other words, as long as he continued to cultivate spell energy and continuously fed it to the Sharingan, the ocular power would steadily increase without needing to experience extreme emotional shocks like the tragic death of a loved one or mental breakdown. Accumulating enough qualitative change, the 3-tomo could evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even further activating Susanoo would not be out of reach. Uchiha Rin slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the 3-tomo had vanished, the azure hue fading to pitch black. He stood alone in the center of the training ground, ravaged by the great fireball. Before him lay the still smoldering remnants of the earth wall. Above him, the autumn moon hung like water, and after a few hoots, the owls in the cedar forest returned to silence. The entire training ground was left with only the sound of the night wind rustling through the target paper and the occasional faint sparks exploding from the scorched earth. He suddenly pulled up his collar to cover half his face, chuckled softly at the chaos around him, turned and walked toward the training ground exit, his steps light and brisk, the moonlight stretching his shadow long on the sandy ground. Uchiha Rin tugged at his collar, preparing to turn back onto the main road leading to the clan grounds from the training field, when out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a figure. It wasn't someone who had just arrived. This person stood in the shadow of a row of cedar trees at the edge of the training field, relaxed in posture with their arms hanging naturally at their sides, clearly having been there for a while. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the cedar branches, casting a mosaic of shimmering light upon him. The deep blue high-collared clan robe almost blended into the night, yet the pattern of the Fan clan emblem on the collar was distinctly illuminated by the moonlight. Uchiha Rin's heart skipped a beat, but there was no hint of panic on his face. His first reaction was not to flee or draw a weapon. Anyone capable of standing quietly deep within Uchiha territory, without triggering the clan's barrier, was certainly not an enemy. Moreover, the fact that this person did not interrupt him when he was testing the fireball technique earlier suggested at least a lack of malice. His only concern was whether the other party had seen the color of his eyes. The person stepped out from the shadow of the trees. The moonlight first illuminated his outline, tall and slender with black hair tied in a medium-length ponytail at the back of his neck and a few strands falling over his forehead resting just above his brow. His facial features were relatively soft, but the curvature of his brows and eyes exuded a natural sense of distance. Not coldness, but a calmness that came from long-standing authority. He appeared to be under 30, but upon seeing the additional clan leader insignia next to the Fan emblem on his collar, Uchiha Rin had already guessed his identity with near certainty. Uchiha Sokei, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. The man before him was the former leader during the time of Fugaku, the third generation of Uchiha leadership. Although not depicted in the setting collection, anyone who could attain the position of clan leader in the Uchiha family was undoubtedly formidable. There's no need to be tense. Uchiha Sokei's voice matched his demeanor, neither too high nor too low, gentle and steady, yet each word carried a weight that compelled one to listen earnestly. He stopped 3 steps away from Uchiha Rin, not approaching further, even deliberately placing his hands at his sides, so Rin could see them clearly. His posture, low, showing no trace of a clan leader confronting a 5-year-old. I wasn't intentionally spying on your training. My work in the security department just finished, and I happened to pass by here. When I heard some commotion from the training field, I came to take a look. I didn't expect anyone to be here at this hour, so I stayed a bit longer. He paused for a moment, the deep black of his eyes slightly shimmering in the moonlight, his tone carrying a hint of subtle consideration. Your training was quite impressive, especially the final fire release technique. May I ask your name? Uchiha Rin quickly calculated in his mind. If the other party saw him perform the fireball technique, it was highly likely they also witnessed his non-hanseal spellcasting and possibly even saw the color of his eyes. Denying or lying in the face of first-hand observation would be meaningless and could raise suspicion. The best strategy was selective honesty, answering with the closest truth while not exposing the existence of the system. Uchiha Rin. He slightly lowered his head, adopting the slightly reserved posture a 5-year-old should have when facing an elder, his voice a tad softer than usual. Rin. Uchiha Sokiai repeated the name as if flipping through a mental list, then his gaze returned to Uchiha Rin's face, seemingly recalling something, and his tone became even softer. Who are your parents? Uchiha Sokiai and Uchiha Shizuka. The air fell silent for roughly Uchiha Soki's expression did not change dramatically, but Uchiha Rin's three-to-most six-eyed gaze hidden beneath ordinary black pupils keenly caught the subtle twitch of the other man's eye muscles. Not surprise, but a complex reaction triggered by a long-buried name. The mask of calm did not shatter, but fine cracks appeared at the edges. Sokiai. Uchiha Soki's voice lowered, his gaze shifting from Uchiha Rin's face to the scorched earth on the training field, the crater left by the fireball, as if he were looking at something far beyond that burn. He remained silent for a while before raising his head again, revealing a slightly apologetic expression to Uchiha Rin. Your father Uchiha Sokiai was one of my capable subordinates, and also my good brother. Uchiha Rin kept his head down, silent. Most of the memories of his father in the original body were vague. The large hand when teaching shuriken, the profile, while writing scrolls that glanced back at the courtyard gate before he set off to war. As these fragments surged up, his silence was not entirely an act. I'm sorry. Uchiha Sokiai suddenly lowered his head, his tone serious enough that it did not feel like a clan leader talking to a 5-year-old. Due to my duties, I couldn't visit you after your parents' incident. You've been on your own for the past 6 months, haven't you? Uchiha Rin raised his eyes, pursed his lips, and nodded. He made his eyes slightly redden, but did not shed any tears. His control was just right. A 5-year-old child who had been living alone in an empty house for several months should feel touched upon hearing his father's good brother apologize, but Uchiha clan children did not cry easily. If there's anything in the future, you can always come to me. Just call me uncle. Uchiha Soki's gaze toward him held an unmasked warmth, not the formal care of a clan leader for his people, but something more personal and specific. Uchiha Rin lowered his head, his voice carrying a more genuine warmth than before. Thank you, Uncle Sokiai. Uchiha Sokiai nodded, seemingly pleased with this address. Then his expression shifted slightly, his gaze becoming focused and cautious again, directly addressing the real core issue of the night. Rin, your eyes. Can you tell me about them? I noticed from the shadow of the trees earlier that your Sharingan has awakened, but the eye color and the form of the Tomo are different from what I've seen. I hope you can open your eyes again so I can take a closer look. Don't worry, the Uchiha clan has had different types of Sharingan, so I want to clarify this to confirm in case there's a possibility of a bloodline disease due to mutation. He paused for a moment, adding, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. But as the clan leader, and as Soki's friend, I hope to help you understand this power. The term bloodline disease set off alarm bells in Uchiha Rin's mind. He wasn't worried about getting a bloodline disease, but the mutation of his Sharingan stemmed from the fusion of cursed power and the 6 eyes, a fact that could never be revealed. Uchiha Soki's sincere attitude and reasonable reasoning left him no grounds for refusal. The more he refused, the more suspicious it would seem. All right. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to rub his eyes, then closed them and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the azure irises appeared along with 3 crimson Tomo. Moonlight streamed into his eyes, refracted into a faint blue halo by the irises, while the 3 Tomo slowly rotated at the edge of his pupils, their speed even and stable, emanating a calmness uncharacteristic of a 5-year-old. The eyes were particularly striking against the night, shedding less of the murderous aura typical of Sharingan's scarlet color and more of a penetrating coldness. Uchiha Sokiai widened his eyes slightly. He observed very carefully, first circling to the side to examine Uchiha Rin's eye socket structure and iris patterns, then stepping back 2 paces to gaze at the rotation trajectory of the 3 Tomo from the front. While Uchiha Rin thought he was just observing the appearance, Uchiha Sokiai closed his eyes, then opened them again, Tomo appeared on his deep black irises, the mature scarlet Sharingan, meeting Uchiha Rin's azure. In that moment, Uchiha Rin felt a slight pressure of ocular power emanating from Soki, not as an attack, but as an inquiry. Soki was using the resonance of ocular power between Sharingan to gauge his power intensity. This probing was gentle and brief, lasting less than a second. Then Soki's brow twitched slightly. The Sharingan remained active, but his expression shifted from focus to unmasked surprise. Your ocular power. He seemed to weigh his words, his tone, even carrying a hint of uncertainty. It's surprisingly close to mine. How old are you this year? 5. Uchiha Soki fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing the obvious disparity between this number and the ocular power. Then he closed his Sharingan and gestured for Uchiha Rin to continue. Uchiha Rin slowly began to express his prepared explanation. The mutation of his eyes. Azure irises, atypical colored pupils that were not blood red. He deliberately blurred the nurturing effect of cursed power on ocular power as passively absorbing the natural energy around him. This phrasing sounded much more credible within the context of the Naruto universe than cursed power. The energy loss rate approaching zero, the principle of non-Hanseal spellcasting, the explosive surge in chakra volume from a Genin to elite Jounin. He observed Uchiha Soki's expression as he spoke. Whenever Soki frowned slightly, he would slow down his speech and explain further. When Soki nodded, he would brush over it lightly. He buried the core secrets of system and cursed power deep within, repackaging everything with logic acceptable to the Naruto world. After Uchiha Soki listened, he did not speak immediately. He crossed his arms, his gaze landing on Uchiha Rin's azure Sharingan, remaining silent for a long time. Then he spoke, his voice lower than before, infused with an unusually serious weight. From now on, these eyes, do not use them lightly until you have sufficient ability to protect yourself, and do not let others know of their full capabilities. Not even your clansmen. His tone left no room for negotiation. You can practice non-Hanseal spellcasting in private, but in public situations, especially during real combat, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal them. Do you understand? I understand. Uchiha Rin nodded. Soki looked at him. The serious facade of the clan leader suddenly softened, and a smile slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. Not the slightly apologetic smile from before, but a bolder, warmer grin. He extended his right hand palm, facing down broad and long, resting it on Uchiha Rin's head and giving it a gentle rub. A 5-year-old's hair was thin and soft, tousled by his touch. There's one more thing, he said, his tone suddenly becoming casual, but the seriousness in his eyes remained unchanged. I want to take you as my disciple. Uchiha Rin blinked. He had not fully anticipated this turn of events. He suspected the other party might propose some protective measures, but to take him on as a disciple directly. This was not just protection, it was an investment. A clan leader personally taking a disciple meant resource allocation and direct guidance. But more importantly, it meant that within the Uchiha clan's power structure, Uchiha Rin now had Soki as a backing. Your father was my brother. His son shouldn't be training alone in the dark on the training field. Soki's tone was flat, as if stating a very simple fact. More importantly, your talent is worth it. Uchiha Rin kept his head down, pretending to think, gently squeezing the strap of his ninja tool pouch. In reality, he didn't need to think at all. There was no harm in it. Having the clan leader backing him, resources from the Uchiha clan tilted in his favor, and he could showcase his abilities without suspicion. Yet he remained silent for about 3 seconds, then lifted his head, looking at Soki with a face that reflected careful consideration and determination, nodding. I am willing. Uchiha Soki looked at his composed little adult expression, his head tilting back slightly, and suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was more genuine than any previous warmth, carrying the exhilaration of finding treasure unexpectedly in the middle of the night. His hand reached over to rub Uchiha Rin's nape, the force stronger than before, tousling some strands of hair onto his forehead. This hand, which had been resting on his head like a promise from an elder, now felt like an older brother playfully ruffling his younger sibling's hair. All right, it's getting late. You should go home and sleep. Soki withdrew his hand, resuming his previous stance with his arms at his sides, his voice still carrying a relaxed tone. The matter of accepting you as a disciple will be formally announced at tomorrow night's clan meeting. He'll arrange someone to take you over then. He took a couple of steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Rin at the exit of the training field. The moonlight cast their 2 shadows, one large and one small, on the sandy ground. The outlines stretched long, almost merging into the boundary of the cedar forest shadows. He glanced down at Uchiha Rin, the corners of his mouth slightly, rising, his voice carrying a hint of unmasked pride mixed with something more complex and hopeful. Go on. See you tomorrow. Uchiha Rin nodded and turned toward the main road of the clan grounds. After walking a few steps, Uchiha Soki's voice came from behind, lower than before, sounding almost like a self-muttering, but still carried by the wind across the empty training field. "Soki, your son is much more impressive than you were back in the day." Uchiha Rin pretended not to hear, walking briskly across the clan's stone pathway, pushing open his home gate, hanging his ninja tool pouch at the entrance, and washing his face again. The cold well water washed away the sweat on his face as he glanced at himself in the mirror. A 5-year-old's face, but the gaze was not that of a typical 5-year-old. The matter of accepting disciples was set for the clan meeting tomorrow night. He could guess Soki's logic behind the arrangement. Officially announcing it at the clan meeting meant declaring to the entire clan that this orphan whose parents had passed away would henceforth be cultivated personally by the clan leader, elevating his status from an unattended orphan to the clan leader's disciple, making anyone who might want to trouble him think twice. This was Soki's way of providing him a platform and also an investment in him. And he needed to leave a profound impression at the clan meeting, not relying on the mutated 6 eyes, but rather showcasing the authentic Uchiha ninja techniques to silence those who might question the clan leader's judgment. The next day arrived. When the school bell rang, Uchiha Rin did not linger in the classroom as usual. He shoved his textbooks into the desk, slung his bag over his shoulder, waved goodbye to Obito and Guy with a curt excuse about having something to do, and strode out of the school gates with brisk steps. The streets of Konoha village were just the same as always. The owner of the Yamana flower shop was watering the plants at the entrance. The curtain of Ichiraku ramen swayed gently in the breeze, and a few genin were discussing today's mission, pay outside a tavern. But Uchiha Rin had no mind for the scenery. His thoughts churned over what Sosuke had said the night before. Tomorrow night at the clan meeting, it will be officially announced. The weekly clan meeting of the Uchiha clan. Every notable member would be present, to be led by the clan head himself, hand in hand, and introduced to everyone in such a venue. He understood full well what that meant. This was not an ordinary apprenticeship ceremony. Sosuke was putting his weight behind him before the entire clan. What he had to do was to show no crack that could be questioned in front of these people. The first thing he did when he got home was take a bath. The hot water washed away the drowsiness accumulated from a whole day of academic lessons and allowed him to calm down completely from the rush of leaving school. After drying himself, he changed into the clean clothes he had prepared in advance. A deep blue Uchiha clan garment with the clan crest embroidered at the collar, the sleeves, and hem meticulously ironed. He hadn't worn this set since he had been reborn. Standing before the mirror, he tied his slightly long black hair into a simple small bun, exactly like the casual style he had at the start of semester test. But the eyes in the mirror had already changed. Once everything was ready, he sat on the veranda and waited. The sun sank behind the courtyard wall, and the Karasansui garden was bathed in a warm orange hue. The shadow of a slender bamboo stretched from the ground up to the porch pillars. He didn't have to wait long. The knock came precisely on time. A measured, unhurried rhythm, the kind unique to professional shinobi, neither pressing nor making one wait too long. Uchiha Rin opened the courtyard gate. A young man in his early 20s stood outside. His black hair was cut clean and sharp, his cheekbones were distinct, and he wore the standard deep blue jonin uniform of the Uchiha clan, with the emblem of the police force embroidered on his left shoulder. His expression was reserved, but not cold. The kind of person who handled things efficiently, spoke little, but followed through on every assignment from start to finish. Uchiha Rin recognized that face. Uchiha Inabi, one of the clan head's trusted men. In his original body's memories, he had seen him a few times around the clan grounds. "Ready?" Inabi's voice was low and steady. "Let's go." Uchiha Rin locked the gate and followed behind Inabi. The two walked one after the other along the stone-paved path through the Uchiha clan grounds. Unlike the daytime, the clan grounds were lively in the evening. A few children were chasing each other in the alleyways, still clutching half-eaten rice dumplings. A housewife was taking down dried laundry at her door, greeting a passing neighbor. The lights were on in the duty room of the police force in the distance, and faint silhouettes could be seen flipping through documents. Inabi did not walk fast, probably to match Uchiha Rin's pace, but each stride was even and measured. As they walked, he began to explain the evening's procedure, his voice pitched just enough to carry over the ambient noise. The clan meeting is held weekly with a fixed agenda. First, the elders of each department report on the clan's recent affairs. How many newborns have been registered, whether the revenue from the clan's commercial street has fluctuated, how many security incidents the police force has handled this week, and other such trivial matters. Then the clan head offers suggestions based on the reports, and occasionally an elder proposes new motions. "Your matter will be announced last." Uchiha Rin nodded and silently complained in his mind: newborn registration shop, revenue, security reports, proposal discussions, and a closing summary. This whole process sounded exactly like the monthly meetings at his company in his previous life. He had spent 2 years in an office in his previous life and had an unforgettable memory of how soporific such meetings could be. He never imagined that after being reborn into the Naruto world as an orphan of the Uchiha clan, he would still have to sit through a meeting like this. But from another angle, it made sense that a large clan like the Uchiha could operate so smoothly. It relied on this system of regular meetings. He just wondered how well the elders could handle a PowerPoint presentation. His mind conjured an image of Uchiha elders standing solemnly in the shrine reading data from scrolls, and he nearly burst out laughing. As they talked and walked, the neatly laid stone slabs gradually gave way to slightly uneven dirt paths, and the humidity in the air became noticeably heavier than at the center of the clan grounds. Uchiha Rin looked up and saw the surface of the Nanga River ahead. Moonlight shattered into countless silver scales on the flowing water, and on the hillside across the river the eaves of the shrine peeked through the green trees. The ancestral land along the banks of the Nanga River was the original settlement of the Uchiha clan thousands of years ago. The shrine stood on the hillside hidden among dense ancient trees, maintaining a perfect distance from the rest of Konoha village. The shrine was simpler than Uchiha Rin had imagined. No gaudy decorations, no towering stone steps. Only a dark red torii gate stood at the entrance to the stone path. The paint on the torii had been worn dull by time, but was thoroughly clean, and a few stone lanterns lined the path, their flames flickering slightly in the night breeze. The main hall was a traditional wooden structure, its dried timbers glowing a deep brown under the moonlight. An ancient silence enveloped the entire shrine. Once he stepped through the torii, the clamor of the clan grounds behind seemed to be cut off by an invisible barrier. Inabi led Uchiha Rin into the main hall, had him sit in a front row seat, and then stood with his arms crossed waiting quietly. Members of the clan were filing in twos and threes. Young men in jonin uniforms, elders leaning on canes, and women who had just hurried over from the shopping street with their sleeves rolled up. Everyone instinctively lowered their voices upon entering, the occasional whisper and the faint creak of wooden clogs on the floorboards the only sounds. Uchiha Rin noticed someone looking at him. A few Uchiha children about his age sitting in the back rows let their gazes linger on him for a moment longer, probably curious about the unfamiliar face. When the last clan member had taken their seat, the hall door was gently closed. Uchiha Sosuke rose from his seat at the far end of the main hall. His robe of moon white and deep blue, illuminated by the lantern light, looked particularly composed. He swept his gaze over the assembled members, dispensed with any pleasantries, and directly declared the meeting open. Then the first agenda item began. This week, the police force handled 12 security incidents, including 2 suspicious individuals discovered during patrols within the clan grounds, which have been transferred to the ANBU. Another incident involved a dispute between a clan member and a merchant from outside the village, which has been resolved through mediation. The night patrol schedule will be adjusted slightly next week. The specific arrangements have been posted on the police force bulletin board. Please pay attention, squad leaders. This week's total revenue from the shopping street is roughly the same as last week. The dumpling shop's profits have declined slightly due to rising raw material costs. It is recommended to switch to a different flour supplier. The ninja tool shop has sufficient inventory this month. Bulk purchases are not advised. Additionally, a clan member reported that the street lamps at the intersection are too dim. Maintenance has been arranged. 3 newborns registered this week, all healthy. 8 children are of school age this month and have all completed their enrollment at the Ninja Academy. The clan's pre-academy basic ninjutsu introductory class begins this Wednesday, taught by Uchiha. Uchiha Rin sat in a front row seat, legs crossed on the cushion, hands placed properly on his knees, back straight. His entire posture so perfect it could have been used as an illustration in an etiquette textbook. Yet his eyes were vacant, completely unfocused. This was exactly like a company monthly meeting. Data reports, cost accounting, staff, scheduling, facility maintenance. It wasn't just similar, it was identical. In his previous life, he had been an office worker who attended weekly report meetings. He knew this atmosphere. He felt as if he had returned to a conference room from his past life. Only the desk was replaced by a cushion, the projector by a scroll, and the department manager by an Uchiha elder. The lines didn't even need to be changed. The police force was the security department, the shopping street revenue was the finance department, and the registration of newborns and school admissions was HR's monthly personnel report. Surely the next agenda item wouldn't be a discussion about upgrading the Uchiha clan crest brand. His eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, and his consciousness slowly slid to the edge of oblivion amid the droning hum of data reports. Just as he was about to nod off into a dream, an elbow subtly nudged his arm from the side. Precise force, sneaky angle enough to wake him without drawing the attention of those around. Uchiha Rin snapped his eyes open and straightened his upper body, which had almost tilted sideways. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Nobody had noticed his lapse. Sosuke was still listening to the next report from the police force, and the clan members beside him were either taking notes or whispering to each other. Inabi stared straight ahead, expressionless. Uchiha Rin lowered his voice and muttered, lips barely moving, thanks. Inabi didn't reply, but the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch upward by less than a millimeter. The clan meeting drew to a close. After all departments had reported, a few elders briefly discussed the shopping street revenue and enrollment arrangements, and Sosuke responded to each point. This concludes today's reports. Before I declare the meeting adjourned, I have one more matter. Does anyone else have any questions? Of handling affairs to a steadier. This concludes today's reports. Before I declare the meeting adjourned, I have one more matter. Does anyone else have? No one answered. Sosuke nodded, then tilted his head slightly, his gaze passing over the front row elder seats, to look toward Inabi and Uchiha Rin. There's someone I'd like everyone to meet. He extended his hand palm upward and beckoned toward Uchiha Rin. The gesture was light with a natural warmth, like calling a younger clan member to come forward. Uchiha Rin took a breath, stood up from the cushion, and walked through the aisle between two rows of clan members to stand beside Sosuke. Sosuke's right hand rested naturally on his shoulder, then took his hand, an elder leading a child, simple and clear. That palm was broad and warm with calluses from years of holding a blade, and the pressure was not heavy. Sosuke pulled him a little closer, turned him to face the entire hall, and addressed the clan. This is Uchiha Rin, Sosuke's child. The hall fell instantly silent. It was not the same procedural silence as during the reports. The air carried an extra layer of subtle weight. A few elders in the front row raised their eyelids that had been drooping. In the middle and back rows, several people exchanged glances. Even from a corner came the faint sound of a sharp intake of breath. Sosuke, everyone knows him, right? Sosuke continued, his voice not loud, but distinctly reaching every corner of the hall. He was once my subordinate, and more importantly, my brother. He and his wife Shizuka both fell on a mission not long ago, leaving behind only this child. Today I intend to take Rin as my disciple here at the clan meeting. I hope you will all be aware. Uchiha Rin stood straight beside Sosuke, his gaze neither servile nor arrogant as it swept over the dark mass of figures below. His posture was upright, his expression calm, his breathing steady. But his perception was already cranked to maximum. He was ready to catch the first objection, the first questioning glance, and mentally calculate a countermeasure. He had even prepared to demonstrate a few Uchiha-style shuriken techniques, and the body flicker technique on the spot if necessary to silence any challengers. After all, reading so many novels in his previous life, the protagonist always had to face a slap down in such situations. It was only fitting for the plot. But the reaction from the crowd was nothing like his script. So it's Sosuke's child. A middle-aged kunoichi in the middle row spoke first, her voice thick, with undisguised nostalgia. That child must be talented. He looks just like Shizuka. Sosuke's son, no wonder. A young jonin in the back row nodded with arms crossed. To be personally accepted as a disciple by the clan head, he must have inherited his father's talent. A gray-haired elder in the corner slowly rose, leaning on his cane to look toward the front. His gaze lingered on Uchiha Rin for a long time, then he gave a slight nod. His voice was a bit husky, but it was especially clear in the quiet hall. A brother's son taken as disciple by the clan head. This is good, this is right. He slowly sat back down and looked over his shoulder at the younger members behind him. You younger ones might not know, but back when Sosuke was in the police force, he single-handedly tracked down clues on 3 class wanted criminals. His son should not be neglected. At these words, the murmurings in the hall not only didn't subside, but grew livelier, though the direction of the buzz had completely derailed. Someone was reminiscing about Sosuke staying up all night flipping through files in the police force. Someone else mentioned Shizuka giving shuriken special training to the clan's kunoichi. Still others asked across several rows. Which house does that kid live in? I'll drop off some things for him later. The whole scene wasn't like a discussion about the clan head taking a disciple. It was more like a long-lost son of an old colleague finally coming home. Uchiha Rin stood there, mouth slightly open. All the countermeasures he had prepared lined up in his mind, but not a single one could be used. He glanced involuntarily at Sosuke beside him, who was looking down at him with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't say anything more, just patted his shoulder gently. The expression seemed to say, I knew this would happen. Uchiha Sosuke raised his hand again to signal for silence, and then announced the adjournment of the meeting in a clear voice. The clan members rose from their cushions, gathering in 2s and 3s as they headed out. A few didn't leave immediately, probably intending to exchange a few words with Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin stood beside Sosuke, his expression frozen for several seconds. He really wanted to say something. No, where was the expected face-slapping to show off scene? He stood before the entire clan, personally taken as disciple by the clan head. Logically, at this point, shouldn't a few disgruntled middle-aged jonin or elders pop up shouting, what right does a mere orphan have? Then he would calmly walk to the center of the hall, casually toss out a technique, like the Great Fireball, without hand signs, and blast a hole clean through the training ground's earth wall. The whole hall would gasp in awe, the challengers' faces would turn ashen, and Sosuke would nod and smile approvingly. That was the standard script, wasn't it? He wouldn't even need to use a hand-sealess technique. Ordinary Uchiha-style shuriken would be enough. But after all that build-up, he had punched a cotton ball. Not a single sarcastic comment in sight. Was his convenient father's reputation really that powerful? He recalled the scene in the hall just now. The gray-haired elder leaning on his cane had vouched for him, The middle-aged kunoichi had looked at him like a nephew whose several young jonin were discussing his father's past exploits. No objections, no provocation, not even a single pointed remark. The only drama of the whole evening was that he had almost dozed off on his cushion. Oh well, he sighed inwardly. This was better. He didn't have to reveal any of his hidden cards, yet didn't have to show off fire release at the clan meeting, and didn't have to expose any trace of his mutated 6 eyes in front of so many Sharingan. The prestige left by Uchiha Sosuke and Uchiha Shizuka had paved his way far more effectively than any impromptu performance could. He suppressed his inner sarcasm, straightened his back again, and put a proper smile on his face for the clan members approaching him ready to handle the upcoming. He suppressed his inner sarcasm, straightened his back again, and put a proper smile on his face for the clan members approaching him ready to handle the upcoming social interaction. Don't rush off just yet. Let me introduce you to a few people. Uchiha Rin followed his gaze looking over. Several older clan members were approaching him from the crowd. Those who had sat closer to the front during the clan assembly ranging from their early 30s to those with graying hair. The one leading the way was a middle-aged kunoichi in a dark gray clan uniform, her hair neatly coiled into a bun at the nape of her neck. When she smiled, fine crow's feet gathered at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze paused on Uchiha Rin for a moment, then her smile deepened. She hurried over in 3 quick steps, bent down, rested her hands on her knees, and studied him carefully. Such a resemblance. You're practically a replica of Shizuka. She straightened up and gestured a height with her hand. Last time I saw you, you were only this tall. Now you've grown so much. Uchiha Rin lowered his head slightly, adopting the humble posture expected of a 5-year-old in the presence. He knew that his current face indeed inherited most of Uchiha Shizuka's features. The blurred fragments from his original Bodis memory showed a high resemblance between his mother's face and the one he now saw in the mirror. I am Uchiha Chika, your mother's contemporary. The middle-aged kunoichi introduced herself, her tone as warm as her smile. Back then, when your mother held shuriken training sessions in the clan, I was her assistant. If you ever have any questions about shuriken jutsu, feel free to come to me anytime. Uchiha Rin nodded, but before he could respond, another middle-aged jonin with a thick beard walked over. He was a full head taller than Chika, his shoulders as broad as a door panel. A long scar ran from his brow to his cheekbone, giving him a formidable appearance, but when he spoke, his tone was unexpectedly gentle. Just call me Uncle Tetsutaro. I served under your father Sosuke for 3 years. All the shuriken skills I have were taught to me by him personally. I've never forgotten your father's kindness. If there's ever anything I can help with, just give me a shout. He extended a hand as large as a cattail leaf and patted Uchiha Rin on the shoulder. That hand was heavy enough to shatter a brick, yet the force it delivered was carefully restrained, causing only a slight dip in Uchiha Rin's shoulder. In this towering jonin, Uchiha Rin perceived a loyalty that had endured for years tied to his chief father. Not loyalty to the clan head, but loyalty to a person, even though that person was no longer alive. Sosuke stood aside, his hand still resting on Uchiha Rin's shoulder. After Chika and Tetsutaro had finished speaking, he turned slightly, guiding Rin's gaze toward a young man in the back of the crowd, who had not yet come forward. That person had been waiting in an inconspicuous corner of the hall for a while, leaning casually against a pillar with arms crossed over his chest. He hadn't approached for small talk like the others, but his eyes remained fixed on this group. There's one more. Sosuke's voice carried a different weight. Fugaku, come over. The young man leaning against the pillar straightened up at once and walked over from the crowd. His pace was unhurried, each step steady and deliberate. The light from several stone lanterns in the hall gradually illuminated his face. A youth of about 14 or 15. He towered over Uchiha Rin by a full half-body. His black hair was neatly tied back. The lines of his face had shed all childish softness. The angle of his brow, the bridge of his nose, the curve of his jaw, all exuded a precocious steadiness. He wore the standard Uchiha Jonin uniform, the clan crest of the fan embroidered on his dark blue collar, arm guards on his forearms, and his ninja tool pouch fastened meticulously. Uchiha Rin recognized that face. Uchiha Fugaku, future clan head of the Uchiha, father of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, a key figure in the Fourth Shinobi World War. Now a 14-year-old prodigy of Konoha, already well known within the clan at a young age. In his past life, when reading the data book, 14-year-old Fugaku could already overpower most adult jonin in clan sparring using fire style and body flicker technique. But standing before him in person, Rin felt a pressure entirely different from what the data book described. Fugaku carried no ostentatious aura, yet his unshakable steadiness itself was a silent weight. Fugaku stopped in front of Uchiha Rin, looking down at him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Not a polite formal smile, but the kind of faint nostalgic curve that appears when recognizing someone one hasn't seen in a long time. Uchiha Rin, his voice was a half-tone lower than Sosuke's. You probably don't remember me. When you were born, your father carried you around, showing you off to our squad. Uchiha Rin paused. He truly didn't recall. There was no such image in his original Bodis memories. But the way Fugaku said it sounded like an eyewitness account, not some fabricated pleasantry. Your father was my squad leader, Fugaku continued, slowing his pace, as if flipping through a dusty old photo. In the 2 years after I was promoted to Chunin, I served in his squad for a year and a half. He led me on over 30 missions from crank patrols to rank pursuits. He taught me advanced shuriken deflection techniques and how to discern intelligence truth from falsehood during missions. His gaze lingered on Rin's face as if searching for a familiar angle. Half of my combat habits were shaped by him. Uchiha Rin listened quietly, not interrupting. What little he knew of Uchiha Sosuke came mostly from the annotations in those scrolls in the study, and from the occasional glimpses of his character between the lines, scribbling complaints about his wife on the margins of shuriken training manuals, drawing crooked diagrams when teaching his son fire style, and that final look back from the courtyard gate before departing for war. The Uchiha Sosuke pieced together from these fragments was already good enough, but now Fugaku's words made Rin realize that his never-met father was far more generous than he had imagined, not only toward family, but also toward subordinates. Chika and Tetsutaro had likely received Sosuke's kindness, but Fugaku was different. Fugaku was a soldier Sosuke had personally trained, a squad member Sakyuk had mentored from his Chunin days. How deeply a squad leader could influence his members. Rin had seen it countless times in the Naruto story from his past life, but he had never imagined that his own father had once been someone's jonin instructor. When your father passed, Fugaku's voice paused. The mission report reached the clan that day, and I was on duty at the security department. That was the first time I saw Tetsutaro cry. From a few steps away, Tetsutaro let out a gruff cough, but he took care of me. Fugaku slowly pulled his gaze back from some distant point of memory, refocusing on Uchiha Rin. His tone shifted from nostalgia to solemnity. So if you ever have any cultivation questions or matters in life, you can come to me. Ninjutsu, shurikenjutsu, taijutsu, whatever I can teach, I will teach. He paused slightly. His Sharingan wasn't activated, but Rin could feel that the other's gaze upon him carried an unvarnished weight. It wasn't scrutiny. It was a handoff, picking up an invisible baton from someone who was no longer there. Uchiha Rin lifted his head, met Fugaku's eyes, and then nodded with utmost sincerity. He understood the gravity of that promise. Fugaku at 14 was recognized as the foremost among the younger generation of the clan. For him to say, "Come to me anytime," to an orphan of 5, given his limited resources and time, was a great kindness, largely a repayment to Uchiha Sosuke. "Thank you, brother Fugaku." His voice was not loud, but each word was clear, free of excessive pleasantries or feigned emotion. Then the corner of his mouth curled slightly, and he added, "As long as brother Fugaku doesn't mind me being a bother in the future." Fugaku looked at him. The curve of his lips widened a little from the polite, shallow smile. Not dramatically, but his eyes crinkled at the same time. The solemnity in his gaze softened, replaced by a more relaxed, amused recognition. "I won't," he said. Chika, watching the scene, suddenly reached out and ruffled Rin's hair. Her force was lighter than Tetsutaro's earlier pat on the shoulder, but to a 5-year-old's head, it was still a small earthquake. All right. You have early training tomorrow. Don't all crowd around him." From a few steps away, Tetsutaro gruffly added, "This kid's even smoother-tongued than Sosuke was," before waving his huge hand at Rin and following Chika out of the hall. Fugaku gave Rin another look, nodded, and then turned and left. When his figure disappeared at the end of the stone path beyond the torii gate, only a few people remained in the hall, still tidying up the cushions. Uchiha Sosuke patted Rin's shoulder, then lifted his chin slightly toward the hall entrance. The two left the shrine one after another, walking along the stone path beside the Naka River toward the main clan road. The river flowed in the night moonlight, shattering on the moving surface into countless silent silver scales. The distant cedar forest rustled faintly in the night breeze, as quiet as when they had arrived, but Uchiha Rin's state of mind was completely different. Sosuke walked beside him, not in a hurry to speak. The stone path beneath their feet glowed pale white under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long and thin, occasionally overlapping and then separating. When they reached the bridge over the Naka River, Sosuke finally spoke. "That boy Fugaku. You should interact with him more." His tone was as though stating something that didn't need emphasis, but his words carried deeper considerations. "He's the young man I'm most optimistic about right now. Unmatched in strength among his peers, brilliant, steady in action. There's no one stronger among the younger generation of the clan. I have to handle the security department and various clan affairs on a daily basis. A time I can spare to personally guide your training is likely limited. If you encounter any cultivation issues, go to Fugaku first." He turned his head slightly to look at Rin, not slowing his pace. "Of course, don't worry about the ninjutsu scrolls and resources needed for training. He'll arrange them. You just need to focus on improving yourself." Uchiha Rin nodded. He had anticipated this arrangement. As clan head, Sosuke's time and energy had to cover the entire operation of the Uchiha clan. He couldn't act as a private tutor and teach Rin hand in hand. but resource guarantees and a clear recommendation direction. Fugaku, the strongest of the younger generation. These two things were worth more than any unknown guidance. They continued walking. By the time they passed through the main clan road, most of the streetlights had gone out, leaving only a few stubbornly glowing at the corners. Uchiha Rin stopped at the gate of his own house and turned to face Sosuke. Sosuke stood at the entrance, moonlight behind him casting a pale silver halo around his silhouette. He looked down at Rin, his expression carrying a nuance more subtle than when he had held his hand and introduced him to the entire clan at the shrine. Not entirely the dignity of a clan head, nor entirely the affection of an elder, but something heavier that lay between the two. In short use, this period of peace, just after the Second War, ended to grow strong quickly. His voice was not heavy, yet it carried a weight that only someone who had lived through war could articulate. Uchiha Rin didn't answer immediately. He looked at Sosuke's face, hearing more than the surface meaning in this seemingly simple admonition. The Third Shinobi World War had not yet erupted, but Konoha's borders had never truly known peace. Tsukumo Hatake was still alive, Kakashi had not yet received that Sharingan, Awabido had not yet died at Kanobi Bridge, Rin had not yet impaled herself on Kakashi's Chidori, the mistrust between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had not yet swollen to a point requiring clan annihilation to resolve. It was now Konoha year 38, and all the tragedies were still buried in the future. And Sosuke, as the clan head of the Uchiha, a veteran of the Second War, knew clearly that no one could guarantee how long peace would last, and that this 5-year-old child, his brother's son, needed to acquire enough self-preservation ability before that peace ended. "I will, Uncle Sosuke," Uchiha Rin said. The words were simple, without any embellishment, but the earnestness and commitment in his tone were genuine. Sosuke nodded, reached out with his broad hand, and pressed it on Rin's head. The force was very light, but the hand lingered longer than any previous touch. Then he withdrew his hand, turned, and walked deeper into the clan grounds. His dark blue silhouette soon dissolved into the shadows beyond the reach of the streetlight, leaving only the sound of wooden clogs on stone pavement, fading into the distance. Uchiha Rin pushed open his own gate, changed into wooden clogs at the entrance, washed his face, and lay back down on the tatami. One clan meeting had yielded far more social groundwork than he had anticipated. Fugaku was willing to mentor him. Sosuke had promised resource support, and several senior clan members who had received Sosuke's kindness had also expressed their backing. More importantly, no one had questioned his qualification. No face-slapping story arcs, no extras jumping out to pick a fight. Just a bunch of middle-aged aunties looking at him like a beloved nephew, a towering jonin patting his shoulder, saying to give a shout if needed, and a 14-year-old genius waiting by a pillar telling him solemnly, "Whatever I can teach, I will teach." The legacy his cheap father had left behind was heavier and more useful than he had imagined. He closed his eyes, turned over, and pulled the blanket up to his shoulders. Starting tomorrow, his tasks were clear. During the day at the Ninja Academy, continue to build goodwill with Kakashi to reach the threshold for a second-tier treasure chest as soon as possible. After school, he could train with Fugaku and make full use of the ninjutsu scrolls and resources Sosuke had promised. After all, time waited for no one. The outbreak of the Third War was only a few years away. Shadow clone technique, a technique invented by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Rin intended to follow the traditional use of transmigrators, using it to attend school in his place. This idea occurred to him on the third day after the clan meeting. That morning he sat in the classroom listening to teacher Kuni's lecture on the 5th lesson of chakra basic theory, which covered how to perceive the flow of chakra within the meridians through meditation. He listened with utter boredom. This theory he had memorized by heart when flipping through setting guides in his previous life, and after transmigrating, he had practiced it on himself countless times. Now being forced to sit here and listen to Kuni spend 20 minutes explaining something he could perform with his eyes closed was nothing short of torture. But he couldn't just skip class. The Ninja Academy had an attendance system. Unexcused absences would be recorded in his file, and he certainly didn't want to be summoned by his parents right when Sosuke had just accepted him as a disciple. Just as Uchiha Rin was staring blankly out the window, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The shadow clone and the original share consciousness. Everything the clone experiences is transmitted back upon dispelling, including lecture content, the teacher's roll call, and interactions among classmates. In other words, as long as he sent a shadow clone to sit in the classroom and take the academic lessons for him, his main body could spend that same time on more valuable training at the clan's training ground. He couldn't afford to fall behind on Kakashi's affinity progress, so the shadow clone would conveniently run into Kakashi at school and strike up conversations as needed. He also couldn't completely neglect Abido and Gayu. A few occasional chats would maintain basic social interactions. As for the lecture content, the clone just needed to sit through it. The only risk was the shadow clone's chakra endurance issue. The clone would evenly split the original's chakra. The longer it was maintained, the greater the consumption, and any damage or fatigue the clone suffered would also be transmitted back. But what level was he at now? After awakening his Sharingan, his chakra reserves had soared to the level of an elite Jonin. Combined with the zero consumption characteristic of the 6 eyes, the chakra cost of maintaining a shadow clone at school for an entire day was nothing more than a drop in the bucket to him. Thus, from that day on, Uchiha Rin's daily life was split into 2 parallel lines. Every morning, the shadow clone punctually entered the Ninja Academy, with its backpack sat in the classroom, attending lectures, taking notes, occasionally chatting with Obito and Guy, and from time to time, grinding Kakashi's affinity. Meanwhile, the main body spent all day at the clan's training ground, pouring all his energy into cultivation. This arrangement worked quite smoothly until the day of the monthly practical sparring assessment. On that day, Uchiha Rin's main body stood in the center of the Uchiha clan's training ground, holding the practice ninja sword that Sosuke had given him. The tip of the blade drooped slightly, and his breathing had not yet fully recovered from the continuous slashes of the Uchiha-style swordsmanship he had just performed. At the edge of the training ground lay several training posts chopped beyond recognition, with wood chips and fragments of shurikens scattered across the sand. He had just sheathed the sword when a violent stab of pain exploded in his mind, and then a fragment of memory flooded in like a tide. After a few seconds rubbing his temples, he digested all the incoming memories, and then fell silent for a moment. Trouble, he muttered to himself. Today was the Ninja Academy's monthly practical sparring assessment. He had completely forgotten about it. The shadow clone had realized this issue when it arrived at school early in the morning, but it was already too late. The assessment was conducted in order of student numbers, and his shadow clone was scheduled to face Kakashi. The problem was that the clone had already been sitting in the classroom all morning. 4 periods of academic classes ranging from chakra theory to ninja world history to the will of fire, without being able to sleep or daydream the entire time. Because teacher Kyuni, for some unknown reason, was particularly fond of calling on students today, his shadow clone was called up to answer 2 questions. By the time of the afternoon sparring, the chakra inside the shadow clone had already been depleted by more than half. It was struggling just to maintain itself, let alone confront Kakashi head-on. After the assessment began, the shadow clone adopted the most conservative strategy, constantly dodging, using the body flicker technique and footwork to keep distance, stalling for time as much as possible. Kakashi started off with his usual lazy demeanor, but after a few steps of pursuit, he realized the opponent was just running away, and his expression began to change. A rare irritation surfaced on his face. Not the anger of being provoked, but the displeasure of, I thought I finally had a worthy opponent, but you're just leading me around. Then Kakashi seized a gap in the dodging, used a body flicker to close in on the shadow clone, and punched it. The last image before the shadow clone dispelled was Kakashi standing in the middle of the training ground, still clenching his fist from the punch, with an expression that said he had been played. After reading that memory, Uchiha Rin stood in the center of the training ground and took a deep cold breath. Kakashi was angry. That was almost certain. That kid was never one with a good temper. His laziness was a disguise for his defensive nature, and when he got serious, it precisely meant he cared. He had painstakingly accumulated over 40 points of affinity, managed to make Kakashi acknowledge his strength and regard him as an opponent worth taking seriously, yet after one assessment, Kakashi discovered that the opponent across from him was a shadow clone with barely half its chakra remaining. If he were in Kakashi's shoes, he would be angry too. Subconsciously, he opened the system panel and glanced at it. Conquest target Hatake Kakashi system, alias Gojo Satoru's childhood form, current affinity 43100, current status irritated. Uchiha Rin stared at that, irritated, for a moment, then closed the panel. The affinity hadn't dropped. That was probably the only good news he heard today. The system's affinity mechanism was once proven, forever proven. The trust already gained wouldn't be directly reset by a single misunderstanding. But the status label changing from calm to irritated indicated that Kakashi's mood was indeed not good. Those 43 points of affinity had been painstakingly built up over nearly 2 months. From the running and throwing tests at the start of school to the month of coincidental meetings at the public training ground to that sparring session of Great Fireball versus Earth-style wall and cleaning the training ground together. Every single point of affinity was a genuine recognition of his strength, and now those recognitions had been somewhat discounted by a perfunctory assessment. It wasn't the affinity being discounted, it was the trust being discounted. It seemed he must go to school with his main body tomorrow and explain to Kakashi face to face. And the method of explanation was also important. It couldn't be too formal, as that would make Kakashi feel awkward, nor could it be too casual, as that would seem like he didn't care about the other's feelings. The best way was to adopt an attitude of, it's indeed my fault, but I didn't mean it, frankly admit the shadow clone matter, and at the same time, let Kakashi know that he held enough weight in his heart for the main body to make a special trip to explain. He inserted the ninja sword back into its sheath, placed it on the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground, sat cross-legged on a stone bench by the training ground, and began to recall the progress of his cultivation over the past month. Although the fact that his shadow clone had been punched into oblivion was a bit troubling, he had to admit that the strategy of having the clone attend school had yielded enormous returns in training efficiency. His main body had thrown almost all its time into the training ground this month, practicing fire release and swordsmanship during the day, using cursed energy to nourish his Sharingan at night, and occasionally seeking Fugaku's advice on combat techniques. The ninjutsu scrolls that Sosuke had promised also arrived. 3 scrolls of advanced Uchiha clan fire release techniques ranging from rank to a rank, each annotated with key training points by Sosuke himself. At first, Fugaku merely waited for him at the training ground as agreed, guiding him to improve the Uchiha-style Shuriken advanced technique from 6 to a stable 8 simultaneous throws. But the first time he led him to practice fire release, Fugaku's expression began to change. It was one evening when Fugaku demonstrated the Great Fire Annihilation, a rank fire release technique area attack with chakra consumption and power a level higher than the Great Fireball. After the demonstration, Fugaku asked him to try it himself following the hand seal sequence on the scroll, then stood aside with arms crossed expecting to see him fumble and fail once or twice. After all, a 5-year-old child attempting a rank fire release for the first time. If he could even spit out a flame, that would already be considered good talent. Uchiha Rin took a glance at the chakra flow diagram on the scroll, made no hand seals, and simply opened his mouth to unleash a nearly 30-meter wall of fire that swept forward. The sand of the training ground was scorched into a fan-shaped black scar, and the farthest training posts were carbonized and shattered from the heat. Uchiha Rin turned to look at Fugaku, who stood at the edge of the training ground still maintaining his arms-crossed posture, but the expression on his face had completely frozen. The smile had vanished, replaced by an extremely rare undisguised shock. After a long silence, he finally forced out 2 words, monster. Then Fugaku seemed to suddenly understand something. He shook his head, the corners of his mouth lifting again into a helpless smile, and asked no further questions. He knew Uchiha Rin's eyes were different from others. Sosuke had briefly mentioned it to him before the clan meeting, but had instructed him not to ask further. Fugaku was a smart man, and smart men knew what to ask and what not to ask. From then on, Fugaku's attitude toward training Uchiha Rin underwent a subtle shift. Previously, he had been earnestly instructing a talented junior. Afterward, he was earnestly exchanging insights with an opponent whose strength gap was rapidly closing. He no longer treated Uchiha Rin as a 5-year-old child who needed Hansen guidance. Instead, he began to discuss technique details with him in a more equal manner. The Great Fire Dragon technique was the next one to learn right after mastering Great Fire Annihilation. It was a rank fire release technique that shaped fire into several flame dragons for precise strikes with power and controlled difficulty far exceeding Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Rin took 3 days to master the basic form, and within a week, he could simultaneously control 3 fire dragons to hit different targets separately. Fugaku watched from the side. This time he didn't lose his composure, he simply nodded and said, "That's about right," in a tone that seemed to state a fact that was no longer so surprising. Next was the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. The Uchiha-style sword leap flame was a unique technique combining fire release with swordsmanship developed by the Uchiha clan. It attached flame chakra to the blade at the moment of swinging, inflicting area burn effects alongside the slash, integrating offense and defense with immense power. Fugaku spent 3 full afternoons teaching him the basic grip posture and swing trajectory. Before this, Uchiha Rin's knowledge of swordsmanship was nearly zero. Kakashi used the short sword of the Hatake White Fang style, but Rin had never touched a sword before. However, under the precise chakra control of the 6 eyes, any technique that required attaching chakra to a weapon became extraordinarily simple. Uchiha Rin went from not knowing how to hold a sword to being able to carve a sea of fire across the training ground with sword leap flame in just 2 weeks. This speed left Fugaku silent on the training ground for a long time. It wasn't the silence of being impressed, but a silence that said, "I am re-evaluating this person." As for Jinjutsu, the shackling stakes technique and the demonic illusion, mirror heaven and earth change were 2 signature Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. The shackling stakes technique could bind the opponent in shackles constructed by Jinjutsu, completely sealing their senses. The demonic illusion, mirror heaven, and earth change was a counterskill that reflected Jinjutsu back at the opponent. The power of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu depended on the strength of the dojutsu, and Uchiha Rin's current dojutsu, according to Sosuke's evaluation, was not much different from an adult wielder with 3 tomo. The first time Fugaku was bound by his shackling stakes technique, it took him nearly 5 seconds to break free. A 14-year-old genius jonin being trapped for 5 seconds by a 5-year-old's Jinjutsu. If this result spread outside the clan, the entire Jinjutsu ninja circle in Konoha would be in an uproar. After breaking free, Fugaku stood at the edge of the training ground and repeated "monster" twice. The sun was setting. Uchiha Rin sat on the edge of the training ground resting for a moment, gazing at the layered scorch marks on the sand and the shattered posts, and began to calmly assess his current combat power panel. In Fire Release, Great Fireball, Great Fire Annihilation, Great Fire Dragon Technique, plus Phoenix Flower covering from area suppression to single target precise, strike the firepower line already encompassed rank to a rank. The Uchiha-style Shuriken technique of 8 simultaneous throws with variable trajectories had stable accuracy. He had mastered the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Sword Leap Flame. In Jinjutsu, he had learned Shackling Stakes technique and Demonic Illusion, Mirror Heaven, and Earth Change. Sealless casting and zero energy consumption were still his greatest hidden advantages. When his opponent was still forming hand seals, his fire release was already hitting their face. When the opponent thought his chakra was almost depleted, his endurance had just passed halfway. He stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, bent down to pick up the ninja sword leaning against the stone bench, and walked toward the weapon rack. Tomorrow's plan was clear. The main body would go to school, first apologize to teacher Kuni and explain the shadow clone matter, then find Kakashi for a private explanation, and finally have a good fight with him. As the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated the bedroom, Uchiha Rin had already adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. He fastened his ninja tool pouch tightly to his right leg, took a deep breath, and pushed open the courtyard door. The morning breeze carrying the scent of earth and leaves greeted him as he stepped out. The streets of Konoha village were just awakening. The owner of the flower shop in the mountain was moving flower pots to the entrance, and the curtain at Ichiraku Ramen had not yet been hung. He walked a bit slower than usual, replaying in his mind the words he would soon say to teacher Murakumo. First admit his mistake, then explain, maintaining a sincere attitude, but avoiding being overly sycophantic. He wanted the teacher to feel that a genius was merely testing the boundaries of the rules rather than a troublemaker openly challenging the school's authority. The teaching building of the Ninja Academy stood quietly in the morning light. The corridor was empty, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. Uchiha Rin did not head directly to the classroom. Instead, he turned a corner and knocked on the door of the guy. Teacher Murakumo was sitting behind his desk, holding a steaming cup of tea with a stack of ungraded assessment forms spread out in front of him. Noticing that Uchiha Rin had entered, his eyebrows raised slightly. He set down the teacup, intertwined his fingers on the desk, and looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, "I knew you would come." "Teacher, I am here to apologize." Uchiha Rin stood in front of the desk, his back straight, not lowering his head or fidgeting, meeting Murakumo's gaze with steady eyes. "Regarding the practical assessment yesterday, I have been using shadow clones to attend school during this time, while my main body trained in the clan's territory. I did not fight with my true strength in yesterday's assessment, which was unfair to both you and Kakashi. I apologize." He slightly inclined his body, held the pose for 3 seconds, and then straightened up again. Murakumo stared at him for a while, took a sip from his tea, and set it down. Then he leaned back in his chair, a faint smile of helplessness appearing at the corners of his mouth. His expression resembled that of someone watching a troublesome but endearing nephew rather than a student who had made a mistake. "I forgive you, teacher." His tone was much gentler than Uchiha Rin had anticipated, even carrying a hint of suppressed amusement. "I know both you and Kakashi are geniuses. It's normal to find school courses boring and tedious. Truth be told, after teaching at the Ninja Academy for so many years, I encounter 1 or 2 students like you every few years." He reached for his teacup and took another sip, then gently tapped the pen on the assessment forms. "I presume you use the shadow clone technique to attend school for better training, right? This time I won't pursue the matter. Oh, just don't let it happen again." Uchiha Rin was slightly taken aback. None of the explanations he had prepared were necessary. Teacher Murakumo did not seem offended at all. Instead, he appeared to have seen through the essence of the matter from the beginning, even showing some understanding. "Thank you, teacher, I understand." But Murakumo suddenly elongated his tone, leaning forward slightly, resting his chin on his interlocked hands. The smile on his face shifted from helplessness to a subtle curvature that Uchiha Rin was reluctant to interpret, his eyes narrowing like a cat that had seen everything and was waiting for the show to unfold. "Instead of apologizing to me, you should apologize to Kakashi." Uchiha Rin's back stiffened slightly. After all, that kid looked quite upset yesterday. Murakumo's tone carried an unabashed glee, and he leaned back in his chair, gently tapping a rhythm on the desk with his fingers. Moreover, he even requested to postpone the assessment, saying he would wait until you returned to school to retake it. "I was thinking, let's make it a makeup test after school today, or just write your main body will be here, too, saving us the trouble of scheduling another time." Uchiha Rin's expression froze. He opened his mouth, his mind racing for 3 seconds, and then he let out a soul-deep sigh from the bottom of his throat. "I am doomed." Teacher Murakumo picked up his teacup and took a sip with a smile, clearly conveying the message. Genius, or not, one must not skip the lessons of society. After leaving the guidance office, Uchiha Rin dragged his feet toward the classroom. The windows on both sides of the corridor were open, and the morning breeze, filled with the scent of sand from the playground, rushed in. A few lower-grade students were chasing and playing at the end of the corridor, their laughter echoing through the empty teaching building. He walked among them, yet inside he felt as desolate as autumn wind. When he pushed open the classroom door, most of his classmates had already arrived. In the back row by the window, Obito was sprawled on his desk, catching up on sleep. Guy was stretching in his seat, mumbling about burning youth again today. Awasuma was leaning against his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling with a stalk of grass in his mouth, and Kurenai was quietly flipping through her textbook. The classroom was filled with the unique, drowsy atmosphere of the morning, just like any ordinary school day at the ninja. Uchiha Rin walked to his seat, hung up his backpack, and then rested his hands on his chin, staring at the blackboard with unfocused eyes. Makeup test. After school. With Kakashi. Right now his mind was occupied with one question: how to explain to that white-haired guy. Yesterday was a clone. I didn't mean to brush you off. I was training, not slacking off. In short, I'm sorry, and he'll make sure to have a serious match with you after school today. But nothing seems right. If it's too formal, Kakashi will find it awkward. If it's too casual, it won't show enough seriousness. Apologizing first might get interrupted, and not saying anything at all seems like I'm avoiding the explanation. Just as he was lost in this chaotic train of thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder from behind. Rin, are you here as a clone or your main body today? To think of using a clone to attend school while resting at home. Why didn't you tell me? Uchiha Rin almost jumped out of his chair from the surprising slap. He turned his head to see Obito's face, wearing sunglasses, leaning over from the back row, his eyes bulging behind the goggles, wearing a smug expression that seemed to say, I scared you, didn't I? Rin stood behind Obito, casting a curious glance at Uchiha Rin. It's my main body, my main body. Uchiha Rin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, looking utterly helpless. And it's not for resting, it's for training. Training, understand? He lowered his hands, tilted his head to look at Obito, and added a comment that had little impact, but was highly insulting. Can you even use shadow clones? Obito's face instantly flushed red. His finger pointing at Uchiha Rin froze in midair, his lips moved a few times, and then he puffed up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I can learn the cricket shadow clone technique. I'm not incapable of it with a little effort. Humph. The volume of his retort was clearly 3 notches lower than before, and the confidence was visibly lacking. Rin watched Obito's stubborn demeanor from the side, covering her mouth with her hand, and letting out a soft. Obito's ears turned even redder at the sound of laughter. To cover up his embarrassment, he suddenly grabbed Uchiha Rin's shoulders and started shaking him violently, his voice loud enough to draw the attention of the entire classroom. Wait, you said you use shadow clones for training? You're already so strong. Tying with Kakashi in the entrance exam, hitting all 8 shurikens right on target, and last time your fireball technique blew up half the training ground. Yet you still secretly train with us. You're making it hard for others to live. You jerk. Rin, you big idiot. Uchiha Rin's head was shaken like wheat in a storm, the world around him rapidly switching between the desk, ceiling, and blackboard, leaving no room for even a moment to plead for mercy. Rin anxiously waved her hands from the side. Obito, let go. Rin seems like he's going to get dizzy from your shaking. His eyes aren't even moving. Obito abruptly released his grip, realizing he had been too rough. Sorry. You okay, Rin? Obito hurriedly reached out to support his shoulder, his face filled with embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head, not even bothering to straighten his goggles that had been knocked askew, muttering, I didn't mean it. Who told you to say something about cricket shadow clones? Uchiha Rin's body swayed backward due to inertia before he stabilized, leaning against the chair, his gaze vacant. He murmured a weak reply, not dead. Just as the 3 of them were in a ruckus, a voice came from not far behind Uchiha Rin. So does that mean that during this time all the ones at school are your clones? The air suddenly felt as if all warmth had been sucked away. Uchiha Rin immediately jolted. Kakashi, when did he arrive? Obito's hand was still on Uchiha Rin's shoulder, and Rin's smile still lingered on her lips, leaving the 3 of them frozen in their actions. The voice was not loud, nor was the tone heavy, even carrying Kakashi's usual lazy drawl. But for some reason, every word hung in the air with a subtle sense of pressure. Kakashi had appeared in the corridor behind them without them noticing. He carried his ever-present short sword with his hands in his pockets, standing casually, his silver hair covering half of his face. His expression seemed no different from usual, eyelids half closed with no curvature to his lips, looking as if he had just woken up. But his gaze, those gray eyes, pierced through the gaps in his hair, landing squarely on Uchiha Rin, not once glancing at Obito or Rin beside him. And your main body is training elsewhere, right? This was not a question. His tone was flat, as if restating a fact he had already confirmed. Uchiha Rin opened his mouth, yet before he could organize an explanation, Obito's voice burst out first. Whoa, Kakashi, how come you walk without making a sound? Obito was quite startled, jumping half a step back, his back hitting Rin's desk. He covered his chest with one hand, and pointed at Kakashi with the other, his tone clearly filled with discontent. And don't just suddenly speak. It's really scary, you know. Kakashi did not look at him. Those gray eyes remained fixed on Uchiha Rin's face as if all of Obito's actions and sounds were isolated behind an invisible barrier. Obito's finger was still pointing in midair. After waiting 2 seconds and seeing that Kakashi did not even flick his eyelids in his direction, the deliberate disregard in the air finally made him explode. Hey, Kakashi, you jerk. Obito's face was redder than when Uchiha Rin had exposed his inability to use shadow clones. He took a step forward, looking ready to grab Kakashi by the collar, but a hand stretched out even faster from the side, gently pressing down on his arm. Rin said nothing, just shook her head slightly. Her eyes were calm, carrying a sensitivity rare for girls her age. Though she didn't fully understand what was happening, her intuition told her that this was not a situation Obito should interfere with. Obito turned to look at Rin, then Kakashi, then back at Uchiha Rin, his mouth opening and closing, and finally huffed, pulling his arm away from Rin's hand and crossing it over his chest, reluctantly taking a step back. Thus, only 2 people remained in the corridor. Kakashi stood beside Uchiha Rin's desk, looking down at him. Uchiha Rin still sat in his chair, leaning against the back, fingers resting on the edge of the desk, posture unchanged. He could feel that gaze upon him, a scrutinizing look that demanded confirmation. On the surface, Uchiha Rin appeared calm, as if everything was under control. However, in the depths of his mind, a miniature version of himself was cradling his head, sweating profusely and frantically spamming thoughts. Not good, not good, not good, not good. What is this feeling like? When I was caught skipping school to go to an internet cafe by my parents when I was younger. No, I didn't skip school, I was practicing at the training ground. But why do I feel guilty? Kakashi, your expression is way too scary. Obito, don't go. Rin, come back. Anyone please say something. Uchiha Rin lifted his head, his lips slightly parted, but before he could utter the first syllable, Kakashi cut him off. Well? The silver-haired boy averted his gaze from Rin's face, turning toward the window. His tone grew very soft, almost as if he were talking to himself. I have to retake the exam after school anyway. He paused, pulled his hand out of his pocket, and turned to walk back. After a couple of steps, he stopped, tilting his head to cast a glance at Uchiha Rin with his exposed gray eye. Let me see the results of your training over this period. With that, he continued to his seat and sat down, resting his short blade beside the armrest. He put both hands back into his pockets and closed his eyes as if he had already finished all the social interactions required in the classroom for the day. Uchiha Rin stared at the back of that silver-haired head for 3 seconds, then let out a long, weary sigh from deep within his lungs. Clearly no amount of verbal explanation would get through to him before their after-school combat training retest. Leaning back in his chair, Rin stared at the ceiling and began mentally rehearsing the techniques he would use today after school. Since explanation was useless, he would let his strength speak for itself. He wanted to see a month's worth of training results. Then he would show him more than enough. The dismissal bell echoed through the corridors of the Konoha Ninja Academy as punctually as always. But for certain students in Class 1A, the chime sounded more like the signal for battle to commence. On the podium, Teacher Murano packed up his teaching materials, adjusted his glasses, and swept his gaze across the classroom, finally settling on Uchiha Rin by the window and Hatake Kakashi at the center. He deliberately cleared his throat and announced in a voice that carried across the entire room. Today's practical combat re-examination, Uchiha Rin versus Hatake Kakashi. The venue is Training Ground 3. I will personally serve as referee. Those who wish to spectate may come, but do not approach the combat zone. After speaking, he picked up his lesson plan and headed toward the door. As he passed Rin's desk, he paused, lowered his voice, and added, and this time no shadow clones. Uchiha Rin gave a wry smile, rose from his seat, and tightened the strap of his ninja tool pouch around his right. He could feel the gazes of everyone in the room bouncing back and forth between himself and Kakashi. Obito was leaning over the back of his chair with his eyes wide open. Guy was already doing stretches at the door. Soma had removed the grass stem from his mouth and looked serious. Yui Kurenai quietly closed her textbook and stood up while Rin hugged her books and followed behind Obito. Kakashi was the first to leave the classroom. He strapped the short sword to his back, hands in his pockets, his silver-white hair catching the light of the setting sun. Without turning back, he strode toward Training Ground 3, leaving an aloof silhouette behind. Uchiha Rin followed him, trailed by a sizable crowd, exactly like the sparring match a month ago. But this time no one was chattering about who would win. Training Ground 3 was more formal than the playground training area they had used last month. A standard circular sand field nearly 30 meters in diameter, surrounded by a log fence, the ground covered with fine sand and gravel that crunched underfoot. Outside the fence was a stepped spectator area with several rows of long wooden benches already filled with students who had heard the news. Even a few lower-grade teachers stood at the back, craning their necks, evidently drawn by rumors of a re-examination between the two geniuses of the first year. Teacher Murano stood in the center of the field, a record board in his left hand, his right hand raised to signal the contestants to take their positions. His expression was more serious than usual, clearly placing far greater importance on this re-examination than on the regular classroom sparring. Both sides 10 meters apart. Perform the seal of confrontation. Uchiha Rin and Hatake Kakashi raised their right hands simultaneously, index and middle fingers extended in front of them. The setting sun stretched their shadows long across the sand. 10 meters of ground lay between them, their gazes meeting in midair. Kakashi's gray eyes were fully open, not the lazy half-lidded state he usually wore, but sharp and focused like an unsheathed blade. Uchiha Rin did not smile either. His right hand lowered from the seal and hung naturally at his side, but his fingers were slightly parted, ready to flick open his tool pouch at any moment. Begin the re-examination. Kakashi did not stand there with his hands in his pockets waiting for Rin to make the first move as he had last time. The moment the word begin fell, the silver-white hair vanished from its spot. Body flicker technique. His speed was a significant leap from the previous month, with hardly any telltale shift beforehand. Even the sand bore no footprint in his wake. Uchiha Rin's pupils contracted slightly, his body reacting faster than his mind. His right foot kicked off the ground, launching him backward into a midair flip. As he landed, a kunai flew from his fingertips. With a sharp clang, Kakashi's short sword struck the blade surface of the kunai, sparks exploding in the twilight. Rin used the recoil of the deflected kunai to retreat another half-step, then stopped. He looked at the short sword in Kakashi's hand, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. This kid had drawn his blade right from the start, meaning he had no intention of holding back. Good. Kakashi did not pursue after the missed strike. His sword tip drooped slightly, his gray eyes watching Rin from above the blade. There was no irritation or anger in those eyes, only a calm assessment. He didn't even say something like, "You're much faster than yesterday," because from that instant of exchange he had confirmed one thing today: it was the real body. That was enough. Both of them burst from stillness into a sprint at almost the same moment. Sand erupted in two puffs beneath their feet, and kunai and short sword collided in the center of the field, with a sharp metallic ring spark scattering. Kakashi's sword speed had increased by a full notch since last month. The White Fang-style's Kodachi techniques of the Hatake clan were compressed to the optimal adaptation for a 5-year-old's body. Each stroke followed the shortest straight path, the blade changing direction with almost no deceleration, its cutting trajectory measured like a ruler, aiming for the throat, the flank, and the wrist. But Uchiha Rin was no longer the same level as last month, when he could only rely on the body flicker technique for surprise attacks. The kunai in his hand deflected Kakashi's blade at extremely precise angles. With the enhanced dynamic vision from the 6 eyes, every trajectory of Kakashi's strikes was broken down into visualized data: speed, angle, force distribution, predicted direction of the next swing, all updated in Rin's field of view in milliseconds. He no longer needed to block Hiden as he had the previous month. Instead, he used minimal wrist motions to deflect the blade, letting each strike pass by his body by a hair's breadth. Outside the fence, the first wave of gasps erupted. Obito was sprawled on the railing, mouth open, but unable to utter a word. Guy gripped the railing with both hands, knuckles white, muttering "so fast" under his breath. Suddenly Kakashi's blade shifted, from a diagonal overhead slash to a reverse sweep, the sword tracing a silver arc toward Rin's knee. This change of direction was utterly without warning, a technique from the White Fang style specifically designed to break through defenses. Uchiha Rin did not retreat. As his kunai moved downward to block, his left hand hooked a shuriken from his pouch. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken flew at an almost floor-skimming angle toward Kakashi's ankle. Kakashi had no choice but to abort his slash and leap backward. The shuriken grazed his shin and embedded itself in the sand, kicking up a small burst of dust. The two reopened the distance. Barely 10 seconds had passed since the start, but they had already exchanged dozens of strikes. The sand was covered with footprints and traces of sparks from the clashes between blade and kunai. Kakashi stood 5 paces away, short sword held horizontally in front of him. Finally, he spoke the first word since the match began. "Warm-up is just about enough, isn't it?" Uchiha Rin switched the kunai from reverse grip to forward grip, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He had been waiting for those words too. Both had been probing, using the appetizer to gauge the other's progress. And now each knew in his heart. This month of training had not been wasted by either. Suddenly Uchiha Rin tucked the kunai into his belt, swept his right hand across his tool pouch, and produced 4 shuriken, 2 in each hand. Without performing hand seals, he flicked his wrists repeatedly, sending all 4 shuriken flying from 4 different directions: straight ahead, left curve, right loop behind, and a high angle dive. The hallmark of the Uchiha throwing technique, the shuriken collided with one another in midair, altering their trajectories and weaving an irregular net of spinning blades. Kakashi's short sword became a blur of light in front of him. For sharp clangs rang out in succession, and all 4 shuriken were deflected. But as he lowered his blade, he realized Rin had vanished from his original spot. It wasn't the body flicker technique. It was pure speed. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the shuriken to occupy Kakashi's field of vision, Uchiha Rin lowered his center of gravity and cut in from the right side. By the time Kakashi blocked the last shuriken, Rin was already at his right flank. But he threw no punch, kick, no kick. He spoke. Fire release, great fireball technique. No, Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He saw Rin's lips part just slightly, and then a fiery orb of orangerd over 10 meters in diameter erupted from his mouth at point-blank range. No sealing process, no sign of chakra gathering, not even a pause to charge. The great fireball was so close that Kakashi could feel the fine hairs on his eyebrows curl from the heat. But his body reacted with astonishing speed. He sheathed his short sword behind his back, just before the fireball struck, and his hands formed seals at a speed nearly invisible to the eye. Boar snake ram tiger ox. Both hands slammed the ground. Earth release mud wall. The sand heaved before him, a thick earthen wall rising abruptly. But the moment the fireball collided with the wall, Kakashi knew something was wrong. This fireball was far hotter than the one last month. The surface of the wall cracked and reddened. Within 2 seconds, the central area began to disintegrate and melt, and chunks of earth were swallowed by flames before they could fall. The mud wall held for less than 5 seconds before shattering explosively, fragments of flame scattering everywhere. Kakashi had used those 5 seconds to leap back 7 or 8 meters, but a few sparks still caught the edge of his robe, which he casually patted out. Outside, the fence gasps had turned to screams. Sealless ninjutsu. He didn't hand seal just now. Obito's voice cracked as he straddled the railing, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Guy clutched his head, eyes wide as saucers, repeating sealless, instant, genius under his breath. Asuma's grass stem fell from his mouth onto the toe of his shoe, but he made no move to pick it up. Yuhi Kurena's red eyes were wider than ever before, her lips parted slightly, murmuring, "That can't be." Several teachers in the back row had all risen to their feet. One of them dropped his record board. Teacher Murano, standing at the edge of the field, wore an expression that had shifted from seriousness to a complex blend of shock, and, "I should have expected this." He tightened his grip on the record board, but did not blow his whistle. Kakashi stood on the sand, panting slightly, and glanced down at the back of his short sword. It bore a few scorch marks from the flame debris. Then he raised his head and looked across at Uchiha Rin. In those gray eyes there was no sense of defeat or suppressed anger, only a rare, unguarded excitement. The excitement of a genius who, after a long solitude, had finally discovered someone who had pulled ahead of him. Uchiha Rin gave him no time to catch his breath. His right hand swept across his waist, and a practiced ninja sword slid from its scabbard. This blade had been given to him by Sosei. Its length and weight were tailored for a 5-year-old's build. The edge was not sharpened, but now a thin layer of flame chakra coated it. The Uchiha style's sword, leaping flame fire flowing ceaselessly over the blade, turning it a glowing orangerd. He grasped the sword with both hands, lowered his stance, and took a powerful step forward. The blade swept upward from below the flame chakra, drawing a scorching arc through the air, aimed at Kakashi's face. Kakashi raised his sword to block. As the two blades collided, a burst of flame erupted, sparks scattering like meteors onto the sand, sizzling as they landed. Sword leaping flame. The flame chakra exploded upon impact, creating a secondary burn. Even a successful block could not escape the residual heat. Several small holes were burned into Kakashi's sleeve. He quickly retreated to create distance, but Rin gave him no chance to readjust. The second strike was already descending toward Kakashi's right shoulder. With each swing, the flame chakra on the blade left burning trails in the air, one strike after another in unbroken succession. A scorched black line formed on the sand from the residual flames. Kakashi kept blocking, dodging, and retreating amid the flames, his silver-white hair blown backward by the heat wave. Then he suddenly halted. No more retreating, no more blocking. He held his short sword horizontally in front of him with his right hand, while his left hand formed a seal on the blade at lightning speed. Under the dynamic capture of Rin's 3-Demo Sharingan and 6 eyes, the seal sequence was clear, the starting pose for lightning release. Then a cluster of blue arcs of lightning burst across Kakashi's short sword, the thunderous light coiling around the blade with a piercing shriek, like 1,000 birds beating their wings simultaneously. Chidori. No, it was a prototype, a lightning release chakra coating barely achievable with a 5-year-old's body. It had not yet formed the complete Chidori shape, but the density and sharpness of the arcs were enough to put Uchiha Rin on alert. Kakashi gripped his sword with both hands, crouched low, and transformed into a streak of silver light charging toward Rin, the lightning on the blade drawing a blue-white line in the twilight. Uchiha Rin did not dodge. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the ninja's sword, and the flame chakra on the blade surged abruptly, shifting from orangerd to a near-white heat, the flow speed of the flames more than doubling. He pushed off with his left foot, and charged Hiden into Kakashi's assault. Lightning and fire exploded at the moment the two blades collided. The lightning and fire intertwined, spreading outward from the point of impact, forming a visible ring of energy. Where the ring passed over the sand, the grains instantly vitrified into glass-like particles, only to be shattered by the electrical discharge. The crowd outside the fence instinctively leaned back. Several students in the front row raised their hands to shield their faces from the combined assault of heat and arcs. The two blades locked at the collision point for about 3 seconds. Lightning tried to tear through the flames. Flames attempted to consume the lightning. Neither yielded. Then both parties pushed off with simultaneous force, each sliding back several meters, leaving 4 deep drag marks in the sand. Kakashi knelt on one knee, his short sword driven into the sand to support his body. The rise and fall of his shoulders had become noticeably more pronounced, fine sweat beads forming on his forehead. The arcs on his hand had dissipated completely. For a 5-year-old body to unleash that level of lightning release inflicted enormous chakra consumption. Uchiha Rin was also breathing a little harder, but his fused energy remained more than half full. The sword-leaping flame on his blade still burned with a steady, orange-eared glow. Kakashi looked up at him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was not a bitter smile, not resignation, but an awkward, slightly crooked curve. Excitement and regret intertwined in those gray eyes. "You didn't use your full strength," Kakashi said. His voice was not loud, but in the silent training ground, everyone heard it. Uchiha Rin paused for a second, then nodded. He did not deny it, nor did he explain. Because he truly had not used his full power. He had only used the Great Fireball for seal-less casting, the basic form of sword-leaping flame, and not a single use of binding stakes or Great Fire Annihilation. Kakashi watched his nod. The awkward curve lingered at the corner of his mouth for 2 seconds before slowly fading. He sheathed his short sword, brushed the sand from his hands, and straightened up. "Next time go all out and fight me." Kakashi's training intensity this month had clearly been no less. The lightning release chakra coating he had learned from his father, more refined use of the body flicker technique, and his study of Rin's previous combat habits were all displayed thoroughly in this match. If he had faced another opponent, even a Chunin, it was uncertain that they could have emerged unscathed from that burst of lightning fire clash. But the person standing opposite him was a time traveler armed with both the 6 eyes and the Sharingan of Volume King, who had skipped classes using shadow clones to earn a month of intense training, and Uchiha, whom Fugaku had scolded as a monster 3 times. This was not a gap in talent. It was a gap in starting points that existed on entirely different dimensions. Uchiha Rin watched Kakashi walk back to the fence, then turned and headed toward Teacher Murano. Teacher Murano wrote a few words on his record board, then looked up with an expression that mixed pride with a headache. "Excellent. But in the next assessment you must use full strength. I have to record it in the archives." Uchiha Rin nodded. Then he subconsciously called up the system panel and glanced at it. Target character Hatake Kakashi, current affection 60100, second tier, chest unlock, progress 60/60, conditions satisfied, current status frustrated but expectant 60 points. Uchiha Rin's step faltered for a moment, then he continued walking as if nothing had happened. With 60 affection points, the second tier chest could now be opened. The medium probability draw from Gojo Satoru's core ability pool. The limitless technique, cursed energy reserves, reverse curse technique. Any one of them, even in the system's fused and modified version, would be enough to elevate his combat power by another level. Behind him, rapid footsteps suddenly approached, followed by Obito's trademark loud voice. "Rin, what was that thing about spewing a fireball without hand seals? Teach me. You have to teach me this time." Then came Guy's blazing hot shout. "Rin, your youth burns too dazzlingly. You absolutely must fight me too. You must fight me too." Uchiha Rin did not turn around. He raised his right hand and waved it behind him, leaving behind a "next time for sure," with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, then walked briskly toward the school gate. Uchiha Rin did not look back. He raised his right hand and waved it behind him, leaving behind a "next time for sure," with a faint smile on his lips, then walked briskly toward the school gate. When Uchiha Rin pushed open his family's gate, the setting sun had just sunk behind the Hokage monument, bathing the entire Uchiha compound in a thin twilight glow. After changing into wooden clogs at the entrance, Uchiha Rin walked into his bedroom. His first action was not to lie down and rest, nor to fetch water from the kitchen. Instead, he stood before the small dressing mirror, raised his hands, and with the tips of his fingers carefully pried open his eyelids, gently removing the black contact lenses that covered the surface of his eyeballs. A pale blue iris lit up in the mirror, 3 Magatama slowly rotating. "Suffocated me." Uchiha Rin let out a long breath, blinked, and savored the exhilaration of the 6 eyes once again receiving world information without obstruction. These specially made contacts were crafted for him by Sosuke through the clan's ninja tool smiths, using a flexible material that could weakly block chakra perception. When worn, they disguised his striking pale blue Sharingan as ordinary black pupils. The only drawback was stuffiness, literally. After a full days where his eyes were dry and irritated as if he had been wearing a pair of non-breathable socks. He soaked the 2 contact lenses in the care solution bottle on his nightstand, rubbed his eyes, then sat cross-legged on the tatami, took a deep breath, and opened the system panel. Second tier treasure chest, unlock progress, 60-60, unlock conditions met. Do you want to open the second tier treasure chest? The second tier treasure chest. He had been waiting for this moment for an entire month. The first tier chest had granted him the 6 eyes through a rare advanced draw, catapulting his combat power from elite Genin to elite Jonin level, and even activating the Sharingan straight to 3 Magatama. The second tier chest corresponded to a random draw from Satoru Gojo's core abilities. After mentally reviewing all possible options, he pressed firmly. The phantom image of the treasure chest emerged before him, larger and more solid than the first tier chest, with pale blue patterns flowing across its surface. The lid slowly lifted and a beam of blue light, even more dazzling than last time, burst forth from the chest slit, illuminating the entire bedroom as if it were daylight. Within the beam of light, a mass of energy appeared, constantly shifting forms. It had no fixed shape, like a wad of blue nebula being kneaded, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. Each pulse accompanied faint ripples of distortion in space. Then the energy mass exploded, shattering into countless particles of light that surged into Uchiha Rin's body. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Satoru Gojo's core ability, Limitless Technique. Uchiha Rin's pupils dilated sharply. Not blue, not red, not purple. It was the Limitless Technique itself, the very foundation of the entire technique. This meant he could use all derivative techniques based on the Limitless as long as he mastered the corresponding prerequisite skills. This was far more worthwhile than drawing a single blue. The light particles spread through his body, not the coldness of cursed energy, nor the warmth of chakra, but an entirely new, indescribable sensation. As if someone were using an extremely fine needle to embroider a pattern he had never seen in his meridian system, each stitch precise to the cellular level. He could feel the 6 eyes operating at full capacity, actively cooperating with the integration of this new power, disassembling, recording, and internalizing the operational logic of the Limitless Technique. The 6 eyes and the Limitless Technique were naturally a perfect pair. Without the ultra-precision cursed energy control of the 6 eyes, the complex calculations of the Limitless Technique could never be completed in real time during combat. The fusion process lasted about 10 minutes. When the last wisp of light particles disappeared deep into his meridians, Uchiha Rin opened his eyes, raised his right hand. The fusion process lasted about 10 minutes. When the last wisp of light particles disappeared deep into his meridians, Uchiha Rin opened his eyes, raised his right hand palm, facing upward. He plucked a strand of hair, held it above his palm, then released his fingers. The hair began to fall, but at less than a centimeter above his palm it stopped. Not falling onto something, but simply suspended in midair, trembling slightly in a manner that defied physical intuition. He could sense an invisible barrier spread across the surface of his skin, not a hard shell, but a section of infinitely divided distance. Anything in the world, as long as it couldn't breach this infinite distance, would never touch him. This is the stopping force, he murmured. He stood up, walked to the desk, and picked up a kunai. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the kunai in his right hand, and slowly, inch by inch, stabbed it toward his left forearm. Anything in the world, as long as it couldn't breach this infinite distance, would never touch him. This is the stopping force, he murmured. The tip of the kunai always hovered outside that invisible barrier, unable to advance even a hair's breadth. His hand trembled slightly from exertion, but the skin on his arm didn't even have a dent. The tip of the kunai always hovered outside that invisible barrier, unable to advance even a hair's breadth. His hand, the teacup, decelerated in midfall as if falling into a transparent gel. The closer it got to the top of his head, the slower it moved, eventually coming to a complete stop at less than 3 centimeters from his hair, hovering and slowly spinning in the air. Uchiha Rin reached out and took the teacup down the corners of his mouth, uncontrollably lifting. After suppressing the urge to burst into Uchiha laughter, all right, next step. He sat down cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and summoned the operation diagram of the Limitless Technique. The stopping force was passive defense, while blue, the technique's positive rotation, involved reversing the core logic of the Limitless Technique, not creating infinite distance, but creating negative distance, a gravitational singularity that forcibly compresses space toward a central point. The 6 eyes precisely restored the operation trajectory of blue in the form of data streams. Following the diagram, he mobilized cursed energy, and the fused energy within his body rearranged in his meridians, flowing toward his palm in a way he had never experienced. 3 seconds later, Uchiha Rin opened his eyes. Above the tip of his index finger floated a blue-black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. Its color not sky blue, but the deep blue of the ocean's abyss, carrying a coldness that seemed to devour everything. The light around the sphere was slightly distorted. Air radiated outward in gravitational waves, and even the fibers of the tatami were pulled upright by an invisible force. Blue. Gravitation. Uchiha Rin silently repeated the name in his mind, his gaze sweeping across the bedroom, finally landing on a stack of unused blank scrolls on the desk. Uchiha Rin extended his index finger, aimed the blue-black gravitational ball at the scroll, and then released a small portion of its gravity. The scroll whooshed off the desk, flying toward him. Not sucked in, but rather the entire space, together with the scroll being pulled toward the center of the gravitational ball. He quickly restrained the force. The scroll tumbled twice in midair and landed in his palm. Testing this in the house is too dangerous. Uchiha Rin pushed open the bedroom door and walked barefoot into the courtyard. In the corner of the yard was a millstone-sized green stone he usually used for practicing shuriken, its surface scarred with dents from kunai. He stood about 3 meters from the stone, condensed a new blue. This time a full-size larger, a blue-black gravitational ball, nearly 10 centimeters in diameter, rotating slowly on his fingertip, distorting surrounding light into bizarre arcs. Then he released the gravitational ball. Blue flew silently toward the green stone. No explosion, no flames, no deafening roar. The moment the green stone touched the gravitational ball, it seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, collapsing inward from the center. Within 2 seconds, the entire stone was compressed to less than a tenth of its original volume, its surface cracking into countless fine lines, then crumbling into a pile of stone powder that silently scattered over the sand. Not shattered by explosion, but crushed by gravity. The difference between the two: explosion fragments fly everywhere, while targets crushed by blue collapse in place with fragment motion directed toward the gravitational center. Not a single pebble flew out. Uchiha Rin walked over to the pile of stone powder, crouched down, and rubbed the powder between his fingers. It was as fine as flour. Every grain of stone had been compressed to a similar size, alarmingly uniform. He stood up, brushed the stone powder off his hands, and suddenly thought of another possibility. In the original work, Satoru Gojo used blue to do one thing: compress the space between himself and a destination to achieve ultra-high-speed displacement. This wasn't the high-speed movement of the body flicker technique, which relied on chakra burst, but true speed. The distance between the starting point and the destination was forcibly compressed into a single point by the gravitational pull of blue. He only needed to take one step to reach a target several tens of meters away. Uchiha Rin chose a starting point in the courtyard, the corridor, and a destination: a stone lantern beside the thin bamboo in the corner of the yard. The straight-line distance between the two positions was about 20 meters. He stood on the corridor, the 6 eyes precisely calculating the spatial coordinates between the start and end points, then circulated blue within his body to compress the space between them. As he took a step, there was no acceleration process, no wind whistling past his ears, no slight dizziness from the body flicker technique, where the body is wrapped in chakra ripping through the air. Just one step, like crossing a threshold. His front foot was still on the wooden floor of the corridor, and when his back foot followed the surrounding scenery, had completely changed. The stone lantern was right in front of him, less than an arm's length away. Bamboo leaves swayed gently in the night breeze. 20 meters of distance had been erased by this single step. The body flicker technique is about running fast. The compressed displacement of blue is about not having to run at all, pulling the destination directly in front of you. During the body flicker technique, opponents with sufficient dynamic vision can capture afterimages, but spatial folding leaves no afterimages because the intermediate process simply doesn't exist. Uchiha Rin stood beside the stone lantern, silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and muttered, "This is practically cheating." His mind had already begun automatically simulating combat scenarios. Instantaneous great fireball to the face while using blue's gravity to lock the opponent's evasion route, then compressed displacement to circle behind and deliver a sword leap flame. Or conversely, using blue to directly suck a distant enemy toward him, saving the effort of pursuit. Uchiha Rin deactivated blue and reopened the system panel, his eyes scanning the limitless technique ability tree. The icon for blue was lit, the icons for red and purple were grayed out with a line of small text beside them: prerequisite skill, reverse curse technique, not learned, unable to use. He frowned slightly, then relaxed. Expected. Red is the reversal of the limitless technique. It requires the reverse curse technique to invert the gravity of blue into repulsion. In theory, it has greater power and wider attack range than blue. Purple is the fusion of the positive and reversed rotations with power geometrically greater than the previous two. One shot could roughly erase the entire Uchiha clan training ground from the map. But all of these rely on the support of the reverse curse technique. The reverse curse technique, generating positive energy by running cursed energy in reverse, is a core skill for high-level sorcerers in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, extremely difficult. And he hadn't even touched the basic theory of the reverse curse technique, yet let alone integrate it into the limitless technique. Bite off more than you can chew. Obtaining the stopping force and blue today was already enough to elevate his combat power from elite jonin to a level above. The stopping force gave him nearly unbeatable passive defense, blue, provided long-range gravitational attacks, and spatial level displacement. Combined with the fire release, sword leap flame, and Sharingan Jinjutsu, he had already mastered this skill tree, was no longer below Kage level in the ninja world. As for red and purple, he would learn the reverse curse technique first. He flexed his fingers and suddenly thought of a question. How much chakra did the limitless technique consume? In the original setting, Satoru Gojo could keep the limitless active around the clock because the 6 eyes reduced his cursed energy consumption to nearly zero. Now that he also possessed the 6 eyes, theoretically, he could achieve the same. He reactivated the stopping force, then closed his eyes, and quietly sensed the energy flow within his body. The fused energy was being consumed at an extremely slow rate, but the consumption was so small, it was almost negligible, like scooping water from a lake after a whole day, only a scoopful had been removed. The energy consumed by maintaining the stopping force continuously was less than the natural recovery rate of the fused energy in his body. That meant he could, like Satoru Gojo, keep the limitless defense active around the clock. He slowly exhaled and stood in the center of the courtyard for a while. Tonight's testing was sufficient. If he tried more, he might accidentally demolish a neighbor's house. The green stone that had been crushed to powder beside the thin bamboo was the best evidence. Uchiha Rin returned to the bedroom, sat cross-legged on the tatami, and reviewed all the data and details from tonight's testing in his mind. The stopping force of the limitless technique was confirmed to be perfect passive defense. Even when he stabbed with all his strength using a kunai, he couldn't break through. In the ninja world, the means that could threaten him were already extremely limited. Physical attacks were essentially ineffective against him, and as long as ninjutsu couldn't breach the infinitely divided space, they too couldn't touch him. As for Blue's gravitational attack and compressed displacement, the former gave him an unreasonable area clearance method, and the latter gave him nearly unsolvable mobility, not about running fast, but about not having to run at all. Integrating these two abilities with his existing fire release shuriken, sword leap flame, and jinjutsu into a tactical system would most likely yield even more astonishing results. Thinking of this, Uchiha Rin couldn't help but cover his face with one hand. The light of the three Magatama 6 eyes leaked through his fingers. At this moment, the Uchiha maniacal laughter manifested. During their 30th-something clash, early the next morning, when Uchiha Rin pushed open the classroom door, the morning light had only just crept onto the windowsill. He found his seat in the empty classroom, sat down, hung his bag, then folded his hands on the desk and stared at the classroom was filled with the faint scent of waxed wooden floors. The duty roster on the blackboard had not yet been turned to today's date, and from outside the window came the occasional sound of early arriving students training on the playground. He did not have to wait long. The classroom door was pushed open, and Kakashi walked in carrying the short sword he never left behind. His silver-white hair glowed with a pale gold in the morning light, and he wore that same lazy expression, hands in his pockets, eyelids half lowered, as if he had not quite woken up. When he saw Uchiha Rin already seated earlier than himself, his footsteps faltered for a moment. Kakashi said nothing, walked to his own place, sat down, leaned the short sword against the armrest of his chair, then pulled out a textbook from the drawer. His movements unhurried, yet he did not slump over the desk for a nap as usual. Uchiha Rin stood up and walked over to stand in front of Kakashi's desk. Kakashi, for geniuses like us, the current ninja academy is simply a waste of each other's time. His voice was neither loud nor soft, and he minced no words. How about we apply for early graduation together? Then we can form a squad, train together, and carry out missions together. Kakashi looked up at him, was silent for a moment, then let out a snort from his nose, the corner of his mouth lifting in a barely perceptible arc. You're even more impatient than I am. You've wanted out for a long time, haven't you? Humph. Kakashi shoved the textbook back into the drawer, leaned against the chair back, his gray eyes fixed on Uchiha Rin, and his tone reverted to its usual laziness. Fine. It's not like I'm doing anything but sleeping at my desk anyway. They exchanged a glance, then rose from their seats at the same time and walked out of the classroom one after the other. In the hallway, a few early arriving students were already gathered in small groups chatting. Obito was lounging against the corridor railing, yawning. When he saw Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walking out side by side, his yawn froze midway and his sunglasses slid down to the tip of his nose. Obito was lounging against the corridor railing, yawning. When he saw Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walking out side by side, his yawn froze. In the office, teacher Kuni had just brewed his first cup of tea of the day. He raised the cup, blew on it, and had not yet taken a sip when he heard a knock at the door. Come in. Seeing that it was Uchiha Rin and Kakashi pushing the door open, his brow twitched instinctively. Every time these two names appeared together now, it meant something unusual was about to happen. Teacher, we want to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Rin stated it succinctly, his tone containing no trace of tentative inquiry. It was merely the declaration of a decision. Kyuni's teacup paused in midair as his gaze swept back and forth across their faces. Uchiha Rin's expression was calm. Kakashi's eyes were clear. Neither of them looked like someone who had just woken up and spoken on a whim. He set the teacup down on the desk, did not answer immediately, but instead pulled a blank form out of a drawer and placed it on the table. Do you too know the standards for the early graduation assessment? No. Uchiha Rin answered honestly. Yes. Kakashi said almost at the same time. Kyuni sighed, took off his glasses, wiped them with the hem of his clothes, and put them back on. He looked at the two 5-year-olds standing straight before him, and the curve of his mouth shifted from helplessness to a deeper smile. The smile of an old teacher beholding his prized students, tinged with 3 parts pride and 3 parts headache. This matter is beyond my authority to approve directly. The Hokage himself must arrange the assessment. He picked up a pen and scrawled his signature in the approval column of the application form, then looked up at the two of them. Go back and wait for notice. You should hear something within today. Be prepared for the assessment. Both of them replied in unison, turned, and pushed open the door to leave. Kyuni watched the backs of the two little figures disappear at the end of the corridor, shook his head, took a sip of tea, glanced again at the application form on the desk, and muttered to himself. The geniuses of this class, every single one is more troublesome than the last. Not long after the application form was delivered to the Hokage's office. At the heart of Konoha, the top floor room of the Hokage's office building was much more spacious than ordinary offices. All 4 windows were wide open, and the early autumn breeze carrying the scent of moss from the mountain cliffs swept through the room. Outside the window on the Hokage Rock, the 3 giant stone faces of the former Hokages were sharply defined under the midday sun, their shadows covering half the street. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk wearing the conical hat, inscribed with the character fire, a pipe clamped between his teeth. Wisps of smoke rose slowly from the corner of his mouth, gathering into a thin gray haze beneath the ceiling. Spread open before him was the early graduation application submitted by Teacher Kyuni. 2 applications, 2 names submitted on the same day. He tapped his fingers twice on the pipe stem, his gaze resting on the signature column of the forms. Uchiha Rin, Hatake Kakashi, Sakomo's child and the child of the Uchiha clan. He murmured the 2 names under his breath, exhaled a ring of smoke, and leaned back in his chair. The shadow of the conical hat covered most of his face, making his expression difficult to read, but the tobacco in his pipe burned faster than usual, a habit of his when deep in thought. He had known about Kakashi for a long time, as Sakomo had mentioned more than once that the boy wanted to graduate early, and he had held him back for over half a year, but could no longer contain him. As for Uchiha Rin, he recalled the intelligent Sosuke had publicly accepted him as a disciple at the clan meeting not long ago. The orphan of Uchiha Sosuke, his entrance exam scores had been on par with Kakashi's, and last month they had engaged in a sparring match that made the academic director's hair stand on end. The scroll dissolved into a puff of white smoke and vanished into the air. Moments later, a brief sound of the body flicker technique cutting through the air came from outside the office door. A young ninja in a green Shunin vest and a Konoha forehead protector knelt on one knee at the entrance. Lord Hokage, you called for me. Go to the Ninja Academy. 2 students have applied for early graduation. The examination will be held at the Academy's 3rd training ground. Your task is to serve as the examiner. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth, tapped it against the edge of the ashtray, and spoke in a calm but clear tone. The requirement is to hold your ground against me for 3 minutes without being defeated. 2 children separate evaluations one after the other. Go. The Chunin bowed in acknowledgement and vanished from the spot in a flicker. In the afternoon, the 3rd training ground's sandy floor was baked hot by the sun again. Outside the fence, it was once again crowded with onlookers. Obito, Ringai, Asuma, Kurenai, and several students from other classes who had heard the news squeezed into the viewing area. The atmosphere was even more feverish than the makeup exam a few days ago. The difference was that the figure standing in the center of the field this time was not Teacher Murano, but a strange ninja in a green Shunin vest with a faint scar across his face. His stance was steady, his center of gravity low, his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze swept back and forth over the 2 5-year-old children before him. I am the Chunin in charge of today's examination, Hangshan. Listen carefully to the rules. Hold your ground against me for 3 minutes without being defeated, and you pass. Understood. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi exchanged a glance. The message in their eyes was identical. Hold out for 3 minutes. Too troublesome. Kakashi stepped forward first. He did not draw his blade, his hands remained in his pockets. His silver-white hair fluttered slightly in the wind, and his gray eyes looked at Hangshan as he spoke in a tone as flat as ordering ramen. Let's start directly. 3 minutes is too long, it won't take that long. Hangshan raised an eyebrow. In all his years as a chunin in Konoha, this was the first time he had been told by a 5-year-old that it wouldn't take 3 minutes. He took a deep breath to suppress the subtle annoyance rising in his chest and nodded toward teacher Murano. Murano raised his right arm and swung it down sharply. The examination begins. Hengshan's strategy was simple, quick suppression. He didn't know how skilled this white-haired brat truly was, but for a chunin facing a first-year academy student, a swift victory was the proper approach. He formed 3 hand seals at standard speed, took a deep breath, and expanded his chest. Fire release. The words were cut short. Kakashi's body flicker technique had already erased the distance between them. The silver-white hair tore out of the air from Hengshan's right side without warning. The short blade was already in Kakashi's hand. The back of the blade, mind you, the back of the blade. And it struck Hengshan's wrist, which was still forming seals with the force of a thunderbolt. The hand seals were interrupted. Eye chakra backflow erupted into a muffled explosion. A short grunt escaped Hengshan's throat. Immediately Kakashi's body spun half a turn. His left leg swept low, hooking Hengshan's ankle. At the same time, he thrust the short blade forward, the tip stopping less than an inch from Hengshan's throat. From the moment the examination begins was called to the blade at Hengshan's throat, no more than 5 seconds. Hengshan's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his chin instinctively recoiled. He wanted to step back, but his back was already against the scattered sand. No room to retreat. He stared at the white-haired brat before him. The boy's breathing rhythm remained completely unperturbed, and there was even a hint of boredom in those gray eyes, as if to say, "That's it." Past. Teacher Murano's voice broke the silence. Kakashi sheathed the short blade and turned to walk toward the edge of the field. Outside the fence there was a moment of stunned silence, then a deafening roar of cheers erupted. Hengshan picked himself up from the ground, patted the sand off his vest, and flexed his numbed wrist. He watched the silver-white back, then glanced at the other black-haired examinee. The corner of his mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and straightened himself again. Next, Uchiha Rin stepped forward. Uchiha Rin walked to the center of the field and stopped. He did not put his hands in his pockets like Kakashi. Instead, he assumed a standard taijutsu starting stance. Feet shoulder-width apart, center of gravity slightly lowered. His right hand rested lightly above his ninja tool pouch. His left hand hung naturally at his side. This time Hengshan dared not underestimate him. He treated the black-haired child as a chunin-level opponent. His hand seal speed increased by a full notch. Snake, ram, monkey, tiger, fire dragon technique. A scorching stream of flame erupted from his mouth, forming an orange-eared fire serpent that coiled toward Uchiha Rin. A probing attack. Using a brank ninjutsu to probe a 5-year-old. His colleagues would laugh if they heard, but he didn't care anymore. Uchiha Rin did not dodge or reach for the ninja sword at his waist. He formed hand seals, snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fireball technique. An orange-eared fireball about 3 meters in diameter erupted from his mouth and collided head-on with Hengshan's fire dragon. The two flames clashed in midair, tearing and devouring each other. The burst of firelight illuminated the entire training ground. After a few seconds, both fireballs dissipated almost simultaneously. Ninjutsu cancellation, a draw. But in Hengshan's perception, his fire dragon technique was a brank technique, while the fireball was only crank. For a 5-year-old to cancel his brank fire technique with a crank one was not a draw at all. Before he could finish the thought, Uchiha Rin had vanished from his spot. Not a body flicker, a pure burst of taijutsu. He pushed off the ground, lowered his center of gravity, and cut in from the side. The entire sequence was clean and precise, without any wasted movement. Uchiha Rin's right hand swept across his waist, sliding the practiced ninja sword from its sheath. He did not activate sword flame dance, because it was unnecessary. The blade traced an arc of exquisite minimalism, from lower right to upper left, and the flat of the blade struck Hengshan's wrist heavily, knocking his hands, which were forming seals, upward and apart. Then he turned the blade, stepped forward half a pace with his left foot, and pressed his entire body weight into the advance. The ninja sword did not land on Hengshan's throat. It stopped at the side of his neck, less than 2 fingers width from the skin. The blade was steady without a single tremor. From the quiet fence line, cheers erupted once more, louder than before. Obito was clinging to the railing, his voice already hoarse, and his sunglasses had fallen off at some point, without him bothering to pick them up. 2 examinations. 2 5-year-old first-year students had defeated a chunin examiner head-on. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took his pipe from his mouth and watched the real-time image transmitted through the crystal ball. The image froze at the moment Uchiha Rin sheathed his sword. The sandy floor still bore the scorch marks of the fire technique clash. He was silent for a moment, then leaned back in his chair, the faintest hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These 2 kids. He tapped his pipe, gently knocking it against the edge of the ashtray twice, then put it back. Smoke rose slowly from his lips, blurring the deep laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. He then pulled 2 brand new Konoha forehead protectors from his drawer and placed them on the desk. The metal surface of the forehead protectors reflected the sunlight streaming in through the window, casting two silver-white patches of light. An Umbu operative silently emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee awaiting orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not turn around. He merely pointed a finger at the two forehead protectors on the desk, his voice hoarse, but steady. Deliver these to the Ninja Academy. Also inform Shomao and Zongjia. Their children have officially graduated today. When Murayama entered the room, he was holding a small velvet tray. On the tray lay two forehead protectors, their metallic surfaces gleaming coldly in the morning light, while the whirlpool emblem of the wooden leaves shone brightly. The classroom fell silent instantly. Uchiha Rin Hatake Kakashi, Murayama adjusted his glasses, his voice brimming with an uncontainable pride. Yesterday you defeated the Chunin exam proctor Hiden during the assessment. Confirmed by Lord Hokage. You have officially graduated. Uchiha Rin stood up from his seat, with Kakashi following behind him, still in his lazy stance with his hands in his pockets, but his steps were quicker than usual. The two forehead protectors were handed over. The cold metallic touch transmitted through his fingertips, heavier than expected. Put this on, and you will be official ninjas of Konoha. This is you. Guy's tears flowed like a waterfall. Rin clapped while secretly wiping the corners of his eyes. Asuma had a grass stem in his mouth. This is you. Guy's tears flowed like a waterfall. Rin clapped while secretly wiping the corners of his eyes. Asuma had a grass stem in his mouth with a wide grin, and Yuhi Kurenai clapped quietly, her red eyes shining beautifully. Uchiha Rin tied the forehead protector around his forehead, and Kakashi put his on, as well, exchanging smiles. As the cheers gradually subsided, Murayama raised his hand to signal for silence. Graduation is graduation, but there's something I need to clarify. He spread out a document. You graduated early. All the jonin in the village are currently fully booked with missions, and there's no one available to take you under their wing. As for the Chunin, Murayama chuckled wryly. You already knocked down the Chunin exam proctor yesterday, so having a Chunin take you on is quite meaningless. The whole class burst into laughter, with Obito laughing the loudest. Therefore Lord Hokage has given you two. Murayama held up one finger. First, wait until this year's graduation season, and be assigned to a guiding jonin along with the regular graduating upperclassmen. This would require waiting for about half a year. He raised a second finger. Second, participate in the Chunin selection exam held in 2 months. If you pass the Chunin exam and are promoted to Chunin, you will no longer be required to be assigned a guiding jonin. You can independently take on higher-level missions and form your own teams. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Rin and Kakashi turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes intersecting midair. Their eye contact lasted less than a second. What do you think, What about you? 2 months, that's enough. Then let's do it. The two turned back to face Murayama. We choose the second option. The Chunin exam. Their tones were calm and decisive, with no hesitation. Murayama looked at these two 5-year-old children, opened his mouth, and then closed it again. He looked at the document on the table that he had just deemed reasonable, suddenly feeling that all those rules and regulations were meaningless for these two. All right. He sighed, the corners of his mouth curving up. From tomorrow onward, you won't need to come to class anymore. The school will handle the registration for the Chunin exam, and you'll be notified of the specific date. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walked out of the classroom side by side. The corridor was quiet and empty as they took a few steps. 2 months, Kakashi spoke up. How do you plan to train? Uchiha Rin pushed open the door, sunlight pouring in from behind, illuminating half of his face. We'll train together. From morning till night. You train with me in swordsmanship and taijutsu, and he'll train you in lightning release and body flicker technique. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then let out a sound from his nose. Not a sound of disdain, but a subtle satisfaction. That works for me. From then on, Uchiha Rin and Kakashi's daily routine became a dual training session. Every day at dawn, when Uchiha Rin walked out of the clan grounds, Kakashi was already leaning against the training ground entrance with his short sword on his back waiting. Morning run for 5 laps. Warm-up. Swordsmanship sparring. Hatake-style White Fang swordsmanship against Uchiha-style swordsmanship, swords and short blades clashing from dawn to noon. In the afternoon, they practiced ninjutsu. Kakashi practiced the nature transformation of lightning release, while Uchiha Rin practiced advanced fire release. Occasionally, they would exchange insights. Kakashi teaching lightning release, Uchiha Rin teaching fire release. They trained at night until the moon climbed up the Hokage Rock. After half a month, they had sparred no less than 100 matches, and the sandy ground had been turned over time and time again. One afternoon, Uchiha Rin sat cross-legged at the edge of the training ground to rest when he suddenly remembered a ninjutsu. Rasengan. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato spent 3 years developing this non-hensial ninjutsu, compressing and rotating chakra to form a high-density energy sphere. It doesn't require hand seals. It requires extremely high chakra control. These 2 points happen to be his absolute advantages. He stood up and walked to the open space, extending his right hand. Without hand seals or any starting moves, the chakra surged to his palm, and under the precise control of the 6 eyes it simultaneously rotated along 3 axes, forming a perfect spherical vortex. The chakra output was precisely controlled to maintain the sphere's stability at the critical point without exploding, and the rotation speed layered upon itself, transforming from a pale blue visible vortex into a rapidly spinning chakra sphere. From condensation to formation it took less than 3 seconds. Uchiha Rin walked up to an abandoned wooden stump and pressed the Rasengan against it. The moment the sphere touched the stump, the rapidly rotating chakra tore through the wooden fibers like a meat grinder, which shavings flew everywhere, creating a hemispherical depression greater than the sphere itself, the inner walls lined with fine spiral patterns, clear as if carved with a chisel. He pulled his hand away from the stump, satisfied as he patted the wood shavings. In his past life, Naruto struggled to create his first Rasengan, which turned out bumpy. He had now created a perfect version in one go. 6 eyes truly is a wonderful thing. A slight intake of breath came from behind. Kakashi was sitting on a stone bench, the water bottle in his hand, frozen in midair, his gray eyes fixated on the still smoking spiral depression. He watched for a long time without saying a word. But Uchiha Rin noticed that the knuckles gripping the water bottle tightened slightly. That was not a feeling of defeat, but a silent declaration. You're ahead, but I'll catch up soon. The next morning, when Uchiha Rin arrived at the training ground, Kakashi was already squatting in the center of the field. Crackling sounds filled the air. Blue and white arcs of electricity danced around his body, exploding in clusters, scorching the sandy ground with fine black lines. This was not the previous feeble sparks clinging to the blade, but a violent lightning-released chakra being forcibly compressed. The sound rose from the wind, rustling through the treetops, growing sharper and more piercing until it became the simultaneous flapping of 1,000 birds' wings. Chidori. Uchiha Rin leaned against the railing, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Indeed, upon witnessing the morphological changes of the Rasengan, Kakashi immediately extrapolated and compressed the nature transformation of lightning release in the same manner. It was faster than he had anticipated. Kakashi rose from the ground, breathing slightly ragged, his disheveled bangs plastered to his forehead with sweat. He dispersed the Chidori and shook his numb fingers. Done. His tone was flat, yet the barely suppressed satisfaction was unmistakable. Got a name for it. Chidori. Uchiha Rin straightened up from the railing, stepped into the center of the training ground, and stood opposite Kakashi. The wind swept up the scorched black granules carved out by the Chidori on the sandy ground, rolling between them. The setting sun was slowly sinking behind the Hokage monument, painting the entire training ground in shades of golden orange. The Chunin exam is less than a month away, Uchiha Rin said. At this rate, forget passing. He paused, his lips curling into a dangerous smirk. It'd be showing restraint if we didn't dismantle the exam venue. A month later, the morning light of Konoha had just climbed over the Hokage monument when Uchiha Rin stood before the mirror. He secured his headband, checked his tool pouch for the 3rd time. 6 kunai, 6 shuriken, a substitution scroll, and 2 soldier pills. His ninja sword hung at his waist, the scabbard bearing fine scratches from 2 months of training, yet the blade was polished to serve as a mirror. Time to go. Pushing open the courtyard gate, the autumn wind rolled a few ginkgo leaves past his feet. On the street, the steam bun shop had just opened. The proprietress was carrying bamboo steamers to the entrance, their white steam dispersing in the morning glow. Uchiha Rin took a deep breath of the air, scented with flower, then strode toward the exam venue. The exam hall was a 3-story gray building, its outer walls so densely covered in ivy they looked like a green tapestry. At the entrance, about 20 to 30 people had already gathered, all genin from Konoha, ranging from 12 or 13 to 17 or 18 years of age. Some frantically reviewed notes at the last minute, others leaned against walls with eyes closed in meditation, and one crouched on the steps eating a rice ball while his hands trembled from nerves. Uchiha Rin leaned against a ginkgo tree waiting. Before long, a white-haired figure turned the street corner. Kakashi had his hands in his pockets, his mask covering the lower half of his face, a short sword slung across his back, his pace as casual as if he were out for a stroll. He yawned as he approached, a tired tear squeezing from the corner of his eye. Morning. Morning. The two walked side by side toward the entrance. The gazes of the surrounding genin instantly fastened onto them, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Hey, those 2 little brats are also examinees. They're already wearing headbands. Did they really graduate? Wait, could that white-haired one be the son of the White Fang? Neither of them paid any attention. They walked straight to the registration desk, signed in, and collected their number plates. First exam, the written test. The proctor was a bespectacled middle-aged ninja with an expression like granite. His voice was utterly monotonous as he read the rules, the entire exam room's atmosphere pressing down like the calm before a storm. An examinee in the front row had already started sweating, beads of sweat dripping from his chin onto the desk. The bell rang. The papers were distributed. Uchiha Rin scanned the questions, raising an eyebrow slightly. The number of questions was absurd. Code-breaking, enemy intelligence analysis, infiltration routes, cipher decryption. Each problem read like a novella. If anyone honestly worked through them from the start, finishing even half within the allotted time would be a gift from heaven. He understood instantly. This wasn't testing knowledge, it was an information warfare exercise. He closed his eyes. His six eyes perception network spread outward. The entire exam hall transformed into a three-dimensional chakra map. Every person's writing rhythm, direction of gaze, and page-turning frequency were tracked in real time. After a few breaths, he locked onto his targets. Several examinees displayed distinctly abnormal answering speeds and accuracy. It wasn't that they knew the answers, rather traces of standard answers were embedded on their papers. The information sources planted among the examinees by the proctor. He picked up his pen, began copying. On the other side, Kakashi also started writing at the same moment. Without the six eyes or the Sharingan, he relied on the battlefield reconnaissance skills honed by Hatake Kakashi since childhood. Lip-reading, trace identification, and observation of demeanor, extrapolating answers from the information sources, writing rhythms. They exchanged a brief glance across the room, then each lowered their heads to continue. The bell rang for collection. Uchiha Rin submitted his paper with an expression as relaxed as if had just finished morning exercises. Behind him rose a chorus of groans. Some had left half their papers blank, others simply collapsed onto desks in tears. The results would be announced in half an hour. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi passed with ease. This first round had already eliminated nearly a third of the participants. Second exam, the Forest of Death. The rusty iron gate creaked, and beyond it stretched a primitive jungle that blotted out the sky. The canopy was so dense the sky was barely visible. A putrid smell of rotting earth mixed with the wild, pungent odor of beasts seeped through the gaps in the gate. A scar-faced proctor announced the rules in a voice like sandpaper. Randomly receive a heaven or earth scroll, acquire the complementary scroll within 12 hours, and reach the central tower. Uchiha Rin drew the lots, a heaven scroll. He looked up, and Kakashi raised his own bamboo slip toward him. An earth scroll. They nodded to each other. Their scrolls were perfectly complementary. They were natural hunting partners. The iron door groaned open. The examinees surged into the forest like arrows from a bow. The two rendezvoused immediately and finalized their plan: advance in a straight line, harvest complementary scrolls from opponents, and spare those with the same type. Uchiha Rin would handle perception and range support, while Kakashi would take care of close-quarters harvesting. The terrain of the Forest of Death was absurdly complex. The gnarled root systems of ancient trees carved the ground into irregular ravines, and vines and shrubs were so dense they formed a green maze, compressing an ordinary person's field of vision to within 10 meters. But for Uchiha Rin, with his three-to-most six eyes fully activated, the forest was essentially transparent. Every chakra signal behind each tree, the body temperature of every venomous snake hidden under fallen leaves, every snapped twig was as clear as ink on white paper. 10 o'clock, 200 meters, 2 targets, 2 earth scrolls. They're setting up camp completely unguarded. Kakashi nodded and vanished. 10 seconds later, he emerged from the underbrush, carrying 2 earth scrolls, his short sword still sheathed and never drawn. Without exchanging a single unnecessary word, they continued their advance. A precision harvester began to sweep from the southern edge of the forest toward the north. For isolated examinees, Kakashi used the body flicker technique to appear before them, pressing a kunai to their throats before they could even react, forcing them to forfeit. Against small teams, Uchiha Rin would break their formation with a round of shuriken, and Kakashi would harvest during the chaos. No target could hold them for more than 3 minutes. As the sun set, they rested by a small stream. Uchiha Rin sat on a rock eating dry rations, while Kakashi crouched by the stream to wash his face. Each of their tool pouches contained 5 or 6 sets of heaven and earth scrolls, several times more than required. Too easy, Kakashi concluded. Yeah, Uchiha Rin said, stuffing the last bit of soldier pill into his mouth, mainly because I didn't have to do anything. You did something once. That doesn't count. I just threw a few shuriken. You also used a great fireball. That was for illumination. Kakashi was silent for a second, his expression deadpan but clearly mocking. Using great fireball for illumination. You're something else. Uchiha Rin chuckled and screwed the cap back on his canteen. He reactivated his perception network, and the edge of it suddenly caught a signal. A presence approaching from the direction of the central tower bearing the standard identification mark of Konoha. A proctor is coming. Before he finished speaking, a figure descended lightly from the treetops, landing on a rounded stone by the stream. Not a single patch of moss was dampened. Blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing the Konoha Jonin vest. He appeared no older than 10, with a clean, gentle face and a friendly smile. But his chakra, Uchiha Rin had only given it a subconscious scan before immediately withdrawing his perception. It was bottomless. The wind-released chakra flowing within him traced trajectories precise to every node of his meridians. Uchiha Rin had only seen such control in a very select few. The proctor patrolling this area Namikaze Minato. I'm here to check for rule violations among the faster examinees and register those who have reached the central tower ahead of schedule. He pulled out a registration book, his tone as warm as an older brother. You've collected the scrolls, right? Just state your names. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Rin. Namikaze Minato wrote a few lines in the registry with neat flowing handwriting. When he closed the registry, his blue eyes lingered on the two for a moment. Not scrutinizing, but with a quiet curiosity, like someone who had found something interesting and was gauging just how deep that interest ran. 5 years old, clearing the forest of death in half the allotted time. He put away the registry, a layer of subtle approval in his smile. Very impressive. Go to the tower to turn in your scrolls. The second exam is over for you too. With that, his form shifted slightly, and the next second, he was over a dozen meters away, perched in the treetops. No smoke, no sound from the body flicker, only an extremely light breeze brushing through Uchiha Rin's bangs. The blonde hair flickered among the leaves and merged into the deepening twilight. That person is strong, Kakashi suddenly remarked. He rarely used that word to describe anyone, but this time he said it without hesitation. Yeah. Uchiha Rin gazed in that direction for a moment. He came from the central tower, crossing nearly a kilometer of dense forest in less than 20 breaths. When he landed, he didn't even wet the moss by the stream. Both of them accelerated, immediately racing toward the central tower. In the distance, a cluster of lights glowed in the heart of the forest like a coordinate beacon. The night wind roared past their ears, and through the gaps in the canopy a few early stars shone down. The second exam concluded without a shred of suspense. But Uchiha Rin was unconcerned. The dew in the death forest had yet to dry, and the bell for the third exam had already rung. The final assessment was held in the grand arena at the center of Konoha village. The circular arena had a diameter of nearly 50 meters with a solid yellow earth floor, and quite a number of people were already seated on the stone bleachers surrounding it. At the top of the audience area hung a row of drapes behind which several composed figures could be faintly seen. Those were the reserved seats for the Hokage and a few advisors. Uchiha Rin stood in the center of the arena, sunlight slanted down from above the bleachers, casting a small patch of deep shadow at his feet. Beside him stood Kakashi in parallel, and next to them were other candidates who had passed the second exam, a sparse group of no more than 10. His eyes looked no different from usual, ordinary black pupils glinting with a normal deep brown sheen under the sunlight. Only he knew that the special contact lenses covering his eyeballs were diligently at work, thoroughly concealing the azure, freedomo eyes beneath. Over the past 2 months, he had completely adapted to the sensation of fighting with the contact lenses. The perception ability of the 6 eyes was sufficient to compensate for the slight visual delay, with no compromise in combat accuracy. In the eyes of everyone else, he was just an ordinary child of the Uchiha clan with slightly higher talent, but no different from any other Uchiha. The chief examiner was the scar-faced, burly man who had previously overseen the death forest. After reading the exam rules, he pulled out a stack of folded paper from his pocket. The third assessment will use a unknown elimination system. Draw lots and opponents will be determined by group numbers. Uchiha Rin reached into the drawing barrel, pulled out a slip of paper, and opened it. Group A, Round 1. Looking over at Kakashi's slip, he saw Group B, Round 2. They were not in the same group and would not meet for now. Group A, Round 1. Uchiha Rin against Iwakawa Daisuke. Called by name, was a sturdy black-haired boy about 15 or 16 years old with a tanto hanging at his. Iwakawa visibly relaxed upon hearing his opponent was Uchiha Rin. He probably thought it would be easier to face a 5-year-old than someone his own age. The two stood 10 meters apart. The examiner raised his hand to signal. At the edge of the bleachers, a few candidates who did not make it to the finals leaned over the railing to look down, and among them were several unfortunate souls who had been tied to tree trunks by Uchiha Rin and Kakashi yesterday, eagerly waiting to see the 5-year-old get beaten up. High up in the audience, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze piercing through the haze to the center of the arena. Begin. Iwakawa formed hand seal, Si-Wei, Shun, Hai Wu-In. Great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow slightly. Being able to proficiently use a crank fire jutsu, this genin was indeed quite capable. But he made no defensive moves, simply watching as Iwakawa completed the final in seal. Then his figure vanished from the spot. No hand seals, no smoke, a pure burst of body flicker technique. In the next instant, a fierce wind struck from Iwakawa's right side. Instinctively, Iwakawa sidestepped to evade and swept his kunai backward, but only hit empty air. Suddenly his wrist was accurately grabbed by a small hand. Its strength was far beyond that of a 5-year-old, flipping outward and sending the kunai flying. Then Uchiha Rin stepped on his shoulder with his right foot, using his left foot to tap the top of his head, gracefully flipping over him like a light black cat. Just as his fingers passed over Iwakawa's head, he snagged the forehead protector's straps, and gently pulled it off. It landed silently. Uchiha Rin held the still-swaying forehead protector in his left hand, with his right hand in his pocket, not even looking back. Iwakawa staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance, his forehead cold. Turning around, he saw the black-haired 5-year-old tossing the forehead protector over his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and bent down to retrieve the kunai, his fingers just brushing against the handle, when 3 sounds of wind simultaneously pierced the yellow earth by his feet. 3 shurikens formed a triangle, pinning him in place less than an inch from his toes. He looked up and met Uchiha Rin's profile as he turned. In those ordinary black pupils, there was no mockery or triumph, only a calmness that bordered on indifference. "Do you want to continue?" "I concede." The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of discussion. The candidates who had been waiting to see the 5-year-old get beaten all shut their mouths. Kakashi's match in Group B was even shorter. His opponent was a genin wielding a long staff whose techniques resembled a variant of the Hyuga gentle fist. Kakashi didn't even use body flicker technique, directly walking up to knock the staff out of the opponent's hands with the back of his knife, sending the forehead protector flying, finishing in 10 seconds. In the second round, he encountered a sensing-type genin who could use earth style. The opponent attempted to erect 3 earth walls in the center of the arena to limit his body flicker technique. Kakashi drew his short knife and unleashed a bolt of lightning chakra, shattering the 3 walls along with the opponent's defenses. Kakashi drew his short knife and unleashed a bolt of lightning chakra, shattering the 3 walls along with. The morning's elimination rounds continued one after another until lunchtime, leaving only 4 competitors: Uchiha Rin, Kakashi, a boy from the Hyuga branch family, and a blonde girl from the Yamanaka clan. During lunch break, the 2 sat in the shade beneath the bleachers, eating their bento. Uchiha Rin leaned against the stone wall with his bento box resting on his lap. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground, picking out tempura from the lunchbox to eat. "Who are you up against next?" Kakashi mumbled through a mouthful of tempura. "The one from the Hyuga branch." Uchiha Rin nodded towards the other resting area. "His name is Hyuga Jin. He just eliminated a Yamanaka. His 8 trigrams 32 palms can hit all targets, and his gentle fist is quite clean. How do you plan to fight?" "Taijutsu against taijutsu." Uchiha Rin placed the last octopus sausage from his bento into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. "I'll defeat him using what he excels at most." Kakashi paused for a moment with his chopsticks before continuing to eat. The first match of the afternoon semifinals. Uchiha Rin against Hyuga Jin. When Hyuga Jin stepped onto the field, his expression was serious, his Byakugan activated with the veins at the corners of his eyes slightly bulging. He assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, feet shoulder width apart, palms facing forward, chakra slowly emanating from all his chakra points. Uchiha Rin. He nodded slightly, his tone neither contemptuous nor fearful. "I observed your taijutsu during the elimination rounds. It's very fast. But the gentle fist specializes in close-quarter combat. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. In his Byakugan's vision, he saw the chakra flowing through the opponent with a level of precision he had never witnessed before. This was not the chakra vision of the Sharingan, which merely perceived the colors and forms of external chakra, but Byakugan saw the circulatory system itself. The chakra flow trajectory within this Uchiha child was precisely mapped to each chakra point. He had only seen such control in the adults of the main family. "Your chakra control." Hyuga Jin frowned, his Byakugan fixed intently on Uchiha Rin. "It's unnaturally precise. Are you really an Uchiha? This level of chakra control is rare, even among the main family." Uchiha Rin did not respond, merely reassuming the starting stance of the gentle fist. Underneath the contact lenses, the 3-tomo slowly rotated, clearly reflecting the flow of chakra through Hyuga Jin's meridians in his vision. Hyuga Jin saw Rin's stance and furrowed his brow even deeper, but said nothing further, only resetting his posture. "Begin." Hyuga Jin pushed off with his right foot, charging forward, his right palm aimed at the chest Zhongwan point. Uchiha Rin sidestepped, using his left hand to hook toward the inside of the opponent's wrist. Hyuga Jin reacted quickly, his left palm sweeping up to deflect the hook, stepping forward, half a step, both palms thrusting out. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, accurately targeting the shoulder while the Hage and the Guanyuan points. The palm techniques were clean and the acupuncture points were well chosen. Uchiha Rin's body narrowly evaded every strike, never taking a step back. Each dodge was perfectly timed, with the edges of the opponent's palms brushing against his clothing, yet never touching his skin. Then he moved. Using the exact same starting stance, his right palm thrusting straight at Hyuga Jin's chest Zhongwan point. Hyuga Jin instinctively blocked with his left palm, but Uchiha Rin's speed was twice as fast. His palm pressed against the chest chakra, precisely injected from his fingertips, striking the Zhongwan point. Hyuga Jin let out a muffled groan, his left arm going numb. He stared wide-eyed at the black-haired boy before him. In his Byakugan's vision, the chakra flow of the opponent remained unnaturally precise, yet the boy's eyes Those ordinary black pupils showed no signs of abnormality. Not the Sharingan without any trace of a visual technique activated. How do you know Gentle Fist? Even with the Sharingan, it's impossible to replicate the Gentle Fist. The Sharingan can't see the meridians. You demonstrated the starting stance of the 8 trigrams 3 times. Uchiha Rin retracted his palm, his tone calm. 3 times is enough to learn. Hyuga Jin remained silent for a moment, slowly lowering his right hand. I concede. As he walked past Uchiha Rin, he paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Your eyes are not ordinary eyes. I don't know what method you use to mask your eye color, but the Byakugan's insight is not to be underestimated. The Sharingan cannot replicate the Gentle Fist. That is an unbreakable rule among ninjas. But during our match, your chakra flow trajectory became increasingly similar to my Gentle Fist's power pattern. You are not just copying my moves, you are analyzing my meridian system in some way. Uchiha Rin finally turned his head, facing Hyuga Jin for the first time. This boy from the Hyuga branch was far more perceptive than he had anticipated. He had inferred part of the truth from the subtle anomalies in the chakra flow using the Byakugan's insight. Hyuga Jin met his gaze, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, I don't plan to tell anyone. But you better be careful. If someone from the main family notices you, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Uchiha Rin watched him leave the arena, then turned to walk towards the edge of the field. While his face remained impassive, his mind was already re-evaluating the risks. Hyuga Jin was a smart person. He wouldn't blab everywhere. One could be cautious with smart people. But Hyuga Jin's words served as a warning. The Byakugan's insight could indeed penetrate the contact lenses to see the anomalies in chakra flow. Next time he encountered someone from the main family, he would have to lower the perception mode of the 6 eyes by another layer. Kakashi leaned against a stone pillar, watching him approach. What did you say to him? He looked strange when he left. Nothing. He complimented me a bit after conceding. Kakashi's gray eyes lingered on his face for a moment before moving away. What did you say to him? He looked strange when he left. Nothing. He complimented me a bit after conceding. Kakashi's gray eye. In the second semifinal, he faced the blonde girl from the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Hanari. As soon as the match began, Hanari attempted to control Kakashi with her mind-body switch technique, but Kakashi had already used body flicker technique to get behind her as she formed seals. Hanari threw 3 smoke bombs in a bid to regain distance, but Kakashi emerged from the smoke, the short knife held horizontally in front of her neck, the electric arcs still dancing on the blade. When did? Hanari stared at the electric arcs on the blade, ultimately sighing and raising her hand to concede. The finals. Uchiha Rin against Hatake Kakashi. All the spectators in the stands fell silent. The third Hokage set down his pipe, leaning slightly forward. Tsubaki Koharu and Mito Gate also stopped, whispering to each other. 2 5-year-old children stood on the finals arena, staring at each other across 10 meters of yellow earth. Sunlight streamed directly down, casting their shadows into 2 small black dots. Start. Kakashi did not move, his hands still in his pockets. Uchiha Rin also remained still, his hands hanging at his sides. After a moment of silence, Kakashi's mouth quirked up slightly, and Uchiha Rin smiled back. We never determined a winner after the makeup exam. You held back. So did you. Chidori was ineffective. Kakashi slowly drew his short knife from behind the blade, glinting coldly in the sunlight. As chakra flowed into it, blue-white electric arcs began to leap along the blade. That means, just as he spoke, an elderly cough interrupted from behind the drape. The examiner paused in surprise, quickly running to the drape to listen for a moment before turning back to the center of the arena, his expression oscillating between seriousness and embarrassment. Lord Hokage has decreed. Finals are cancelled. Uchiha Rin and Hatake Kakashi both are promoted to Chunin simultaneously. No need to fight further. A moment of silence swept through the stands, then erupted into a louder uproar. Kakashi's knife still hovered in the air, electric arcs crackling along the blade. Then he sheathed the knife back into its scabbard, the electric arcs reluctantly dissipating into the air. TCH. Uchiha Rin looked at Kakashi's expressionless face, but could almost see a small black line forming on his head, and couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Nothing. Kakashi turned and walked toward the edge of the arena, taking a couple of steps before stopping, glancing back at him with his exposed gray eye. Next time, the kind where no one calls a halt. At your service. 1 minute earlier. Behind the curtain, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, slowly lowered his pipe from his mouth and tapped it gently against the edge of the ashtray. In the crystal ball before him, 2 5-year-old children stood facing each other across 10 meters of yellow earth. Kakashi's short sword had already been drawn, blue-white arcs of lightning dancing along its blade. Uchiha Rin's hands still hung at his sides, but his stance had shifted from relaxed vulnerability to a micro-bent posture ready to explode at any moment. The air between them was taut, like a violin string stretched to its limit about to snap. Stop them, said Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice neither loud nor quiet, But both Uchiha Koharu and Hamura Midokado seated on either side turned their heads simultaneously. Why? Frowned Hamura Midokado. The final match is customary. They've both come this far, and settling the outcome is, look at that Uchiha boy. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed his pipe at the crystal ball. From the first round until now, what has he used? Hamura Midokado was silent for a moment, pondering. In the first round against Iwakawa Daisuke, he used Body Flicker and Taijutsu no Ninjutsu at all. In the second round against Hyuga Jin, he used Gentle Fist. Not the Gentle Fist that Uchiha should use, but the Hyuga's signature Taijutsu, and he executed it more precisely than a Hyuga branch member. He hasn't gone all out. Uchiha Koharu suddenly spoke, a hint of subtle wariness in her tone. More than that, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell on Uchiha Rin through the crystal ball. Up to now he hasn't even used a single fire release. And Uchiha participates in the Chunin exams, reaches the finals, and doesn't even use Great Fireball. What do you think that means? The two advisors exchanged a glance and said nothing. Because he didn't need to. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back into his chair. His opponents were too weak to force out his trump card. Kakashi is the same. Tsukumo told me that the boy has already developed in a rank lightning release, but today, he only used the most basic lightning release chakra augmentation. These two children have been holding back against each other from start to finish. He put the pipe back between his lips, took a deep drag, and smoke rose slowly from the corner of his mouth. If they were to fight seriously in the finals, too much would be exposed. There are observers from other villages, intelligence agents from various nations, and countless ordinary spectators here. I would rather have their trump cards rot in the training ground than have them laid bare before the eyes of other villages. He paused, his voice dropping as if talking to himself. Besides, if these two children were to settle a winner here, the one who loses would bear the stigma of defeated, and the one who wins would become a target for everyone. Promoting them both simultaneously is the best choice. Konoha does not need to consume its geniuses in internal strife. Uchiha Koharu was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Hamura Midokado sighed, and said nothing more. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand in signal, and the Yumbu captain beside him instantly used Body Flicker to appear beneath the curtain, conveying the order to the examiner. When the examiner's announcement of final match terminated echoed across the arena, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw, in the crystal ball, the expressions of the two children. Kakashi's perpetually indifferent face flickered with a trace of reluctance, while Uchiha Rin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. That smile was not forced, it was genuine amusement. He leaned back into his chair, a meaningful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. These two children did not yet know that their performance today had already been enough for Konoha's high command to reassess the potential of the Uchiha and Hatake clans. And in the coming era, such potential was more important than the outcome of any final match. The smoke rose slowly, blurring his expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just put the pipe back between his lips and was about to stand up and leave. Then a low voice came from behind him. Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi's footsteps halted. He did not turn around, but from the moment the voice sounded, his expression changed. His originally relaxed brows tightened slightly, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes deepening from contemplation. That opening line was all too familiar. Every time Shimura Danzo called his name in that tone, the words that followed were never good news. Danzo. He turned around, the shadow of his conical hat covering most of his face, but his gaze still pierced sharply through the darkness at the newcomer. Shimura Danzo emerged from the shadows behind the curtain. His steps were steady, his cane tapping the stone floor with a dull thud. Bandages wrapped his right half of his face and right arm, leaving only his left eye visible. That left eye held a cold, focused gaze. No unnecessary pleasantries, no roundabout preamble. He stopped 3 paces in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the tip of his cane giving a light tap on the stone. Those two children, Uchiha Rin and Hatake Kakashi. Give them to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing, the tobacco in his pipe burned silently, blue smoke curling from the corner of his mouth, rising into a slender column between them. You should be the most aware of their talents. Danzo's voice was not loud, but each word was weighted. In ordinary ninja squads they would only be buried. Assign them to the route, where I will personally train them. Within 3 years they will become Konoha's sharpest blades. Uchiha Koharu and Hamura Midokado exchanged a glance, but said nothing. They had seen this scene too many times. They are Konoha's ninja, not tools. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke, his voice calm, but every word carried an uncompromising weight. Naive. Danzo's cane struck the ground again, this time harder. Every major ninja village is amassing power now, war could reignite at any moment. What Konoha needs is absolute combat power to deter foreign enemies, not your idealism. Kakashi is Tsukumo's son. If you put him en route, how will you explain it to Tsukumo? Hiruzen Sarutobi took the pipe from his mouth, his eyes beneath the conical hat fixed directly on Danzo. White Fang is a Konoha ninja. He will understand. And what about Uchiha Rin? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a step forward, closing the distance between them to less than 2 meters. He is the disciple of Uchiha Sosuke, publicly accepted at the clan council. If you put him en route, do you intend to collapse the fragile stability that has just been established between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage? Danzo was silent for a moment, but the cold light in his lone eye did not diminish. Precisely because his surname is Uchiha, he should be managed by me. The power of the Uchiha clan is a double-edged sword. Allowing a Uchiha genius to grow unconstrained outside will eventually become a threat to Konoha. Better to have root control it from the beginning. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him. The tobacco in his pipe had burned out, but he did not take another puff. Your meaning is that because a child has too much talent he should be locked in a cage. It is to make him strength for Konoha, not a threat to Konoha. Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice suddenly rose half a pitch. Not loud, but enough to silence the entire space behind the curtain. These two children just passed the Chunin exams today. Their future is decided by themselves, not by you and not by me. He tapped his pipe heavily twice against the edge of the ashtray. Sparks flew out, glowing briefly in the dimness behind the curtain before dying out. Danzo stared at him for a long time. The cane turned a half circle on the stone floor, then he turned and walked. At the edge of the curtain he paused. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Geniuses left unchecked will always Enough. I am the Hokage. Oomph. Danzo gave a cold snort and left. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the crystal ball, gazing at the now empty arena within. The last wisp of blue smoke from his pipe rose slowly, blurring the expression behind his glasses. Silence fell again behind the curtain. After a long moment, he set his pipe aside, leaned back into his chair, and closed his eyes. As the final examination of the Chunin exams concluded, the setting sun painted the Hokage monument in hues of deep gold. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walked side by side out of the arena, their new forehead protectors gleaming coldly in the twilight. Kakashi still wore that face as if the whole world owed him a grilled fish. His displeasure over the cancelled final match clearly hadn't dissipated. Still brooding. Uchiha Rin had his hands clasped behind his head, his steps light. No. Every time you say no, it usually means yes. Kakashi answered with a look that said, I can't be bothered with you. As they turned out of the arena's side gate, Uchiha Rin's steps suddenly paused for a moment. Someone's here. His voice dropped very low, his tone shifting instantly from playful banter to combat readiness. 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the wall. White masks, black cloaks, swords at their waists. Standard Umbu attire, but the patterns on the masks were wrong. Not the spiral pattern of Konoha's Umbu, but a vertical line running through the forehead, with a short horizontal line on each side, like some abstracted tree root. The leading masked figure pulled back his hood, his voice devoid of any emotion. Uchiha Rin Hatake Kakashi. By order of Lord Shimura Danzo, you are hereby conscripted into root. Report with us immediately. Kakashi's gray eyes narrowed slightly. He pulled his hands out of his pockets. We have formal assignments from the Hokage. Root transfer orders require the Hokage's personal signature. Lord Danzo has independent personnel authority. The masked man's tone was like reciting regulations. You are special talents subject to the emergency conscription clause. Come with us. Do not resist unnecessarily. Uchiha Rin looked at the masked man before him with his black eyes concealed by contact lenses, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And if we refuse to go? The 3 masked figures simultaneously placed their hands on their sword hilts. Then we will have to take you by force. As the words fell, the 3 attacked at once. Standard root tactics. Frontal assault to draw attention, a left side angle to cut off escape, routes a right side flank to split the battlefield. The 3 moved in perfect coordination, drawing blades, closing and taking optimal angles in one fluid motion. The frontal assailant's blade aimed straight for Uchiha Rin, a silver line of light cutting through the dusk. Then the blade stopped less than an inch from Uchiha Rin's body. Not blocked, not dodged. Just stopped as if hitting an invisible wall in midair. The masked man's pupils contracted sharply. The full force he had put into the blade was infinitely diluted the moment it touched that invisible barrier. The blade hovered in the air, trembling slightly, unable to advance a single inch further. He had never seen such a thing. Not earth release hardening, not wind release repulsion, but as if an infinite distance had been interposed between the blade and its target. The kunai coming from the left encountered the exact same predicament. Its tip stopped at Uchiha Rin's waist like a frozen insect in amber. What is this? Uchiha Rin's right hand had already pressed against his chest. Rasengan. The high-speed rotating ball of chakra took shape in his palm, the compressed power twisting the masked man's vest into radial wrinkles. The next moment, the masked man flew backward like a leaf caught in a hurricane, his back hitting the stone wall of the training ground. The wall cracked in a spiderweb pattern. As he slid to the ground, the vest on his chest had been twisted into a circular hole. Though the skin beneath the armor was not directly broken, the blunt force impact left him struggling even to breathe. Meanwhile, the frontal assailant, still reeling from the shock of his blade being stopped by the power of cessation, found Uchiha Rin already grabbing his wrist, twisting it outward. The ninja sword flew out of his hand and embedded itself in the ground. Then an elbow with an extremely short range of motion slammed into his chest. The masked man grunted and fell to one knee, his right wrist twisted behind his back. On the other side, the masked man who had lunged at Kakashi had not even drawn his weapon when the silver-white hair vanished from his field of vision. Body flicker. The masked man instinctively swung his blade backward only to cut through empty air. Then a low, cold voice came from above his head. Too slow. As Kakashi descended from midair, his short sword slid out of its sheath. Blue-white lightning exploded along the blade, illuminating the dust-covered training ground as bright as day. The masked man frantically raised the kunai to block. The Chidori blade came down from the front, directly melting the kunai into two pieces. The tip of the blade stopped less than a finger's width from the masked man's throat. Arcs of lightning jumped from the blade to his armor, crackling loudly. The masked man froze in place, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. From the moment the three attacked to their complete defeat, no more than 10 breaths had passed. One was blasted into the wall by the Rasengan, another knelt with his wrist pinned, and the third dared not even breathe with the Chidori blade at his throat. Uchiha Rin released the twisted wrist, dusted off his hands, and looked down at the kneeling masked man. Those black eyes held neither triumph nor anger, only a calm acknowledgement that made the other's spine chill. Go back and tell Lord Danzo that we have no interest in Root. If he still wants us next time, please bring a formal transfer order personally signed by the Hokage. He paused, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. But even if he does, we won't go. The three masked men struggled to their feet, supporting one another as they retreated into the shadows of the wall. The leader cast a glance back before leaving. The white mask concealed his expression, but from his slightly faltering steps, the report for this mission would not be easy to write. Kakashi sheathed his short sword, the arcs of lightning reluctantly dissipating into the air. Root. Danzo's men. He said the word with undisguised coldness. My father mentioned it to me. They say it's an Umbu training department, but what they actually do is completely different from the Umbu. Uchiha Rin bent down to pick up the kunai that had been melted in two by the Chidori and tossed it into the scrap metal bin nearby. Danzo won't let this go. He sent 3 this time. Next time it might be 6. No matter how many come. Kakashi shoved his hands back into his pockets, resuming his languid demeanor, but the edge of his gray eyes still glowed with the light of the Chidori's lightning. The two walked out of the training ground side by side. Night fell slowly, and the Yamada flower shop in the distance lit up with a warm yellow light. Beneath the seemingly bright piece of Konoha, Danzo's roots were quietly spreading. Uchiha Rin knew that small-scale probes like today's would not be the last, but at least today they had drawn a clear line with their strength. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk with 3 stacks of pending documents before him. On the left were mission reports, in the middle the financial budget, and on the right intelligence on the movements of various ninja villages. The Chunin exam had just concluded, and the subsequent procedures for promotions, mission status updates, and grade archiving. Each item required his personal approval. Just then hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. They were not the light steps of the ANBU, nor the brisk steps of a secretary. They were the dull thuds of a cane striking the floor, heavy and forceful, each one carrying undisguised anger. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brush hovered over the document without looking up. He recognized those footsteps. The rhythm had not changed since they fought side by side 20 years ago. The door was thrust open. Danzo Shimura stood at the entrance, his cane striking the floor with a heavy thud. Bandages covered the right half of his face, leaving only his left eye exposed, which now blazed with suppressed fury. Without greeting, without honorifics, and without even waiting for Hiruzen to look up, he strode to the desk. Hiruzen, your people have done quite a thing. Hiruzen slowly set down his brush, took the pipe from his mouth, his face beneath the straw hat appearing weary, yet calm in the candlelight. My people. Danzo, bursting into my office at this hour, at least you should state your business clearly. Hatake Kakashi and that Uchiha brat, Uchiha Rin. Danzo spat out those 2 names as if chewing on hard iron nails. Today, after the Chunin exam ended, I dispatched 3 rude operatives to escort them. And what happened? 2 5-year-old kids openly attacked Konoha ninja and severely wounded my men. One had his chest vest shredded, ribs nearly broken, one dislocated his wrist, another had his weapon melted and nearly got his throat slit. Danzo stepped forward, smacking his cane hard on the desk. The tea in the cup rippled. Hatake Kakashi, son of the White Fang, with lightning release talent rivaling his father, that I can understand. But that Uchiha Rin, my men reported that his body flicker technique required no hand seals, his chakra control was absurdly strong, and he had mastered a chakra sphere that could be activated without hand seals. But that Uchiha Rin, my men reported that his body flicker technique required no hand seals, his chakra control was absurdly strong, and a no hand seal body flicker, a no hand seal chakra ball. This is no longer in the realm of genius. There is definitely some secret hidden within him. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at this old friend he had known for most of his life and was silent for a few seconds. Then he placed his pipe on the edge of the ashtray, folded his hands on the desk, and spoke in a tone as calm as if reciting a mission report. Danzo, let me correct a few facts first. First, Root acted without my approval as Hokage, dispatching operatives to forcibly take away 2 formal Konoha shinobi who had just passed the Chunin exam. That is not an escort, that is an attempted kidnapping. Your 3 men deserved that beating. Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. Second, Hiruzen removed his hat, set it on the desk, stood up, and walked around the desk toward Danzo. Second, during the final round of the Chunin exam, I personally ordered the match to be halted so both could be promoted simultaneously. Within an hour, your men were waiting for them outside the arena. Are you trying to tell me that was a coincidence? Third, he stopped one step away from Danzo, and his voice finally carried the authority befitting a Hokage. Kakashi is the son of Tsukumo. Uchiha Rin is the disciple of Uchiha Sosuke, officially accepted as a student at the clan meeting. Both are formal Konoha shinobi, not preparatory tools in need of Root's special training. As for whether Uchiha Rin has secrets, which ninja doesn't? Kakashi never revealed the principles of his Chidori to anyone, and Tsukumo never made his white fang blade techniques into public scrolls. A ninja guarding his own trump card is only natural. As long as he remains a Konoha ninja, his secrets are none of your concern. I have said it once. Today I will say it for the last time. Hiruzen looked into Danzo's single eye, his voice low, but each word carrying an unnegotiable weight. These 2 children, you are not to touch them again. The next time I learn that your Root has acted against them without my orders, it will not be as simple as letting them drive your men back. The office fell silent for a long time. Danzo suddenly let out a cold laugh. That laugh was low and brief, but carried an indescribable complexity of mockery or disappointment. Hiruzen, you have changed. You used to know that in war one cannot be soft-hearted, that some darkness must be borne by someone. Now you sit in that chair bathed in sunlight, and think every shadow is filthy. He turned and walked toward the door, his cane striking the floor in a dull rhythm. At the doorway he paused without turning back, only his low voice came from the shadow of the frame. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Geniuses left unchecked will eventually cause trouble, especially that Uchiha. The secret he hides will one day make you realize my worries were not unfounded. When trouble comes, do not forget the words you said today. The door slammed heavily behind him, the sound echoing in the empty office for a long time. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood still, staring at the closed wooden door, unmoving for a long time. Then he picked up his pipe again, put it in his mouth, and took a deep drag. Smoke rose slowly from the corner of his mouth, blurring the expression behind his glasses. He turned and looked out the window. The night wind seeped through the crack, causing the candle flame on the desk to moonlight spilled over the Hokage monument, the stone face of Hashirama Senju, serene, his gaze stretching beyond the myriad lights of Konoha village into the distance. Sensei, he murmured, his voice very soft as if talking to himself. Danzo and I seemed to be drifting apart. The tobacco in his pipe burned silently. Outside the window the lights of Konoha village shone exactly as they had 20 years ago. The difference was that back then Danzo, standing beside him, would pat his shoulder and say, Hiruzen, let tomorrow take care of itself. Let's have a drink tonight. And now behind that door only the fading echoes of retreating footsteps remained. He stood for a long time until the tobacco in the pipe was completely burned out and the ash turned cold. Then he put his straw hat back on, sat down at his desk, and picked up his brush again. The documents still lay piled there, Konoha still needed to function, and he had to hold a line as safe as possible between Danzo's obsession and the future of those 2 children. Time transition. The next morning, just as Uchiha Rin finished his morning training on the practice ground, an ANBU appeared silently before him. The Hokage summons you. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi met at the entrance of the Hokage building. Kakashi had evidently been summoned in the same way. His hair still a bit messy, probably just pulled from his futon. They exchanged a glance without speaking, then followed the ANBU upstairs. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk. The ashtray before him was full of ash, suggesting he had stayed up all night. 2 open personnel files lay on the desk. Uchiha Rin caught a glimpse of the ANBU emblem on the cover of one. Have a seat. The 3rd Hokage pointed to the 2 chairs in front of him, his tone more casual than usual, less like a Hokage summoning shinobi, and more like an elder telling children to sit down and talk. After they sat, Hiruzen did not beat around the bush. He set his pipe on the edge of the ashtray, interlaced his fingers on the desk, and looked at the 2 5-year-old chunin in front of him, silent for a couple of seconds. Danzo came to see me last night. He complained that your 2 beat his Root members. One with nearly broken ribs, one with a dislocated wrist, and one with a melted weapon. Your counterattack was quite measured. He used the word measured with deliberate flatness, but Uchiha Rin keenly caught the faint, almost imperceptible curl at the corner of the third Hokage's mouth. It was not blame, but a subtle satisfaction. Root acted without Hokage approval, attempting to forcibly take away two formally registered Konoha shinobi. Hiruzen continued, his tone shifting from casual to formal, as if reading a conclusion already drafted. I have issued a stern warning to Danzo about this matter. He will not trouble you again. As Hokage, I apologize for what you experienced yesterday. Such things should not happen to shinobi who have just passed the Chunin exam. Uchiha Rin lowered his head slightly, accepting the apology. Kakashi said nothing, only nodded. Hiruzen observed their reactions, then picked up his pipe again, put it in his mouth, and leaned back into his chair. The chair creaked softly. He exhaled smoke, examining the two children through the haze, as if weighing something he had considered all night. Outside the window, the morning light on the Hokage monument illuminated half of his face, the other half still in shadow. I did not call you here just to apologize. He said, I have a proposal. Are you two willing to join the ANBU? The office fell silent for a moment. Kakashi tapped his fingers lightly on his knee, while Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course not immediately. Hiruzen waved a hand, adding, at your current age, directly joining ANBU for field missions is still too early. But you can join as ANBU reserves and participate in internal training. The ANBU training system is more structured than that of the regular shinobi forces, with more abundant resources. The training period is 3 months, after which you will be formally ranked and assigned to squads based on assessment results. What do you think? Uchiha Rin did not answer immediately, but his mind was already racing. He recalled how the third Hokage had suddenly called off the final match yesterday, likely not only to prevent them from exposing their trump cards before foreign observers, but also because he had already planned to place them in ANBU. Once inside ANBU, Danzo would find it much harder to move against them. This was the third Hokage's protection and also an investment. For Uchiha Rin himself, the training resources and intelligence network of ANBU were beyond what the regular forces could offer. More importantly, the ANBU identity itself was a shield, backed directly by the Hokage. Danzo would have to think twice before acting. Kakashi likely had the same thought. He leaned back in his chair, hands in his pockets, wearing his usual lazy expression, but when he spoke, his tone was more formal than usual. I have no problem. My father also said that ANBU training would help with my current sword technique bottleneck. Uchiha Rin also nodded. I have no problem either. But ANBU is your direct unit, Lord Hokage. Wouldn't it invite criticism if we just promoted to Chunin directly become ANBU reserves? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's smile finally emerged from behind the smoke. It was not the kind affectionate smile one gives to children, but the satisfied expression of a seasoned Hokage seeing that the younger generation had already learned to think with their heads. That is not something you need to worry about. He said, his tone carrying an unyielding certainty. Your performance in the Chunin exam was observed by all examiners. Graduating early and defeating a Chunin examiner, collecting scrolls, and reaching the tower in less than half the allotted time in the Forest of Death, going undefeated all the way to the final match. These achievements are impressive for any Chunin. Besides, you two independently developed Chidori and Rasengan within 2 months. Did you think you could keep that secret from anyone? Kakashi turned his head away and rubbed his nose with his hand. The ANBU identity must be kept confidential, even from family members. Hiruzen closed the 2 personnel files and pushed them to the edge of the desk. Go prepare. In 3 days, an ANBU operative will come to pick you up. The training location is not inside Konoha village. You'll know the exact place then. Any more questions? They both shook their heads. Then go. Oh, and he stopped. The two who had already stood up took out 2 badges from the drawer, black iron badges with the ANBU spiral crest engraved in the center. These are the reserve identification badges. You will receive masks when formally inducted. Keep them safe and don't lose them. He glanced at Kakashi, who was also looking down at the badge in his hand. A flicker of light passed through those gray eyes. Tsukumo had once been in the ANBU, not just an ordinary member, but among the elite of the elite. Kakashi was probably thinking about that. He didn't say it aloud, merely slipping the badge into his pocket a beat slower than usual when putting away anything. The two walked side by side out of the Hokage's office and descended the stairs to the entrance of the Hokage building. 3 months, Kakashi said first. Then he turned his head to look at Uchiha Rin, his eyelids still half-lowered, but the corners of his mouth curved into a faint arc. Then let's compete to see who gets the official ANBU mask first in a year. Then he turned his head to look at Uchiha Rin, his eyelids still half-lowered, but the corners of his mouth curved into a faint arc. Then let's compete to see who gets the official ANBU mask first in a year. Anytime. The training site for the reserve members of the Dark Division is located in a valley deep in the mountains 20 kilometers north of Konoha, tightly encased by a barrier. Upon passing through the barrier, orderly barracks, training grounds, underground tactical classrooms, and simulated infiltration facilities unfold large enough to accommodate a small unit. The first month focuses on basic physical conditioning and tactical norms. Every morning they rise at 4 in the morning to run 10 kilometers with weights, followed immediately by tactical theory classes. Courses on code recognition, password creation, infiltration, route planning, and enemy situation analysis. Each textbook is thick enough to be used as a brick. In the afternoons they engage in practical exercises, pairing up for combat training, where each person faces 3 opponents at once. Those who cannot endure are eliminated on the spot with no retests or second chances. The second month focuses on assassination techniques and intelligence gathering, ranging from backstabbing to throat slitting, from poison needles to wire traps, from silent approaches to lethal strikes. The intelligence gathering course covers camouflage, infiltration, deciphering secret messages, tracking, and each person is thrown into a simulated enemy town with only a set of civilian clothing and a few coins, needing to gather specified intelligence and successfully evacuate within 3 days. Exposure results in elimination. In the third month, comprehensive practical combat. All individual training is integrated into a continuous 7-titwohor, high-intensity, simulated mission, where each person must complete the full process of infiltration, assassination, intelligence transmission, and breakout, while severely sleep-deprived. Every few days students are eliminated. After 3 months, only 8 of the initial 30 reserves remain. The final assessment day. In the center of the valley, the training ground is surrounded by barrier walls, with the ground covered in real soil and gravel brought from the forest of death. A tall man with white hair stands at the edge of the field, wearing the standard uniform of the Dark Division and a mask. I am the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Dark Division, codename White Fang. Today I will serve as the chief examiner for your final assessment. His voice is not loud, but each word carries the penetrating force of a blade. The final assessment will be a unknown ranked battle, with the top 4 advancing to become official members of the Dark Division. The first place will serve as the captain of this small squad and have the privilege of selecting a mask first. Now I will announce the matchups. Kakashi's expression stiffens slightly upon hearing the name, White Fang, but he quickly regains his usual indifference. Uchiha Rin glances at him, and Kakashi responds with a look that says, "Don't ask." Among the 8 reserves, 2 students clearly stand out with significantly higher abilities. One is named Amano Sho, with brown hair and green eyes, a lean build skilled in wind release and shuriken techniques, with astonishing reaction speed. His performance in the intelligence gathering course is second only to Uchiha Rin. The other is named Yuhi Shigure, a girl with long black hair, a distant relative of Yuhi Kurenai, specializing in illusion techniques and mid-range support ninjutsu. She is calm in demeanor but decisive in action, never failing in simulated missions. The first round of eliminations is without suspense. Uchiha Rin defeats a Hyuga branch family boy specializing in physical techniques with pure martial skills, while Kakashi sends the weapon of a dual-wielding ninja, flying with a single strike. Amano Sho and Yuhi Shigure also each defeat their opponents and advance smoothly. The top 4 emerge, all securing their qualifications as official members of the Dark Division. In the semifinals, Uchiha Rin faces Amano Sho. Rin, I won't hold back. Amano Sho pulls out 6 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, 3 between his fingers. He has clearly studied Uchiha Rin's fighting style from the Chunin exams, and takes the initiative from the start. 6 shuriken fly out simultaneously, approaching the target from the front, sides, above, and behind. Uchiha Rin taps the ground with his toes, spinning like a top, his ninja sword drawn. 6 streaks of blade light accurately deflect the 6 shuriken, embedding them into the ground in a perfect hexagonal formation. Amano Sho forms hand seals, releasing a wind blade. Uchiha Rin does not form seals, opening his mouth to unleash a great fireball directly facing the attack. The fire borrows the wind's momentum, and the 2 ninjutsu collide midair, creating an explosive shockwave that sends dirt flying. Amidst the swirling dirt and flames, Uchiha Rin rushes forward, his ninja sword thrusting directly at Amano Sho's throat. Amano Sho sidesteps the blade while his left hand slices towards Uchiha Rin's wrist with a kunai, but Uchiha Rin changes his move faster. His wrist twists, the back of his sword strikes heavily against Amano Sho's kunai, sending sparks flying. Immediately afterward, his left palm presses against Amano Sho's chest. Spiral Sphere. A rapidly spinning chakra ball forms in his palm, but he precisely controls the force, only shredding the fabric of Amano Sho's clothing. Uchiha Rin withdraws his hand and steps back. Amano Sho looks down at his shredded clothing, gives a wry smile, and raises his hands. I concede. Thank you. In another semi-final, Kakashi faces Yuhi Shigure. Yuhi Shigure immediately sets up 3 layers of illusion traps in the center of the field. The moment Kakashi steps into the trap area, the ground beneath him turns to quicksand and countless illusory figures appear before him. However, her meticulously arranged illusions cannot trap Kakashi. He closes his eyes as the illusion activates using body flicker technique to advance rather than retreat, drawing his short blade as the blue-white lightning of Chidori illuminates the entire field and he strikes down. Yuhi Shigeru discards her kunai and retreats using a smoke bomb to reconfigure her illusions, but Kakashi leaps into the air using a dirt wall, diving down vertically, knocking her kunai away with the second strike. Yuhi Shigeru's back crashes against the barrier wall, and she straightforwardly raises her hand in concession. The finals. Uchiha Rin against Hatake Kakashi. All 6 eliminated students remain at the sidelines watching the match. Amano Sho leans against the barrier with crossed arms while Yuhi Shigeru squats beside him, both eyes fixed unwaveringly on the center of the field. Begin. Kakashi does not hesitate. In the very first moment his short blade is drawn and Chidori cries out. The blue-white lightning envelopes the entire short blade, forming a blinding arc. His body lowers to nearly parallel with the ground, and the body flicker technique erupts, transforming him into a streak of blue-white light that pierces directly at Uchiha Rin. The speed of this strike is significantly faster than 3 months ago. 3 months of Dark Division training have pushed both his body flicker technique and lightning release transformation to new heights. The afterimage of the Chidori has not yet dissipated when the blade is already at Uchiha Rin's chest. Uchiha Rin does not take it heeding. His body shifts slightly to evade the blade. The lightning of Chidori grazes his collar, leaving a scorch mark on the fabric. Almost simultaneously his right hand forms a blade with his fingers, and the chakra of lightning release condenses at his fingertips. Not the wild roar of Chidori, but a sharply compressed bolt of lightning extending from his fingertips, transforming into a long spear made of lightning. Chidori Spear. This is a form he developed on his own during the training in the second month. By further compressing and extending the chakra of Chidori, he has transformed what could only be attached to his palm into a mid-range piercing attack. Kakashi's strike misses, and before he can retract his blade, Uchiha Rin's lightning spear sweeps in. Kakashi's pupils constrict, forcing his waist to twist back as the tip of the lightning spear brushes past the tip of his nose, leaving a faint scent of ozone in the air. When did you learn this? Kakashi retreats, creating distance, his short blade positioned in front of him, a rare look of surprise flashing in his gray eyes. In the second month. Seeing how many times you used it, it would be unreasonable if I couldn't learn it. Uchiha Rin's lightning spear crackles with blue-white arcs, his tone as casual, as if commenting on the taste of rice balls in the cafeteria today. Kakashi's lips curl slightly, then he begins to gather chakra in the palm of his right hand, not Chidori. A rapidly spinning chakra ball forms in his palm, emitting a low hum as the surrounding air spirals into visible patterns. Spiral Sphere. Amano Sho on the sidelines widens his eyes in surprise. He learned it too. Uchiha Rin raises an eyebrow. As expected, he knew when he taught Kakashi the Spiral Sphere in the second month that with this kid's talent for chakra control, mastering the transformation was only a matter of time. Kakashi spent 2 months stabilizing the formation of the Spiral Sphere. It was a bit slower than he expected, but considering Kakashi didn't have the Byakugan to assist, this speed is already quite impressive. Just right. Uchiha Rin disperses the Chidori spear, reforms the Spiral Sphere in his right hand, while his left hand again glows with the lightning of Chidori. Right hand Spiral Sphere, left hand Chidori. 2 entirely different forms of chakra transformation appear simultaneously on one person. Kakashi watches the blue and white light in Uchiha Rin's hands, his gray eyes nearly overflowing with excitement. He does not speak, merely raises the Spiral Sphere in front of him, getting into a charging stance. Both leap off the ground simultaneously. Spiral Sphere against Spiral Sphere. 2 rapidly spinning chakra balls collide in midair, unleashing a visible shockwave. The ground is torn open into a shallow pit, dirt and grass flying like rain. The stalemate lasts only a second. Uchiha Rin's left hand Chidori thrusts upward, and as Kakashi tilts his head to evade, he raises his knee to strike Uchiha Rin's wrist. Uchiha Rin changes his move faster, the Chidori spear extending from his fingertips to sweep at Kakashi's side. Kakashi leaps back, evading with the recoil from the collision of the Spiral Sphere, and the 2 create distance. The spectators on the sidelines can no longer see the figures clearly, only 2 afterimages intertwining, colliding, and bouncing apart in the center of the field, with each clash exploding bright blue-white sparks in the air. The lightning of Chidori and Chidori spear weaves into an electric web, the hum of the Spiral Sphere, and the cry of Chidori overlapping to shake the barrier wall. What kind of monsters are these 2? Amano Sho unconsciously tightens the collar of his clothing. Yuhi Shigeru squints, tracking the 2 intersecting figures in the field, her palms sweaty. She finally understands why during these 3 months of training Uchiha Rin and Kakashi's physical load has always been twice that of everyone else, and why they have never fallen out of the top 2 in any subject. Because from the first day they entered the reserves, they have been pushing each other as rivals. One learned Chidori and the other developed Chidori Spear. One mastered the Spiral Sphere, and the other practiced releasing different ninjutsu with both hands simultaneously. This mutually stimulating competitive rhythm is more efficient than any training plan. On the field, Kakashi's breathing has begun to grow heavy. The continuous high-intensity use of Chidori and Spiral Sphere is taking a toll on his chakra. But he shows no intention of retreating, drawing his short blade again as the lightning flares once more. Uchiha Rin looks at the light in his eyes and suddenly smiles. He disperses the Spiral Sphere and Chidori, drawing his ninja sword from his waist again. Pure swordsmanship against swordsmanship. The two blades collide in the air, sending sparks flying. Kakashi's Hatake-style White Fang technique takes the shortest direct path, each strike aimed at a vital point. Uchiha Rin's Uchiha-style sword technique applies fire-release chakra to the blade. The orange-eared flames of flame leap bursting forth with dazzling brilliance at each collision with the blue-white lightning of Chidori. The two fight from the center of the field to the edges, then from the edges to another corner. The earth is plowed by their footsteps, and grass and dirt are swept up only to be scattered by the shockwave of the next collision. Then Uchiha Rin seizes a minuscule flaw from Kakashi. After 7 consecutive quick strikes, the returning motion of Kakashi's right wrist is barely half a beat slower than normal. This flaw in an ordinary battle would not be considered a flaw, but under Uchiha Rin's 3-mo Sharingan, that slight delay is magnified into a window decisive enough to determine victory. Uchiha Rin does not use Spiral Sphere, nor does he use Chidori Spear. The ninja sword flips in his hand, applying flame leap to the blade, thrusting upward from below Kakashi's sword blade at an almost impossible angle. Kakashi's short blade is sent flying, flipping twice in the air before embedding itself 3 steps away. Uchiha Rin's blade tip stops just before Kakashi's throat. The flames of flame leap having already dissipated, leaving only the residual heat of the blade slightly distorting the air. The two lock eyes. In Kakashi's gray eyes there is no defeat, only pure excitement, and the satisfaction of a warrior challenged to his limits. Not bad. Not, I concede, but not bad. This is the highest praise Kakashi can give. Uchiha Rin sheaths his sword and extends his hand toward him. Kakashi grasps that hand, their fingers intertwined, dirty with soil and grass. When did you develop your Chidori Spear? Kakashi uses the momentum to stand up, his tone returning to his usual indifference, but his questioning is twice as fast as usual. 2 months ago. I thought of it when I saw you using Chidori. Since you can concentrate lightning release chakra in your hand, why not extend it outwards? Next time I'll hit you. Anytime you want. Uchiha Rin laughs lightly, releasing his hand. Suddenly, a prompt flashes in his mind. Kakashi Hatake's affection level 18, current affection level 78,100. 12 points of affection away from the tier 3 treasure chest. Uchiha Rin pauses for a moment, then casually retracts his hand, readying his ninja tool pouch at his waist. 78 points. From 60 points after the retest to now 3 months of joint training in the Dark Division reserves, and this final match have increased it by 18 points in one go. Kakashi's affection level has always risen slower than a snail. He only accumulated 35 points from the entrance exam to the first sparring session, and after the second spar, it only rose to 43 points. Defeating him, Hiden, in the retest finally jumped it to 60 points. And now after defeating Kakashi, once more the affection level has surged by 18 points. White Fang walks from the edge of the field to the two of them, looking down at the 2 5-year-olds who have just completed a Quasi-Jonin-level battle, still exchanging fierce words, the old scar on his mouth twitching slightly, as if trying to suppress a smile. Amano Sho and Yuhi Shigeru also gather from the sidelines. Assessment complete. The top 4: Uchiha Rin, Hatake Kakashi, Amano Sho, Yuhi Shigeru, promoted to official members of the Dark Division. Uchiha Rin, first place captain of the team. By convention, he has the privilege of selecting a mask first. Follow me. Deep in the valley is an inconspicuous stone building. Pushing open the heavy iron door, inside are rows of wooden racks extending from the ground to the ceiling, neatly arranged with the standard masks of the Dark Division. White ceramic bases, various animal designs: foxes, cats, dogs, eagles, snakes, badgers, each mask's eye hole set with dark lenses reflecting a cold light in the candle's glow. The masks of the Dark Division are not just tools for disguise, they also identify your status within the division. Choose one squad leader. Uchiha Rin walks past the rows, finally stopping in front of a cat mask. A cat. Not a fierce beast, but deadly enough. He takes the cat mask from the rack, flips it over to check the engraved number on the inside, then glances sideways at White Fang leaning against the door frame. This one. White Fang looks at the cat mask, pausing for a moment. The previous owner of the cat mask was the first blade of the Dark Division he personally trained, who returned alive from 3 rank missions. Now this mask has fallen into the hands of a 5-year-old. The old scar at his mouth twitches, and then he tilts his head toward the door. Let's go, squad leader. Time to get your uniform. Kakashi, Amano Shigeru. You all come in to choose masks in order of ranking. As Kakashi passes by Uchiha Rin, he stops for a moment. He glances at the cat mask in Uchiha Rin's hand, then walks straight to the row of dog masks, taking down a white base with black markings. Uchiha Rin watches his choice, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Outside, dusk has settled. The evening breeze in the valley carries the scent of pine resin and earth from the ridges, causing the 4 brand new ceramic masks to feel slightly cool in their owner's hands. 3 months of reserve training have concluded. A small team of the Dark Division, led by a 5-year-old captain, is about to embark on their first mission. On the second day after graduating from the Umbu Reserves, Uchiha Rin was awakened in the barracks by a knock. The dawn had not yet fully broken, and the valley's morning mist seeped through the window cracks, carrying the scent of pine resin and damp earth. He rolled over and sat up, his cat mask resting on the pillow, its ceramic surface beaded with a fine layer of moisture from the fog. The knocking stopped after just 2 strikes. Uchiha Rin slid the door open. Outside stood an Umbu operative wearing a uniform white spiral-patterned mask, holding a scroll sealed with Umbu encryption codes. 3rd Squad Captain Uchiha Rin. Report to the mission room immediately. Your first assignment. Without further ado, the figure vanished in a flicker. Uchiha Rin fastened his ninja tool pouch and clipped the cat mask to his waist. 3 months of training had made him accustomed to such summons, yet this was his first official mission. As he stepped out, he encountered Kakashi emerging from the adjacent barracks, his dog mask already hanging at his hip, silver-white hair strikingly conspicuous in the morning mist. They exchanged a glance, no words needed, and walked side by side toward the mission room. The room was situated at the heart of the valley camp, a stone structure half buried underground. Upon entering, an entire wall of tactical maps greeted them, candlelight flickering on iron holders, illuminating the white-haired man standing before the table. White Fang had already removed his mask. An old scar appeared deeper under the candlelight. An open mission scroll lay spread on the table before him. Tianai Xiang and Shiri Qing had already arrived. Tianai leaned against the corner with his specially crafted wind-release shuriken on his back, adjusting the edge balance. Shiri Qing stood on the other side with arms crossed, her long hair tied into a low ponytail with a standard Umbu hair tie, her demeanor calmer than during training. Everyone's here. White Fang swept his gaze over the 4 of them, wasting no words. First official mission: hunting down a rogue ninja. Uchiha Rin looked down. The scroll held a wanted poster. The man in the photograph appeared to be around 30, with a gaunt face and high cheekbones, his forehead protector slashed with a horizontal line signifying defection. Beneath it were dense lines of information. Takikawa Rue, former Konoha Special Jonin, actual identity spy from the Land of Lightning. He infiltrated Konoha for 6 years. 3 days ago, he was exposed while stealing Konoha's barrier defense map. Discovered by an Umbu patrol, he broke through after sustaining heavy injuries and has now escaped beyond the Land of Fire's border. White Fang's finger traced the route on the map scroll, from Konoha northward through the Land of Field straight toward the Land of Iron. The barrier defense map he stole contains the complete node distribution of Konoha's outer sensory barrier. If it falls into the Land of Lightning's hands, Konoha's sensory defense system will be rendered useless. He must be intercepted and killed before crossing the Land of Iron's border. No margin for error. Special Jonin. Kakashi repeated those 2 words, his tone flat, but his fingers gripping the scabbard tightened minutely. Proficient in lightning release and swordsmanship. White Fang added his gaze, pausing on both Kakashi and Uchiha Rin for a moment. He has mastered advanced lightning release techniques, such as Lightning Dragon Roar, and his swordsmanship is assessed to be on par with Konoha Jonin level. He once solo-killed a Jonin from the Hidden Rock Village in a border mission. Do not underestimate him just because he is wounded. A cornered beast fights desperately, and a wounded beast is often more dangerous. Uchiha Rin nodded, reviewing all the intelligence on Takikawa Rue in his mind. A spy who remained undiscovered for 6 years broke through an Umbu patrol after exposure and still had the strength to flee the Land of Fire while grievously injured. His overall combat ability, even accounting for the debilitation from his wounds, was conservatively above Jonin level. Uchiha Rin looked up at White Fang and asked calmly, "What is the time window?" 3 days. Within 3 days he will attempt to cross the neutral territory of the Land of Iron. Once he enters the Land of Lightning's border, the pursuit mission will escalate into a diplomatic incident. So, White Fang took out 4 standard Umbu tracking scrolls from his ninja tool pouch and slid one to each of them. The scrolls were pitch black, sealed with the Umbu's spiral mark. Inside are sealed samples of Takikawa. The Umbu Intelligence Division has already analyzed his lightning release chakra signature. The tracking scrolls can sense the lightning release traces he leaves along his escape route within a certain range. Combine them with your own sensory abilities. Remember, eliminate him within the Land of Iron. Clean and swift, leaving no trace. This is your first mission as full-fledged Umbu members. and also the first combat cooperation for your team. Mission codename, Thunder Hunt. Uchiha Rin tucked the tracking scroll into his ninja tool pouch and stood up. Kakashi Amano Sho and Yuhi Haru rose simultaneously. The 4 Umbu badges glinted coldly in the candlelight. Third squad move out. In the dense forest at the border between the land of fields and the land of fire, 4 figures dashed through at high speed. Uchiha Rin led at the front, his 3-Demo Sharingan hidden beneath contact lenses, capturing all chakra traces within several hundred meters. The chakra sample sealed in the tracking scroll provided him with the characteristic frequency of Takikawa Rui's lightning release chakra, and the Sharingan extracted every faint chakra fluctuation left on leaves, soil, and streams, like a broken fluorescent thread winding northward through the forest. Amano Sho was to his left, wind release chakra wrapped around his feet, his steps as light as brushing the tips of grass. During the pursuit, he used wind release techniques to eliminate the squad's movement noise while monitoring the flank. Yuhi Haru was on the right, 2 fingers held in front of her chest as sensory ninja's chakra detection network spread around the squad. Any enemy attempting to countertrack would first stumble into her Jinjutsu traps. Kakashi brought up the rear, his short sword already 3 inches out of the sheath, lightning release chakra flickering at the scabbard's mouth, ready to respond to pursuers or ambushes. The target is approximately 20 kilometers northeast. The density of lightning release traces is increasing. He's recovering his chakra. Uchiha Rin lowered his voice while raising a hand to signal. The 4 decelerated simultaneously and halted behind a boulder beside a mountain stream. How much combat strength does he have left? Amano Sho crouched at the edge of the boulder, unconsciously spinning a wind release shuriken between his fingers. His speed is 30% faster than yesterday, meaning his injuries are healing. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes to recalibrate his perception. The 3-Demo Sharingan operated silently beneath the contact lenses. But he can't run far. The Land of Iron's border has 3 passes. Carrying the barrier defense map, he can't take the main road. He has to cross the Frost Canyon. The terrain of Frost Canyon. Cliffs on both sides, a narrow path in the middle. Kakashi finished, easily defended, hard to attack. Perfect for an ambush. He chose that spot to counterkill the pursuers. Then let's turn his ambush into ours. Uchiha Rin opened his eyes and pulled out a map from his ninja tool pouch, spreading it on the boulder. The exit of Frost Canyon is narrow. If he occupies the high ground and uses lightning release to seal the gorge mouth, pursuers will indeed struggle to break through. But conversely, if we set up Jinjutsu traps in advance at the exit, then split into 2 groups. One group engages from the front, the other encircles from behind. Even his lightning release can't handle a pincer attack. Amano Haru, you circle to the northern exit of the canyon and set up Jinjutsu traps at the pass. Kakashi and I will pursue from the front. Yuhi Haru nodded, pulling 2 Jinjutsu kunai from her ninja tool pouch. Amano Sho spun the wind release shuriken once between his fingers, a corner of his mouth curling with eagerness. The 2 of you can handle the frontal pursuit. Haru and I will guard the exit and make sure he runs headlong into the trap. Move out. Frost Canyon, the most treacherous natural pass along the Land of Iron's border. Both cliffs soared into the clouds, bare rock faces covered only with wind-worn textures crisscrossing like cuts from axe and blade. At its narrowest, the gorge path allowed only 2 people to walk side by side. The rock surfaces were perpetually coated with frost that never melted, reflecting a blinding white glare under the midday sun. Takikawa Rue leaned against a waist-high boulder at the far end of the canyon, breathing heavily. The bandage wrapped around his left arm was soaked through with blood. The katana at his waist remained sheathed, its hilt cord faded and worn into countless tiny frays. 3 days ago, during his escape from the Konoha Umbu patrol's siege, his left shoulder had been pierced by a senbon. With no time to treat the wound during the continuous flight, his left arm was now immobile. He needed to hold out one more day. Once over this canyon lay the neutral town of the Land of Iron, and beyond that the border post of the Land of Lightning. 6 years of infiltration, the intelligence stolen. Whether he could deliver it depended on this final leg. He leaned against the rock and closed his eyes, mobilizing the remaining chakra within him, letting lightning release chakra flow at minimal output to nourish the puncture wound on his left shoulder. Lightning flickered at his fingertips for a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. Then his eyes snapped open. Someone was coming, and there was no sound of footsteps. At the entrance of the gorge, 2 short figures were walking toward him. One with black hair and ninja sword at his waist, his gait as unhurried as if strolling on a training ground rather than hunting a rogue ninja. The other with silver hair, short sword already drawn, blue-white arcs of lightning dancing silently along the blade. Their faces were hidden behind Umbu masks, cat and dog. Umbu. Takikawa Rue slowly straightened his right hand, gripping the sword handle, thumb pushing open the tsuba. His gaze lingered on the 2 masks for a moment, then the corner of his mouth twisted into a blood-flecked sneer. Since when did Konoha's Umbu start using child labor? No one answered him. The boy in the cat mask tilted his head to glance at his dog-masked partner, then they split apart. The black-haired boy moved left, stepping on protruding rocks on the cliff wall, each step falling on the same rhythm. The silver-haired boy moved right, his body lowered nearly parallel to the ground, short sword reversed, lightning accelerating across the blade. Takikawa Rue drew his katana. Lightning released chakra surged from his palm into the blade, enveloping the entire sword in blinding white light. The lightning flowed back and forth along the edge, emitting a continuous crackling roar. Lightning released chakra blade, an advanced application that attaches lightning release nature transformation to the sword, and also his deadliest technique. He didn't wait for the two to surround him. His right foot slammed into the ground, launching his body like a cannonball. The katana, carrying the force of lightning that tore through the air, descended from above toward the boy in the cat mask. With the advantage of height, the power and speed carried an absolute superiority from above. He intended to eliminate one first. The boy in the cat mask did not retreat. The ninja sword flipped in his hand, fire released chakra instantly enveloping the blade, sort of leaping flame. Orange-eared flames collided with blue-white lightning in midair, the resulting shockwave shaking loose gravel from the gorge walls on both sides. Takikawa Rue used the recoil of the collision to flip in the air and land steadily, the light on his lightning blade undiminished. Astonishment flickered within him, though he betrayed none. The boy had taken his full-powered lightning slash without budging. That strength was far beyond an ordinary umboo's. But he had no time to dwell. The dog-masked boy had already attacked from the side. The Chidori lightning on the short sword erupted at the moment of approach as Kakashi slashed at Takikawa Rue's right flank. Takikawa Rue whipped his sword around to block. The collision between Chidori and the lightning blade sent a dazzling blue-white shockwave, and he used the impact to leap backward, creating distance while forming a one-handed seal with his left hand. Lightning release, lightning dragon roar. Lightning release chakra erupted from his left fingertips, morphing into a roaring dragon of lightning that charged at both of them along the narrow gorge terrain. The dragon's volume was amplified further by the cramped gorge. The frost on the cliff walls were instantly vaporized into white mist by the arcs, and the entire canyon was lit up in a ghastly white. Kakashi moved forward instead of backward. The Chidori lightning on his right short sword surged, while his left hand simultaneously formed a Rasengan. Both chakra nature transformations active at once. With a body flicker, he cut into the dragon's side, slashing the lightning serpent's head with the Chidori blade, while the Rasengan struck the dragon's belly from below. The dual attacks detonated simultaneously inside the dragon, tearing it apart in an instant. The scattered lightning released chakra dissolved into countless fine arcs, crackling in the air. Kakashi burst through the lightning, his short sword aimed straight for Takikawa Rue's throat. Takikawa Rue swung his sword to block. In the instant their blades clashed, he formed another seal with his left hand. A burst of lightning released chakra erupted from beneath his feet, using electricity to stimulate physical activity, completing a high-speed displacement akin to a body flicker, and he shot toward the gorge exit with a lightning afterimage. After that brief exchange, he had judged that these two youths were not opponents he could defeat Hiden in his current condition. Rather than fight hard, it was better to use the terrain advantage to disengage. After that brief exchange, he had judged that these two youths were not opponents he could defeat Hiden in his current condition. Rather than fight hard, it was better to use Jinjutsu. He instinctively circulated his chakra to disrupt the Jinjutsu structure, forming a release seal with 2 fingers in front of him. The thorny jungle shattered like glass. But behind the shattered glass was not the gorge exit. It was another Jinjutsu. Countless pale arms grew from the ground, grabbing at his ankles. He bit down and released again. The arms disappeared, and the ground turned into a swamp, his body slowly sinking into the mire. A triple-nested Jinjutsu trap, each layer springing in the gaps of him, dispelling the previous one precisely, slowing down every movement he made. Yuhi Haru stood on the cliff above the gorge exit, 2 fingers held in front of her lips, pressed into a thin line, fine beads of sweat forming on her temples. Maintaining a triple-nested Jinjutsu consumed an enormous amount of chakra, but she held. Takikawa Rue let out a roar, erupting lightning released chakra from his entire body, blasting the Jinjutsu, along with all vegetation within dozens of meters, into scorched earth. He burst out of the Jinjutsu trap, lightning wreathed around him. Then he saw a brown-haired, green-eyed youth, each hand holding 3 wind release shuriken, pale green chakra flowing along the blades between his fingers. Amano Sho flung both arms simultaneously. Wrapped in wind release chakra, the 6 shuriken flew at twice the speed of ordinary throws, each tracing a completely different arc. Frontal straight shot left flank, right encirclement, overhead dive upward from the feet, and sealing the rear. 6 shuriken converged from 6 directions at once, targeting all vital points on Takikawa Rue's body. Wind release, 6 directional shuriken formation. Takikawa Rue swung his sword to deflect lightning and shuriken clashed in a cascade of sparks. He blocked the frontal left, right, and overhead, but the one aimed at his feet sliced his calf and the one from behind embedded deeply into his already wounded left shoulder. He grunted and dropped to one knee using his katana planted in the ground to support himself. The shuriken in his left shoulder still hummed and vibrated, blood surging from the blood grooves. He had not given up yet. Lightning release chakra rampaged within his body. He planned to use one final lightning dragon roar to drive back all enemies at the gorge mouth, then burn his chakra in a desperate sprint to escape this cursed canyon. But he never got the chance. Uchiha Rin descended vertically from the cliff above, landing without a sound. He did not use Chidori Sharp Spear, nor did he use Rasengan. The ninja sword flipped in his hand. The orange-eared flames of Sword of Leaping Flame burned quietly along the blade, casting the cat mask's eye sockets in flickering light and shadow. Takikawa Rue gritted his teeth and drew his sword to meet the attack. When the two blades collided, his katana was knocked from his hand and sent flying. In that instant, Uchiha Rin's sword tip stopped just before his throat. The flames dissipated in advance, leaving only residual heat on the blade that made the air shimmer faintly. Hand over the barrier defense map. The voice behind the cat mask was calm. No anger, no triumph, simply stating a fact. Kneeling on one knee, Takikawa Rue looked at the youth who barely reached his chest. He suddenly felt that the eyes behind that cat mask were no different from the seasoned killers in Konoha Zumbu. He laughed. 6 years of infiltration, the intelligence stolen, yet never delivered, dying at the hands of a boy whose face he couldn't even see. Lightning released chakra rampaged through his body one last time, channeling all remaining power into his heart. He would use the final lightning to self-detonate his chakra, blowing up the barrier defense map, and these 4 people together into fragments. But the moment he activated his chakra, a hand pressed down on his shoulder from the side. The dog-masked boy had somehow already stood behind him, the Chidori lightning on the short sword fully contained, leaving only a thin blue-white arc coiling around the blade. Kakashi's gray eyes met Uchiha Rin's for an instant behind the dog mask, then the short sword cut horizontally, precisely severing the carotid artery in Takikawa Rue's neck. Before Takikawa Rue could self-detonate his chakra, the high-temperature current of Chidori cauterized the wound, not a single drop of blood splattering. His body pitched forward, crashing onto the blackened earth of Frost Canyon. Uchiha Rin sheathed his sword and retrieved the barrier defense map, sealed with a sealing technique from Takikawa Rue's ninja tool pouch. After confirming the seal was intact, he tucked it into his chest. Then he straightened up and waved toward the gorge exit. Amano-sho and Yuhi Haru jumped down from the cliff. Amano-sho put his wind release shuriken back into his pouch and brushed the dust off his hands. 3 against 1. Honestly, I think it's a little cruel. He solo killed a jonin, Kakashi reminded coldly. So I said a little. Uchiha Rin did not join their conversation. He crouched beside Takikawa Rue's body, gathered his scattered ninja tools one by one, sheathed the katana, and sealed the remains in a sealing scroll. His movements were clean and precise, strictly following the procedures in the Umbu manual. After finishing, he stood up and removed his mask. Mission complete. Squad unharmed. Return. The town of the Tai Jigua lay 20 li north of Shuangshagu, renowned across the Renjia as a gathering place for master swordsmiths. Flanking the streets were rows of forges, their hammering echoing from dawn to dusk, the air thick with the scent of charcoal and quenching oil. The 4 walked along the main street for a while until Uchiha Rin paused before a modest shop whose signboard was exceptionally refined. Above the door hung a thick cypress plaque bearing the 3 characters, Shui XNZ, in bold, powerful strokes. The rhythm of the bellows at the entrance was steady, each pull's interval precise, unmistakably the work of an old master. This one. Uchiha Rin pushed the door open, the other 3 followed. Inside, the light was dim, the walls lined with various katana and tachi, their blades reflecting the glow of the hearth. Behind the counter, an old craftsman with graying hair was sanding an unhafted blade. He looked up at their footsteps, his gaze pausing on the forehead protectors and tool pouches at their waists. "My no shinobi." The old man set down the sandpaper, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. "Buying ready-made or custom?" "Custom." Uchiha Rin stepped to the counter, pulled a neatly folded blueprint from his robe, and spread it on the surface. It was the structural diagram of a Tang Dynasty straight sword drawn from his past life memory. Straight edge, narrow blade, armor-piercing ridge. Every critical dimension and curve was marked clearly using the standard notation he had learned in the AMBU drafting course. Chakra metal. 2 blades. One forged to this blueprint, the other in standard katana shape, but blade length shortened to fit this height. The fittings should be plain, the hilt wrapped with black cord. He gestured toward Kakashi beside him. Kakashi tilted his head, a flicker of surprise barely perceptible passing through his gray eyes. 2 chakrametal blades, at least 4 months in the making. The old master picked up the blueprint, and studied it closely by the hearth fire, turning it over several times, his white brows furrowing deeper. After a long moment, he set down the drawing and pulled a heavy wooden box from beneath the counter. Opening it revealed a lump of metallic or faintly glowing azure. This straight narrow blade design. I have never seen its like in 40 years of forging. A straight slender blade that merges the traits of sword and saber. The armor-piercing ridge is particularly ingenious, with a very small edge angle specifically for penetrating heavy armor. But this short wakizashi of yours is easier. The shape is unusual, yet structurally and mechanically sound. The chakra-conducting property of chakra metal combined with this straight-edge structure will boost chakra transmission efficiency by at least 30% compared to a traditional katana. When a ninjutsu is imbued into the blade, the penetration of a narrow edge is simply unmatched by a Uchiha Rin offered no explanation on the Tang blade's origin. He simply took out the deposit from his tool pouch, placed it on the counter, then picked up a brush and wrote an address on the back of the blueprint. Send the swords to this address after completion. Uchiha Rin, Uchiha clan, grounds my village. The old master took the note, gave it a look, and carefully stored it in the iron box under the counter, nodding at Uchiha Rin. 4 months from now the blades will be delivered. Please inspect them personally then. Let's go. Uchiha Rin turned and walked toward the door, not slowing as he passed Kakashi, only casually adding a remark. The other one is for you. You've used that short sword long enough. You deserve a backup. Chakra metal with Chidori will let you waste 30% less chakra. Kakashi followed him out of the forge, hands still in his pockets, his expression hidden behind the dog mask. But a prompt flickered in Uchiha Rin's mind. Hatake Kakashi favorability 4, current favorability 82,100. 8 points remaining until third-tier treasure chest. Uchiha Rin's step paused for a fraction of a second, then he continued on as if nothing had happened. 82 points. From the start of the mission till now, Kakashi had shown almost no signs of emotion, but the system data never lied. A single sword, 4 months of work. Not even in hand yet, just the act of offering the gift alone had earned 4 points. Only 8 points away from the third-tier treasure chest at 90. The ability to self-select one known ability from Gojo Satoru's power pool. You sure know how to pick your moments. Kakashi's voice came from behind, still carrying that lazy, indifferent tone, but the question came a beat faster than usual. Since I was placing an order anyway, it was convenient. Uchiha Rin didn't look back. Thanks. Kakashi said so softly, it was almost drowned out by the hammering of Tai Jigua. Uchiha Rin didn't turn, he simply raised his right hand and waved it briefly, acknowledging receipt. On the other side, Tendo Sho had long slipped into a ninja tool shop next to the forge. When he emerged, he carried a bulging cloth bag, his face glowing with the satisfaction of a fruitful purchase. He pulled a few shuriken from the bag. Their edges gleamed coldly in the sunset, the blades honed to exquisite precision. Truly worthy of Tai Jigua, the balance and edge angle of these shuriken are absolutely superb. He inspected each shuriken one by one, gently running his fingertip along the edge, clucking his tongue in admiration. Compared to these, the shuriken from Yui's ninja tool shop look like crude imitations. Look at the curve of this blood groove. With wind-natured chakra infused, the airflow adhesion efficiency will improve by at least 20%. I'm glad I saved up my mission pay for so long. He returned the shuriken to the bag, couldn't help glancing at them twice more, then let out a satisfied sigh. This mission was definitely worth the trip. From the other side of the shop, Yuhiaki stepped out holding a finely forged kunai. The weapon was pitch black, its hilt wound with deep purple non-slip cord, and the blade etched with delicate water-like ripples. Understated yet refined. She turned the kunai over several times, then carefully wrapped it in cloth and tucked it into her tool pouch. Uchiha Rin glanced sideways at her. Yuhiaki noticed his gaze and gave a slight smile. It's for my father. He used to be in Yimbiyu too. After retiring, he opened a little tea shop in the village. His old kunai has been in use for nearly 20 years. The edge is worn down, but he never wanted to replace it. He should like this water-patterned steel kunai. Uchiha Rin nodded. He didn't say much, but he understood the sentiment. Yimbiyu mission pay was decent, but Yuhiaki always ordered only the cheapest rice balls at the valley cafeteria. Saving up to buy a gift for her father was money spent more meaningfully than anywhere else. He rose from the spot by the forge door, brushing the dust off his pants. Everyone bought what they needed. All good. Tendo Sho patted his bulging bag, beaming contentedly. Then let's go. Uchiha Rin fastened his cat mask back over his face and led the way out of town. The four of them walked shoulder to shoulder out of the Tai Jigua settlement, the sunset stretching their shadows long and thin. Tendo Sho spent the whole journey toying with his new shuriken, occasionally pulling one out to examine the edge against the sun, muttering, "This curve is insane." Behind them, the hammering of Tai Jigua gradually faded, replaced by the familiar sounds of pine trees and birdsong on the Hua country border. It was deep night when they returned to the Yinbiyu compound. Crossing the barrier, the familiar sense of pine resin and damp earth enveloped them. The compound's lights were sparse in the darkness. The training ground was empty, the night breeze rolling a few fallen leaves across the sand. The scenery was identical to when they had left 3 days ago, but the mood had utterly changed. Uchiha Rin removed his mask and clipped it to his waist as he walked toward the mission office. The other 3 followed. Tendo Sho was still fiddling with his new shuriken until Yuhi Aki slapped his wrist, making him sheepishly put it away into his tool pouch. In the mission office, White Fang was already waiting. He stood in his usual commanding posture, the old scar a deeper line in the candlelight. Several blank mission completion reports spread on the table before him. Hearing their footsteps, he looked up, his gaze scanning each of them in turn. After confirming that no one was missing limbs, he gave a barely perceptible nod. Reporting. Squad 3 mission completed. Target Takigawa Ryo confirmed eliminated. Barrier deployment map successfully recovered. No squad injuries. Uchiha Rin took out the intact barrier deployment scroll and the sealed corpse storage scroll from his robe and placed them on the table. Then he opened the sealed scroll of the corpse and examined the fatal wound on Takigawa Ryo. A clean incision on the carotid artery burned by the high-temperature electric current of Chidori, a standard assassination technique of the Umbu. He stored the 2 scrolls in 2 different iron file boxes, sealed them, and stamped them with the Umbu's spiral pattern seal. Task details. Report. Baya suspended the tip of his pen over the task report. Uchiha Rin began to report. His tone was steady and his words were concise, following the format of the Umbu mission report. Tracking phase, utilizing the traces of lightning chakra left by Takigawa Ryo on his escape route, combining perception abilities to lock onto the target's location, confirming that the target was attempting to cross Frost Canyon towards the Land of Iron. Tactical deployment phase based on the terrain of Frost Canyon. A front and rear encirclement plan was devised with Ziari Seiko setting up a triple-nested illusion trap at the northern exit of the canyon, Amano Sho blocking the escape route with wind release, 6 directions, shuriken formation, while he and Kakashi pursued from the front. In the engagement phase, the target used lightning chakra blades, lightning release thunder dragon, and lightning release body activation shunshin to resist. When breaking through to the canyon exit, he was delayed by the illusion trap and subsequently struck in the left shoulder and calf by the wind release shuriken formation, ultimately delivering a fatal blow through the front pursuit. In the intelligence recovery phase, a defensive layout diagram was confiscated from the target's ninja tool pouch, and the seal was intact with no signs of other copies or transfers. Baya listened to the entire report, the tip of his pen moving quickly across the paper, recording each key. He did not interrupt midway, only slightly raised an eyebrow upon hearing triple-nested illusion and 6 directions shuriken formation. The fatal blow was executed by you. Baya's pen paused on the paper as he looked up at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. The target attempted to self-destruct using lightning chakra in the final phase. I severed his carotid artery, and the high-temperature current of Chidori simultaneously cauterized the wound to prevent blood from gushing. The self-detonation did not trigger. Basis for judgment. After he knelt on one knee, the direction of the lightning chakra flow changed. It was originally outward, suddenly concentrating towards the heart. This is completely consistent with the precursors to lightning self-detonation written on the scroll. Baya finished writing the last line on the report and set down his pen. He closed the report and gazed critically at the 4 individuals, pausing for a few seconds on each. That gaze was not one of reproach, but rather an assessment, measuring how much these 4 youths had grown since returning from the battlefield. Task evaluation excellent. His voice was not loud, but each word carried weight, especially the combination of the triple-nested illusion trap and the wind release shuriken formation. This level of tactical coordination is rare even in formal Umbu teams. The fatal blow was clean and swift, leaving no chance for the target to self-detonate. Amano Sho quietly nudged Seiko's elbow under the table, and Seiko lightly tapped back with her shoe, maintaining the calm expression appropriate for a report. Uchiha Rin remained still, waiting. Sure enough, Baya set the report aside, and when he raised his head again, his gaze was sharper than before. But there is one issue. Among the 4 of you, Uchiha Rin and Hatake Kakashi, your frontal pursuit was the most risky part of the entire mission. After the target was struck successively by the illusion trap and shuriken formation at the canyon exit, he had entered a desperate struggle state. The probability of a mortally wounded person choosing to perish together is the highest. Kakashi made the final cut to deliver the fatal blow at the last moment, and there was no issue with the timing. But if the entry point had deviated by half an inch, or if the target's self-detonation had triggered just a fraction of a second sooner, you would not be standing here intact. A final counterattack from a particularly skilled jonin would be enough to drag both of you along with him. Kakashi remained silent, but his fingers tightened momentarily on the hilt of his sword. This issue is not tactical, it arises from your preference for extreme distance. Baya's gaze shifted from Kakashi to Uchiha Rin. The most dangerous state during Umbu missions is not during combat, but the moment the target loses normal judgment and is left with the singular thought of self-destruction. In the future, when encountering such a situation, ensure you have a sufficient retreat before delivering a fatal blow. This is an order. Understood. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi spoke almost simultaneously. Baya glanced at them, then took out 4 new task reward lists from under the table, pushing them in front of the 4. Amano Sho glanced at the amount on his list, raised an eyebrow, and bit back a smile. When Uchiha Rin took the list, his gaze paused for a moment on the amount. There was an extra bonus in addition to the standard task reward. The bonus was specially approved by the 3rd Hokage. The defensive layout diagram relates to Konoha's perception defense system, and the priority of this mission had already been classified as a level before departure. A-level missions have extra bonuses. You all understand the rules. Baya placed the mission completion report along with a copy of the reward list into a file bag, sealed it, and then took out 4 new task authority badges. Unlike the black iron badges of the reserves, the official members' badges were silver, with a horizontal cut mark in the center of the spiral pattern. This is the authority badge of an official member. Starting today, you can choose to accept tasks ranging from level to a level, while level tasks require evaluation by both the squad leader and a superior before acceptance. Baya handed the badges to each of the 4 in turn, and when he reached Uchiha Rin, his hand paused momentarily, and his voice dropped very low. The 3rd Hokage asked me to convey a message. You did an excellent job. Thank you for your hard work. Additionally, your extra bonus was approved by him personally, with the reason being excellent tactical command. He believes your strategies for dividing forces in Frost Canyon and your timing with the traps demonstrate Jonin-level tactical acumen. Keep it up. Uchiha Rin accepted the badge and nodded. Baya stepped back, resuming his cold and official demeanor. Report complete. The 3rd squad will rest for 3 days, and after 3 days the task room will update the next batch of task lists. Dismissed. As they left the task room, the night sky in the valley was as clear as if it had been washed. The Milky Way spanned overhead, the starlight illuminating the sandy ground of the training field with a faint. After 3 months in the reserves and their first official mission, the 4 who had made it through the competition now stood side by side under the starry sky, none of them in a hurry to return to the barracks. Amano Sho was the first to break the silence. He held the newly acquired silver authority badge up to the moonlight, rubbing his finger over the horizontal cut mark in the center of the badge, the smile on his face refusing to be suppressed. What will our next mission be? A level? Or straight to S-level? You should survive, by Yas critique during the next mission report before worrying about that. Seiko rarely joined in yet. When she did, her tone remained calm, though the corners of her mouth curved slightly. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, turned to look at Uchiha Rin. When assigning tactics for the next mission, let me handle the frontal pursuit. All right. Uchiha Rin nodded. He remembered by Yas' words. Before the next fatal blow, ensure there is a sufficient retreat. He would not allow the extreme distance to become the team's weakness. The 4 stood under the starry sky for a moment. Let's go eat ramen. It's on me. Celebrating our perfect completion of the first Umbu mission. Oh, long live the captain. I want 2 bowls of the super deluxe version. You all go ahead. Oh, I don't like food that's too hot or too oily. Before Kakashi could finish refusing, the others began to push him towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Being picky is not good, Kakashi. Exactly, let's hurry, I'm starving. Try some new things, Kakashi. Ichiraku ramen is really delicious. The shadows of the 4 stretched long under the night lights, and Baya watched the 4 of them frolicking away through the window, his expression filled with satisfaction. For months passed in the blink of an eye. The mission records of the 3rd Division of the Umbu piled up thickly within this short span. Surveillance, infiltration, elimination. Most missions revolved around the internal security lines of Konoha Corps, tracking suspicious individuals, checking for intelligence leaks, and occasionally executing assassinations against defected ninjas. Mission levels ranged from crank to a rank. Although it did not require the long-distance pursuit and face-to-face combat, like the first hunt for Takigawa Rue, each task demanded exceptionally high standards for intelligence gathering and tactical coordination. Uchiha Rin's team completed their missions efficiently, maintaining a success rate of 100%. During the weekly meetings, Hakuba's evaluation of them shifted from excellent to stable. Those words, coming from a notoriously strict Umbu captain, held more weight than any grandiose praise. Today was a rare rest day. Having just completed a 3-day surveillance mission, Uchiha Rin submitted the mission report and returned directly to the Uchiha clan's residence. He did not go to the training ground, nor did he arrange a spar with Kakashi, but rather moved a chair to sit in the courtyard, brewed a pot of tea, and basked in the morning sun, while reviewing the ninjutsu scrolls left by his father. The 2 chakra metal blades he ordered 4 months ago from the Mizuke's sword forge in the Land of Iron were due today, as the old craftsman had said it would take 4 months. He planned to stay home and wait for the delivery. As noon approached, there was a knock at the door. Uchiha Rin set down the scroll, crossed the hallway, and opened the courtyard door. A weary-looking delivery ninja stood outside dressed in the deep gray robe characteristic of the Land of Iron, with a copper badge from the Logistics Guild at his waist. Behind him was a flatbed cart with 2 elongated wooden boxes lying across it, sealed with wax and stamped with the Logistics Guild seal from the Land of Iron. Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha, Mr. Uchiha Rin. 2 chakra metal blades ordered from the Mizuke's sword forge in the Land of Iron. Please sign for them. Uchiha Rin took the delivery slip, quickly verified that the seal was intact and the item numbers matched the order, and signed his name in the acceptance column. The delivery ninja moved the 2 wooden boxes to the entrance, bowed, and then pushed the empty cart away. The 2 wooden boxes leaned side by side against the wall of the entrance, their ebony surfaces polished to a mirror-like sheen, with dark gold iron corners, and a small iron nameplate hanging at the lock engraved with the name of the Mizuke's sword forge and the forging number. He bent down to lift the 2 wooden boxes, finding them heavier than expected. The density of chakra metal was indeed not something ordinary steel could compare to. He brought one into the bedroom and left the other at the entrance, which was meant for Kakashi. Closing the bedroom door and drawing the curtains, the midday sunlight filtered through the paper window, casting a soft off-white glow over the tatami. Uchiha Rin laid the wooden box flat on the floor, flicked open the lock with his fingertip, and lifted the lid. The blade lay quietly within the ebony sheath. Just at first glance, his breathing instinctively softened. The sheath was not the matte black lacquer typical of Umbu's standard ninja swords, but crafted from a solid piece of old ebony. The wood grain under the light presented a subtle wave-like pattern, with the grip wrapped in black non-slip cord, each coil spaced evenly. The guard was a minimalist black gold disc with no unnecessary embellishments, only a thin dark gold rim outlining its rounded contour, designed to maintain extreme weight balance during high-speed strikes, aligning with the Umbu's creed of 1 strike, 1 kill. He gripped the handle, pushing the guard with his thumb. The moment the blade slid from the sheath, a faint metallic hum resonated in the quiet bedroom, clear and deep, echoing endlessly, as if some long-sleeping creature awakened the instant it was drawn. As the entire blade emerged from the sheath, it seemed as if a cold moonlight illuminated the dim mid. The blade was not the dead gray white of ordinary steel, but possessed a dynamic silver-blue sheen, as if the cool moonlight had been thoroughly forged into the steel through countless hammerings. The blade was straight, narrow-edged, and the tip was sharp, exactly the tank-style blade shape he had noted on it. The surface of the blade was covered in natural patterns resembling flowing water. The Shinhan patterns formed during the repeated folding and forging of chakra metal, each line seeming as if flowing streams were instantaneously frozen on the steel surface. These patterns were not only the ultimate reflection of forging craftsmanship, but also excellent conduits for chakra transmission. Uchiha Rin held the blade horizontally in front of him, his 6 eyes silently rotating through his pupil. Within his vision, the chakra veins inside the blade were as clear as an unfurled spider web. Each Shinhan pattern was a natural chakra pathway progressing from the handle to the tip, without any breakpoints or obstructions. Ordinary chakra metal weapons, no matter how well forged, inevitably had 1 or 2 nodes with lower conduction efficiency, but the chakra veins within this blade were seamlessly integrated from start to finish, with a transmission efficiency approaching perfection. The old craftsman from Mizuke's had not let down the 4-month waiting period. He took a deep breath, channeling his fire release chakra, slowly infusing it into the handle. The fire attribute chakra flowed along the Shinhan patterns like a stream, instantly enveloping the originally tranquil silver-blue sheen with a layer of bright red radiance. That layer of red light was not the form of burning flames, but rather light flowing, breathing, and pulsing across the surface of the blade, like molten lava slowly surging within the steel. At the edge of the blade, the bright red glow coalesced into a visible red halo, with the surrounding air slightly distorting under the high temperature, and the red light cast by the blade gently flickering on the tatami. He switched chakra attributes. The fire release chakra retracted instantly, and lightning release chakra surged into the handle from the same palm. The red glow on the blade faded away in less than half a heartbeat, replaced by a layer of dazzling golden arcs of electricity leaped and traversed between the Shinhan patterns, emitting faint crackling sounds, and a visible bolt of golden lightning formed at the edge, not the violent blue-white lightning of Chidori, but a more condensed, stable, and sharper golden arc. Each arc was as fine as a hair, yet so bright it was blinding, flowing back and forth along the edge, occasionally jumping into the air, leaving a pinprick-sized scorch mark on the tatami. He slowly rotated the blade, observing the trajectory of the golden arcs flowing between the Shinhan pattern. Chidori's sharp spear elongates the lightning through shape change, but this blade itself was completing that step for him. The chakra, once infused, automatically spread along the Shinhan patterns and concentrated at the edge. He only needed to adjust the output of chakra to precisely control the attached power range. In other words, using this blade to release Chidori's sharp spear would consume at least 30% less chakra than using it barehanded, while the power would only increase, never decrease. The golden arcs of light in the bedroom cast shimmering reflections on the paper window. He gently exhaled, placing the blade across his knees for a closer inspection. Ebony sheath, black gold guard, silver blue blade, fire and lightning alternating reflections in his a chakra metal blade capable of simultaneously channeling fire release and lightning release without needing to make compromises between different attributes or sacrificing one to accommodate the other. Injecting fire release would manifest as crimson flames, while injecting lightning release would yield golden lightning entirely, depending on combat needs. From now on, I'll call you Scarlet Thunder, Uchiha Rin whispered. It was both crimson flame and golden thunder. He sheathed Scarlet Thunder back into the ebony sheath. The silver blue light and golden arcs completely swallowed the moment the wooden sheath closed, restoring the midday quiet to the room. Then he leaned against the wall with the blade in his arms, closed his eyes for a moment, and opened them again, looking towards the entrance. The other wooden box was still leaning against the wall at the entrance, containing the short blade meant for Kakashi. He stood up, holding Scarlet Thunder, opened the bedroom door, and walked towards the entrance. He was going to deliver the blade to that white-haired guy. He wondered if his indifference would show even a bit more favorability when he received the blade. The midday sunshine of Konoha filtered through the ginkgo trees lining the streets, casting mottled light on the stone pavement. Uchiha Rin passed through the alley between the Uchiha clan and the central district of Konoha, carrying a long ebony box, crafted by the same old craftsman who had delivered the one to him that morning, adorned with dark gold iron corners and an iron nameplate from Mizuke's. Kakashi's home was located on the north side of Konoha in the old residence of the Hatake clan. The architecture in this area was simpler than that of the Uchiha clan, lacking the carved doors with Fan clan insignia or the deep ancestral feel found deep within the clan grounds, only ordinary walls and the occasional neatly trimmed pine branches peeking over the wall. Uchiha Rin stopped in front of a deep gray wooden door. The sign read, Hatake, the characters upright and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. He suddenly realized that since starting at the Ninja Academy, they had trained together, sparred together, taken the Chunin exams together, joined the Umbu together, and completed missions together. This was actually the first time he had come to Kakashi's house. Uchiha Rin raised his hand and knocked twice on the door. Footsteps sounded from the courtyard, steady and unhurried. The door opened, but it was not Kakashi standing behind it. It was a tall man with silver white hair, casually tied back, dressed in casual home clothing, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing lean, yet muscular forearms. The old scar running from his brow bone to his cheekbone was particularly pronounced in the afternoon light, but the gray eyes lacked the sharpness of a blade seen in the mission room. They curved into a gentle arc. Uchiha Rin. Hatake Tsukumo spoke first, his tone devoid of surprise, as if he had known this day would come. Here to see Kakashi. Yes. The blades from the land of iron have arrived, just delivered today. Uchiha Rin raised the ebony box in his hand. Is Kakashi not home? He went to the training ground this morning and hasn't returned yet. But he should be back soon. He usually comes home on time. Tsukumo stepped back to let him in, glancing inside, as if estimating how long the miso soup on the stove could still cook, and then turned back. Come in and sit. Lunch should be ready soon, so stay and eat with us. Uchiha Rin nodded without formality and stepped over the threshold. The Hatake residence was simpler than Uchiha Rin had imagined. The entrance was clean and tidy, the wooden floor in the hallway polished to a shine, with a low table and a few cushions in the living room, while a landscape scroll hung on the wall, and an unscabbarded blade rested on a knife rack in the corner, its handle wrapped in non-slip cord, showing evident signs of use. The entire room had no superfluous decorations. Everything was placed in its proper position, exuding a neatness that echoed Hatake Tsukumo himself. The sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. Tsukumo returned to the stove, where neatly sliced daikon was arranged on the cutting board and miso soup was bubbling in the pot, releasing steam. He glanced at Uchiha Rin. Miso soup and grilled salmon, plus a cold spinach salad. Is there anything you don't eat? I eat everything. That's good. Tsukumo nodded, taking out an extra set of bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard and placing them on the table. Uchiha Rin sat on the cushion in the living room, leaning against the wall with the ebony box resting on his knees. The living room window faced the entrance, allowing sunlight to stream in. In the kitchen, Tsukumo moved with a rhythm, each knife stroke precise, as if wielding a sword rather than a kitchen knife, cutting the daikon into uniformly thin slices that could let light through. Uchiha Rin's gaze swept between the kitchen and the living room. Kakashi's personality was completely different from Tsukumo's, one laid back and taciturn, the other gentle and efficient, but both shared an almost obsessive attention to detail. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the sound of wooden sandals on the stone pavement came from the entrance. The door opened, and a familiar voice drifted in, lazy as ever. In back, Kakashi's voice abruptly stopped the moment he saw Uchiha Rin. He stood at the entrance, his short blade still strapped to his back, strands of silver hair damp, with sweat sticking to his forehead, protector his gray eyes wide open in surprise as they rested on Uchiha Rin. "What are you doing in my house?" Uchiha Rin heavily placed the ebony box that was resting on his knees onto the table, producing a dull thud. The 2 chakra metal blades ordered from the Mizuke's sword forge in the Land of Iron, which were ordered 4 months ago, have arrived today. "This one is yours." He raised his hand and patted the lid of the wooden box. "And I'm here to mooch a meal off you. Sakumo-senpai has already agreed. Are you going to mind?" Kakashi's expression flickered between wanting to complain and forget it, too lazy to say anything, before he finally sighed, lowered his head to unstrap the short blade from his back, to place it against the wall, and sat down opposite Uchiha Rin in the living room. "You've already sat in my house, and you still ask if I mind." He picked up the wooden box from the table, flicked open the lock with his thumb. The moment the lid was lifted, his fingers paused. Inside the ebony sheath lay a short blade. The blade was slightly shorter than the standard short blade, perfectly fitting the current grip ratio, with a plain sheath and a handle wrapped in black non-slip cord. Kakashi gripped the handle and pulled the blade out half an inch. The unique Shinhan patterns of the silver blue chakra metal reflected a flowing sheen in the afternoon sunlight, and when placed alongside his white fang short blade, the 2 blades stood in parallel, one new and one old, yet the flowing chakra veins on the blades seemed to resonate with each other. Kakashi looked down at the Shinhan patterns on the blade, silent for a long time. How much can the chakra transmission efficiency be improved? About 30%. For Chidori, the blade could withstand far more than an ordinary short blade, so there was no need to worry about lightning-released chakra overload causing the edge to crack. Kakashi sheathed the blade and set it beside him. Then he sat cross-legged, lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Rin's, his lips moving as if to say something, but he was interrupted by the sounds coming from the kitchen. "You 2 brats don't just stare at the blades. Come help serve the dishes." Sakumo emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of grilled salmon, and the table was already set with 4 bowls of miso soup, 4 bowls of white rice, and a plate of cold spinach salad. Uchiha Rin stood up to grab the chopsticks, while Kakashi silently placed the blade box in the corner and then went to the kitchen to grab an extra bowl. The 3 of them sat down at the low table with Sakumo at the head and Kakashi and Uchiha Rin facing each other. The steaming miso soup and the aroma of grilled salmon mingled together while the afternoon sunlight streamed in from the window, perfectly illuminating the corner of the table. Uchiha Rin lifted the miso soup and took a sip. The temperature was just right, and the saltiness was moderate. He picked up a piece of grilled salmon and put it in his mouth. The skin was slightly charred while the flesh retained just the right amount of moisture, simply seasoned with a sprinkle of fine salt that was precise, yet uncomplicated. He recalled watching Naruto in his past life, where Sakumo was criticized by the entire village for failing to save his comrades during a mission and chose to take his own life under the weight of that burden. And Kakashi, how old was he back then? Uchiha Rin paused his chopsticks to think. He graduated at 5, became a genin at 5, and when Sakumo died, Kakashi was probably around 8. That meant in 3 years if that scene wasn't changed. He watched this father-son pair in front of him. Sakumo was currently serving some cold spinach salad into Kakashi's bowl, while Kakashi frowned, trying to push the spinach away, only for Sakumo to press it back with his chopsticks. This scene was too ordinary, so ordinary that any passing ninja wouldn't spare a second glance. But Uchiha Rin knew how fragile this normality was. Since his arrival in this world, he had changed many things, and perhaps the most crucial one was not awakening the Sharingan, or obtaining the 6 eyes and limitless techniques, but keeping this white-haired boy's father alive. 3 years later, no, he wouldn't have to wait 3 years. He would accumulate enough strength and influence within these 3 years to ensure Sakumo would safely pass that hurdle. As Shuo Mao turned off the faucet after washing the dishes, 2 clear sounds of blade clashes rang out. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi stood in the center of the yard, 2 brand new chakra metal blades gleaming with a silvery blue light under the midday sun. The 2 exchanged glances without speaking and almost simultaneously pushed off the ground. Scarlet Thunder and White Knight collided midair, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing, startling the sparrows napping on the pine branches into flight. Kakashi's White Knight followed the standard path of the Hatake style, striking one after another, each blow aiming at the critical points of Uchiha Rin's grip on the blade. Uchiha Rin initiated with Scarlet Thunder, using the sword leap flame technique, infusing the blade with fire release chakra, igniting the swirling patterns with a bright red glow as the orange flames traced a scorching arc on the stone floor, forcing Kakashi to take a step back. Not bad. Kakashi glanced down at the blade of White Knight, noting that the collision had left no marks. He rain-fused it with lightning-release chakra, golden arcs of electricity dancing between the swirling patterns, the sound of Chidori echoing in the courtyard. The 2 blades collided again. The crimson flames of fire release intertwined with the golden light of lightning release, creating a shockwave that sent the fallen leaves in the corners swirling into the air. Hold on a moment. Shuo Mao had already leaned against the porch pillar without anyone noticing. He had changed into a Jonin vest, holding a training wooden sword, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the cracked stone slabs in the yard, and then at the two young boys gripping their chakra metal blades with eyes sparkling, and rested the wooden sword on his shoulder. The yard can't handle this kind of commotion from you two. Let's go to the training ground. They'll train with you. The sand of Konoha's third training ground was scorching under the midday sun. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi stood side by side in the center of the training ground facing Shuo Mao, who held the training wooden sword in one hand, standing casually, as if strolling. The rules are simple. Shuo Mao lowered the wooden sword from his shoulder, pointing the tip at the ground. You two team up and attack with all your might using your new swords. I won't use ninjutsu, only this wooden sword. The exercise ends when your blades touch my forehead protector. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Rin and Kakashi pushed off the ground simultaneously, sending two clouds of dust erupting from the sandy floor. Kakashi charged straight from the front, executing the first strike with White Knight using the Hatake style. Uchiha Rin lowered his stance, flanking from the right, the sword leap flame already ignited on Scarlet Thunder. A front and back pincer attack, a classic Umbu coordination. Shuo Mao did not retreat. He didn't even lift the wooden sword. The blade of White Knight was deflected just half an inch from his left shoulder by a very light force. Kakashi felt as if his strike had cut into a mass of cotton. Shuo Mao's wooden sword had somehow attached itself to the spine of White Knight, a flick of his wrist completely nullifying the force of Kakashi's blow, guiding him to stumble sideways. Uchiha Rin sliced in from the right, the orangered arc of the sword leap flame aimed directly at Shuo Mao's right flank. Shuo Mao slightly withdrew his left foot, his body turning just enough to angle the blade, launching the wooden sword upward to precisely strike the base of Scarlet Thunder's hilt. His slash was intercepted midway, and the flames burst into a bright light before dissipating. Uchiha Rin quickly withdrew his sword, but the wooden sword followed up with 3 precise taps, sealing off his routes to evade left, right, or block from the front, forcing him to retreat several meters to regain his stance. Nice teamwork. Shuo Mao placed the wooden sword back on the ground. However, the frontal assault was too quick, and the flank maneuver started a half-beat too late. Against Jonin-level opponents, this half-beat could lead to you being picked apart twice. Try again. The two exchanged a glance. This time, they charged simultaneously from the front. Kakashi's White Knight cleaved down from above, the golden lightning of Chidori exploding in a dazzling arc. Uchiha Rin's Scarlet Thunder thrust upward from below, the bright red flames illuminating the sandy ground with an orange glow. The golden lightning and crimson flames created a three-dimensional net of lethal intent. Shuo Mao finally lifted the wooden sword. He stepped forward, just half a step, perfectly fitting into the gap of their attacks. The wooden sword slashed horizontally, first striking the hilt of Kakashi's blade, deflecting the Chidori's lightning just enough for it to miss. Leveraging the momentum, he pressed down on Uchiha Rin's blade, altering the upward trajectory of the sword leap flame. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the wooden sword tapped each blade once. Though not heavily, they struck precisely at the most critical points for chakra conduction. The swirling patterns of both blades dimmed momentarily, the flames and lightning dissipating simultaneously. As the two withdrew their swords, Shuo Mao had already retracted his wooden sword with not a wrinkle on his shoulder. Don't hold back anymore. Kakashi adjusted his breathing, glancing at Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin nodded, gathering a Rasengan in his left palm, while gripping Scarlet Thunder tightly, with his right reigniting the sword leap flame. Kakashi switched White Knight to his left hand, fingers splayed on his right, as the blue-white lightning of Chidori erupted in his palm. Both pushed off the ground simultaneously, sending 2 clouds of dust exploding from the sandy floor. Rasengan and Chidori's brilliance intertwined, followed closely by the blade lights of Scarlet Thunder and White Knight, a fourfold assault, descending from both the front and the sides towards Shuo Mao. Shuo Mao finally wiped the smile from his lips. He stepped back half a foot, the wooden sword horizontally positioned in front of him, pressing his left hand lightly against the back of the blade. Kakashi's Chidori arrived first, the blue-white lightning aiming straight for his face. As Shuo Mao turned sideways, the back of the wooden sword struck Kakashi's wrist, causing Chidori to narrowly miss his hair. Uchiha Rin's Rasengan followed closely, crashing towards Shuo Mao's right shoulder. Shuo Mao used the tip of his wooden sword to deflect the side of the Rasengan, spinning away, causing it to brush past his vest and explode into the sandy ground behind him. Then came the 2 chakra metal blades. White Knight slicing down from above, while Scarlet Thunder thrust upward from below, the golden lightning and crimson flames casting flickering shadows across the entire training ground. Shuo Mao first deflected White Knight, using the rebound force to press down on Scarlet Thunder, executing the entire movement fluidly. A crisp sound came from the wooden sword as it pressed against Scarlet Thunder. This wooden sword, used for countless years, had finally reached its limit after enduring the heavy strikes of 2 chakra metal blades. Fine cracks silently spread across the blade. Shuo Mao glanced at the cracks, advancing instead of retreating. Body flicker technique activated. His figure vanished from the gap between the 2 blades and reappeared on the other side of the training ground. He looked down at the crack on the wooden sword, remaining silent for a few seconds before thrusting the sword into the sandy ground and reaching out to Kakashi. "Let me take a look at White Knight." Kakashi hesitated for a moment before handing over the sword, flipping the hilt towards Shuo Mao. Shuo Mao took the sword, turned it around, and looked closely at the silvery blue blade and the flowing swirling patterns, a complex glint flashing in his gray eyes. The chakra conduction efficiency is indeed significantly higher than that of ordinary ninja blades. The balance is excellent as well. This old craftsman put in real effort. He gently tossed White Knight into the air. The blade spun several times in the sunlight before landing back in his hand, his grip mirroring that of when he held White Fang. Then he walked in front of Kakashi, flipped the sword, and returned it. The advantage of chakra metal blades lies in their conduction efficiency, but don't rely on them too much. Ninja tools are ultimately just tools. The true core lies in the person wielding the blade. Kakashi accepted White Knight with a nod. Uchiha Rin sheathed Scarlet Thunder, flexing his wrist, which had gone numb from the impact, and walked over to Shuo Mao. "Shuo, Ameo-senpai, does this mean we won, or did you win? It counts as you 2 holding your ground against me for this long, without being sent flying." Shuo Mao brushed the dust off his hands, the old scar on his lips twisting slightly with his smile. "This achievement is enough for you to receive an extra bonus in the Umbu." He glanced at Kakashi. This kid still wore that indifferent expression, but his fingers kept rubbing the hilt of White Knight, clearly fond of it. Shuo Mao chuckled. "All right, you've tested your new sword and played the sparring partner. Now head home. I have a mission report to write." Kakashi hung White Knight at his waist where his old short sword used to be and stowed the old short sword into its scabbard. The 2 swords were side by side, one new and one old. He watched Uchiha Rin's silhouette as he left the training ground, his gray eyes reflecting the light filtering through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves. "Speaking of which," Shuo Mao suddenly spoke up. "Who developed that chakra sphere technique?" "Rasengan." "First," Kakashi answered briskly. "It's purely a change in form, achieving this kind of power without needing a change in nature." Shuo Mao gazed in the direction Uchiha Rin had gone, lost in thought. The potential of this technique goes far beyond that. If someone in the future can combine it with changes in nature, they might create an entirely new system of ninjutsu. At least I couldn't come up with this idea of purely changing form. Outside the training ground under the ginkgo tree, Uchiha Rin was walking back to the clan's residence alone. The excitement of acquiring the new sword still tingled in his fingertips. The sparring with Shuo Mao earlier gave him a grasp of Scarlet Thunder's performance, but the series of intense exchanges had also left his muscles slightly sore. He decided to slow his pace, walking along the streets of Konoha for a bit longer. Just past noon, the sunlight was... The owner of the flower shop in the mountains was moving newly arrived flower pots to the entrance. Several pots of white chrysanthemums had just been watered, droplets glistening on the petals in the sunlight. She saw Uchiha Rin and greeted him with a smile. Uchiha Rin nodded in response, his gaze lingering on the pots of white chrysanthemums for a moment. He suddenly remembered that since his reincarnation, he had never truly paid respects to his original parents, Uchiha Kosuke and Uchiha Shizen. These parents he had never met had left him so much. Ninjutsu scrolls, bloodline limits, this house, the prestige within the clan, all of which had helped him countless times over the past 6 months. Even the acquisition of Scarlet Thunder today ultimately stemmed from their bloodline, granting him the identity of the Uchiha clan. I should go pay my respects. He entered the flower shop and bought a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. The memorial stone was located on a gentle slope to the north of Konoha. The grass on the slope shimmered with a pale golden hue in the autumn breeze. A few pine trees, sparsely standing at the top, and beneath their shade was the memorial stone he had seen countless times on screens in his past life. The stone was not tall, lacking intricate decorations, just a gray stone smoothed by time, covered in a dense array of names. The Uchiha clan's burial site was on the other side of the slope, separated from the common villagers' graves by a small patch of pine forest. The tombstones here were neatly arranged, each one clean to perfection, evidently maintained regularly by the clan. He searched row by row along the stone path, finally finding the pair of adjacent tombstones near the edge of the pine forest. Uchiha Kosuke, Uchiha Shizen. The tombstones were made of ordinary gray stone, their surfaces weathered with fine lines, but the inscriptions remained clear. In front of the tombs were 2 small plates, one containing several dried rice dumplings and the other half a cup of sake. Someone had visited recently, perhaps Zosuke or Kosuke's old subordinates in the security division. Uchiha Rin knelt on one knee before the graves, dividing the white chrysanthemums into 2 bouquets and placing them in front of the 2 tombstones. The droplets on the petals slid down the stone surface, leaving a long, thin watermark on the gray stone. I apologize for coming a bit late. He brushed off the grass from his knees, his tone no different from how he usually spoke to his teammates. I always wanted to come, but I felt I couldn't do so empty-handed. Today I happened to get this new sword, and I thought it was about time. He removed Scarlet Thunder from his waist and laid it across his knees. The dark wooden scabbard glimmered dully in the shade of the trees, the black non-slip cord wrapped around the hilt, still brand new, showing no signs of being soaked with sweat. This sword is called Scarlet Thunder, just delivered from the Land of Iron this morning. It perfectly conducts both fire release and lightning release chakra. Fire release infusion produces scarlet flame, while lightning release infusion creates golden lightning. Earlier, I tried a few strikes with White Fang, and the feel is so much better than the training ninja blades. It might be the best sword I've ever handled so far. He paused, gently tapping the scabbard with his fingers. The Umbu side has stabilized as well. I brought a foreman team, and my teammates are reliable. Uncle Zosuke helped me out, and Brother Fugaku also guided me in my training. He took out the delivery slip from his ninja tool pouch, unfolded it to show the tombstone, and smiled slightly. Look, 2 chakra metal blades, genuine Swishinchi products with a 4-month production period. I didn't spend your compensation money. It's all from Umbu mission rewards. After saying that, he folded the delivery slip and tucked it away, patting the top of the tombstone as if tapping his own parents' shoulders. Awakening my Sharingan, passing the Chunin exams, joining Umbu, and getting a new sword. This past 6 months have been more fulfilling than the 2 years I spent sitting in an office in my past life. I've also learned quite a bit of ninjutsu, including Rasengan, Chidori, Sharp Spear, Sword, Leap, Flame, and a few hidden techniques that I can't showcase just yet. In any case, there's no need to worry about battle strength. There shouldn't be many in this village who can beat me. He stood up, reattaching Scarlet Thunder to his waist, looking down at the 2 tombstones. The shadows of the pine forest were compressed by the midday sun, and the petals of the white chrysanthemums on the tombstones swayed gently in the wind. He remained silent for a while, and when he spoke again, the casual tone had faded somewhat, replaced by a more solemn sincerity. Thank you for the things you left for me. After saying that, he stood in front of the graves for a little while longer before turning and walking down the slope. As he exited the pine forest, the midday sun shone down on him. In the distance, the 3 giant heads on Hokage Rock stood out clearly in the light, and the streets of Konoha lay beneath the slope, the rooftops reflecting glimmers of light. Uchiha Rin stood at the top of the slope for a moment, then pulled at his collar as he walked toward the Uchiha clan's residence, the Scarlet Thunder swaying gently with each step, the dark wooden scabbard gleaming steadily in the sunlight. On the sandy ground of the Leaf's 3rd training ground, 2 figures clashed and collided at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, the sharp clangs of kunai and short swords merging into a dense metallic storm. Around the field, a dozen or so ninjas who had just finished their morning training, some Chunin, some Jinin, had unconsciously stopped their practice, their gazes locked onto the 2 afterimages in the center. This speed is insane. No kidding, those are Hatake Jonin and Uchiha Jonin. Both were promoted to Special Jonin before they even turned 10. Not Special Jonin. Jonin. A slightly older Chunin corrected, arms crossed over his chest, his tone carrying the weariness of a veteran. They passed the Jonin promotion exam just last week. Hatake Kakashi, 9 years old. Uchiha Rin, 9 years old. Since the village was founded, the record for the youngest Jonin has been shattered by both of them at the same time. The murmurs around the field had barely subsided when the clash in the center reached its white-hot peak. Kakashi's short sword, White Knight, traced a silver-blue arc in the morning light, the golden lightning on its blade crackling with a sound like 1,000 birds, making the air of the training ground tremble. His swordsmanship, honed through 3 years of AMBU missions, had completely shed the sharp edges of youth. What remained was a near-cold efficiency. Every stroke followed the shortest line, every change of direction came without warning, the essence of the White Fang style fully integrated into his own rhythm of combat. Facing such an onslaught of blade, Uchiha Rin did not retreat a single step. His Crimson Thunder parried horizontally, lightning release chakra on the blade exploding into a cascade of golden arcs. Their lightning release chakras tore at each other at the point of impact, the sandy ground beneath them scarred by countless fine blackened lines from the arcs. 3 years of fighting side by side had made them intimately familiar with each other's moves. Kakashi knew the angle of Rin's counter, and Rin knew where Kakashi's next strike would land. Precisely because they were so familiar, every move had to be faster and more precise than the last to complete a variation before the other's prediction. They fought from the center of the field to the edge, then back again, the sand covered in footprints and sparks from blades. The onlookers had long lost track of the 2 figures, seeing only golden lightning and silver blue blade light exploding and dissipating in the dawn. The decisive moment is coming. The older Chunin narrowed his eyes. In the center, Kakashi's White Knight slashed diagonally from the left at an extremely tricky angle the Chidorus lightning, leaving a dazzling arc trail along the path of the slash. Uchiha Rin parried horizontally. The collision of the two chakra metal blades erupted in a shockwave of intertwined blue-white and gold that sent the scattered leaves on the sand flying. Kakashi twisted his wrist using the rebound force, White Knight shedding the force of Crimson Thunder before thrusting forward, aiming directly at Rin's right shoulder. A classic White Fan counter, a thrust immediately following a parry with no wasted motion. Then he saw the flame. The golden lightning on Crimson Thunder's blade vanished within less than a blink, replaced by a surging bright red fire. This was not ordinary chakra adhesion. It was the Uchiha-style, sword-jump flame, the fire gushing from the blade in a blinding curtain that obscured Kakashi's entire vision. The switch between golden lightning and crimson flame required no hand seals, no trace of chakra nature transition, as if the Shinhan pattern on the blade had long been accustomed to this attribute shift. The moment the golden arcs died, the fire pattern flared to life. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. His thrust was already unstoppable. White Knight's tip pierced through the fire curtain, striking nothing but air. A searing wave of heat washed over his face, and his vision was filled with nothing but blinding red light. He immediately sensed something wrong. He kicked the ground to retreat with the body flicker technique, but Rin's left foot had already swept in from beneath the fire curtain, striking his chest with precision. A dull thud. Kakashi's body flew backward, skidding several meters across the sand, before he barely managed to stop, dropping to one knee, with White Knight planted in the sand to support himself. He looked up, his silver-white bangs slightly curled from the residual heat of the flames, the edge of his forehead protector still hot. The fire curtain dissipated in Uchiha Rin's hand. Crimson Thunder returned to its original silver-blue luster, the residual heat on the blade distorting the air slightly. You developed a new technique again. Kakashi stood up, brushing the sand off his forehead protector. His tone was still lazily casual, but in his gray eyes reflected the crimson afterglow not yet fully faded on Crimson Thunder's blade. Lightning fire instant switch. When did you master it? Last month. Uchiha Rin sheathed his sword and reached out to pull Kakashi to his feet. The principle isn't complicated. Lightning release chakra and fire release chakra follow the same pathway in the Shinhan pattern. As long as the switch is fast enough, they won't interfere. It just burned my hand a few times during practice. Lightning fire instant switch. The older Chunin murmured the name, watching the two Jonin in the center of the training ground brushing sand off themselves. He suddenly felt as if he had wasted all these years. Uchiha Rin flexed his wrist, watching Kakashi sheath White Knight behind his back. 3 years, and the kid's affection had risen from 82 points to 86 points. Just 5 more points to unlock the third-level chest. He wondered what that last point was missing, whether today's spar wasn't satisfying enough, or if he needed to treat him to Ichiraku ramen again. Let's go. Time to report to the Hokage Tower. Isn't there a new mission today? Uchiha Rin led the way out of the training ground. The ninjas around them automatically parted, watching the two 9-year-old Jonin walk side by side out of the training ground gate. Ginkgo leaves were swept up by the morning wind, spinning down onto the charred sand marked by lightning arcs. When the door to the Hokage's office opened, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was standing by the windows. He turned his gaze, pausing on Uchiha Rin and Kakashi. Two 9-year-old Jonin standing side by side at the door, their forehead protectors straight, their Jonin vests still dusty from the spar. You're here. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat down behind his desk, but instead of assigning a mission directly, he leaned back in his chair. Blue smoke rose from his pipe. Today I called you in because there's a mission that requires your team. Uchiha Rin noticed there was someone else in the office. Tsukumo Hatake stood in the shadow by the window, White Fang short sword slung at his waist, his expression more solemn than usual. His very presence was a signal. White Fang was an ANBU squad leader who usually didn't appear in the Hokage's office for mission briefings, unless the mission level required a squad leader to personally lead. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a scroll sealed with wax and a stamp from his drawer and slid it across the desk. The scroll seal bore the ANBU swirl pattern and a red bar, S-Class Top Secret. The Cloud Village has been increasingly active near the border recently. According to intelligence, they intend to seize a disputed territory in the northeast of the Land of Fire, and have already amassed a large force at the border. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, tapping his finger on the map spread out before him. The Leaf's forces are currently spread across multiple fronts. If the border conflict escalates into a full-scale war, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us. Therefore, the objective of this mission is to infiltrate the Cloud Village's rear command and steal the core deployment map. With this deployment map, we can dismantle Cloud's offensive in the shortest time with minimal casualties. Tsukumo stepped out of the shadow and stood before the desk. I will serve as the squad leader. Team members 2, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Rin. Both are Jonin assigned to ANBU 3rd Division. Mission time limit 3 days. Infiltration route and extraction plan have been finalized. Kakashi's expression didn't change when he heard S-Class Top Secret, but when he heard Tsukumo was the leader, the fingers on his sword sheath tightened for an instant. Uchiha Rin didn't look at Kakashi. His eyes were fixed on the mission scroll on the desk, but his mind was Cloud Village stealing the deployment map, Tsukumo Hatake leading. These 3 keywords together immediately brought to mind a certain incident from the original story. During an infiltration mission, Tsukumo Hatake faced a difficult choice. He ultimately chose to abandon the mission to save his comrades. After the mission failed, Tsukumo was blamed by the entire village, and even the comrades he saved turned against him, eventually driving the Leaf's White Fang to take his own life. Though he didn't know the exact timeline of the original story, the mission content, location, personnel, and nature were far too similar. No wonder White Fang was waiting in the office beforehand. The mission details are in the scroll. Departure is tonight. The infiltration route and extraction plan have been finalized. Tsukumo pushed a mission brief in front of the two. This mission requires absolute stealth and swift execution. Once the deployment map is in hand, extract immediately. Mission codename Dawn. Uchiha Rin tucked the mission brief into his ninja tool pouch and nodded along with the other two. His lowered eyelids concealed a cold glint deep in his pupils. This time White Fang would never meet the fate of the original story. That night the 3 left the Leaf, traveled stealthily along the northeastern border of the Land of Fire, and arrived at the mountain range where the Cloud Village's rear command was located by early morning the next day. The Cloud Village's command was set in a hidden valley surrounded by steep cliffs. Patrols guarded the entrance, and multiple layers of sensing barriers were placed on the periphery. Tsukumo stopped behind a large boulder outside the valley entrance and gave hand signals to the two. He would infiltrate directly, while Kakashi and Rin stood by on either side of the valley mouth. Once he gave the signal, they would break in together. Tsukumo's figure blurred into a faint afterimage under the moonlight. His infiltration was utterly silent. The patrol's sensor ninja didn't even notice a breeze brushing past them. Uchiha Rin leaned against the rock wall, sensing Tsukumo's chakra signal, moving quickly and steadily through the defensive line, accurately exploiting every gap in the patrol change. White Fang's combat experience was on full display. Then in an instant, a sudden explosion erupted deep within the command before Tsukumo's signal came. An orange-earth explosion tore through the night sky, the shockwave uprooting pine trees on both sides of the valley. The blast didn't harm Tsukumo. His chakra reaction remained stable, but the entire valley garrison was alerted. The alarm shrilled. Dozens of chakra signals surged from all directions toward the command, encircling the valley mouth. The encirclement formed quickly, but not around Tsukumo. It surrounded Kakashi and Uchiha Rin. The explosion destroyed the terrain at the valley mouth, reducing the two's standby position to rubble. Cloud reinforcements swarmed down from mountain paths on both sides, trapping them in a narrow rocky stretch. At least 40 with no fewer than 20 of Jonin level. Kakashi stood back to back with Uchiha Rin, White Knight already in hand, golden lightning leaping along the blade. His voice was low but showed no trace of panic. White Fang's signal is still coming. He's near the target but blocked by elite guards outside. He can't get away yet. Uchiha Rin gripped Crimson Thunder tightly, his perception stretched to the limit beneath the Sharingan hidden behind the contact lens. 40 enemies, 20 Jonin, 2 of them. The valley entrance terrain was completely wrecked by the explosion, both escape routes sealed, and Tsukumo was tied up by elite guards. The mission hung in the balance. Whether Tsukumo would abandon the mission to come support them, or they would have to find a way out on their own. Just as this thought occupied his mind, an even louder explosion than before boomed from the command direction, accompanied by a flurry of intense combat sounds. He could sense Tsukumo's chakra depleting at an alarming rate. The elite guards outside were clearly not ordinary Jonin. White Fang was pushing hard to break through. Then a very familiar chakra signal surged upward from deep within the command. Tsukumo. He had already acquired the deployment map, but obtaining the document came at the cost of complete exposure. Now all the forces in the cloud base were rushing toward him. Then he sensed Tsukumo's chakra stop. Not breaking through, not retreating. Stopped. That location wasn't far from the valley mouth, but between them lay at least 40 cloud ninjas, 20 of them Jonin blocking the entrance, and another 20 closing in. Uchiha Rin could almost imagine Tsukumo's assessment right now. Breaking out alone with the intelligence had uncertain success. Returning to rescue his teammates meant abandoning the mission. And White Fang had never gambled his comrades' lives on mission success. Tsukumo's chakra began to turn, not toward the extraction route outside the valley, but toward the valley mouth. He was coming back. He was going to abandon the mission to save them. After a rapid assessment of the cloud base's terrain and enemy distribution, Tsukumo realized the risk of a solo breakout was extremely high. The enemy had numerical superiority, and the terrain destroyed by the explosion had compressed the escape routes. Even with White Fang's power carrying the document while charging through the encirclement was far from certain. And if he was pinned down or delayed during the breakout, the two at the valley mouth would face even greater pressure. Rather than gamble on an uncertain escape, it was better to trade the intelligence for his teammate's safety, then find another opportunity. The moment Uchiha Rin sensed Tsukumo's chakra turning, he discarded all distractions. He hadn't wanted to go this far in front of Kakashi, but plans never kept up with changes. In this situation, if he held back any longer, White Fang would repeat history, and Kakashi, whether in this life or the last, should never have to lose his father again. He reached for his left eye, his fingertip probing beneath the specially made contact lens that had accompanied him for over 3 years, and removed it decisively. As the lens fell to the ground, he snapped his eyes open. A cerulean blue iris and 3 black tomo appeared in his pupils. The perception web of the 6 eyes spread out from him. Every piece of information on the battlefield was dismantled into precise data streams. Kakashi, Uchiha Rin's voice was steady. Leave this to me. You go and rendezvous with White Fang first. Kakashi turned to speak, but his pupils sharply contracted the moment they met those cerulean Sharingan. Uchiha Rin had never removed the contact lens in front of him. He had never seen those eyes before. The 3 tomo slowly rotated within the cerulean iris. This was not any known form of Sharingan, unique even among the Uchiha clan. But there are at least 40 ninjas here, nearly 20 of them Jonin. Kakashi suppressed all questions, his voice unconsciously lowering. The answer was Uchiha Rin's unwavering gaze, his tone unshaken. Trust me. Well, when? Kakashi stared at those cerulean eyes for a moment, then sheathed his sword and turned. Don't die. Wait for me to come back with White Fang. Then you'd better hurry. Uchiha Rin's lips curled slightly. He flicked Crimson Thunder to his side, sword jump flame, lighting up an orangered arc on the blade. Or else all the enemies will be killed by me. Kakashi's figure vanished into the night after several body flicker movements. Uchiha Rin watched his chakra signal escape the edge of the encirclement, then slowly exhaled. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, fumbled for a moment, pulled out the cat mask he had put in before leaving that morning, and fastened it over his face. Choosing to stay behind for your comrades and die alone, little brat. A Cloud Jonin sneered openly, looking at the lone Uchiha Rin. Don't worry, that little kid will be down to keep you company soon. Uchiha Rin laughed under the mask. He raised Crimson Thunder, the tip aimed at the sneering speaker. You seem to have misunderstood something. He tilted his head, the cerulean 6 eyes gleaming coldly through the eye holes of the cat mask. It's not that you've surrounded me. It's that I've surrounded all of you. The sword jump flame on Crimson Thunder's blade abruptly extinguished, replaced by a deeply restrained light. That lightning no longer raged outward like Chidori. Instead, it flowed quietly along the Shinhan pattern of the blade, like a moonlit stream, calm and cold. Then all the lightning began to converge toward the tip, not extending, not spreading, but compressing. Layer upon layer of golden arcs stacked into a white-hot point of light at the tip. The brightness of the point grew until even Uchiha Rin himself squinted slightly, the entire valley entrance illuminated like daytime by that single white light. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. In an instant, the white-hot point transformed into a beam of light that swept out in a horizontal arc. Uchiha Rin simply spun the sword. The beam traced a perfect circle centered on him, sweeping through everything within 100 meters. Trees, rocks, ninja tools, and all who were too slow to react. Where the arc passed, there was no explosion, no roar, only utter silence. Trees and rocks crossed by the beam slid apart silently, the cuts smooth as mirrors. The Jonin who had just mocked looked down at the red line running across his chest, opened his mouth, and collapsed without uttering a word. The white-hot point on Crimson Thunder's tip slowly faded, a faint smell of ozone lingering in the air. Uchiha Rin looked around, the encirclement was gone. 32 ninjas lay within 100 meters, leaving only the last 8 Jonin who had narrowly dodged the sweep, now standing at the edge of the ruins, ashen-faced. A Cloud Ninja screamed in despair, monster. Uchiha Rin rested Crimson Thunder on his shoulder, the outline of the cat mask flickering with cerulean light. He looked at the 8 pale-faced Jonin, his tone casual. Don't run. Try a little harder. I've just warmed up. Monster. Monster. The man at the front of the 8 surviving Yunin Jonin suddenly weakened in his legs and knelt to the ground. His kunai slipped from his hand, the color drained from his face, and after a moment of trembling lips, he managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. In an instant. 32 people. Just in an instant. That light. He turned around, and everyone was dead. All dead. He rolled and crawled back behind a pile of rubble, pulling out a signal flare from his ninja tool pouch and shooting it into the sky. The crimson flare screamed as it tore through the night sky, bursting into a dazzling red firework beneath the clouds. This was the highest level emergency signal for Yunin village. Uchiha Rin did not stop him. The azure six-eyed mask under the cat mask slightly shifted, and his 360-degree perception chakra signals were rapidly approaching from all directions. Toward the camp on the west side of the valley, the eastern lookout, and even figures were rushing from the northern ridge. Before long, more than 30 Yunin ninjas surged in from various directions, landing at the edge of the ruins. Leading them was a tall jonin wearing a Yunin forehead protector. He glanced at the scorched earth and the severed trees and rocks, furrowing his brow as he strode toward the kneeling survivor. What happened? How could a kid still not be subdued? Where are the others? The survivor raised a trembling finger toward Uchiha Rin, his eyes lost in focus from extreme fear, his voice hoarse, as if rubbed by sandpaper. All taken out by this guy. 32 people, just in an instant. The supporting jonin's pupils suddenly. He lifted his head again to look at the kid standing in the center of the ruins with a cat mask. The silver-blue blade of his ninja knife was angled toward the ground, and the tip still retained the residual heat after the white-hot arcs had dissipated, slightly reddening the rubble at his feet. Everyone charged together. This guy is not simple. The supporting jonin shouted sharply, quickly forming hands. The 30 or so yunin behind him simultaneously scattered the light of lightning ninjutsu, illuminating the night, with a dazzling electric web, countless kunai and shuriken pouring down like a torrential rain. Uchiha Rin did not retreat. He stepped forward with his right foot, his body slightly turning to evade the first wave of lightning beams, while his scarlet blade traced a silver-blue arc in the air, accurately deflecting the 3 shuriken shot at him. Then his figure shook, using the body flicker technique to leave an afterimage in place, while his real body had already cut into the edge of the crowd. The lightning on the scarlet blade suddenly switched while running. The golden arcs retracted entirely, and orange flames erupted from the swirling patterns on the blade, casting flickering light on his profile. The yunin hurriedly retreated, trying to create some distance. Before they could finish forming their hand seals, they found he had already closed in on them. At this distance, releasing ninjutsu would likely harm their own people, forcing several jonin who were forming seals to halt their gestures, gritting their teeth as they drew their ninja blades for close combat. Uchiha Rin turned into a burning shadow amidst the crowd. The frequency of the body flicker technique was pushed to the limit. Each time he flashed, he appeared at a different position. On the right side, the scarlet blade cleaved through a chunin's kunai and then smoothly pierced into the opponent's chest. On the left side, his left hand's chidori pierced through another ninja's defense in an extremely short travel distance. Then he flashed again, kicking down a third ninja who tried to ambush him from behind. The orange-eared blade light of the scarlet blade intertwined with the blue-white lightning of chidori, weaving a net of death among the crowd. Got him! A yunin suddenly shot up from the ground, his fingers gripping Uchiha Rin's ankle like iron pincers. Almost at the same moment, a yunin jonin who had been waiting for a long time burst from the side, his ninja blade wrapped in violent lightning chakra, cleaving down toward Uchiha Rin's neck. This was one of their few coordination opportunities. The person underground specialized in earth release, responsible for locking down the target's movements, while the jonin above was responsible for the finishing blow. The blade fell. Bang! A burst of white mist exploded under the blade. The trapped Uchiha Rin transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. The expressions on the yunin's faces changed from smugness to terror. What a shadow clone! Where's that kid? Up there. He's floating in the sky. A sharp-eyed yunin shouted, his trembling finger pointing toward the sky. Everyone looked up simultaneously. At a height of 100 meters, Uchiha Rin was quietly suspended in the night sky. The outlines of his eyes beneath the cat mask were made especially clear by the azure glow, the silver-blue scarlet blade tied to his waist, and the night wind billowing his clothing. The previous bout of close combat was not meant to eliminate them, it was merely a feint to delay. He needed to sense Kakashi and Shumo's positions, confirming whether they had safely exited the combat zone. Now the chakra signals of Kakashi and Captain White Fang had merged and were moving toward the outskirts of the valley, where the resistance of the elite guards had been broken, and he no longer needed to worry. The fun ends here. Uchiha Rin slowly raised his right hand. The technique reverse gravity, an azure-black gravitational singularity, appeared in the palm of his hand, distorting the surrounding light into strange curves. Then he pressed his free left hand onto the surface of the singularity, mobilizing all the chakra attributes within his body that had yet to be used. Wind attribute pure cutting power, injecting it all into the core of the gravitational singularity. The wind chakra began to surge violently the moment it left his fingertips, like countless invisible blades colliding and rubbing against each other, producing a piercing shriek. Under normal conditions, unstable wind chakra could never be compressed to this extent. The more it was compressed, the more violently it rebounded, eventually leading to an uncontrollable explosion that would injure the user. But the gravitational singularity solved this problem. It firmly bound the violent wind chakra around its core with absolute gravity, compressing and shaping it layer by layer, forcibly twisting the originally scattered wind power into a glowing star ring rotating rapidly around the core. Then he injected the energy of the merger of curse power and chakra, which further amplified the dark and violent characteristics within the star ring, the color of the ring shifting from light cyan to deep blue, and then from deep blue to an almost abyssal purple-black. A black core surrounded by a rapidly rotating glowing star ring resembled a miniature black hole shrunk millions of times, quietly floating above Uchiha Rin's palm. The surrounding space slightly distorted under its gravitational influence. Even the moonlight leaking through the gaps in the clouds was bent at an angle. Void Technique Wind Release Spiral Azure Jade. This is the farewell gift. Uchiha Rin gently tossed the small black hole downward. The spiral azure jade began to fall the moment it left his palm. At first it was slow, like a feather held up by the wind, but the next second the crowns of a few pine trees closer to the ground began to shake violently. Not from the wind, but the entire trees were being uprooted by some invisible force. Soil, rubble, broken ninja tools, and scattered explosive tag remnants. All movable objects were being drawn toward the falling purple-black orb. A Yunin tried to form seals to counterattack with lightning, but before his fingers could meet the ground beneath him suddenly cracked, and he was lifted into the air by the gravitational force, tumbling toward the center along with the kunai in his hand. The spiral azure jade struck the ground. There was no deafening roar, no blinding firelight, only a very low humming, like something was tearing the air itself at an extremely close distance. At the point of impact of the spiral azure jade, the ground within a mile radius suddenly sank, the soil and rocks being uprooted, pulling in scattered trees and all the Yunin who hadn't managed to escape the area toward the center. The gravitational singularity compressed all matter into a continuously rolling sphere, while the wind chakra within the star ring spun at a speed difficult to discern with the naked eye, shredding every rock that was sucked in, every piece of torn tree trunk, every ninja's body into fine powder, then continuing to compress and compress. The entire process lasted less than 10 breaths. When the energy of the spiral azure jade was finally expended, the original mouth of the valley no longer existed. In its place was a massive spherical depression, nearly half a mile in diameter, the inner wall of the depression smooth, as if meticulously polished, devoid of any edges or broken stones, only a layer of fine gray powder covering the bottom. Along with the depression, over 30 Yunin reinforcements and the 8 surviving Jonin disappeared. There were no traces, no blood, no remains. The night sky returned to silence. The stirred dust floated down from high above, resembling a gray snowfall under the moonlight. Uchiha Rin hovered in midair, the azure six-eyed mask under the cat mask scanning the enormous spherical depression below, confirming there were no remaining chakra reactions before slowly descending onto the one rock at the edge of the depression that had not been affected by the gravitational field. He gently exhaled, sheathed the scarlet blade, and adjusted the mask that had been blown askew by the wind. In the distance, 2 familiar chakra signals were rapidly approaching. Kakashi and Shumo emerged from deep within the valley, landing on the opposite side of the spherical depression. Both stopped simultaneously, their gazes sweeping over the oddly smooth surface of the depression before slowly lifting their heads to look at Uchiha Rin. Shumo's eyes reflected unmasked shock, while Kakashi's gray eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Rin, remaining silent. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakashi's voice was low. Uchiha Rin pushed the cat mask up to his forehead, revealing the black eyes beneath that had been re-equipped with colored contacts. Its newly developed hasn't been named yet. What you saw just now was its first practical test. He jumped down from the rock, brushed off the gray dust covering his shoulders, and walked toward the 2. Don't worry, I held back. How did it go on your side? The elite guards are all wiped out, and the defense map is... Shumo briefly reported, but his gaze passed over Uchiha Rin, landing on the nearly half-mile wide spherical depression. The inner wall of the depression was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight with a cold arc. The 3 moved swiftly along the backup route. Uchiha Rin re-established his sensing network. Although there were many chakra signals from the Yunin base, they had become a chaotic mess. Most of the troops were held up by the ruins at the valley entrance while they were rapidly moving along completely opposite paths. Along the way there were occasional scattered search teams composed of Chunin and Genin. Shumo cleared the path ahead with 2 swift strikes, taking down the first 2, while Kakashi cut in from the side, his white knight lightning flashing as he cleaved the 3rd ninja along with his kunai in half. Uchiha Rin, covering the rear, casually threw a few shuriken that pinned accurately at the feet of the enemy, trying to encircle them, forcing them to retreat in panic. After a few brief skirmishes, their pursuers were left far behind. When the first rays of morning light broke over the eastern ridge, the borders of the Land of Fire finally came into view. The continuous forest emerged through the morning mist, the green of Konoha particularly striking against the grayish sky. We've finally entered the borders. Shumo's voice carried a hint of relief. Let's rest for a moment before heading back to the village at full speed. Uchiha Rin leaned against a pine tree, drawing out the scarlet blade to inspect it. After continuous high-intensity combat, the swirling patterns faintly retained traces of chakra flow, and the silver-blue blade remained intact. Kakashi sat on a nearby tree root, stuffing a soldier's pill into his mouth. His gray eyes had not strayed far from Uchiha Rin since earlier, but he had not pressed for further information about the light orb. Shumo turned his back to the two, pulling out the well-sealed defense map to confirm its accuracy before stowing it back into his ninja tool pouch. By the time the gates of Konoha village appeared in their sights, it was already noon. The guard at the gate saw the three's forehead protectors and jonin vests from afar and immediately waved them through. The three passed through familiar streets straight to the Hokage's office. On the street, the flower shop in the mountains had replaced its summer flowers with autumn chrysanthemums, and the curtain of Ichiraku ramen swayed slightly in the noontime sunlight, while a few children just finishing school ran from the training grounds, still clutching their shuriken targets. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing by the window smoking. Upon hearing the knock, he turned around and nearly dropped his pipe when he saw the three push the door open. His gaze quickly swept over the jonin vests of the three. Shumo's jacket had several knife scars, Kakashi's forehead protector had char marks from flames, and Uchiha Rin's clothing was covered in gray dust. Mission report. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe in the ashtray and removed his hat, setting it on the desk. Class S Top Secret Mission Dawn Operation. Target the core defense map of the command center behind Yunin. Successful retrieval. The entire team remains unharmed. Shuo Mao reported the infiltration route, ambush, encounters, explosive traps, and all tactical details of the elite guards according to the standards of the Dark Department, while Kakashi supplemented several key points of the battle at the valley entrance. Uchiha Rin was asked about it once, and only briefly explained the process of holding back the enemy to cover Shuo Mao and Kakashi's assault target, ultimately achieving a successful breakout. That half-mile diameter spherical depression was summarized in the report as the terrain has changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, remaining silent for a long time, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. The intelligence value of this mission lies not only in the defense layout itself, but also in confirming the fatal flaw in the deployment of the Cloud-Hidden Forces. Their rear command system overly relies on the personal combat strength of a few elite jonin. Once a critical node is removed, the response speed of the entire defense line will significantly decrease. He pulled another scroll from the drawer, quickly wrote a few lines, sealed it with the Hokage stamp, and stood up to hand the scroll to the three in front of him. Mission assessment rank successfully completed. Thank you for your hard work, the three of you. According to the latest intelligence, Cloud-Hidden has begun to withdraw some of its forces from the border, thus strengthening Konoha's position in this diplomatic game. Rest for 3 days. Disband. As they exited the Hokage building, the midday sun shone perfectly on the jonin vests of the three. The streets of Konoha glimmered with a warm golden hue under the autumn sunlight. Uchiha Rin folded the mission reward list and stuffed it into her ninja pouch. Just as she was about to head towards the clan grounds, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from behind her. Rin, remember to show me your new technique during our next training session. I definitely will next time. Uchiha Rin replied, waving her hand without turning around. In the land of lightning, within the village of Yunin, in the office of the third Raikage, A stood before his desk, his rough hands gripping the edge, the knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. His chest heaved violently, and the sound of his heavy breaths echoed in the empty office, causing the kneeling jonin before him to dare not exhale. What did you say? The front-line troops at the border of the Land of Fire have been nearly annihilated. The strategic map has been lost. The voice of the third Raikage was low, yet it carried a stormy fury that sent chills down the spines of those present. Yes, you heard correctly. The jonin lowered his head, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead, landing on the dark wooden floor. The frontline outpost has been completely destroyed with catastrophic casualties. Our frontline strategic map has also been confirmed to have been taken by the enemy. When the pursuing team arrived at the scene, the battle had already ended and no traces of the enemy were found. Before he could finish, a loud bang erupted in the office. The third Raikage slammed his palm onto the desk, the heavy wooden surface splintering in two, papers and documents scattering across the floor. The broken edge of the desk was jagged as if torn apart by sheer force. The kneeling jonin trembled violently, his head bowing even lower. What happened? Who did this? According to preliminary investigations from the front line and subsequent reports, it appears that only 3 individuals carried out the attack. The jonin's voice tightened from anxiety, yet he still struggled to maintain clarity in his report. One of them is suspected to be a Jinchuriki. The pursuing forces discovered numerous signs of large-scale battles around the outpost, the most notable of which was a spherical crater over half a mile in diameter, its inner walls smooth as a mirror, and all surrounding trees and rocks reduced to fine powder. This pattern of destruction is highly consistent with the effects of tailed beast bombs. The rage on the third Raikage's face slowly solidified, replaced by a rare solemnity. He walked around the broken desk and slowly approached the window. Outside, the stone buildings of Yunin village stood quietly in the morning light, encircled by towering mountains, their peaks perpetually covered in snow, reflecting blinding white light under the sun. A suspected Jinchuriki. The third Raikage, with his back to the reporting Jonin, crossed his arms over his chest and murmured solemnly. An attack occurring just at the border of the Land of Fire. Konoha. But didn't Konoha's Jinchuriki just recently transfer? That girl from the Uzumaki clan has only been in Konoha for a few years. How could she have mastered the power of the tailed beast so quickly to take it to battle? The more he thought, the tighter his brows furrowed, his rough knuckles unconsciously tapping against his arm. The office was so quiet that only the occasional sound of wind passing outside could be heard. After a moment, the third Raikage suddenly turned around, facing the kneeling Jonin, again his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Bring someone here. Immediately send a letter to Konoha. His voice boomed like thunder, each word carrying an undeniable question. Them why they sent a Jinchuriki to attack our frontline outpost, demanding that Konoha must bear all our casualties and equipment losses. If Konoha fails to respond or refuses to take responsibility, Yunin reserves the right to take further action. Yes. A member of the Umbu materialized silently from the shadows, kneeling on one knee to receive orders, then vanished as a fleeting shadow from the window. The third Raikage approached the broken desk, bending down to pick up the frontline loss report that had been pressed beneath the splintered wood. His gaze skimmed over the densely packed numbers and casualty lists. He remained silent for a moment before slowly clenching his fist, the paper wrinkling in his grip. Outside, the morning light of Yunin village continued to shine, the distant snow-capped mountains unmelted, but the oppressive rage within the office hung over everyone like the low pressure before a storm. The next noon, a messenger hawk from the Land of Lightning flew over the gates of Konoha village, its wings carving a sharp arc as it landed directly on the rooftop eagle's nest of the Hokage Tower. Tied to the hawk's leg was a letter sealed with the Raikage stamp from Yunin, marked with 3 lightning symbols at the seal. This was the highest level of diplomatic urgency from Yunin. Moments later, the letter was placed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his hat resting on the corner of the desk, smoke curling from his pipe. Before him lay the unsealed letter, its wording more akin to a challenge than a diplomatic document, each sentence laden with the third Raikage's characteristic fury and resolve. Several advisors sat on either side of the office. Uzumaki Kokushin had her hands clasped on her knees, her brow furrowed, while Mito Kageyama adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Kakashi stood by the window, his arms crossed, the old scar on his arm appearing especially deep in the sunlight. The Raikage's letter of accountability is not surprising. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the letter on the desk, his tone indifferent. The core points are 3. First, accusing Konoha of sending a Jinchuriki to attack their frontline outpost. Second, demanding that Konoha bear all personnel casualties and equipment losses. Third, if we do not respond or refuse to acknowledge, Yunin reserves the right to take further action. The wording is quite firm. A Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kokushin furrowed her brow even deeper, turning to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The current state of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is something the Raikage cannot possibly be unaware of. That child has not yet fully mastered the power of the tailed beast, and cannot even stabilize basic chakra suppression, let alone release a tailed beast bomb in combat. The Raikage's remarks must either stem from outdated intelligence or a deliberate act of ignorance. Naturally, it is an act of ignorance. Mito Kageyama adjusted his glasses, his tone calm to the point of being harsh. The Land of Lightning has placed numerous spies in Konoha. They cannot possibly be unaware that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has not yet completed the basic control of tailed beast chakra. The reason the Raikage clings to the Jinchuriki is that he needs a reasonable excuse to pressure Konoha. With over half of the frontline forces lost, and the strategic map missing, this is a double blow for Yunin, losing a military outpost and diplomatic initiative. If he admits that he was defeated by a 3-man Umbu squad, how will he maintain his credibility within Yunin? Blaming it on tailed beast weaponry is far more dignified than admitting to being trampled by ordinary ninjas. But we indeed did not deploy a Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kokushin's tone was firm. Then how do you explain the spherical crater with a diameter of half a kilometer on the front line? Mito Kageyama countered. That scale of destruction can only be attributed to a tailed beast bomb among the recognized threats in the ninja world. The Raikage uses this as evidence, and from an outsider's perspective it is indeed very difficult to refute. It was not a tailed beast bomb. Kakashi finally spoke, his voice low, but each word carrying the certainty of a first-hand witness. He turned from the window, facing the 2 advisors. That spherical crater was indeed caused by our team, but it was not a tailed beast bomb. As for what it was, sorry, I cannot elaborate for the time being. You say it isn't, so it isn't. Uzumaki Kokishin looked at Kakashi, her tone devoid of questioning, merely seeking confirmation. No. Kakashi's answer was short and resolute. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth, gently tapping the ash on the edge of the ashtray. Alright, since it is not a tailed beast bomb, then the Raikage's accusations are fundamentally baseless. First, the Raikage cannot prove that the crater was caused by a tailed beast bomb. Second, he cannot prove that the crater was created by Konoha's tailed beast. Third, he has no evidence whatsoever to prove that the assailants of the Yunin outpost were Konoha ninjas. These 3 points are sufficient to dismiss his accountability letter. He picked up a pen, laying out a blank sheet of paper, writing, as he spoke the wording carrying a sharp edge hidden within the formal diplomatic tone. Konoha expresses concern regarding the attack on Yunin's frontline outpost. However, we cannot accept the accusations of Konoha deploying a Jinchuriki without verification. Konoha's tailed beast Jinchuriki is currently still in the foundational training phase and has never been dispatched for any external combat missions, nor has he entered the vicinity of Yunin outposts. We believe that the intelligence system on Yunin's side must also have this information. As for the spherical crater with a diameter of half a kilometer, our preliminary investigation suggests that while its destructive characteristics are similar to those of a tailed beast bomb, there are several key differences in the specifics of the damage insufficient to conclude that it was caused by a tailed beast attack. In the ninja world, there are techniques capable of causing large-scale terrain changes beyond just tailed beast bombs. To presume it was an attack by a Jinchuriki based solely on the scale of destruction may lack rigor. Konoha advises that Yunin conduct a more detailed investigation to avoid misjudgment. Furthermore, regarding the request for compensation for the loss of the strategic map and personnel casualties, we believe that Yunin must first provide clear evidence of Konoha ninjas' involvement in this attack. It is unreasonable to demand compensation based solely on speculation without solid evidence. Konoha has also noted recent reports of Jinchuriki-level activities near the border of the Land of Earth. We are willing to share related intelligence with Yunin to assist in clarifying the truth and avoiding similar misunderstandings in the future. He set down the pen and handed the letter to his secretary beside him. Send it urgently via formal diplomatic. Additionally, include the intelligence report about Jinchuriki activities near the border of the Land of Earth. Since we are helping the Raikage find a way out, we might as well make the path look nice. Uzumaki Kokishin's mouth curved almost imperceptibly at the last part. Mito Kageyama adjusted his glasses, expressing no dissent. Kakashi remained by the window, silently observing Sarutobi Hiruzen finish all of this, a trace of subtle approval flashing in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the pipe back in his mouth, leaning back against the chair. The smoke blurred his expression, but the eyes behind the lenses remained sharp. Diplomatic rhetoric can buy some time, but the Raikage is no fool. He will eventually discover that the crater was indeed not caused by a tailed beast bomb. And once the possibility of a tailed beast bomb is ruled out, he will become even more uneasy, because Konoha possesses a force capable of causing tailed beast-level destruction without relying on Jinchuriki. This kind of deterrence is more effective than any diplomatic rhetoric. Therefore, the follow-up to this matter, rather than being a diplomatic crisis, is more of a display of deterrence. Let them guess. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe. The longer they guess, the less likely they are to act. The next morning, Uchiha Rin, who rarely skipped the training ground, instead crossed the familiar ginkgo forest on the northern side of Konohagakure and knocked on the door of the Hatake residence. When the door slid open, Kakashi had clearly just woken up. His silver-white hair was a tangled mess like a bird's nest, his gray eyes half-lidded, and the collar of his sleepwear was twisted to one side. He leaned against the doorframe, staring at Uchiha Rin for a moment before speaking in a hoarse, just-spoken voice. You'd better have a good reason. I just got up. Didn't you want to see my new technique? And about my eyes? If you want to know, follow me. Uchiha Rin pulled his hands out of his pockets and gestured for him to come. Kakashi stared at him for a few seconds, then yawned, turned back inside to change into training gear, strapped Bei to his waist, and followed Uchiha Rin out the door. The two walked one after another through the half-awake, mist-shrouded streets of Konohagakure, past training ground, 3 past the entrance to the Forest of Death used in the Chunin exams, and deep into the Forest of Death, until they reached a remote clearing. The clearing was surrounded by towering ancient trees, their trunks so thick that several people would be needed to encircle them, their canopies so dense they nearly blotted out the entire sky. Only a few rays of morning light filtered through the gaps in the branches, scattering patches of golden light on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves which crunched softly underfoot. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and the unique fragrance of ancient wood. Uchiha Rin had chosen this spot so that when he later demonstrated the spiral azure jade, he wouldn't accidentally injure anyone, nor would he be discovered by others. First, these Sharingan of mine. Uchiha Rin raised his hand, his fingertips probing into the contact lens in his left eye, gently removing it, then the right one. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened them. Kakashi's breath caught for a beat. It was a color he had never seen before. It was not the standard crimson of the Uchiha clan, but a translucent extreme azure blue. As if the clear sky from 10,000 meters high and the purest glacial ice of the polar region had been crushed and poured into them crystal clear to the point of near nothingness without a trace of impurity. Beneath this transparent azure base, 3 scarlet tomo slowly rotated at the edges of his pupils, making the eyes eerily beautiful, yet carrying a divine aloofness that kept others at a distance. Morning light fell through the gaps in the leaves onto Uchiha Rin's face, and those azure eyes gleamed faintly in the light, the 3 tomo rotating at a measured pace, as if silently measuring all things in the world. So beautiful. Kakashi murmured the words almost unconsciously, his gray eyes widening more than ever before fixed firmly on Uchiha Rin's eyes. Only when Uchiha Rin tilted his head did Kakashi snap back to reality, a faint blush creeping to the roots of his ears. Are these Sharingan? How are they different from others? Aren't the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan supposed to be red? I'm not really sure. Maybe it's a bloodline mutation. Uchiha Rin chuckled, then met Kakashi's gray eyes again. Never mind that. Do you know what these eyes give me? Unparalleled perception and chakra control precision. All the abilities of the 3 tomo Sharingan, plus a unique dojutsu of my own, the limitless technique. Currently, it has 2 effects: stop force and attract force. Uchiha Rin raised his hand palm up, signaling Kakashi to reach out. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then extended his right hand, pressing his palm toward Uchiha Rin's. The 2 palms stopped less than an inch apart. Kakashi instinctively pushed downward, but no matter how hard he tried, his hand could not advance a single millimeter. It wasn't blocked by anything. The sensation under his palm was air, and further down was still air, but he simply couldn't touch Uchiha Rin's skin. It was as if an infinite distance had been compressed into that inch. This is stop force, Uchiha Rin said in a lowered voice. It coats my body's surface with the concept of infinity. The closer something gets to me, the more its speed is forcibly slowed until it stops completely. Unless an attack can sever space, or there is a special countermeasure, no physical attack or conventional jutsu can touch me. Our palms appear to be touching, but look closely. There is always a gap between us. No matter how hard you push, you can never close it. That is stop force. Kakashi stared at the less than inch gap between their palms, a complex flicker passing through his gray eyes. He slowly withdrew his hand, looked down at his own palm, and was silent for several seconds. So during these 3 years of sparring, you've been using this technique? Only stop force, Uchiha Rin admitted frankly. I didn't use anything else. You bastard. Kakashi's tone held no anger, only a sense that a long-suppressed question had finally found its answer. Then Uchiha Rin demonstrated azure. A gravitational singularity appeared at his fingertip, distorting the surrounding light into bizarre curves. Countless fallen leaves were dragged by an invisible force toward the center of gravity, gathering into a constantly tumbling ball of leaves in the air, which was then compressed by gravity into a fist-sized mass. He casually dispelled azure, and the compressed leaves scattered rustlingly to the ground. Then came the void technique's spiral azure jade, which he had used on that mission. Uchiha Rin condensed azure's gravitational singularity in his palm, infused it with wind-release chakra and cursed energy, and a violet-black orb slowly took shape in his hand. High-speed rotating wind-release chakra formed a luminous ring around the core. He didn't throw the spiral azure jade. It hovered in his palm for a moment before he actively dispersed it. This is the technique I used that day. Using azure as the gravitational core, compressing wind-release chakra to its limit. After infusing wind-release chakra, the rotation speed of the ring is pushed to a critical point. Upon impact, the high-frequency rotating wind-release chakra shreds everything within range to dust. Kakashi watched the violet-black orb form and dissipate in Uchiha Rin's palm, remaining silent for a long time. His gray eyes stayed fixed on the spot where the orb had vanished, as if replaying some image in his mind. Uchiha Rin noticed that Kakashi's fingers were unconsciously stroking the hilt of Bei, a small habit that only appeared when he was thinking tactically. What's wrong? Uchiha Rin tilted his head, leaning toward Kakashi, a familiar smile on his lips. Shocked by my trump card. Feeling lost at the gap. The Kakashi I know wouldn't be so boring. You'd be working hard to develop new techniques to catch up, right? Shut up. Kakashi turned his face away, the red at his ears deepening noticeably. Then he turned back, his gray eyes fixed on Uchiha Rin, his tone suddenly turning serious. Also, you idiot. Ninjas rely on information warfare. Are you sure it's okay to just blurt everything out like that? Uchiha Rin blinked, then chuckled. It was a soft laugh, quickly swallowed by the rustling pine wind overhead. He raised his hand and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Not hard, but he didn't pull his palm away immediately. Morning light bathed his profile. The 3 tomo in his azure eyes slowed their rotation like a silent tenderness. Because we're friends, aren't we? And also, in the strongest, so information doesn't matter. Kakashi's expression shifted several times in that instant, first stunned, then a corner of his mouth twitching, as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Finally, he turned his face to the side, his gray eyes hidden in the shadow cast by his headband. After a long while he turned back, his tone returning to its usual lazy drawl, but with an added layer that only Uchiha Rin could discern. You really are. What? Uchiha Rin teased with a smile. Nothing. Kakashi shoved his hands back into his pockets, turned, and headed toward the exit of the Forest of Death. After 2 steps he stopped and glanced back. Dinner at my place today? My father told me to invite you last night. He said you seemed to really like grilled salmon last time. Hey, don't stop mid-sentence. Tell me. Uchiha Rin laughed and chased after him, deliberately drawing out the last syllable. No way, idiot. Kakashi quickened his pace without looking back. Kakashi finished speaking and turned toward the Forest of Death exit. Uchiha Rin, half a step behind, watched that silver-white head of hair bob through patches of tree shadow in the morning light. He was about to tease him again when a long-unheard chime suddenly echoed in his mind. By the time he left the Hatake estate, the sky had fully darkened. Ginkgo leaves rustled in the night breeze, and the streetlights bathed the flagstone path in a warm amber glow. Uchiha Rin walked home, his mind still lingering on the dinner he had just enjoyed. That evening Tsukumo had grilled salmon and made miso soup. The skin of the salmon was lightly charred, and a gentle prod with chopsticks yielded a satisfying crisp sound. The flesh melted in the mouth, carrying the smoky aroma of charcoal. The miso soup was salted just enough to dispel the autumn chill, with tofu cut into perfect cubes and seaweed gently unfurling at the bottom of the bowl. Every sip was a flawless testament to Tsukumo's precise seasoning. Throughout the meal, Tsukumo kept adding dishes to his bowl, smiling as he watched him eat. The same look he gave Kakashi, as if Uchiha Rin were naturally a part of this household. Kakashi, however, precisely intercepted the largest piece of fish Tsukumo had placed in Rin's bowl. You still have some in your bowl. Uchiha Rin's chopsticks froze in midair. This piece tastes better, Kakashi said, face unchanging as he stuffed the stolen fish into his mouth. Uchiha Rin's eyebrow twitched. The next moment his chopsticks shot out like an ANBU raid, snatching the remaining piece from Kakashi's bowl. Kakashi retaliated instantly, aiming for Rin's bowl. 2 pairs of chopsticks clashed above the dinner table with a rapid, almost blurred force, turning an ordinary meal into an ANBU taijutsu spar. That's my last piece. You still have 2 in your bowl. Kakashi's chopsticks locked beneath Rin's, his gray eyes unusually wide. You misjudge. Those 2 were always mine. Rin's expression remained unchanged as he flipped his wrist, sending the fish into his mouth. On the first bite, he deliberately narrowed his eyes and let out a satisfied hum. Kakashi's face contorted as if someone had hit him with a raisin gun on the training ground. Tsukumo, holding his miso soup, watched the 2 jonin battling with chopsticks at the table, smiling without any intention of stopping. He even added a few more pieces of fish to the plate, as if worried their ammunition reserves might run low. The war ended with Uchiha Rin successfully guarding the last piece of salmon in his bowl, and Kakashi giving a cold snort as he put down his chopsticks. When Uchiha Rin bit into that hard-earned trophy, he felt it was the most delicious grilled salmon he had ever tasted. After the meal, Tsukumo dragged Kakashi into the kitchen with the excuse, "You stole the guest's dish, so you do the dishes." When Uchiha Rin bit into that hard-earned trophy, he felt it was the most delicious grilled salmon he had ever tasted. After the meal, Tsukumo dragged Kakashi into the kitchen with the excuse. Uchiha Rin and Tsukumo sat at the low table in the living room, steam still rising from the barley tea in the pot. Outside, the night had deepened, and occasional autumn insect cries came from the yard. Uchiha Rin took a sip of the barley tea. The roasted fragrance spread on his tongue. He stared at the swaying reflection in the cup, paused for a moment, then set it down and looked up at Tsukumo. "Sakimo-senpai, have you ever considered running for Hokage?" Tsukumo's hand holding the teacup stopped in midair, a faint ripple spreading across the surface of the tea. He froze for a beat, then shook his head with a laugh. "Hokage? The 3rd Hokage is still in his prime. I have no such thoughts at all. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" "Because your reputation has become a bit too grand lately." Uchiha Rin rested his elbow on the table, his fingers lightly circling the rim of the cup. His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather on the training ground, but his eyes, hidden beneath the contact lenses, never left Tsukumo's face. Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha's White Fang ANBU squad leader, Sanin level combat power, 0 failure rate on strength missions. This past year I've heard, even the daimyo has been praising you. I've heard people on the street more than once say in a tone of certainty, the next 4th Hokage will definitely be White Fang-sama. If such talk spreads too widely, it may not be good for you. Tsukumo did not respond. He looked down at the reflection of the ceiling light in his tea, slowly rubbing his fingers along the cup's surface. A tall tree catches the wind. Uchiha Rin's voice was not heavy, but every word seemed deliberate. When a person's reputation is elevated to a certain height, the people around you start measuring you with a different standard. They will no longer look at how many strength missions you completed, only at which one you failed. Once you fall from the pedestal, they themselves, built the first to throw stones, are often the same people. The living room fell into a long silence. From the kitchen, the sound of dishes and water continued, the occasional clatter, highlighting the stillness of the living room. Hatake Kakashi remained silent for a long time, his gaze fixed on the white fanged short sword hanging on the wall, then slowly moved to the kitchen doorway. Kakashi stood with his back to the living room at the sink, his silver-white head motionless under the light, as if earnestly scrubbing dishes, but the curve of his shoulders betrayed a deliberate stiffness. That kid is eavesdropping. Uchiha Rin waited a moment, and seeing that Kakashi had no intention of speaking, he drained the last of his barley tea the bottom of the cup, making a crisp sound against the wooden table. He stood up, adjusted his collar, and raised his voice slightly toward the kitchen. Kakashi, I'm off. Next time come to my place. He'll cook. From the kitchen came Kakashi's curt reply, got it. Uchiha Rin changed into wooden clogs at the Genkan and pushed open the Hatake family's gate. An autumn breeze rolled a few ginkgo leaves across his feet. The lights of Konoha flickered in the darkness. I hope those words will remind Sakimo-senpai. Uchiha Rin sighed, lightly glanced back at the window of the Hatake house, glowing with warm yellow light. Two silhouettes, one large and one small, moved in the kitchen light, then shoved his hands into his pockets and turned toward the Uchiha district. Uchiha Rin sighed, lightly glanced back at the window of the Hatake house, glowing with warm yellow light. Two silhouettes, one large and one small, moved in the kitchen light, then shoved his hands into his pockets and turned toward the Uchiha district. He took a deep breath and called up the system panel in his mind. Third tier chest opened. Please select one known ability from Gojo Satoru's ability pool. Uchiha Rin's eyes slowly swept across the list. Reverse curse technique. With the atomic level precision of the 6-eye self-learning, is not impossible. Although selecting it would enable the reverse techniques of red and purple, he currently has enough offensive skills and could skip it for now. Gojo Satoru's total cursed energy. The sea of energy formed by merging his cursed energy and chakra was unfathomably deep. In 3 years of battle, he had never exhausted it. Having a large mana pool was a fact. As for domain expansion, without a foundation in barrier techniques or theoretical knowledge of domain construction, exploring it alone would be as difficult as climbing a cliff with bare hands. Missed this chance, and whether he would ever encounter a similar acquisition path again was uncertain. As for other options like Falling Blossom Emotion, they were completely unnecessary. The answer was obvious. System, I choose the domain expansion reward. Third tier chest opened. Obtain domain expansion, unlimited void. A vast torrent of information flooded into his mind in an instant. Hand seals, cursed energy circulation patterns, spatial coordinate anchoring for domain construction, and the core mechanism of unlimited void. Not killing, not destruction, but pure information overload, forcibly dragging the consciousness of all targets within the domain into an infinite information flow, rendering them incapacitated. He closed his eyes and digested for a long time. When he opened them again, the moonlight had shifted to the other side of the tatami. He slowly exhaled, leaned his back against the wall, and a faint smile spread across his lips. From the moment of his transmigration from the awakening of the Sharingan to acquiring the Infinity Technique, he had been waiting for this moment. Domain expansion, unlimited void. From today, he had another trump card. Grass Country, the mountain graveyard. Beneath this forgotten burial ground lay a hidden base. In the dim hall, a few flickering torches cast mottled, twisted shadows on the stone walls. At the center of the hall stood a colossal, suffocating statue. Its body was hidden in darkness, with only a glimpse of countless thick pipes extending from it, converging densely toward a crude stone chair in front of it. An old man sat on the stone chair. He was emaciated, with white hair hanging like withered grass, wrinkled skin tightly wrapped around prominent cheekbones. He closed his eyes, motionless, as if he had been sitting on that chair for 100 years. Only the fine pipes extending from the statue into his neck and limbs quivered slightly, proving that chakra still flowed within this aged body. A faint rustling sound came from the ground. The stone floor at the center of the hall slowly swelled, and a lump of white humanoid creature emerged from beneath the earth. It had distorted features and limbs coiled like plant roots. It was a white Zetsu. Madara-sama. White Zetsu knelt on one knee, his voice sticky and hoarse, echoing eerily in the empty hall. I found someone suitable for your plan at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. The old man on the stone chair slowly opened his eyes. They were extremely eerie, white eyes with black sclera and crimson pupils, 3 tomo slowly rotating within. Those eyes set in his aged face were strikingly incongruous, yet radiated an undeniable pressure. Oh, Uchiha Madara's voice was low and hoarse, but clearly audible in the empty hall. What is his name? Uchiha Rin. Madara did not respond. His withered fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, signaling White Zetsu to continue. A 9-year-old jonin from Konoha. He has bonds and considerable strength. He has already awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, excels in fire and lightning release, and has mastered a technique similar to the tailed beast ball. Its destructive scale is comparable, but the technique's form is completely different. However, White Zetsu drew out his tone as if weighing his words. However what? His Sharingan is a bit unusual. Not red, blue, azure blue. Madara's fingers stopped on the armrest. In his crimson Sharingan, the 3-Tomo spun slightly faster. Blue, 3-Tomo Sharingan. A bloodline mutation. Madara's voice was low as if talking to him. In his long life, he had seen countless Sharingan awakenings among the Uchiha clan. 1-Tomo, 2-Tomo, 3-Tomo, even Mangekyo. Every single one was crimson red like a cursed moonlight. He had never heard of an azure blue Sharingan. Keep watching that brat called Uchiha Rin. His eye evolution trajectory, his fighting style, his weaknesses. Report any changes to me immediately. You may go. Madara waved his withered fingers. Yes, Madara-sama. White Zetsu's body slowly sank into the ground like wax melting into stone cracks. After the last trace of white disappeared from the stone floor, the hall fell back into silence. Madara sat alone on the stone chair, leaning against the colossal, suffocating statue, his crimson Sharingan glowing fiercely in the darkness. An azure blue 3-Tomo Sharingan. A technique resembling a tailed beast ball. Uchiha Rin, another genius bearing the Uchiha name. Hashirama. Madara's voice was low and hoarse, echoing through the empty hall, as if talking to someone long gone. The Konoha you chose. Since your death, war has never ceased. Is this the peace you wanted? His withered fingers slowly tightened, joints emitting faint cracks. I will show you that only I can bring true peace. Infinite Tsukuyami is the only answer. The torch flames flickered briefly in the draft, and Madara's aged face appeared and disappeared in the shifting light and shadows. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a cold smile, then he closed his eyes. The hall returned to darkness and stillness, leaving only the low hum of chakra flowing through the statue's pipes like the heartbeat of some ancient and colossal being. At the heart of the forest of death, a muffled explosion startled a flock of birds into the air. Yuzhibo Lin knelt on one knee in the charred crater, the sleeve of his right arm torn to shreds, exposing skin covered with a web of crimson veins spreading toward his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he slowly rose. The vermilion ring of his right eye, a pale blue iris with a crimson Tomo ring, spun faintly. In an instant, the damaged blood vessels and torn muscles reversed and contracted, restoring his skin to its pristine state. Failed again. Good thing my eyes evolved into Mangekyo and awakened this dojutsu, or ID, have wasted countless lives learning the reverse curse technique. Yuzhibo Lin scratched his head and sighed. He stood up and walked to a nearby clear stream, where his reflection showed a face completely different from 3 years ago. The once round jawline had become sharp, the childishness gone from his eyes, replaced by the cold, stern look unique to the Yuzhibo clan. His eyes slanted slightly upward, nose high and straight, thin lips pressed tight, giving him a sharp edge. His deep blue high-collar short-sleeve shirt was stretched taut over defined muscles, and the jonin vest rested perfectly on his shoulders. He drew the crimson thunderblade from his waist and held it before his eyes. The silvery blue steel reflected a boy's face, the leaf swirl emblem on his forehead protector unchanged from 3 years ago, but the person wearing it had grown into a 12-year-old youth. Inside his pale blue eyes, the 3 original vermilion Tomo had become hollow and connected end to end, forming a vermilion ring. These eyes had awakened naturally last year. No life or death thrill, no intense pain. Just 3-Tomo 6 eyes crossing the threshold after years of nourishment from merged energy. Right eye technique, Takamasubi. An ultimate dojutsu of state restoration and matter reconstruction, forcibly reverting anything within its focus to its most perfect state. After acquiring this technique, he tested it repeatedly and confirmed its limit. It could heal any injury, repair broken tools and damaged terrain, but could not resurrect the dead. Left eye technique, Amaterasu. Inextinguishable black flames that burn everything. This is the Yuzhibo clan's most powerful physical attack dojutsu, whose pitch-black fire will never be extinguished until the target is consumed. On the day of awakening, he mimicked the classic move from his past life memory, facing a rock, covering his left eye with one hand, and with a smirk cast Amaterasu. Then he exclaimed in satisfaction. The evolved Mangekyo 6 eyes also possessed a trait rivaling the eternal Mangekyo, an inexhaustible supply of dojutsu power. Every use of a dojutsu consumed energy, but it was automatically replenished from the flowing merged energy within his body. The zero-loss characteristic of the 6 eyes achieved a perfect dynamic balance with the Mangekyo's energy expenditure. As long as the energy pool was not depleted, the dojutsu power would never run dry. With this trait activating, Susanoo would not degrade his vision. The complete Susanoo could be used, and returning to the present from his memories. The theory of the reverse curse technique involved precisely colliding two streams of cursed energy within the body, turning negatives into positives and generating healing energy. The principle was simple, but the execution was another matter. When two streams of cold, violent energy collided in the meridians, the slightest misalignment would tear them apart. Over these 3 years, he had been blown up countless times at this stage. Without Takama Masubi repeatedly restoring his body, he would have turned to ashes. Let's try one more time. Yuzhibo Lin took a deep breath, sat cross-legged again, and let the two streams of cursed energy collide as usual in his dantian. Then he heard a very faint hum. A warm white light bloomed at the collision center, surged from his dantian, and seeped through his meridians into every cell. It was not the domineering, forced restoration of Takama Masubi, but a natural healing that grew from the cellular level. He stared at his unharmed arm for a long silence, then laughed out loud. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. 3 years. Do you know how I've survived these 3 years? Now I have finally mastered the core of cursed energy. It was not an overreaction for Yuzhibo Lin to be so excited. Before acquiring the dojutsu, his shadow clones exploded countless times every day. So much so that the Mangekyo, the mirror of the heart, had spawned a dojutsu similar to the reverse curse technique. After acquiring it, both his clones and his main body exploded countless times more. As a result, this area deep in the forest of death was splattered with his flesh and blood. Even the trees had grown denser. A normal person self-harming like this would have gone mad long ago. After his laughter subsided, Yuzhibo Lin felt the warmth, so different from the cold, cursed energy, flowing slowly through his meridians. Now technique reversal. He stood up, right palm facing up, middle finger bent, thumb pressing on it in a snapping gesture. He took a deep breath, mobilized the reverse technique energy he had just mastered from his dantian, and slowly infused it into the limitless infinity technique. A glaring crimson light gathered at his fingertip, the surrounding air pushed outward by an invisible force. The fallen leaves at his feet scattered, and the water surface pressed into a ring of ripples. Technique reversal red. He aimed at a half-tall granite rock in the distance and released the red. The scarlet repulsion sphere shot out like a beam of light. Not ordinary light, but spatial repulsion compressed to the extreme. Where the red light passed, the air was instantly evacuated with a piercing crack. The rock seemed to be shattered from within by an invisible giant hammer. Not broken, not blown apart, but each particle constituting the rock repelled outward simultaneously, the entire boulder turning into fine dust in an instant. After the powder settled, only a smooth hemispherical depression remained where the rock once stood. More direct than blue. He withdrew his hand, satisfied, watching the lingering crimson glow on his fingertip. Blue is gravitational collapse, crushing the target. Red is repulsive explosion, disintegrating the target from within. Two completely opposite destructive logics, yet both sides of the same technique. After confirming that red operated smoothly on its own, he raised both hands again. Blue in the right hand, red in the left. Two completely opposing forces, deep blue and scarlet, spun simultaneously in his palms, the air torn by the two fields with a low hum. Blue's gravity pulled leaves toward his right hand, red's repulsion blew them away from his left. He slowly brought his hands together. The moment blue and red touched between his palms, the entire forest fell into dead silence. Not quiet, dead silence. Gravity and repulsion annihilated each other at the contact surface. No explosion, no shockwave. Only a silence that warped space itself. A thread-thin purple-gold beam rose from the contact point, initially as fine as silk, then in the next instant expanded into a pillar of light piercing heaven and earth. Imaginary technique purple. The purple-gold pillar shot up from the depths of the forest of death, ionizing the air into plasma along its path, leaving a vacuum corridor. The thick clouds overhead were punctured into a perfect circular hole. Sunlight poured through the gap, illuminating Yuzhibo Lin's upturned face. The stream evaporated into white mist under the heat, then quickly dispersed by the vacuum. The surrounding trees had their leaf tips scorched black by static electricity from the ionized air, yet not a single one fell. The purple beam was so concentrated that even energy dissipation was contained within a tiny radius. After the pillar faded, a faint purple-gold glow still lingered at the edge of the cloud hole, like a brand scorched into paper by a red-hot iron. Yuzhibo Lin withdrew his hands, adjusted his collar to cover his neck slightly reddened from the high heat, and turned to walk out of the forest of death. Next time I try this move, I'd better do it on the battlefield. After leaving the forest of death and returning to the village, Yuzhibo Lin walked along the somewhat desolate streets. In the past, Mui's streets had always been lively. When the Ninja Academy let out, children would chatter and dash into Ichiraku Ramen, and the training grounds always had people practicing shuriken. But now the streets were much quieter. The ginkgo leaves were still golden, yet the elderly who used to sit under the trees were gone. The cloth curtain of Ichiraku Ramen was still hanging, but on the bench outside sat only a young ninja on crutches, his empty trouser leg swaying gently in the wind. As Yuzhibo Lin passed the flower shop, the shopkeeper of the Yamanaka flower shop was arranging flowers at the entrance. Not seasonal chrysanthemums, but white paper flowers. She looked up, saw Yuzhibo Lin, froze for a moment, then forced a smile. Lin Kuan, long time no see. I heard you've been on ANBU missions. Something like that. How's business lately? The shopkeeper lowered her head, arranging the white paper flowers, her fingers pausing at the petal edges for a moment. White flowers sell more than red ones. Battlefield death notices come back cartload by cartload. The cemetery near the memorial monument is almost full. She paused, her voice softening. My younger brother was also sent to the Western Front last week, no word yet. War is about to start again. Don't worry, that clever kid of yours will be safe. Yuzhibo Lin sighed and comforted her. These 3 years had seen not only his growth. The entire shinobi world was silently sliding into. In the western sky of the land of fire, battle flames were dyeing the horizon crimson. The skirmishes between Sunagakure and Mai at the border of the land of rivers had lasted for 2 full years, then stopped eerily. Everyone thought war would not break out, that it was just minor friction. But in the 3rd year, Sunagakure suddenly declared war on Mai. The reason, the 3rd Kazekage was suspected to have been assassinated by Mai and had gone missing. Thus the 3rd Great Ninja War began. Sunagakure, using poison gas attacks from their puppet corps and long-range wind-style strikes, built a solid defense line at the desert's edge. Mai, with Hatake Kakashi as the frontline commander, mobilized elite ANBU and ninja forces for breakthroughs. The two sides engaged in repeated tug-of war at the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind. Every inch of sand was soaked with ninja blood. Worse still, the flames of war were spreading across the entire shinobi world. The war between Mai and Sunagakure gave other great nations a chance to exploit the chaos. Iwagakure massed troops at the border of the land of earth, and while Kumogakure maintained diplomatic calm with Mai on the surface, the investigation report on the giant crater buried deep in the Raikage desk drawer had never been withdrawn. One move affects the whole. Under the seemingly calm surface of the shinobi world, undercurrents had long been raging. As Yuzhibo Lin passed the 3rd training ground, he found the usual bustle replaced by a strange stillness. A dozen freshly promoted genin, their headbands still shiny, stood solemnly around the bulletin board, staring at several newly posted large announcements. The most conspicuous was the ANBU conscription order stamped with the Hokage seal, the ink still wet, the paper edges curling slightly in the wind. Another notice was an emergency adjustment of mission ranks. All crank and above missions, suspended and registered ninja, must complete wartime assembly within 3 days. I heard Sunagakure has sent more troops to the front. My older brother was sent to the front last week, no news yet. Lord White Fang is stationed at the front, so nothing should happen. Yuzhibo Lin averted his gaze and walked silently along the edge of the training ground. Walking along the stone path toward the Yuzhibo clan compound, he was planning to go home, take a bath, and change clothes when a figure landed silently before him. The newcomer wore an ANBU mask and a standard vest. Jonin, Yuzhibo Lin, Lord Hokage summons you urgently. Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately. Understood. Yuzhibo Lin changed direction and dashed toward the Hokage's office. When he pushed open the door, he found he was the last to arrive. Kakashi stood near the door, the white fang hanging at his waist. He only tilted his head slightly at the sound of the door opening. Tianai Xiang and Shiriching stood side by side in front of the Hokage's desk, their jonin vests still dusted with sand from their previous mission. Clearly they too had been urgently summoned back. 3 years had passed, everyone had grown considerably, but the tacit understanding forged through battle needed no pleasantries. Behind the desk, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was puffing on his pipe, the ashtray full of ash. He looked up at Yuzhibo Lin, gestured for him to stand among his teammates, then pushed a mission brief stamped with the ANBU seal onto the desk. The war at the Sunagakure front has reached a stalemate. Sakomo has pinned down their main force, but Sunagakure still has 3 key supply depots in the rear, continuously sending poison ingredients and explosive tags to the battlefield. There are 2 parts to this mission. First, your 3rd squad will escort Tsunadesima to the Sunagakure front. Due to the immense medical pressure from poison on the front line, Tsunade will go to lead the effort in countering Sunagakure's toxins. Her safety must be absolutely assured. Second, after arriving, assist Sakomo in cutting off the enemy's supply lines. Specific intelligence will be handed over by Sakomo when you reach the battlefield. As his words fell, the office door opened. A woman strode in. Light golden hair tied in 2 strands hanging behind her shoulders, a purple diamond mark on her forehead, a jonin vest draped loosely over her shoulders. Yet it could not conceal her imposing aura. Light golden hair tied in 2 strands hanging behind her shoulders, a purple diamond mark on her forehead, a jonin vest draped loosely over her shoulders. They don't look impressive. You're the Yuzhibo kid. I've heard about you from Sakomo. Her gaze lingered on Yuzhibo Lin for a moment, then she turned toward the door and tossed out a parting remark. Let's go. Don't hold me back on the road. I don't have time to protect you. Kakashi and Yuzhibo Lin exchanged a glance. They both stepped forward to follow. Tianai Xiong muttered under his breath, so she's the legendary Sannin. Doesn't seem easy to get along with. Shiri Qing patted him on the back, urging him to catch up. The five-man team assembled outside Mui's main gate, then sped off toward the Land of Rivers. The dense forest of the Land of Rivers appeared exceptionally tranquil under the midday sun. Uchiha Rin forged ahead, extending his perception network to its limits. Tsunade walked in the center of the group, with Kakashi bringing up the rear, while Tianai Xiong and Zahidi Qing flanked either side. Since entering the Land of Rivers, everything had been proceeding according to plan. The route had been meticulously analyzed by the Umbu Intelligence Department, steering clear of the main patrol areas of Sunagakure. There's a stream ahead, where we can take a moment to rest. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to signal the team. Before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly constricted. A dense cluster of chakra signals erupted at the edges of his six-eye perception, rapidly encircling their position from all directions. It was not an encounter, it was an ambush. We are surrounded. 6 elite ninjas, 18 Chunin, are closing in on our position. Uchiha Rin whispered, his right hand already grasping the hilt of his scarlet thunderblade. Tianai Xiong slid a shuriken between his fingers, while Zahidi Qing formed hand seals, silently laying illusionary traps around the team, and Kakashi drew his white knight. Tsunade leaned against a large rock by the stream, her arms crossed over her chest, her brows slightly furrowed, the purple diamond mark on her forehead glinting coldly in the sunlight. Her expression was not one of fear, but rather of forcibly suppressed unease. The encirclement by Sunagakure tightened swiftly, and more than 20 ninjas emerged from the woods, sealing off all routes of retreat. The leading jonin did not waste words, gesturing with one hand. Attack! Kunai and shuriken rained down like a storm, and wind-release ninjutsu struck the center of the team from 3 directions simultaneously. Uchiha Rin drew his scarlet thunder, the orange-eared flames of the blade exploding forth, deflecting 3 kunai shot towards him. Kakashi's white knight sent a stream of golden lightning, deflecting all the shuriken coming from the side. Tianai Xiong's wind-release shuriken technique clashed with Sunagakure's weapons in midair, creating a shower of sparks. Zahidi Qing disrupted 2 Chunin attempting to flank from the side with an illusion, causing them to turn on each other just 3 steps away from the team. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. Uchiha Rin forced back 2 elite ninjas from the front, his peripheral vision sweeping across the battlefield. Kakashi was single-handedly holding down 3 elite ninjas from Sunagakure, the lightning from White Knight continuously exploding in the dense forest. Tianai Xiong and Zahidi Qing stood back-to-back in front of Tsunade, coordinating wind release and illusions to seal off the cluster of Chunin in front. Their position was stable, and there were no immediate issues. He withdrew his gaze, preparing to focus on the 2 elite ninjas in front of him, when suddenly the chakra signal belonging to Tsunade sharply diminished in his perception. Uchiha Rin turned around immediately. At that moment, Tsunade was kneeling by the stream, her hands pressed firmly against the ground, her body trembling violently. After just killing a Chunin, blood splattered on her face from the enemy, and her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Those hands that could shatter rock with a single punch were now trembling so violently that she could hardly clench her fists. At that moment, a Sunagakure Chunin took advantage of her unguarded state, sneaking in from her blind spot behind and thrusting a kunai directly at her heart. She saw it coming, but her body would not respond. Uchiha Rin's body flicker technique arrived just in time. The scarlet thunderblade swept horizontally, sending the Chunin and the kunai flying, while his left hand's chidori pierced through the chest of another elite ninja, trying to stab from the side. He spun around to face Tsunade, the tip of his blade angled toward the ground, glaring at her as she sat on the ground. "What are you doing? You could have dodged that last attack." Tsunade did not respond. She looked down at her blood-soaked hands, her lips pale, teeth clenched, her whole body trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn wind. Seeing her like this, Uchiha Rin suddenly recalled a memory. In the original story, Tsunade developed hemophobia after losing Dan and Shizuru. But at this moment, although years had passed since the second great ninja war, the fear of losing loved ones in a pool of blood still deeply etched in her instincts. "Damn it," he cursed softly, swinging the scarlet thunder and turning his back to Tsunade as he shouted towards Kakashi. "Kakashi, Tsunade is in your hands, protect her. He'll deal with the rabble here." Kakashi glanced at him, then at the trembling Tsunade on the ground, asked no further questions, and simply acknowledged. "Understood." Then he quickly retracted the defensive line with Tianai Xiong and Zahidi Qing shielding Tsunade behind them and assuming a defensive posture. Uchiha Rin stood in the center of the encirclement, taking a deep breath. The flames of the scarlet thunder reignited after extinguishing, this time not orange-eared but white-hot. He infused energy into the flames, raising their temperature to a new height. The gravitational singularity of Aoi erupted beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from the spot, appearing behind two elite ninjas from Sunagakure. With a horizontal slash of the Scarlet Thunder, he forced both of them back simultaneously. In the next moment, Aoi activated again, and he reappeared above, three Chunin forming hand seals, sweeping his blade across, causing all three to fall in response. Aoi's teleportation left no trace, no afterimages. The ninjas of Sunagakure could not predict where he would appear next, each flash accompanied by a deadly slash, and every disappearance left only a low rumble of Aoi and the anguished cries of the Sunagakure ninjas. The white-hot flames continued to erupt in the forest, and in a matter of moments the encirclement of Sunagakure was torn to shreds. 18 Chunin were swiftly slain by him. The last elite ninja was a burly man, his hand gripping the katana, trembling slightly. Just moments ago he had watched as over 20 of his comrades were ruthlessly taken down by this black-haired youth, yet he had not even grazed the corner of the boy's clothes. What are you? Uchiha Rin did not answer. Aoi erupted behind him, his figure vanishing from the spot, and then appearing less than an arm's length in front of the elite ninja. He did not strike down, and instead he released his grip on the blade, his right thumb and index finger pinching together, aiming at the opponent's chest armor. Technique: reversal repulsion. A scarlet repulsive sphere pierced through the elite ninja's chest, sending him flying back, crashing through three ancient trees, before finally coming to a stop. Aoi and repulsion were used in alternation, weaving a net of escape impossible to evade across. Each time he vanished, a Sunagakure ninja fell. With each appearance, the white-hot flames on the Scarlet Thunder burned even fiercer. When he finally emerged from Aoi's gravitational field for the last time, there were no enemies left standing on the battlefield. The white-hot flames on the Scarlet Thunder slowly extinguished, and he resheathed the blade at his waist, shaking off the blood droplets on his hands as he turned to walk towards the team. Kakashi was squatting beside Tsunade, still holding White Knight, the lightning not yet dissipated. Tsunade remained kneeling on the ground, but the intensity of her trembling had lessened. She raised her dirt and blood-stained hand to look at Uchiha Rin, her lips moving. "I'm sorry I've held you back. You must have noticed I've developed hemophobia. A medical ninja getting this illness, isn't it?" Uchiha Rin reached out his hand to her. "It's nothing serious. Everyone has something they're afraid of. Stand up. Having this illness just means..." Uchiha Rin paused as if weighing his words. "It means you must have lost someone important, right?" Tsunade's breath caught for a moment. She lowered her head, staring intently at her blood-stained hands. Those hands that had healed countless wounded known on the battlefield as the Princess of Slugs were now trembling uncontrollably. "Have you ever wondered why you tremble?" Uchiha Rin's voice lacked its usual crispness, each word spoken slow. "It's not because you're weak. It's because you've seen too much blood on the battlefield, because that blood mingled with the blood of those important to you. Your body is telling you that you're afraid of seeing the same scene again, afraid of losing someone important once more. This isn't weakness. It's your deepest instinct as a medical ninja, as a human being. You care about them. You still care about them now. This care is the reason for your trembling." Tsunade's fingers slowly clenched in the dirt. Uchiha Rin pulled out a kunai from his waist and placed it on the ground in front of her. It was a brand new kunai, its blade still gleaming cold, untouched by blood. He made a shallow cut on his fingertip with the kunai. "Hold on to it." She stared at the kunai, then looked up at Uchiha Rin. Her eyes were still red, but her pupils had become less vacant. "What are you doing?" "Hold on to it," he repeated, his tone still gentle, but carrying an undeniable. Tsunade took a deep breath, raising her trembling hand from the ground, grasping the kunai. Uchiha Rin lifted the blood droplet seeping from his fingertip to her. The droplet was tiny, no larger than a sesame seed, glimmering faintly red under the sunlight. "You are a medical ninja. You know that blood is just blood. Its color, its composition, its function. You understand it better than anyone. Blood itself is not terrifying. What is terrifying are the memories associated with it in your heart. But blood is not those memories. It is merely a common liquid in our bodies, just like chakra, like cellular fluid, like anything you come in contact with in the lab every day. And you are Senju Tsunade, a legendary ninja who can shatter rocks with bare hands, the strongest medical ninja of Konoha. You are not a prisoner of those memories. You never were." Tsunade stared at the droplet of blood for a long time. Her lips were still pale, but the fingers gripping the kunai began to steady. "It sounds like you really understand." Her voice was hoarse, but the resilient spirit of Senju Tsunade was bubbling up from her bones. Seeing this, Uchiha Rin smiled slightly, stood up, and extended his hand towards her. "I don't fully understand. But the battlefield needs you, the wounded need you. That is enough." Seeing this, Uchiha Rin smiled slightly, stood up, and extended his hand towards her. "I don't fully understand. But the battlefield needs you, the wounded." Tsunade's palm was still stained with dirt and blood, but that hand was no longer trembling and held firmly. "Let's go." Uchiha Rin released her hand and turned to walk towards the team. Behind him, Tsunade gently rubbed her right palm against the blue necklace close to her chest. Then she followed. The autumn wind brushed against the red marks at the corners of her eyes, quickly dissipating into the mountain winds of the land of rivers. When the team regrouped, the wind in the forest had yet to dissipate the stench of blood. Kakashi sheathed Bai Yi back into his scabbard while Tian Yixiang and Shi Ri-Qing crouched by the creek, washing the bloodstains from their arms. Tsunade stood behind them, her face still somewhat pale, but her gaze had regained the steadiness belonging to the three legendary Sannin. From this ambush, it's clear that our route has been leaked. Uchiha Rin inserted the Scarlet Thunder back at her waist and spread the map on a boulder. With 6 Jonin and 18 Shunin, this troop configuration and the ambush location do not resemble a chance encounter. Instead, it seems they anticipated our path, laying in wait here. His finger traced along the original route on the map, heading north through the dense forest of the land of rivers, stopping at a ridge. The original route is flat and suitable for swift advancement, but the downside is that once our movements are detected, the enemy has too many ideal ambush points. Therefore, we need to replan a safer route. He pointed at the ridge line on the map. We will take this path. The ridge line is elevated, providing a broad view, making ambushes difficult. Although it takes more time than the original route, Sunegakure's patrols usually do not venture this way. The ridge line is elevated, providing a broad view, making ambushes difficult. Although it takes more time than the original route, Sunegakure's patrols usually do. Kakashi glanced at the map and nodded. Tian Yixiang tightened his water bottle and tucked it back at his waist, while Shi Ri-Qing tied her long hair back up. Tsunade said nothing more, simply readjusting her forehead protector and joining the team. The 5-member team altered their direction and set off along the ridge line towards the frontline camp. Uchiha Rin expanded his 6-eye perception network to its maximum range, clearly detecting every chakra fluctuation within several hundred meters. As they proceeded, his judgment was indeed confirmed. Sunegakure's reconnaissance teams were patrolling back and forth along the original route, their density far greater than reported. Near the newly chosen ridge line, only a few teams of Sunegakure scouts appeared, all of whom were detected in advance by Uchiha Rin and skillfully avoided. During one detour, Tian Yixiang lowered his voice and muttered, "Why not just eliminate these Sunegakure reconnaissance teams?" Shi Ri-Qing signaled him to be quiet with a glance. "There's no need. Our mission is to safely escort Lady Tsunade to the front line. Given that our information has already been leaked, it's best to proceed cautiously. We must avoid being surrounded again," Uchiha Rin replied earnestly. As dusk fell, the outline of the Konoha frontline camp finally appeared in the valley below the ridge. The orderly tents, patrolling sentries, and the fluttering Konoha flag, all was in perfect order. Uchiha Rin folded the map and glanced back at the team. Tsunade's condition had improved significantly since their departure. Her steps regained the steadiness befitting a Sannin. Kakashi gave him a slight nod, and Tian Yixiang and Shi Ri-Qing also sighed in relief in unison. As the 5 entered the camp gate, Tsukumo Hatake, who was wiping his white fang short sword outside the tent, looked up and saw Uchiha Rin arrive safely, the old scar on his lips curling into a slight smile. Then his gaze fell on Tsunade, and he immediately stood up. "Lady Tsunade." Tsukumo sheathed his short sword back at his waist and nodded at her. "Tsukumo, you all talk. They'll go check the situation in the camp first." Tsunade surveyed the camp. Neatly arranged medical tents were lined up with many stretchers waiting to be processed, indicating that before her arrival, a significant number of casualties had already accumulated at the front line. She took a deep breath, tightened her forehead protector again, and headed towards the medical tent. After taking a few steps, she paused and turned her head to look at Uchiha Rin. "Kit, thanks for what happened earlier." Uchiha Rin leaned against the camp fence, coolly waving his hand at her. "No need to mention it. Just buy me a drink next time." "What a little brat," Tsunade said, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint arc as she strode into the medical tent. The tent flap fell behind her, obscuring her figure. The command tent of the frontline camp was significantly larger than an ordinary marching tent, the canvas billowing slightly in the night breeze, while the candlelight inside remained steady. Tsukumo Hatake stood in front of an unfolded tactical map, the old scar appearing particularly deep in the candlelight. After waiting for Uchiha Rin, Kakashi, Tian Yixiang, and Shi Ri-Qing to all enter, he dropped the tent flap and turned, placing his hands on the edge of the map. "Let me first inform you about the current situation." Tsukumo's voice was not loud, but each word was heavily. "While you were escorting Lady Tsunade, we received urgent intelligence from the village. Iwagakure from the land of Earth has officially declared war on Konoha." The air in the tent froze for a moment. Kakashi leaned against the tent's edge, his gray eyes narrowing slightly in the candlelight. Tian Yixiang instinctively looked at Shi Ri-Qing, who wore a frown. "Iwagakure's forces have completed their assembly at the border of the land of grass, and will soon pose a direct threat to the heart of the land of fire." Tsukumo's finger traced a path on the map, moving south from the land of earth through the land of grass, stopping at the northern border of the land of fire. Part of the village's forces must be diverted to block the gap to the north. As for Sunagakure, there will be no reinforcements in the short term. Additionally, his finger moved to the northeast corner of the map, gently tapping at the junction of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Kumogakure has also assembled troops at the border, frequently sending small reconnaissance teams across the northeastern border of the Land of Fire to test the waters. However, so far the Raikage has not formally declared war, only probing. Uchiha Rin gazed at the point on the map, rapidly calculating in his mind. 3 years ago, the crater created by the Spiral Zangetsu explosion, the investigation reports from Kumogakure probably still haven't drawn any definitive conclusions. Although the Raikage is impulsive, he is not foolish. He will not rashly engage in a full-scale war until he understands what trump cards Konoha is hiding. However, the very act of probing serves as a signal. He is waiting for Konoha to show signs of fatigue under the dual pressure from Sunagakure and Iwagakure before deciding whether to pounce. Therefore, the Sunagakure battlefield must be resolved swiftly. Uchiha Rin spoke his tone as if stating a conclusion that had been deduced countless times. Exactly. Sakomo straightened up, pulling out an intelligence scroll from beneath the map and handing it to him. Sunagakure's logistics have managed to hold up until now due to 3 main supply lines within the Land of Rivers. Each supply line has a critical stronghold, here, and here. His fingers pointed out 3 locations on the map. Your mission is to infiltrate behind Sunagakure and destroy all strongholds along these 3 supply lines, as much as possible, crippling the logistics of the frontline Sand Ninja. The defensive arrangements of the supply depots, the shift schedules of patrol squads, the characteristics of the surrounding terrain, and possible hidden. The defensive arrangements of the supply depots, the shift schedules of patrol squads, the characteristics of the surrounding terrain, and possible hidden sentry posts. The intelligence was more detailed than anticipated, yet the risks were equally plain to see. The 3 depots were positioned in a mutually supportive triangle. If one came under attack, the other 2 would immediately receive the alarm and dispatch reinforcements. They had to be neutralized simultaneously in the shortest possible time, or perform an ultra-rapid interweaving movement between the depots so fast that their alarm system could not react in time. Mission time limit. Uchiha Rin rolled up the scroll. 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of the results, we must withdraw. This is the deadline. Shomao looked at him. The supply depot may contain toxic gas materials specifically used by puppeteers. Make sure to take protective measures when handling them. Understood. Uchiha Rin stored the intelligence scroll into his ninja tool pouch, turned around, and lifted the tent flap. Kakashi Tianai and Shirichin followed closely behind. Night had fully fallen. The campfire crackled in the night breeze, stretching and shortening the shadows of the 5 figures. The lights of the medical tent in the distance were still on. Wounded ninja were carried in and out on stretchers in sequence, and Gang's house low commanding voice could be faintly heard. As soon as she arrived, she threw herself into the treatment work. That steady aura befitting the 3 ninjas was quietly spreading both inside and outside the medical tent. Uchiha Rin withdrew his gaze, weighed the mission scroll in his hand, and stepped out into the darkness in the heart of the Land of Rivers. On the rocky slope, 2 kilometers away from the first supply depot of Sunagakure, Uchiha Rin crouched behind a smooth rock polished by the wind and sand while his azure kaleidoscope eyes silently rotated. The perception network of his 6 eyes spread out from his center, breaking down the defensive layout of the entire depot into precise data streams. The first supply depot was nestled in a valley between 2 ridges, making it easy to defend, yet hard to attack. 6 wooden watchtowers stood on the perimeter of the depot, each equipped with 2 sensing ninjas from Sunagakure, maintaining a 24-hour sensory barrier through a rotating shift system. Inside the depot, there were 6 large warehouses, 3 of which stored poisonous materials specifically for puppeteers, while the other 3 were filled with explosive tags and military rations. The station force consisted of about 40 soldiers, including 6 elite jonin, with the rest being chunin and genin. The patrol teams rotated every 10 minutes with only a brief 30-second interval between shifts. 6 watchtowers, each with 2 sensing ninjas. They have covered the entire valley entrance with a sensory barrier, and any chakra entering that range will be immediately detected. Uchiha Rin lowered his voice, quickly sketching the layout of the depot in the sand with his fingers. 6 elite ninjas, 2 in the warehouse area, 4 in the barracks area. The remaining chunin and genin are scattered among the watchtowers and patrolling the perimeter. Should we launch a strong attack or infiltrate? Amano Sho twirled a wind-style shuriken between his fingers. Focus on infiltration and finish with a strong attack. Uchiha Rin drew 3 attack routes in the sensing ninjas on the watchtowers must be taken out first. Once they raise the alarm, the other 2 depots will receive the signal simultaneously. Our goal is to destroy as many supply points as possible. If we only eliminate 1, the supplies at the other 2 depots will be enough for Sunagakure to last another month. So the sequence is Depot 1, Depot 2, Depot 3, all to be destroyed in the shortest time possible. He looked up at Hinata Haru. Haru, your task is to set up a 3-layered illusion barrier around the perimeter of the depot, blocking all escape routes and signal transmissions. Leave it to me, no need to worry. Then Uchiha Rin turned his gaze to Kakashi. You and Amano will infiltrate from the west side, responsible for the barracks area. Don't hold back, kill any enemies you encounter. The west side is a blind spot, making it the least likely place to trigger an alarm. Kakashi nodded with White Knight already in hand. Amano positioned shuriken between his fingers, a slight smirk on his lips. He'll take the east watchtower. He'll eliminate all sensing ninjas in 10 seconds. After that, we will simultaneously flank the warehouse area from the east and west sides. Uchiha Rin drew the scarlet blade from his waist, the silver-blue blade glimmering coldly in the moonlight. Remember, there may be a large number of explosive tags stored inside the depot, so avoid using fire techniques near the explosive tag warehouse during combat, or the entire depot will be blown to pieces. The same applies to the warehouse with poisonous materials. Understood. The three nodded simultaneously. Action. Uchiha Rin vanished from his spot, with a flash, leaving no trace or sound. In the next moment, he silently landed on the top beam of the nearest watchtower. The sensing ninja from Sunagakure had his back turned, still forming hand seals to maintain his sensory ninjutsu. He had no idea that someone had appeared behind him. Song's movement did not generate any chakra fluctuations and was nearly undetectable within the sensing ninja's barrier. The scarlet blade traced a brief silver-blue arc in the moonlight, and the sensing ninja immediately fell to the ground without a sound. Uchiha Rin did not pause. With another flash, he appeared at the second watchtower. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. All 6 sensing ninjas were eliminated within 10 seconds. As he descended from the last watchtower, the west barracks area was already filled with the sharp cries of Chidori and the whistling of wind-style shurikens. Kakashi and Amano had begun their assault. Kakashi's White Knight emitted a streak of golden lightning, slicing through the air in the night and cleaving the elite ninja guarding the barracks at the door. Amano wind-style shuriken barrage flanked from the side. 6 shurikens wrapped in wind chakra ricocheted within the narrow confines of the barracks area, instantly taking down several chunin. Uchiha Rin entered the warehouse area from the east side. 2 Sunagakure elite ninjas sensed something was off and drew their swords to confront him. The blade glimmered in the warehouse area, forcing both of them back with a single strike. Song's teleportation was activated continuously, his figure flickering between the warehouses, each flash accompanied by the fall of a guard. Haru's illusion barrier had completely enveloped the perimeter of the depot. Throughout the battle, not a single call for help managed to escape. From the start of the operation to the depot's silence, it was less than a stick of incense. Uchiha Rin sheathed the scarlet blade, surveying the surroundings and confirming that all supplies within the 6 warehouses had been completely destroyed. Every explosive tag was rendered useless by a sweep of Chidori's lightning. The poisonous materials were burned to harmless ashes by the high temperature of the sword's flame. Kakashi emerged from the barracks area, the lightning on White Knight still not fully dissipated. Amano was counting the destroyed supplies in the warehouse area and whistled. Haru confirmed that there were no traces left of the illusion barrier and signaled to Uchiha Rin that the task was complete. Well done. Next is Depot 2. Uchiha Rin unfolded the second map from the intelligence scroll, confirming their position. At this speed, we can eliminate all 3 depots before dawn. The 4 did not pause for rest, their figures quickly vanishing into the dust of the land of rivers at night. The 3 depots formed a triangular formation, initially a strategic asset for Sunagakure's logistics, but that night Uchiha Rin's team shattered them one by one using a rapid infiltration tactic. Upon arriving at each depot, Uchiha Rin would first use his 6 eyes to scan the entire defense. Then Haru would spread the illusion to seal the exits, and the 4 would simultaneously infiltrate according to their pre-assigned roles. The sensing ninjas on the watchtowers were always the first to fall. The elite ninjas in the barracks often met their end in their dreams as Kakashi's White Knight severed their throats, while the guards in the warehouse area were taken down by Amano wind-style shurikens before they could even light a signal. After a stick of incense, Depot 2 was also cleared. Depot 3 was located on a weathered rocky plateau at the border between the land of rivers and the land of wind, backed by a naturally formed deep valley with steep ridges on both sides. This depot was much larger than the previous 2. There were 10 watchtowers just on the perimeter, and the central warehouse area stored a vast amount of explosive tags and poisonous materials, making it the most important hub on the logistics line for Sunagakure. Uchiha Rin sensed something different from a kilometer away from the depot. In the perception network of his 6 eyes, the chakra signals inside the depot were densely packed, nearly twice as many as indicated in the intelligence. Among these chakra signals, one particularly powerful and steady signal was located right in the center of the warehouse area. The quality and quantity of that chakra surpassed that of an ordinary elite ninja. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to signal the team to stop. The defending forces at Depot 3 are double what the intelligence indicated. There is a strong chakra response in the center of the warehouse area, at least at the level of a Kage. A Kage level. Amanosho's voice was extremely low. Sunagakure has a Kage level force stationed at a supply depot. Doesn't that mean? This means our intelligence has failed at some point, but it also means this last depot is the absolute core of Sunagakure's logistics. If we take it down the front lines of Sunagakure, we'll be completely paralyzed. Uchiha Rin put the intelligence scroll back in his ninja tool pouch and drew the scarlet blade from his waist. The silver-blue blade glimmered coldly in the moonlight as he turned his back to his teammates, his voice steady, without a hint of wavering. The original plan remains unchanged. You will handle the peripheral watchtowers and barracks area, and after destroying the warehouse supplies, retreat immediately. I will confront that cage-level ninja. Wait. Kakashi grabbed his shoulder, his gray eyes fixed intently on him. The opponent is at Kage level. I'm going with you. There are 10 warehouses in the warehouse area, 6 of which store explosive tags and poisonous materials. If both of us are caught in a frontal fight, who will cover the perimeter? Uchiha Rin gently removed Kakashi's hand from his shoulder, his tone softening slightly. Trust me. After all, we are the strongest. Kakashi stared at the azure eyes hidden beneath the stunning pupils for a moment before releasing his grip. Don't die on me. Don't worry. Uchiha Rin's lips curled slightly, but as he turned around, his smile faded, replaced by a focused calmness that bordered on icy determination. Song's gravitational singularity exploded beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from the spot. The central warehouse area was surrounded by a vast sandy plaza, the moonlight dyeing the sand a silvery white. When Uchiha Rin landed in the center of the plaza, the opponent was already waiting there. It was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s with short dark brown hair, wearing the vest of a Sunagakure elite ninja, arms crossed over his chest, standing on a bed of fine golden sand that flowed as if alive. His expression was calm, his gaze carrying a hint of displeasure at being awakened in the dead of night, but mostly it was one of scrutiny. When his gaze fell on the overly youthful face of the newcomer, his brow furrowed slightly. A little brat from Konoha. To reach here without a sound, it seems the first 2 depots have been taken down by you. His voice was not loud, yet it carried far across the empty plaza. State your name. Raza, do not kill nameless people. Uchiha Rin did not respond. Raza, future 4th Kazekage, father of Gaara of the Sand. At this point in time, he was not yet the Kazekage, but his ability to manipulate gold sand with magnetic release was enough to make anyone take him seriously. It seems Sunagakure valued this supply line more highly than he had anticipated, even sending the future Kazekage to personally oversee the last hub. Seeing Uchiha Rin's silence, Raza ceased further words. With a wave of his right hand, the golden sand beneath his feet surged like a living thing, transforming into dozens of sharp golden sand spears that shot towards Uchiha Rin. The speed of the sand spears was incredibly fast, their tips glinting like metal in the moonlight, blocking all of Uchiha Rin's escape routes. Uchiha Rin did not retreat. The blade of the scarlet sword ignited with a brilliant white flame as he horizontally slashed, shattering all the incoming sand spears. The sand spear attacking from the left halted just inches from his body, its tip hovering in the air and trembling slightly, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Raza's frown deepened. He could feel his gold sand's force dissipate to the limit upon contact with that invisible barrier, not blocked, but rejected by some more complex power. Interesting. He clenched his right fist suddenly. The sand layer on the plaza's ground began to roil violently, transforming the entire area into a flowing sea of golden sand, with countless sand waves surging from all directions, crashing down towards Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin did not continue to rely on his stopping power to withstand the onslaught. Song's gravitational singularity erupted beneath his feet, and he instantly teleported behind Raza. The flame on the scarlet blade switched to golden lightning in the moment of the slash. Chidori sharp spear. The lightning erupted from the tip of the blade, transforming into a long spear that pierced through Raza's back. Raza did not turn his head. The gold sand automatically coalesced behind him into a thick golden sand wall, and the Chidori sharp spear's lightning penetrated the sand wall, vanishing as if it had sunk into the ocean. Immediately after, countless golden sand spikes erupted from the surface of the sand wall, launching back towards Uchiha Rin. Song activated again, and Uchiha Rin withdrew his blade, landing back at the edge of the plaza. Magnet release gold sand. Uchiha Rin gazed at the still surging sea of golden sand, whispering the name of the technique. Both offense and defense, with automatic defense as well. You seem quite knowledgeable about my techniques. Raza turned around, the gold sand rising behind him, forming a towering wave of gold sand several meters high. But if that's all you can do, then you'll remain here forever. The wave of gold sand crashed down. Uchiha Rin sheathed the scarlet blade, intertwining his hands. The azure of Tsang and the crimson of he simultaneously coalesced in his palms with attraction and repulsion, two completely opposite forces colliding, annihilating, and sublimating in a spiral. Virtual Technique Z. A beam of purple-gold light rose from the contact point, initially as thin as a thread, then rapidly expanding into a column of light that pierced through heaven and earth. As the beam passed through the wave of gold sand, the golden sand particles were ionized to a plasma state, leaving behind a vacuum corridor that lingered. The entire wave of gold sand was pierced through the beam, rushing straight towards Raza. At the critical moment, Raza wrapped himself in gold sand, forming an impenetrable golden sphere. The beam of the Virtual Technique Z grazed the edge of the sphere, melting the sand at the perimeter into flowing liquid gold. When the sphere finally dispersed, Raza stood firmly in the center of the plaza, his left arm missing and his body covered in tiny marks from wind-based cuts. He breathed a bit heavily, yet his gaze was sharper than before. That strike was at least at the level of a Kage. When did Konoha cultivate someone like you? Who exactly are you? Uchiha Rin flexed his slightly numb fingers. The last strike of the Virtual Technique Z was intentionally not aimed at Raza's vital points, just to test the limits of his automatic defense. The conclusion was that Raza's defenses were at least an order of magnitude stronger than those of an ordinary Sunigakure elite, but penetrating them was not impossible. Just as he was about to launch his next offensive, the edge of his perception network caught a signal. Haru's illusion barrier was beginning to retract. The watchtowers on the perimeter of the depot had all been cleared, and the destruction of the supplies in the warehouse area was nearing completion. Mission accomplished. The golden lightning on the scarlet blade gradually receded. The task was completed, and with such a commotion, Sunigakure's reinforcements would be arriving soon. He sheathed the blade, using Tsang to slowly ascend into the air, raising his right hand. A purple-black gravitational singularity appeared in his palm, infused with both wind-style chakra and fusion energy. The Virtual Technique Spiral Tsang Jade took shape. The stellar rings of the Spiral Tsang Jade spun rapidly around the singularity. He deliberately maximized the output of wind-style chakra to increase the destructive range, covering the entire plaza below. The power of this strike would not be less than the last one, which created a pit half a mile wide and might even exceed it. It was enough to make this plaza and the entire camp disappear. Magnet release gold sand is quite a good bloodline limit, and I've had my fun tonight. I hope you don't die beneath this technique. Uchiha Rin threw the Spiral Tsang Jade downward. The purple-black gravitational singularity expanded violently the moment it left his palm, uprooting the ground beneath the plaza, tearing the golden sand and stone slabs into dust in the fast rotation of the stellar rings. Raza immediately summoned all of his sand to wrap himself in a towering defensive sphere and escape into the distance, the golden sand layer constantly shedding under the gravitational pull, only to be replaced by new sand. When the energy of the Spiral Tsang Jade finally depleted, Depot 3 had ceased to exist. The previously flat depot had transformed into a massive spherical depression, with its inner walls as smooth as a mirror, everything having been destroyed in this gravitational storm. At the edge of this giant pit, Raza struggled out of his golden sand sphere, his right arm missing and his body covered in tiny cuts from wind-style attacks. He gazed at the enormous pit steaming before him, then glanced at the signal flare of Konoha, rising in the distance, slowly retracting the golden sand beneath his feet. He suddenly laughed, a mixture of resignation and fear. What a monster! In the hidden underground stronghold of Root within Konohagakure, Danzo Shimura sat in a dim stone chamber, candlelight flickering across his bandaged profile, casting it alternately in light and shadow. Before him knelt a Root Umbu, the patterns on the white mask glinting coldly in the candlelight. Is everything arranged? Danzo's voice was low and hoarse, echoing faintly in the empty chamber. Yes, Lord Danzo. The deployment map of the frontline camp where Tsukumo Hatake is stationed was handed over to the Suna intelligence agent today. The Suna High Command has decided to dispatch elite forces to execute a decapitation strike against White Fang. Excellent. Danzo's fingers slowly rubbed the top of his staff, his single eye betraying no emotion. Who did Suna send? Chio and Pakura. Furthermore, intelligence indicates an unexpected driving force behind this operation, Sasori of the Red Sand. He seems to be covertly urging Suna's high command to proceed with the decapitation strike against White Fang, presumably related to White Fang killing his parents years ago. Sasori of the Red Sand. That puppet prodigy. Danzo closed his eyes in contemplation. After the third Kazakage's disappearance, the hatred within Suna toward Konoha was already high. Sasori's push was enough to catalyze this action. No matter whom Suna sends, as long as White Fang falls, I can step and later go to the front lines and turn the tide. However, that brat from the Uchiha clan actually made it to the front lines alive. Danzo's fingers stopped on the staff, his single eye narrowing. 3 years ago, he refused Root's recruitment. Now he's a jonin and captain of the 3rd Umbu Division. Uchiha Rin, his growth is too fast. It's a pity the Suno waste failed to eliminate him during this escort mission for Tsunade. He did not continue, but his fingers rubbed the staff more forcefully than usual, the knuckles turning white. The stone chamber fell silent for a moment. The candle flame flickered violently in a draft, Danzo's half-bandaged face appearing and disappearing in the interplay of light and shadow. Continue monitoring Uchiha Rin's movements. Also, if the decapitation strike succeeds, immediately have our planted agents at the front take command of White Fang's forces. Danzo's voice regained its usual calm, his staff tapping lightly on the stone floor. The root Umbu acknowledged and retreated, merging into the shadows at the back of the chamber. The candle flame swayed. Danzo sat alone in the dim stone room, hands folded over the top of his staff. He stared at the mark of Konoha on the map for a long time, then slowly closed his eyes. Hiruzen, you are always too naive. Allowing White Fang to live only narrows Konoha's path. For the sake of Konoha's future, some sacrifices are necessary. At that moment, the foreman team of Uchiha Rin, having just completed their mission, was moving at high speed along a game trail through the dense forests of the Land of Rivers. Uchiha Rin led the way, his sensory net spread around the team, confirming no pursuers followed. Amano followed behind, still chewing on jerky he had taken from the base's kitchen, mumbling his admiration for the power of the jutsu the captain had used at the end. Yuhi Haru for once did not tell him to be quiet, but simply walked silently in the center of the formation. Kakashi brought up the rear. Since evacuating Base 3, he had been even quieter than usual. Hakuyo had long since sheathed his blade, but his right hand remained on the hilt, knuckles white from prolonged. His gray eyes stared at the moonlit, dappled forest path ahead, yet seemed not to see it, as if looking through the dense trees toward some distant point. At that moment, Kakashi felt unusually restless and unable to calm down. It was a nameless anxiety rising from the depths of his chest, something tightening little by little, making it hard to breathe. This feeling was foreign to him. From the Ninja Academy to Umbu squad leader, from his first mission to the Shrank Break of Dawn operation, he had never experienced such a reaction on the battlefield. But now his fingers on the hilt were cold, and his heartbeat was fast and erratic. Kakashi, you look a bit pale. Yuhi Haru noticed, first glancing back at him. Kakashi did not answer. He quickened his pace. He passed Yuhi Haru and caught up with Uchiha Rin at the front, his voice low, but faster than usual. Rin, can we go faster? Uchiha Rin glanced at him. Through his contact lenses, the three-demo eyes caught the fine sweat on Kakashi's forehead and the slightly trembling fingers on the hilt. Not fatigue, not tension, but a deeper, inexplicable unease that Kakashi himself could not explain. What's wrong? I don't know. Something feels off. Kakashi's gray eyes finally focused, meeting Uchiha Rin's gaze directly. He parted his lips and finished the sentence. My heart rate has been accelerating since a while ago, and I can't suppress it. Uchiha Rin did not ask another word, simply nodded, then raised his right hand in a signal to increase speed. The team's pace abruptly quickened in the night, racing toward the Konoha frontline camp. By then, the Konoha frontline camp was already ablaze. Explosions thundered from the camp gate, white canvas of the medical tents stained orange by the flames. Wounded were being evacuated, stretchers darting back and forth in the firelight. The camp's defensive line had been breached at a gap, through which Suna's elite jonin poured in, engaging Konoha defenders in fierce street-to-street fighting. Tsukumo Hatake stood in the center of the camp, his White Fang short blade held before him, still dripping blood. His jonin vest was slashed in several places. A deep wound on his left arm revealed bone blood dripping from his elbow onto the sandy soil below. He stood alone, blocking the attack range of Chiyo, and an unfamiliar enemy at his feet lay over a dozen Suna ninja corpses, each with a fatal neck wound, clean a single slash. The unfamiliar enemy was a hunched humanoid puppet, stout and short-limbed, covered in a dark brown hard shell studded with barbs and spikes. Its face was a ferocious demon, mask, mouth wide open, revealing a dense array of poison needles. A metal scorpion tail extended from the puppet's back, the venomous blade at its tip glowing faintly green in the moonlight, swaying left and right with a fine metallic rasp as the puppet moved. This was Hiriko, Sasori's most prized defensive puppet. Sasori himself was hidden within this ugly shell, his hollow eyes watching Tsukumo Hatake coldly through the demon mask's eye holes. The third Kazakage's human puppet was still sealed in the scroll, not yet revealed, but Hiriko was enough to deal with White Fang. Chiyo controlled the 10 Shikamatsu puppets, lining them up in front of her, the joints of the 10 white-robed puppets clicking simultaneously. Her gaze crossed the battlefield, locked onto Tsukumo Hatake. The fire in her eyes was not battle intent, but something deeper, the hatred of a mother who had lost her son. Pakura stood beside Chiyo, a scorch-release orb in each hand, the orange light casting her stern face alternately in light and shadow. Tsukumo Hatake. Chiyo's voice came from behind the 10 Shikamatsu puppets, old and cold, each word seeming forced through clenched teeth. You killed my son and daughter-in-law. Today I will make you pay with your life." Tsukumo did not answer. He drew his short blade across the wound on his left arm, not self-harm, but to cut off the blood-soaked bandage revealing the still bleeding gash. He shook his arm, ripped his blade, the white fanged short blade, reflecting a cold arc of light in the fire. "Old woman Shio, your son and daughter-in-law did die by my blade. But this is a battlefield. On the battlefield there is only victory and defeat, not personal grudges. If you want revenge, come." His voice was not loud, but it carried far across the noisy battlefield. Hio's eyes flashed coldly, and the 10 Shikamatsu puppets attacked simultaneously. The 10 white-robed puppets scattered like phantoms, charging at Tsukumo Hatake from 10 different angles. Tsukumo did not retreat, he advanced. The white fanged short blade traced a silver arc before him, blocking the attacks of the 3 front puppets in one stroke. Sparks flew as the puppets' steel blades clashed with the white fanged short blade. Using the recoil, Tsukumo spun and swept horizontally, driving back a 4th puppet attempting a flanking strike. Pakura was about to act when a figure blocked her path. Tsunade strode over from the direction of the medical tents, her pale golden hair flying in the heat waves of the scorch release wall. Her hands were still stained with the blood of the wounded, sleeves rolled to her elbows. The purple diamond mark on her forehead glinted coldly in the firelight. Her face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes had regained the sharpness befitting a Sannin. She looked at the scorch release orbs in Pakura's hands and flexed her wrists. "Pakura of the scorch release. I hear your scorch release can instantly evaporate a person's body moisture, leaving not even ash." Tsunade's voice carried the characteristic roughness of the Senju clan, a slight smirk curling her lips. "But unfortunately tonight your opponent is me. A medical ninja versus a scorch release user. Quite an interesting matchup." Pakura did not reply as she simply thrust a scorch release orb forward. The orange fireball hurtled towards Tsunade, the air along its trajectory, warping from the intense heat. Tsunade did not dodge. She stepped forward, clenched her right fist, channeling chakra of the strength of 100 from her feet up through her hips and spine into her fist. She punched the scorch release orb hidden. The orb exploded into a shower of sparks under the impact of the monstrous strength, landing on the surrounding tents and burning scorch marks. Pakura's pupils contracted slightly, and she waved her hands, raising a scorch release wall again. Tsunade advanced, not retreating. Her punches and kicks carried enough force to shatter rock walls, each blow forcing Pakura to pull back her firewall in defense. The collision of monstrous strength and scorch release erupted in blinding flashes in the camp center. The sandy soil melted into glass under the heat, then shattered into powder from the shockwaves of the monstrous strength punches. Tsunade's condition was far from its peak. Before leaving Konoha, she had not been on the battlefield for a long time, the shadow of hemophobia just beginning to fade. Her chakra reserves and physical state were nowhere near her prime. But she was Senju Tsunade. Even if not at her best, she would never back down against Pakura of the scorch release. Meanwhile, the battle between Chiyo and Tsukumo had reached a fever pitch. 4 of the 10 Shikamatsu puppets had been shattered by Tsukumo Hatake's blade, but the remaining 6 attacked with even greater ferocity. Hiyo's 10 fingers flew rapidly under the guidance of chakra threads, the puppets' steel blades, poison needles, and chains hemming in Tsukumo from all directions. Tsukumo's white fang short blade wove an impenetrable silver defense before him, the clash of blades and puppets creating a continuous metallic storm. But the wound on his left arm was bleeding more, deepening with each swing, blood dripping from his elbow onto the sandy soil. Just as Tsukumo swept away 2 puppets in front with a single strike, Hiriko moved. The stocky puppet lunged with a speed completely incongruous with its build, the scorpion tail on its back lashing out like lightning, the venomous blade at the tip carving a green arc through the air, aiming straight for the still bleeding wound on Tsukumo's left arm. Tsukumo twisted at the last moment, the scorpion tail grazing his vest, the barbs on the venom blade tearing a long gash in the fabric. He countered with a backhand slash at Hiriko's shell. Sparks flew as the white fang short blade met the dark brown hard shell, leaving a shallow white scar, but failing to penetrate. This shell? Tsukumo's pupils contracted. Hiriko gave him no time to recover. As the scorpion tail struck again, a dense volley of poison needles shot from the puppet's mouth like a rainstorm. Tsukumo's white fang short blade became a silver barrier, deflecting all the needles. But in that moment of deflection, Kiyo's remaining Shikamatsu puppets closed in from both sides. The puppet's steel blades and Hiriko's scorpion tail formed a perfect cross attack, sealing all escape routes. Tsukumo twisted his body at an impossible angle, thrusting the white fang short blade from under his left rib, piercing the core of a puppet on his flank. He spun to evade the scorpion tail's direct strike, landing with his left leg slightly bent, white fang held before him, his left hand already drawing a kunai from his pouch and gripping it reverse. His breathing became heavy, the wound on his left arm bleeding more after continuous exertion, blood dripping from his fingertips. Kiyo's fingers continued to fly the remaining Shikamatsu puppets, launching another assault. Hiriko wove through the puppet's alternating tail strikes and mouth needles, each attack precisely timed to exploit gaps in Tsukumo's defense. This was the most perfect coordination between puppeteers, Chiyo applying frontal pressure while Sasori struck from dead angles. Hiriko's shell was so hard that even the White Fang short blade could only leave shallow marks, and the venomous blade on the tail forced Tsukumo to avoid direct contact. The battle's momentum began to shift almost imperceptibly. Only 3 of Kiyo's Chikamatsu puppets remained, but she showed no sign of retreat. Sasori's Hiriko bore over a dozen varying depths of cuts, but he too did not retreat. 2 puppeteers, 1 old and 1 young, combined to besiege the Konoha White Fang, whose left arm was severely wounded, yet they could not finish him. Kiyo's aged eyes flickered with impatience. Sasori's face, hidden within Hiriko, remained expressionless, but the frequency of the scorpion tail's attacks increased. He too was growing impatient. Sasori used that technique, Chiyo suddenly said in a low voice. A very faint snort came from beneath Hiriko's demon mask. Then the scorpion tail abruptly contracted, the venom blade folding back, replaced by a slender metal tube aimed at Tsukumo. Tsukumo instinctively sidestepped. A needle-thin poison dart flew past his ear, embedding into the ground behind him. But before he could steady himself, his left leg suddenly gave way. The poison was already spreading. Though the barbs on the venom blade had not directly pierced his skin, when the tail grazed his vest, the poison had already seeped through the vest fibers. It had lain dormant in his body until now taking effect. He dropped to one knee, driving the White Fang short blade into the ground to support himself, his lips already turning purple. Chiyo did not let this opening slip. The last 3 Chikamatsu puppets thrust their steel blades from 3 angles simultaneously, while Sasori's scorpion tail reformed the venom blade, re-emerging, its green glow particularly glaring at that moment. The encirclement of steel and venom tightened, abruptly sealing all avenues of escape. Tsukumo looked up at the approaching blades and venom, gripping the White Fang short blade in his hand. The moonlight in the forest was fragmented by the dense canopy swiftly sweeping over their shoulders as Uchiha Rin and his companions raced towards the camp. Something's not right. Stop for a moment. Uchiha Rin suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. At that moment, the chakra signals from the direction of the camp were expanding, colliding, and disappearing at an astonishing speed on the edge of his 6-eyed perception web. He abruptly looked up. The horizon, which should have been illuminated by the campfires, was now licked by a dark red flame that swallowed the night sky, thick smoke swirling upward like ink, staining half of the starry curtain into murkiness. The sounds of shouting and explosions mixed together, vibrating the eardrums, even from several miles away. Something has happened at the camp. Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted. The sounds of shouting and explosions mixed together, vibrating the eardrums, even from several miles away. Something has happened at the camp. Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted, pushing the fallen leaves beneath his feet into powder. In the midst of running by, Yi drew his sword, lightning chakra pouring from his palm into the blade. Not the familiar blue and white Chidori, but a deep purple lightning, leaving a dazzling electric arc in the night. The lightning enveloped his arm, casting flickering shadows on his typically indifferent face, with the distant flames reflecting in his gray eyes, where something deep within his pupils was violently trembling. Is that purple lightning? Uchiha Rin couldn't help but take another look. This was the lightning transformation that Kakashi had developed only after losing his Sharingan in his past life, yet it had somehow manifested now. But this thought only lingered in his mind for half a second before dissipating. Now was not the time to dwell on that. He raised his hand, making a gesture for full speed ahead, and all 3 of them unleashed their body flicker techniques, closely pursuing Kakashi. By the time they reached the camp, Konoha's encampment was already filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the air was thick with the sounds of battle and cries. The group had no choice but to clear the outer sand shinobi while storming toward the center of the battlefield. Leading the charge was Kakashi, his purple lightning entwined around his blade, cutting down every sand shinobi that stood in his way. Just as they broke through the blockade and neared the central battlefield, what came into view was Shikaku's moment of peril. Shikaku, covered in wounds, faced the simultaneous assault of 2 opponents, managing to swing his sword just in time to deflect the last 3 puppets that had guarded near Matsumoto. Before the light of his blade could fade, a ghostly green arc pierced through his blind spot. The scorpion tail of Hoshigaki's puppet struck with lightning speed from the cover of the puppet wreckage, its poisoned blade penetrating Shikaku's abdomen, emerging from his back, and spilling forth a torrent of hot blood. Shikaku's body swayed, yet he still held his short blade tightly in his hand, the tip pressed into the ground to support his faltering form. But those once steady gray eyes had begun to lose focus, his lips rapidly turning a shade of dark purple under the firelight. Father! Kakashi's heart-wrenching cry pierced through the firewall and the sounds of explosions at the camp's entrance. He was still too far away, far enough that the light from his purple lightning could not reach that scorpion tail in time. But Uchiha Rin was faster. The gravitational singularity of the azure light exploded beneath his feet without an afterimage or sound of breaking air. His figure disappeared from his original spot, and the next moment he appeared between the scorpion and Shikaku. Furious lightning chakra surged from his palm into the scarlet lightning, the silver-blue blade suddenly erupting with pure white arcs slashing horizontally at the last possible moment, precisely cutting into the joint between the third and fourth segments of the scorpion tail. That was the only joint of the entire scorpion tail that was not covered by its shell. The blazing white lightning surged along the joint, and under Uchiha Rin's strike Hashigaki's indestructible scorpion tail was severed in two. This strike happened in the blink of an eye. From Uchiha Rin's instant appearance to the scorpion tail being severed, it was so fast that one barely had time to blink. After cutting off the scorpion tail, Uchiha Rin's movements did not stall. He spun and kicked at Hashigaki's chest, sending the short and stout puppet flying, plowing a deep trench several meters long in the sandy ground. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi swooped in from behind, using a body flicker technique to catch the swaying Shikaku. He knelt on one knee, allowing his father to lean against him. His breathing was weak like a flickering candle in the wind, and his skin had taken on a deathly gray hue from the spreading poison. White Fang is beyond saving. The voice of the scorpion came from beneath Hashigaki's demonic mask, twisted and sharp, carrying a release of pent-up satisfaction built over countless years. Hashigaki's scorpion tail had been severed, but he was unfazed, his voice growing even more frenzied. With such severe injuries and poison, he is surely doomed. White Fang's son, you will experience the pain of losing someone important. You shall die. Kakashi's eyes widened with rage. The purple lightning exploded on his blade, and the chakra from his body flicker technique surged, propelling him towards Hashigaki. But a hand firmly pressed on his shoulder. The grip was not heavy, yet it felt like a damper, halting Kakashi's fury in its tracks. Shikaka-senpai still has a chance. Uchiha Rin's voice was not loud, but clear enough to pierce through all the explosions and cries, directly striking Kakashi's eardrum. Kakashi turned abruptly, his usually half-lidded gray eyes wide open for the first time, reflecting Uchiha Rin's calm profile. Really, Rin? Please save my father. His voice was hoarse and urgent with a slight tremor at the end. Uchiha Rin nodded without further words, freeing his hands to grasp the severed scorpion tail still lodged in Shikaku's abdomen, and swiftly pulled it out. The moment the poison blade left the wound, blood gushed out from the puncture, mixed with toxins, staining the surrounding skin a shocking shade of purple. Awful. Kyo's aged and sharp laughter echoed from behind the wreckage of Matsumoto's puppets, her wrinkled face showing unabashed mockery. Pulling out the tail that blocked the wound now will only cause White Fang to die faster. Kid, you have just killed. Before she could finish, Uchiha Rin had already raised his eyes to activate his ocular technique, Kukoryai. As his beautiful eyes locked onto their target, the very fabric of time for the material was forcibly reversed. The edges of the wound in Shikaku's abdomen saw the torn muscle fibers retracting, and the severed blood vessels reconnected and healed. The toxins that had seeped into the blood separated from the blood vessels, vanishing in the process of reversal. The purplish skin gradually returned to a healthy hue, and the cyanosis on his lips dissipated. The puncture wound shrank from the size of a fist to that of a pinhole, and finally, to nothing, leaving not even. Shikaku's chest began to rise and fall again steadily and powerfully, with only the irreparable hole in his vest proving that the previous scene was not an illusion. How is this possible? The voices of Chiyo and the scorpion exploded almost simultaneously, their aged rasp and distorted sharpness clashing, sounding particularly jarring in the firelight. The chakra threads remaining on Kyo's 10 fingers snapped one by one, her wrinkled face twisted. The severed tail of Hashigaki hung in midair, the charred tip still dripping with venom, the ghostly green drops falling onto the sand and creating small wisps of smoke. Nothing is impossible. Uchiha Rin averted his gaze, gently pushing the unconscious Shikaku into Kakashi's arms. He straightened up, positioning himself to shield the two behind him, his tone calm, as if the earlier reversal of life and death was merely a routine exercise. Kakashi, take Shikaka-senpai to a safe place first. Amaya and Yuhi are covering you. Leave this. Kakashi gritted his teeth, lifting his unconscious father in a horizontal embrace. He glanced at Uchiha Rin with gratitude, not saying thank you. There was no need for that word between them. Just as Kakashi turned to dash away with Shikaku, both the scorpion and Chiyo moved simultaneously. You want to escape? Leave White Fang to me. A deep roar erupted from beneath Hashigaki's demonic mask, and the tooth-filled mouth suddenly opened wide, unleashing a torrential spray of poisoned steel needles. The poison needles glimmered with a ghostly green light in the fire, the area covered wide enough to envelop Kakashi and the unconscious Shikaku within. At the same time, Kyo's fingers flew into action. The remaining 3 puppets of Matsumoto, Buddha, Dharma, and Monk spread out in a triangular formation, their chests simultaneously opening to reveal cores inscribed with sealing techniques. The three treasures absorb. The cores of the three puppets shone with blinding white light, and a violent tornado suddenly erupted from the center of the triangular formation. The fierce wind, swirling sand, broken kunai, and burning tint fragments into a massive vortex at the center of the camp. The eye of the storm emitted a piercing suction, pulling fragments of stone-shattered kunai and burning tint debris towards the vortex's center, instantly shredding them into dust. This technique was the strongest combined sealing technique of Matsumoto's 10 men, who once sucked into the center of the formation, no target could escape death. Uchiha Rin swiftly positioned himself behind Kakashi. He didn't look back, simply raising his left hand and spreading his 5 fingers behind him. The power of stoppage. Poison needles halted just 3 inches from his palm, the dense array of needles suspended in midair as if frozen in an amber swarm. The ghostly green glow at the needle tips flickered slightly, yet they could advance not an inch further until they lost momentum and fell to the ground. Then with his right palm facing up, he pressed his thumb against his middle finger, forming a standard flicking gesture. A brilliant scarlet light gathered at his fingertips. Uchiha Rin began to chant. Position Permitha, pillar of light. Technique reversal. Each syllable rang like a hammer striking the air. The fully recited incantation, enhanced by the technique, pushed the power of Scarlet to an unprecedented peak. Scarlet. As the last word fell, the scarlet light at Uchiha Rin's fingertips suddenly expanded, transforming into a crimson beam that pierced through the camp. The entire camp was bathed in this crimson light. There was no stalemate, no tug-of-war. The cores of the 3 puppets representing Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha were simultaneously pierced the moment they contacted the repulsive orb. The violent tornado was torn apart from within by even more ferocious repulsion. The eye exploded, and the wind scattered in all directions. The bodies of the 3 puppets disintegrated inch by inch under the crushing force of repulsion. First the breastplates, then the core mechanisms, finally the wooden frames. All turned into countless particles of dust in the crimson radiance. Jinsong 10 Braves completely annihilated. When the crimson light dissipated, a scorched gully dozens of meters long appeared in the center of the camp. The sand on both sides of the gully had been melted into glass by the high temperature, and the edges still glowed with dark red residual heat. The tornado summoned by the Sanbao absorption collapse had vanished entirely. Fragments of the 3 puppets lay scattered on either side of the trench, the splintered wood and broken steel bearing twisted traces of being crushed by repulsive force. The chakra threads on Kyo's 10 fingers snapped one by one. Her aged body staggered backward until she collided with a broken tent pole, barely steadying herself. Uchiha Rin withdrew his flicking gesture, a wisp of lingering crimson light still glimmering at his fingertips. He cast a teasing glance at the 2 figures before him. Your opponent is me. Don't even think about leaving on your own. Uchiha Rin stood at the edge of the charred gully, crimson thunder slanting toward the ground, his gaze sweeping between Shio and Sasori. Sasori of the Red Sand. According to the original timeline, after assassinating the 3rd Kazekage, Sasori should have left Sunagakure and vanished from the ninja world as a rogue ninja, only resurfacing after joining the Akatsuki. But now not only had Sasori not defected, he was appearing on the battlefield alongside Shio. After briefly reviewing the causal chain in his mind, Uchiha Rin understood the connection. In the original story, Sasori assassinated the 3rd Kazekage and fled because he had no reason to stay in Suna. His parents had died under White Fang's blade. His vengeance was already fulfilled, and the village had become nothing but an empty shell to him. But now things were different. Tsukumo Hatake had not committed suicide in his moment of choice. He was alive, earning repeated merits on the front lines of the country of rivers, his fame growing ever greater. White Fang was still alive, so Sasori's revenge had no end. This change, like a stone thrown into a pond, rippled outward enough to alter the trajectory of Sasori's life, and enough to change Sunagakure's strategic choices in this war. However, another question was more intriguing. Uchiha Rin paused in his observation between Shio and Sasori. Did Shio now know that the genius puppet master grandson beside her was the true murderer of the 3rd Kazekage? Just then a muffled explosion roared from the adjacent battlefield. Tsunade's super-strength fist slammed Hiden into Pakura's scorch-release wall of fire. The moment the fist contacted the flame barrier, it burst into a spray of sparks. Pakura's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crossing half the battlefield before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground behind Shio. She struggled to rise, but her left arm hung at an unnatural angle at her side. The fractured forearm was completely dislocated from the elbow, jagged bone shards piercing the skin, blood dripping from her wrist. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth stained half her collar. The scorch-release fireball flickered twice at her fingertips before extinguishing entirely. She no longer had enough chakra to maintain the technique. Tsunade strode out of the flames, her light golden hair slightly curled from the heat waves of the scorch relief. Pakura's blood still clung to the back of her hand, her knuckles faintly reddened from consecutive punches, and most of her clothing had been burned away, but the fighting spirit in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. She glanced at the standoff between Uchiha Rin and the others, made no move to pursue, immediately merely flexed her wrist and tilted her chin toward Pakura's direction. Scorch release is indeed troublesome, but to evaporate my moisture your fire isn't hot enough. Chiyo looked at the battered Pakura lying at her feet, then at her own 10 fingers with all their chakra threads snapped. A complex bitterness flickered across her aged face. The Jinsong 10 Braves were wiped out, a scorch-release Pakura was defeated, White Fang was still alive, and that brat on the opposite side was unfathomable. This battle was already hopeless. Retreat, Sasori. Kiyo's voice was hoarse and weary. She turned to Hiriko, the look in her eyes no longer the desperate resolve of a mother who had lost her son, but the final protection an elder could offer a junior in an impossible situation. There is no chance left. Pakura has lost and my puppets are all gone. If we don't leave now, we won't make it out. Hiriko remained silent for a moment. Then a very faint mechanical sound broke the silence. Click, click. The shell of Hiriko was pushed open from within, the latches at the seams popping open one by one. The ferocious demon mask slowly fell away, revealing the true face hidden inside. It was an extremely young boy. His red hair blazed starkly in the firelight, his skin pale, nearly to the point of translucence, his features delicate, even handsome. His gaze was calm to the point of emptiness, revealing neither anger nor sorrow. Only an absolute calm that had compressed all emotion to zero. He walked slowly out of Hiriko, stood before Chiyo, and said in a voice that was not loud but extraordinarily clear, "It's not over yet. You two go, I am going to kill White Fang today." Without waiting for Kiyo's reply, Sasori turned to face Uchiha Rin. At last a ripple stirred in those hollow eyes. Not anger, but a kind of impatience at being obstructed. "Since you saved White Fang's life, I'll kill you first, then go after White Fang." He drew a sealing scroll from behind, unrolled it, and performed hand signs. With a bang, white smoke cleared, revealing a humanoid puppet standing behind him. The puppet wore a black robe, had black hair, and its eyes were tightly shut. Countless fine black iron sand particles floated around it like a silent dark cloud flowing slowly through the air. Kiyo's pupils constricted sharply. She stared at the familiar face beneath the puppet's black hair. A face she had seen countless times in the Kazekage's office, now remade into a soulless puppet. Her lips quivered as she finally forced out a few words. "Sasori, what have you?" Pakura, clutching her fractured left arm, looked at the black iron sand swirling around the human puppet, disbelief and fury flashing in her eyes. "The third Kazekage, you killed him. Sasori, you murdered the third Sama." Sasori did not turn around. His gaze remained locked on Uchiha Rin, his right hand's 5 fingers slightly. Behind him, the third Kazekage human puppet raised its hands in unison, the iron sand condensing into countless sharp spears, their tips aimed straight at Uchiha Rin's chest. "I killed him. So what?" His tone was as flat as if he were stating what he had for dinner. No trace of regret, no hint of wavering. "Samigakure needed a reason to start a war, and the third Kazekage happened to be in my way. Rather than let him stay on that seat, it's better to make him my collection. At least as a puppet he is worth more than as a Kazekage. Are the two of you going to stop me?" Sasori's voice was as cold as iron sand grating against stone, his gaze passing over Chiyo and Pakura before settling on Uchiha Rin. Those hollow eyes held no anger, no hesitation. Only an impatient annoyance at being obstructed, as if Chiyo and Pakura were no longer family or comrades in his sight, but mere stumbling blocks on his path of vengeance. Uchiha Rin watched the scene unfold, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he spoke with a teasing tone. "Oh, so this is the third Kazekage you claim was assassinated and vanished after our attack on the Hidden Leaf. How come his corpse is in your grandson's hands, turned into a puppet?" His words struck the ears of every Suna shinobi present like a kunai coated in poison. Pakura clutched her fractured left arm, her eyes, usually blazing with the heat of her scorch release, now burned with the fire of betrayal. She stared at the human puppet of the third Kazekage floating behind Sasori, staring at that familiar face remade into a cold weapon, her lips trembling with rage. "The third Kazekage. You killed him. Sasori, you killed the third Hokage." Pakura's voice forced its way through clenched teeth, every word dripping with incredulous fury. She spun abruptly toward Chiyo, her eyes filled with accusation and disappointment. "Elder Chiyo, did you know about this? Our hidden sand, our entire village, went to war to avenge the third Kazekage. And the murderer was right beside us." Chiyo said nothing. Her wrinkled hands hung limply at her sides, the chakra threads on her fingers already snapped one by one. She looked at Sasori's back, a storm of emotions churning in her eyes. Shock, anguish, regret, and a complexity even she could not unravel. The human puppet of the third Kazekage hovered before her iron sand, flowing around it like living creatures. Each grain of iron silently reminded her grandson had killed the village's Kazekage. Damn it. Elder Chiyo, I will report everything that happened here to the village. As for this war, I'm done. Pakura gritted her teeth and pushed herself up, her left arm hanging uselessly at an unnatural angle. She cast one last look at the third Kazekage's puppet, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her eyes, then turned and dashed toward the outer edge of the camp, disappearing into the night in a few bounds. Hearing Uchiha Rin's mockery and Pakura's parting words, Kiyo's expression turned ghastly. Her wrinkled face aged countless years in an instant, her once straight spine hunched slightly, and the resolve of a mother who had lost a son and the dignity of a Suna elder were shattered by something far deeper. Sasori, stop now. Kiyo's voice was hoarse and weary, no longer a command or a plea, but the last hand an elder stretched out to her grandson at the edge of a cliff. Come back with me. Atone to the village. If you're willing to turn back, I'll use my old face to beg for leniency. If you try to stop me, I'll kill you too. Sasori didn't even turn around, simply cutting off Kiyo's words flatly. Kiyo's body stiffened sharply. She stared at his delicate, yet expressionless profile, watching the flame of vengeance that had burned for untold years in his eyes. She opened her mouth, but found she had nothing left to say to this grandson of hers. When had it started? The little red-haired boy who followed his parents learning puppet techniques, the genius teen who crafted his first puppet from scraps in her workshop. When had he become a person who could speak of killing even his own grandmother? Sasori paid Chiyo no further heed. He clenched his right hand sharply, and the iron sand spears already coalescing around the third Kazekage's puppet shot forth in a dense volley of black tips, tearing through the air with kinetic force aimed at every vital point on Uchiha Rin's body. Uchiha Rin stood still, not moving an inch. He didn't even raise his scarlet thunder. His left hand remained in his pocket, his right hand casually picking his ear, as if the hail of iron sand spears was nothing more than an irrelevant breeze. The iron sand spears stopped dead, less than 3 inches from his body, their tips trembling in midair as they collided with an invisible barrier. Then the spears began to disintegrate from the tips, bursting into a cloud of black iron sand that returned to orbit around the third Kazekage's puppet, spinning futilely in the air. It's useless. Uchiha Rin blew on his finger after removing it from his ear, his tone as lazy, as if explaining a simple truth to a child. None of your attacks can breach this defensive barrier of mine. Save your strength. Sasori's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He said nothing, simply raising his right hand and clenching it sharply. More iron sand gushed from the third Kazekage puppet's mouth. This time it didn't spread into a rain of spears, but converged, compressed, and spun wildly above his head. The iron sand particles grated against each other in the high-speed rotation, producing a piercing metallic screech. A massive black drill took shape in midair. The drill's surface glinted coldly in the moonlight. Every thread was a cutting edge formed by countless iron particles compressed to their limit by magnet release. As the drill spun faster, the air around it churned into gale-force winds, sweeping up sand, gravel, and shattered wood from the campground. At the moment the speed peaked, Sasori swung his hand down sharply. The massive high-speed black drill came crashing down toward Uchiha Rin's head with crushing force. Before it even reached him, the ground beneath was carved into a concave crater by the wind pressure. Uchiha Rin looked up at the black drill, growing larger in his vision, the curve of his mouth lifting slightly. Now that's a bit more like it. He slowly raised his right hand palm up, fingers naturally spread, not like he was about to strike, but like catching a ginkgo leaf falling from a treetop. The massive high-speed black drill stopped steadily above his palm. The drill's tip spun wildly, sparks flying from the contact point, but no matter how it screamed or accelerated, it couldn't advance another inch. The power of cessation compressed the infinite distance into a fraction of an inch. The rotational kinetic energy was infinitely diluted, each spin of the drill only wasting its own strength. Uchiha Rin glanced at the struggling drill above his palm, then sighed softly. This is getting a little boring. If you have no other tricks, then prepare to die here. His raised right hand slowly closed, fingers clenching. The massive black drill above his head burst apart, with a crack scattering into a rain of iron sand that fell like a silent black snow. Stop! Kiyo's voice rang out at that moment, old and hoarse, carrying all the humility and elder. She stumbled 2 steps toward Uchiha Rin, her hands reaching forward helplessly. The arrogance of a Suna elder was gone from her eyes, replaced by the despair of an old woman about to lose her last family. We surrender. The hidden sand will withdraw from the war and sign a surrender treaty. Please spare Sasori. Let me take him back to Atone. Uchiha Rin turned his head to look at her, about to speak. In that instant, change struck. Shut up, old hag. It's not over yet. Sasori's voice was sharp and savage. His hands snapped together in a seal. The iron sand scattered around Uchiha Rin seemed to come to life, springing up from the ground and converging on him from 4 directions simultaneously. The iron sand moved faster than any previous attack, layer upon layer enveloping him, 1, 2, 3 layers, compressing and tightening until it formed a massive black pyramid. The surface of the pyramid began to glow with dense seal marks swimming and intertwining like tadpoles, emitting a faint purple light. Sealing technique: iron sand binding burial. It's over. Sasori straightened slowly, his gaze on the iron sand pyramid that had swallowed Uchiha Rin completely, his voice returning to its former coldness. Since I can't defeat you, I'll just seal you. Next, he turned, taking steps toward the direction Kakashi had come to find White Fang. But after only 2 steps, Sasori stopped abruptly. He spun around, his pupils dilating in shock. The black pyramid woven from iron sand and sealing runes was shaking violently. The dense seal marks flickered erratically, emitting a groaning hum as if on the verge of collapse. Then several purple golden sword flashes exploded from within the pyramid. The sealing runes were torn apart from the inside by an irresistible force. Iron sand scattered in all directions, and a massive purple golden half-body giant burst free. The giant was composed of pure chakra skeleton, its purple golden radiance blazing like a sun in the night. It swung its chakra blade, shredding the remaining iron sand seal to pieces, which scattered like black rain. Impossible. Sasori's face finally lost its usual coldness, twisting into incredulous fury. What the hell is this thing? Breaking out of iron sand binding burial from the inside. This is a jutsu that can seal even-tailed beasts. Beside him, Chio stumbled half a step back, gazing up at the purple golden chakra giant, all color draining from her aged face. She recognized this technique. Her wrinkled hands trembled, and a fear that only those who had lived through that era could know flickered in her eyes. This is... Uchiha Rin stood in the center of the chakra barrier of his second stage, Susanoo, one hand forming a seal, looking down at the 2 tiny figures below. The purple gold chakra light illuminated his profile as his cyan Mangekyo eyes slowly rotated behind the contact lenses. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. I admit I got a bit careless and fell for your sealing jutsu. But... He raised his eyes, and the crimson ring in his pupils flared. The fun ends here. This is the 3rd power of the Uchiha Susanoo, the power of a god. With his words, the purple gold half-body giant began to expand and grow rapidly. Muscle fibers wrapped around the chakra skeleton like vines, layer by layer. The missing lower half extended from the end of the spine, legs landing with a thunderous impact, leaving 2 huge craters on the campground. Armor materialized from the void, covering the giant. Chest plate, pauldrons, arm guards, leg guards. Each plate glowed with flowing purple gold chakra patterns. A massive longsword appeared and hung at its waist, its hilt wreathed in undying purple gold flames. Wings that blotted out the sky unfurled behind it. Finally, a Tengu mask materialized over the giant's face, covering most of its features, leaving only a pair of cyan eyes exactly like Uchiha Rin's visible. The complete Susanoo stood upon the battlefield. The sounds of battle in the camp abruptly ceased. Every shinobi, leaf defender, and sand elite alike looked up at the colossus that blocked the stars, their eyes filled only with primal shock and terror. Chio gazed up at the towering purple gold war god, her knees giving way as she sank to the ground almost. Her wrinkled face no longer bore the arrogance of a Suna elder, only the primal trembling of someone who had lived through the era of Madara Uchiha, before this same overwhelming power. She suddenly understood one thing. This war had ended the moment Uchiha Rin set foot in this camp. Sasori looked up at the colossal purple gold war god, and for the first time an emotion called despair surfaced in his usually hollow eyes. But it vanished in an instant. He gritted his teeth, snapped his hands together, and his 10 fingers flew through a complex series of hand signs. Behind him, the 3rd Kazekage puppet raised its arms simultaneously. All the iron sand around it poured out like a flood. It's not over yet. Iron Sand World Method. The iron sand spread wildly in the air, intertwining like living creatures around the 3rd Kazekage puppet. A massive spherical iron sand barrier rapidly expanded, aiming to engulf the entire central area of the camp. Inside the barrier, the iron sand formed countless sharp spears, driving simultaneously from all directions toward every inch of Susanoo's armor. Uchiha Rin stood in Susanoo's core, his voice calm. Oh, instead of running you attack. Then I'll grant your wish. Susanoo gripped the massive sword burning with purple gold flames at its waist and slowly drew it. The low resonance of the blade against the scabbard trembled the air. The purple gold radiance flowed along the edge, dyeing the entire battlefield a sea of violet and gold. The next instant the colossal sword fell. Heaven and earth changed color. The purple gold sword flash became an arc that pierced the sky, displacing the air in its path. Space itself groaned under the unbearable strain of that ultimate power. The barrier of the Iron Sand World Method was vaporized the moment the sword light touched it. Not cut, not shattered, but completely erased. The human puppet of the third Kazekage dissipated instantly in the torrent of sword light, leaving not even a grain of iron sand behind. The sword light continued undiminished after erasing the barrier. The peak of the mountain that had stood for millennia behind Sasori began to slide slowly as the sword flashed past its cut surface as smooth as a mirror. After that single slash, silence reigned. Susanoo slowly sheathed its sword, its purple-gold armor gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Uchiha Rin looked down at Sasori, who knelt on the ground. Sasori's knees were in the sand, his 10 fingers still holding the seal position, the tips trembling slightly. His chakra was completely depleted. His red hair stuck to his pale cheeks. The third Kazekage puppet was gone, along with all the years of effort he had poured into it, reduced to nothing by that one sword. He slowly raised his head to look at the towering purple-gold war god. His eyes held no fear, no regret, only a deep, almost numb emptiness. Chiyo knelt beside him, her aged hand clutching his grandson's sleeve with a trembling grip. She said nothing, just held on, as if holding the last thread connecting her to this world. Uchiha Rin dispelled Susanoo. The purple-gold giant dissolved into a rain of light particles, fading away. He descended steadily, landed on his feet, and stopped in front of Sasori. The outcome is decided. Elder Chiyo, remember what you said. The hidden sand withdraws from the war and signs a surrender treaty. As for Sasori, his gaze rested on the red-haired boy kneeling and trembling on the ground. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked toward the medical tent, tossing one final word over his shoulder. His life is yours to take back to the hidden sand for atonement. Is it over? Tsunade pushed open the medical tent's flap and stepped out, her gaze settling on Uchiha Rin. Her sleeves were still rolled up to her elbows and water stains lingered on her freshly washed hands. Tsukumo was still unconscious, simply due to excessive mental exhaustion. She swept her eyes across the vast depression carved into the center of the camp by the complete Susanoo, then looked at Sasori, who knelt at its edge utterly lost, and strode briskly toward Chiyo. Elder Chiyo. Tsunade's voice was not loud, yet it carried the distinct weight of a Sannin. This battle is lost. It's time to discuss the real matters. Tsukumo is still unconscious for now, so I will act as temporary commander. 3 days from now here Konoha and Suna will officially hold peace talks. Suna declared war on Konoha without cause, then dispatched elite troops to decapitate our frontline commander. We will settle this account item by item during the negotiations. She turned her head towards Sasori, who was kneeling on the ground. As for Sasori, he assassinated the third Kazekage, framed Konoha, and fueled this war. He must remain in Konoha's camp as a hostage until you sign the surrender agreement. You may take him back only after the peace talks conclude in 3 days. Chiyo was silent for a long time. She gazed at the kneeling Sasori, and an extremely complex emotion flickered across her deeply wrinkled face. You may take him back only after the peace talks conclude in 3 days. Chiyo was silent for a long time. She gazed at the kneeling Sasori, and an extremely complex— Konoha never mistreats prisoners. Tsunade agreed curtly, then turned to face Uchiha Rin, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You've been hiding your strength pretty well, kid. Uchiha Rin leaned against the support post of the medical tent, slung Scarlet Thunder over his shoulder, and waved his hand with a grin. As Chiyo led the few remaining Suna shinobi slowly out of the camp, the battle later known in history as the Kawa no Kuni decapitation battle finally came to an end. The cleanup of the frontline camp continued throughout the entire night until the first pale light of dawn appeared on the horizon and the last burning tent remnants were extinguished. Logistics squads moved among the ruins, tallying material losses, while medical teams carried the wounded in order to Tsunade's tent. Rin's foreman squad stood perimeter guard around the camp all night until they confirmed that Suna's forces had fully withdrawn. When morning sunlight fell upon the Konoha camp's banner, though scorched with a few holes still fluttering vigorously in the dawn breeze, the entire camp fell into a brief silence. Then the first voice rang out, "We won." Cheers spread like ripples, rapidly swelling. Wounded soldiers propped themselves up on stretchers. Defenders covered in blood raised their chipped blades. Young Chunin from logistics clapped each other on the shoulders, their laughter mingling with tears of survival, gleaming brightly in the morning light. It wasn't the fear of a strong warrior, but the thankfulness toward a savior. Had Uchiha Rin not driven back Sasori, it wasn't the fear of a strong warrior, but the thankfulness toward a savior. Had Uchiha Rin not driven back Sasori, and Chiyo, only a handful in this camp, would have lived to see daybreak. Several young female medics blushed, lowered their heads, and quickened their steps as they passed him, only to steal a glance back. Amanosho leaned against the camp fence, wrapping his forearm, scratched by a poisoned needle last night, with bandages, a piece of dried meat dangling from his mouth again. "Captain, that Susanoo you showed last night. I think our squad's mission priority in ANBU is about to hit. Top priority means all strength missions go to us." Yuhi Haru rarely chimed in. She was using a Jinjutsu scroll to repair a supply tent damaged by the battle. Her long hair, casually tied back with a spare kunai, her face smudged with a few streaks of ash, but her spirits were clearly much better than last night. No thanks. I just want a few crank missions and a few days of sleep. Amano Sho let out an exaggerated sigh. Kakashi walked out of the medical tent. White light had been sheathed, the expression on his face had resumed its usual mask of cool detachment. He stopped in front of Uchiha Rin, his gray eyes fixed on him, his lips moving briefly before he managed a single sentence. Sunadesima said my father will wake up tomorrow. I owe you again. Just treat me to a month of Ichiraka ramen, and we'll call it even. Uchiha Rin shoved his hands into his pockets and leaned back against the fence, his tone light. Kakashi nodded without the usual stubborn no way or such. He was silent for a moment, then pulled a hand from his pocket and gently patted Uchiha Rin on the shoulder. After that he turned and walked toward his father's tent. Uchiha Rin watched his retreating figure, chuckled softly, then leaned his head back against the fence and gazed at the sky. The dawn sky over Kawa no Kuni had been cleared of smoke by the overnight wind. At that moment a messenger hawk rose from the Kawa no Kuni front lines, cutting across the sky just touched by morning light, heading toward Konoha in the land of fire. Bound to its leg ring was an urgent battle report bearing the seal of the frontline commander. 3 crimson urgency talismans marked the wax closure of the scroll. The content of this report was about to stir a storm within Konoha's high command, no less fierce than the battle that had raged the previous night. Konoha Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, an urgent battle report just received from the Kawa no Kuni front laid open before him. The 3 crimson urgency seals had already been broken, the edges of the scroll were frayed from the desert winds. His pipe rested on the edge of the ashtray, the tobacco long burned out, leaving only a heap of cold ash. In the office, Koharu sat with her hands folded on her lap, her brows tightly knit. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses, his expression hovering between shock and suspicion. Shimura Danzo sat at the far, in both hands gripping the head of his cane. His single eye flickered dimly in the shadow of his bandages. You've all read the report. Sarutobi's voice was hoarse and weary as he tapped the scroll with his finger. First, Suna's elite decapitation unit has been repelled. Chio critically wounded, Pakura critically wounded, Sasori of the Red Sand captured. Konoha's frontline commander Tsukumo Hatake was severely injured, but thanks to Uchiha Rin's treatment, his life is no longer in danger. Second, Uchiha Rin single-handedly suppressed the combined assault of Chio and Sasori, and in a frontal confrontation destroyed the 3rd Kazekage puppet controlled by Sasori. He paused, then turned to the last page. Third, Chio on behalf of Suna has proposed a ceasefire. Peace talks will be held in 3 days at the Kawa no Kuni front. Uchiha Rin. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses, breaking the silence first. If this battle report is accurate, the complete Susanoo mentioned, then Uchiha Rin has become the 2nd Uchiha, after Madara Uchiha, capable of manifesting the complete Susanoo. A 12-year-old boy has mastered a power that only Madara once wielded. The significance of this combat capability far exceeds the outcome of any single battle. Not just repelled. Koharu Yudatane's gaze lingered on a particular line of the battle report, her voice carrying an unusual complexity. He crushed the Chikamatsu's 10 puppets before Kyo's very eyes, shattered Sasori's 3rd Kazekage puppet, and casually sliced a mountain in half with his sword. You all know Kyo's temperament. For her to voluntarily sue for peace means she has concluded that Suna has no means whatsoever to counter Uchiha Rin. This battle report has already spread through the village. Hamura Mitokado removed his glasses and wiped the lenses with his sleeve, a subtle nuance creeping into his tone. The messenger squad that returned from the front brought the news. Now people on every street are buzzing about Uchiha Rin's name. Konoha's Azura war god. That's what they're calling him. Koharu Yudatane frowned slightly. A 12-year-old being elevated to godhood may not be good for Konoha. Not necessarily bad, Hamura Mitokado countered, putting his glasses back on, his gaze behind the lenses falling on Danzo. At least, unlike someone who leaks intelligence, Uchiha Rin's blade has always been aimed at the enemy. Danzo said nothing. He gripped his cane with both hands, his single eye cold as stone in the shadow of his bandages. Koharu and Hamura both turned their attention to him, and the air in the office suddenly grew thick. Danzo. Hiruzen's voice was low, but each word carried undeniable weight. Suna's decapitation unit precisely knew the defensive layout of Tsukumo's camp. They launched their ambush during the window when Uchiha Rin's squad was away on a disruption mission. Do you have any idea where this intelligence leak came from? Danzo slowly raised his head, his single eye meeting the 3rd Hokage's. His voice was hoarse yet calm. Hiruzen, are you accusing me? I'm not accusing you. I'm asking you. Everything this old man does is for Konoha. Danzo's cane tapped lightly on the stone floor. White Fang's reputation has grown too large. Hokage's half-sleeve frontline commander, 0 failure rate on strength missions. Do you know how many people in the village are already calling him the 4th Hokage? A Konoha hijacked by personal glory is not the inheritor of the will of fire we want. So you leaked the frontline camp's defensive layout to Suna. Koharu's voice turned icy. Let Suna's elite force kill White Fang for you. Danzo, do you even remember that you are a ninja of Konoha? Remember? A faint cold smile twisted Danzo's lips. Koharu, while you sit in your bright offices talking about the will of fire, who is it that eliminates threats for Konoha in the darkness? Whose hands are stained with the blood you refuse to touch? Of course this old man remembers he is a Konoha ninja. Precisely because I remember I cannot stand idly by and watch Konoha be held hostage by a single man's reputation. Enough. Hiruzen slammed his palm on the desk. Tea splashed out of the cup, a few drops falling on the edge of the battle report. He stood up and looked at Danzo, his eyes no longer showing the resignation of an old friend, but a long-suppressed fury. Danzo, this time you crossed the line. I now announce as the 3rd Hokage from today onward, all operations of Root must be approved by the direct ANBU under the Hokage. The roster of Root members must be submitted to the Hokage's office within 3 days. You personally shall not have independent access to any frontline intelligence from now on. Danzo's single eye narrowed sharply. Hiruzen, this is not a negotiation. Hiruzen picked up his pipe from the edge of the ashtray, put it between his lips, took a deep drag, and the smoke blurred his expression behind his glasses. He sat back, down, his voice returning to its usual steadiness. Leave the peace talks entirely to Tsukumo and Tsunade. Since Suna has sued for peace, Konoha will not press too hard. The specific terms will be hammered out during negotiations, but one point must be clear: Suna must acknowledge responsibility for declaring war on Konoha and compensate Konoha for all losses incurred during this war. Koharu and Hamura both nodded simultaneously. Danzo said nothing more. He pushed himself up with his cane and walked toward the door. He paused at the threshold for a moment without turning around, only his hoarse voice drifting back from the shadow of the doorframe. Hiruzen, you will regret this. The door closed behind him. The sound echoed in the empty office for a long time. Hiruzen leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the 3 colossal stone faces on the Hokage monument gazed down in silence over Konohagakure in the morning light. The tobacco in his pipe rekindled a wisp of blue smoke rising slowly, blurring the tired yet resolute eyes behind the 3rd Hokage's glasses. The news from the front lines of the land of rivers struck like a colossal stone thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples swiftly spreading to every corner of the 5 great nations. Land of Thunder, Union Village Rakich's office. The mountains outside the window reflected a cold silver light under the midday sun, no different from usual, but he had already read this scroll 3 times. Complete Susanoo. A purple gold war god. A single sword strike cleaving a mountain peak. Single-handedly defeating Chiyo and the Red Sand Scorpion. The battlefield analysis report attached to the scroll described a spherical depression half a mile wide outside the camp in Chuanjigua, as well as the distant mountain peak sheared off by a single sword strike. The conclusion at the end of the report was written with restraint, but the Raikage understood the meaning behind that restraint. This destructive power was identical to the giant pit at the Yun-In border outpost 3 years ago. So it was him. The 3rd Raikage slammed the scroll heavily onto the table, his voice suppressing both fury and belated dread. That giant pit 3 years ago wasn't caused by Mu Yes Jinchuriki. It was this brat alone. No wonder Rijan dared to play dumb with me back then. He held a trump card that could overturn the table, yet he pretended to be clueless for 3 years. He turned to face the intelligence ninja kneeling at the door. Pass down the order, continue monitoring the movements on the Chuanjigua battlefield. Also have the border forces withdraw another 30 li. Without my command, no confrontation with Mu Yes patrol units is permitted. The intelligence ninja acknowledged and withdrew. The 3rd Raikage picked up the scroll again, staring for a long time at the description of the complete Susanoo. Years ago his father had witnessed Yuzhibo Ban's Susanoo, and that description matched the purple gold war god in this report exactly. He slowly closed the scroll, leaned back in his chair, and shut his eyes. His murmuring voice echoed in the empty office. Has Mu Yi produced another Yuzhibo Ban? Rijan, you truly hid your cards well. Tuji Guayen in Cun that Tsuchikage's office. He repeatedly read the description of Susanoo no Mikoto at least 5 times, each reading draining more color from his face. The purple gold warrior with wings sprouting from its back cleaved a mountain with a single sword strike. 12 years old. These words pierced through his mind like poisoned shuriken, one after another. Complete Susanoo. A 12-year-old brat. The voice of Inoki echoed in the empty office, carrying a tremor that even he did not notice. His hands trembled slightly, not from anger, not from shock, but from fear. A primal fear ingrained in the bones, experienced only by those who had lived through that era. He had seen Uchiha Madara Susanoo. Back then he was still young, standing beside the second Tsuchikage, gazing up at that blue warrior. The image was etched deep in his mind, never fading over the decades. Now he was old, and Konoha had produced another 12-year-old wielder of complete Susanoo. Not Madara, but the sheer power capable of altering the battlefield single-handedly was strikingly similar to Madara's. He remained silent for a long time before raising his hand to rub his brow, his voice hoarse and weary. Notify the frontline troops that without my orders they are not to advance. He remained silent for a long time before raising his hand to rub his brow, his voice hoarse and weary. Notify the frontline troops that without my orders they are not to advance towards the Konoha position. We will discuss it further after the peace talks with the Land of Water conclude. Additionally, order the intelligence unit to gather all information on Uchiha Rin, his combat habits, ninjutsu preferences, and weaknesses. I want to know everything about this Uchiha brat. Meanwhile, in the land of grass at the mountain tomb. In the dimly lit hall deep underground, a few weak torches flickered against the stone walls. The buzzing of chakra flowing through the outer path's magic statue served as an eternal background sound as Uchiha Madara sat, with closed eyes on a stone chair, his withered fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The stone floor slowly rose as a white humanoid creature emerged from the ground. Unlike usual, White Zetsu's twisted face bore a rare hint of excitement. Lord Madara, I witnessed something extraordinary on the battlefield in the Land of Water. White Zetsu's tone was noticeably quicker than usual, his sticky voice echoing eerily in the dim hall. Following your previous instructions, I had a clone lurking near the battlefield in the Land of Water to observe Uchiha Rin. Initially, it was just to monitor his movements, but last night's battle completely exceeded our expectations. Madara slowly opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan glowing fiercely in the darkness with 3 tomo. Speak. Complete Susanoo. A purple-gold chakra giant with wings sprouting from its back, wielding a massive sword and wearing a Tengu mask on its face. He used this form to slay the 3rd Kazekage puppet of Kyo's with a single sword strike, the aftermath of the sword's flash cleaving a mountain. Chiyo and Karasuma had no chance to retaliate against him at all. Madara's fingers halted on the armrest. Complete Susanoo. These words were all too familiar to him, for it was a power that originally belonged to him. A 12-year-old Uchiha Jr. had reached the eye technique level he had achieved at his peak. Those azure eyes were certainly not an ordinary bloodline mutation. However, what is even more noteworthy is a specific eye technique he used in battle. White Zetsu's tone he healed the fatal injury of Hatake Kakashi on the battlefield. Madara's Sharingan slightly rotated. Heal. It doesn't seem like ordinary medical ninjutsu. White Zetsu's voice carried a hint of confusion. The effect doesn't resemble healing, it seems more like reversing the passage of time for the wound itself. According to the intelligence I gathered from the Konoha camp, Uchiha Rin refers to this eye technique as Ku Chanso. On the stone chair, Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes. Ku Chanso. His voice was low and hoarse, laced with a hint of intriguing curiosity. State reversion, not healing, it resembles a forced restoration at the level of time itself, allowing a fatal wound caused by the scorpion's tail to heal as if it had never existed within mere moments, even eliminating the poison completely. White Zetsu tilted his head. Lord Madara, are you interested in this eye technique? Madara did not answer immediately. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his own hands, which were withered and covered in age spots. These hands had once wielded a fan, had once formed the seals for Susanoo, and had once battled between the Senju and him in the Valley of the End, tearing the world apart. Yet now they could only grip the armrest of the stone chair, relying on the chakra supplied by the outer path's magic statue to maintain their last breath. If he could return to his peak state, if he could regain the body capable of wielding complete Susanoo, he could personally step out of this cavern, personally execute the Eye of the Moon plan, and realize that ideal world he and Hashirama had never been able to achieve. Zetsu. Madara's lips slowly curled into a cold arc, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan glowing fiercely in the dark. Do you think this eye technique can restore a body that has decayed due to the ravages of time back to its peak state? White Zetsu fell silent for a moment, a flicker of light flashing in his hollow eyes. If the principle of Ku Chanso is to forcibly revert matter to its most perfect state, then aging is merely the degradation of bodily functions. As long as the effect of this eye technique can cover down to the cellular level, reversing aging is not impossible. Of course, the specifics depend on the user's ocular power and the limits of the technique. Lord Madara, what do you plan to do? Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, the tubes connecting his neck and limbs falling away one by one. He walked towards the dusty wooden rack in the corner of the hall, taking down a neatly folded gray cloak, draping it over his shoulders, and pulling up the hood to cover most of his face, leaving only a thin chin exposed. The cane tapped on the stone floor, producing a muffled sound that resonated with a long echo in the empty underground hall. I want to meet this Uchiha Jr. in person. His voice came from under the hood hoarse and calm. "These eyes deserve my personal visit." 3 days later, the peace talks were held as scheduled on the third day. At this time Tsukumo sat in the main seat on the Konoha side. Though his body had fully recovered the significant mental toll, left a trace of fatigue on his brow, yet his gray eyes remained steady and sharp. He presented the conditions drafted by Konoha one by one before Chiyo, his tone calm, yet unyielding. "Elder Chiyo, these are Konoha's conditions. First, Sunagakure must bear all losses incurred by Konoha in this war, including compensation for casualties and resource consumption. Second, Sunagakure must additionally compensate Konoha with 1 billion ryo as restitution for initiating an unjust war against us. Third, Sunagakure must establish a non-military zone on the border of the land of water with the specific boundaries to be defined through subsequent negotiations between both parties." Elder Chiyo slammed her palm on the table, splashing tea from the cup onto the surface, her aged voice trembling slightly with anger. 1 billion ryo. Hatake Tsukumo, you are taking advantage of the situation. Sunagakure's losses in this war are not any less than Konoha's. You blew up our 3 supply lines, destroyed our strongholds, and killed how many of our ninjas? Have you even calculated this? You were the ones who declared war and launched the surprise attack. Tsukumo stood his ground, laying out itemized lists of casualties and resource losses caused by Sunagakure's ambush, pointing to each name with his fingertip. Every one of these ninjas died because of your Sunagakure's orders and beheading actions. Elder Chiyo, do you want me to read them out one by one? Chiyo was left speechless, her gaze landing on the densely packed list of casualties, her complexion paling to an extreme degree. The price of war was never solely hers to decide. Tsunade, sitting beside Tsukumo with her arms crossed, unhurriedly added, "Elder Chiyo, if it weren't for Uchiha Rin's last-minute intervention on the battlefield, your beheading actions would have already killed Konoha's frontline commander. 1 billion ryo is already quite generous." When the name Uchiha Rin was mentioned, Kiyo's mouth involuntarily twitched. The purple-gold radiance of Susanoo overshadowing the sun, the image of the third Kazekage puppet being severed by a single sword strike, and the sight of Sasori kneeling in the ruins, lost and soul-crushed. These images had replayed countless times in her mind in less than 3 days. She instinctively glanced at the black-haired boy leaning against the railing outside the tent, whose hands had once crushed nearly 10 of her elite guards and cleaved a mountain with a single sword, now casually fiddling with a shuriken, as if last night's earth-shattering battle were merely a part of his training routine. Chiyo retracted her gaze, taking a deep breath, her voice hoarse and weary. 1 billion ryo is too much. Sunagakure cannot produce that much cash right now. We can make it in installments. Tsukumo had clearly anticipated this rebuttal, retrieving a pre-prepared payment plan from his pocket and sliding it across the table to Chiyo, detailing every payment date and amount. The military budget allocated to Sunagakure by the daimyo of the Land of Wind each year is sufficient to cover these reparations. Elder Chiyo, you should be more aware of Sunagakure's financial situation than I am. Chiyo stared at the dense installment proposal, remaining silent for a long time. She knew she had lost her negotiating leverage. Yukikage was severely injured, Sasori had been captured, and the entire elite unit of the 10 shinobi was annihilated. Even Rasha had lost an arm. Sunagakure's elite forces had been reduced by more than half in just a few days. If the fighting continued with Uchiha Rin, as this monster-present, Sunagakure had no chance of victory at all. Moreover, the fact that Sasori had assassinated the third Kazekage was still in Konoha's hands. She slowly raised her head, her voice even hoarser than before. All right. Sunagakure agrees to all conditions. The signing of the peace agreement was completed before noon. The Sunagakure delegation left the camp with the hefty compensation terms, and Kiyo's stooped figure appeared especially hunched in the morning mist of the Land of Water. Sasori, whose chakra was sealed, followed behind her without looking back. Tsukumo stood in front of the tactical map in the center of the camp. Although Sunagakure had signed the agreement, there were still thousands of Sunagakure troops on the front line that needed to be orderly withdrawn from the border of the Land of Water. He had to supervise the entire withdrawal process to ensure Sunagakure would not pull any tricks during the retreat. Tsunade lifted the flap of the medical tent to glance outside, where dozens of severely injured patients still required her personal monitoring. Neither of them could leave. The peace agreement must be sent back to Konoha as soon as possible. Tsukumo handed a perfectly sealed scroll to Uchiha Rin, the seal at the scroll's opening bearing the joint stamps of Sunagakure, and Konoha, the wax emblem still warm from being recently pressed. This scroll is more important than any Shrank mission. I need to keep an eye on the situation with Sunagakure, and Tsunade must stay to care for the injured. I can only trouble your squad to head back to the village first and deliver the peace agreement directly to the third Hokage. Uchiha Rin accepted the scroll, weighing its weight before tucking it into his cloak. He nodded to Tsukumo and turned to summon his squad to set off. The four of them passed through the camp's gates, racing towards Konoha along the narrow path through the forests of the land of Uchiha Rin led the way at the front, his six-eye perception network spreading around the team as usual, when suddenly, he caught a chakra signal. Just ahead at the turn of the mountain path, it felt like a volcano that had been silent for too long, suppressing its presence to the extreme, yet deliberately releasing a faint ripple as he approached. That ripple contained some ancient and profound ocular power, resonating weakly with his kaleidoscopic six eyes. He halted his steps, raising his hand to signal the team to pause. "What's wrong?" Kakashi looked up at him. Uchiha Rin stared silently at the bend in the mountain path for a moment before suddenly smiling and putting away the shuriken he had been playing with. "You all go ahead. I have something to take care of, and we'll catch up shortly. Don't take too long." Kakashi finished speaking and nodded to Tenya and Hinata as the three continued towards Konoha. Once his teammates' chakra signals vanished at the edge of his perception network, Uchiha Rin resumed his stride, turning alone around the bend in the mountain path. Ahead, a hunched figure was slowly approaching, leaning on a cane. The gray cloak covered most of his body, and the hood was pulled low. Uchiha Rin's fingers instinctively pressed against the hilt of his Crimson Thunder sword, his azure kaleidoscopic eyes silently operating. The opponent's chakra was suppressed to the extreme, appearing calm on the surface, yet beneath the deliberate suppression, the ocular power in those eyes was like an unfathomable abyss, cold and ancient. He took 2 steps forward, a polite smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Excuse me, sir, are you lost? You arrived faster than I imagined." The old man slowly lifted his hood, revealing his face completely to the midday sun. It was a face so old that its original contours were nearly unrecognizable, skin tightly wrapped around protruding cheekbones and jaw, yet those eyes, crimson like a blood moon, held the Sharingan, 3 Tomo, quietly suspended at the edges of the pupils, unmoving. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Rin's pupils suddenly constricted, his expression frozen in a moment of perfectly measured shock. His right hand instinctively pressed against the hilt of his sword, and he managed to utter a few words after a slight movement of his lips. "Uchiha Madara." Impossible. Uchiha Madara was already killed by Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End. "Who exactly are you?" Madara's lips curled slightly, a faint trace of mockery flickering in his Sharingan. "Senju Hashirama did indeed defeat me at the Valley of the End, but he was unable to kill me. After that battle, I hid for decades, watching with my own eyes how this ninja world gradually approached the very situation that both Hashirama and I most dreaded." His gaze slowly returned from the hand Rin placed on the sword hilt to his face. "No need to be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you so much." Uchiha Rin fell silent for a moment, his fingers slowly loosening from the sword hilt. The shock on his face gradually faded, replaced by a deeper, more complex emotion. In fact, from the moment the 6 eyes captured the chakra signal of the person before him, he had already had a vague answer in his heart. After all, who else in the entire ninja world possesses a second set of Sharingan with such a level of ocular power? However, when this answer stood right in front of him, he needed a normal reaction of hearing this for the first time. Now that he had feigned enough shock, he slowly exhaled. Uchiha Rin raised his head, meeting Madara's crimson Sharingan. "You didn't come to reminisce, did you? If there's something to say, just say it. Just say it." "Very well." Madara placed his hands on the top of his cane, his Sharingan still burning red under the midday sun. "I saw everything you did on the battlefield. The complete body Susanoo, single-handedly defeating Chiyo and Sasori. A 12-year-old Uchiha Jr. has already reached the level of ocular technique I had at my peak back in the day. In terms of talent, even Hashirama and I were far inferior to you at your age." And then, "Oi." Uchiha Rin's tone was calm. "For such a remarkably talented junior, I want to see his thoughts with my own eyes." Madara slightly lifted his chin, the 3 Tomo in his Sharingan beginning to slowly rotate. "Uchiha Rin, what kind of world do you see in today's ninja world?" Uchiha Rin fell silent. This question had been discussed countless times in his past life, after his reincarnation into this world during his missions in the Umbu, and amidst the smoke of battle, he had witnessed far too much. His answer did not require contemplation. He raised his head, looking directly into Madara's Sharingan, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear, distorted and unbearable. "The ninja village system binds ninjas to the countries, yet the villages themselves are merely pawns driven by the interests of feudal lords and great nations. The ninja world wars are unending. The causes of each war may differ, but the results are always the same. Countless ninjas perish, countless families are shattered, while those at the top of the pyramid remain indifferent, continuing to chase more interests and power." He paused, articulating the final sentence deliberately. "So one day I will end this chaotic world." Madara looked at Uchiha Rin, a faint ripple suddenly passing through his crimson Sharingan. To end the chaotic world. Those 4 words he had once heard from another's lips in a far more ancient time, when the ninja world was still in the chaos of warring states. Back then Hashirama stood by the riverside of the Nango River and had spoken almost the same words to him. They were both young then, believing that their combined strength could change everything. Later they did change. Konoha was established, the ninja village system was promoted. And then Hashirama died, he hid underground, and the wars never truly ceased. Your thoughts are naive. Madara's voice was hoarse and deep, his expression unchanged, but the fingers gripping the cane tightened slightly. Even Hashirama and I could not accomplish this. To end the chaotic world and achieve true peace. We once stood side by side, believing that our combined strength could change everything. We established Konoha and created the ninja village system, thinking that this would end the warring states' chaos. But you see the result. War has never disappeared, it has merely changed in scale. The conflicts between ninja villages are more brutal than in the warring states era, with hatred upon hatred accumulating, never reaching an end. He paused for a moment. If even Hashirama and I could not do it, what makes you think you can? That's because you weren't strong enough. And also your vision is simply too short-sighted. Uchiha Rin raised his hand, the azure kaleidoscope, Sharingan, shining brightly under the midday sun. Madara did not get angry, he didn't even frown. After all, which elder would easily be angered by the words of a child? Especially when the Uchiha Jr. before him truly had the qualifications to say such things. Then how far can your eyes see into the future? Madara's voice was hoarse, yet calm, his cane lightly tapping on the stone floor. Simply ending the wars to gain a brief peace, only to repeat the next great war? Just like how Hashirama and I established Konoha back, then believing that the village could eliminate hatred, but it only condensed the hatred into larger-scale wars. Is this your long-term vision? Uchiha Rin did not answer. Madara did not require him to. The old man, who had lived since the Warring States era, slowly raised his gaze to the clouds dyed golden red by the setting sun at the end of the mountain path. His voice grew low and distant, as if recounting an old tale that spanned too many years to the young man before him. Back in the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan, in the underground chamber of the Nango Shrine, I once read a stone tablet. That stone tablet was a relic left by the Sage of Six Paths, deciphered layer by layer using the power of the Sharingan. It recorded the truth about the origins of the ninja sect, as well as the only method to achieve true peace. That is the infinite Tsukuyomi. He switched the cane to the other hand, his dry fingers pointing to the sky, to project the illusion onto the moon, allowing everyone in the world to sink into a beautiful dream. No wars, no hatred, no killings. Everyone can attain everything they desire in their dreams, resurrect the dead, mend regrets, and erase pain. This is true peace. Not through conquest by force, nor through treaties binding people, but by allowing every living person to find happiness within the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is the path I chose after reading the tablet, and it is the ideal I am still pursuing today. Uchiha Rin watched the old man seriously recounting a dream, remaining silent for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed. That laughter was neither long nor sharp, but carried a complex meaning of disdain, turning to disappointment, echoing clearly in the quiet mountain path. Indeed, only a loser could think of such a method. To achieve peace through false illusions. That's truly laughable. Madara's brow finally furrowed slightly. What did you say? Infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Rin pronounced this name, the faint smile in his eyes replaced by a sharper, more determined light. In the end, it amounts to using a great illusion to imprison all living people in a false happiness. No bloodshed, no sacrifice, and no need to face any reality. It sounds beautiful, but that is not true peace. That is evasion. The living are trapped in a false dream, unable to awaken, while where is their real body? In the infinite Tsukuyomi, slowly decaying until they lose all real emotions and bonds. This is what you call making everyone happy. He took a step forward, gazing directly into Madara's crimson Sharingan, showing no signs of retreat. Moreover, if the infinite Tsukuyomi could indeed achieve true peace, then why didn't the Sage of Six Paths use it personally? You say that stone tablet is his legacy for future generations. But he chose to create the ninja sect using teachings and inheritance to connect real bonds between people rather than using an illusion that covers the entire world to numb everyone. Because he understood that false peace is just another form of extinction. Madara fell silent. Not because he was refuted, but because the azure kaleidoscope Sharingan shone so brightly as he spoke these words that it left him somewhat dazed. Not from ocular techniques nor from intimidation, but from the gaze of a young man who was unshakable in his chosen path. It was exactly like the gaze Hashirama had when he looked at the Hokage Rock and said, "I want to build a village where children no longer have to go to the battlefield." His fingers slowly stroked the top of the cane for a long time, and then his lips suddenly curled into a slight smile. Interesting. A little brat like you actually dares to question the truths left by the Sage of Six Paths. However, you were right about one thing. This stone tablet indeed doesn't explain why the Sage of Six Paths never used the infinite Tsukuyomi. Perhaps he was not strong enough, perhaps he was compassionate, or perhaps he simply didn't have the opportunity. But precisely because he did not do it, that is why it requires future generations to do so. He struck the cane against the ground, and when he raised his eyes again, there was an added layer of profound scrutiny in his crimson Sharingan. Since you believe the infinite Tsukuyomi is false peace, then what do you plan to do? What to do? It's simple. Uchiha Rin raised his eyes, the azure kaleidoscope, Sharingan, shining brightly under the midday sun. I will become the ruler. In simple terms, I will become the Hokage. Then I will replace the feudal lords and become the highest ruler of the land of fire myself. Then unify the ninja world, bringing all 5 great countries under the same regime. Madara's brow slightly raised, his dry fingers pausing at the top of the cane. Replacing the feudal lords and unifying the ninja world. These words coming from any 12-year-old would only be seen as the childish ramblings of a kid. But the one saying this was Uchiha Rin, someone who had activated the complete body Susanoo at 12, someone who had just single-handedly defeated the strongest force of Sunagakure. He truly had the qualifications to be arrogant. You think this is the way to achieve peace? Madara did not refute, merely asking faintly. The decentralization of power is the fundamental breeding ground for war. The 5 great countries each have their own feudal lords, each have their own kage, each have their own interests. As long as these interests conflict, ninjas will be treated as tools sent to the battlefield to die for the decisions of those upper-class individuals whom they have never even met. Uchiha Rin's voice was not loud, yet it resonated exceptionally clearly in the quiet mountain path. What I want to establish is a completely new regime. In that regime, ninjas are not tools and do not need to fight each other over trivial task rewards. In that world, no ninja will lose someone important due to a war in which they had no part in the decision-making. He took a step forward, his gaze unwaveringly meeting Madara's crimson Sharingan. Unify the ninja world, establish a singular nation. Eliminate the boundaries between countries and fundamentally eradicate the conditions that lead to war. This is my peace. Unlike your infinite Tsukuyomi, my peace is built on the solid ground of reality, not in a phantasmagorical dream. Madara remained silent for a long time. The mountain wind blew through the ancient pines, causing the needles. His crimson Sharingan continuously stared at Uchiha Rin, as if reassessing the weight of this Uchiha. To unify the ninja world and establish a singular regime. This ambition was greater than he had anticipated. Not for revenge nor for hatred, but for a responsibility heavier than hatred. Madara slowly turned around, facing away from Uchiha Rin, the cane tapping against the stone ground with a dull sound. Do you know what this means? It means you will be at odds with the entire old order of the ninja world. Madara slowly turned around, facing away from Uchiha Rin, the cane tapping against the stone ground with a dull sound. Do you know what this means? It means you will be at odds with the entire old order of the ninja world. Feudal lords, nobles, and all the ninja villages of various nations, all vested interests will unite against you. This is harder than what Hashirama and I did back in the day. We only had to establish a village while you must build an immensely vast nation. That's why I say your and Hashirama's vision is too short-sighted. Establishing a village merely escalates the scale of war from family to village. As long as the boundaries between countries exist, as long as ninjas are still bound by feudal lords and nobles, war will never cease. You and Hashirama merely paused the war for a brief moment. A war has never truly been eliminated. What I aim to do is to completely eradicate the soil that allows war to exist. Madara faced away from him, not turning back. Yet in his crimson Sharingan, the 3 tomo were slowly rotating. This kid was not just talking empty words. He was serious. This ambition, this courage, this unshakable gaze in pursuit of his chosen path indeed resembled Hashirama, but he was even more unreserved in displaying his brilliance. Unfortunately, he probably would never see that day with his own eyes. Unless Yuzebo Lin sat cross-legged at the top of the slope, chin resting on one hand. In his perception web, an immensely powerful surge of earth-nature chakra was already approaching it. In those crimson Sharingan eyes, 3 tomo slowly rotated, fixing their gaze on Uchiha Lin's eyes. A scrutiny that was more complex, interwoven with memories and a hidden expectation. It seems the path you have chosen and my infinite Tsukuyomi are destined to be opposed. To unify the ninja world, you must erase the boundary. It seems the path you have chosen and my infinite Tsukuyomi are destined to be opposed. To unify the ninja world, you must erase the boundaries between nations. And my infinite Tsukuyomi requires all people to sink into the same dream. In the end, only one of the pieces we believe in can become reality. Uchiha Rin did not avoid his gaze. So what? Ban slowly raised his head. Those crimson Sharingan eyes still burned fiery red under the midday sun, but the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint arc. Not mockery, not sneer, but an interest that had been buried for too many years and was now rekindled. So let's end this conversation here. He gripped his staff again with both hands and took a step forward. This step was no longer faltering. The staff struck the stone ground with a dull thud, and the old man's hunched back seemed to straighten a little with that step. Let's settle this in the traditional Uchiha way, a fight. Whoever wins his method is correct. The loser must assist the other in achieving the peace he believes in. Uchiha Rin's fingers once again rested on the hilt of Fei, lay his azure Mangekyo's 6 eyes, slowly rotating. He did not answer immediately, but the light that ignited in those eyes said it all. You are more straightforward than I imagined. I thought you would talk to me for another half hour about Hashirama and the stone tablet. I've said all that needs to be said. Uchiha Rin's fingers once again rested on the hilt of Fei, lay his azure Mangekyo's 6 eyes, slowly rotating. He did not answer immediately, but the light that ignited in those eyes said it all. Uchiha Rin drew Fei Lei from his waist. The silver-blue blade reflected a cold arc of light under the midday sun. The incandescent flames of sword-leaping flame ignited silently on the blade, casting his half-profile in shifting light and shadow. Uchiha Rin drew Fei Lei from his waist. The silver-blue blade reflected a cold arc of light under the midday sun. In Uchiha Ban's Sharingan, the 3 tomo suddenly accelerated, and a pressure completely different from that frail old man slowly rose from him. If I lose, I will help you unify the ninja world. If you lose, you will carry out my infinite Tsukuyami. We are both Uchiha. This pact needs no written proof. These eyes are the best contract. With your current aged body, do you think you can defeat me, eh? Uchiha Rin flicked Fei Lei to his side. The incandescent flames of sword-leaping flame blazed on the blade, a playful curve hanging on the corner of his mouth. Arrogant. Uchiha Ban's voice was hoarse but calm. There was not a trace of anger in those crimson Sharingan eyes. Even if I am not at my peak, it doesn't mean I will lose to you. A Fei. With his command, the ground suddenly, a white Zetsu with a spiral head emerged from underground, its body writhing like liquid, quickly climbing onto Ban's withered limbs and torso, wrapping and fusing layer by layer. Under that white substance covering Ban's originally skeletal body that relied on the demonic statue of the outer path to sustain his last breath began to fill out at a visible speed. Withered muscles bulged again, the hunched back slowly straightened, and gaunt fingers became thick and strong. He tore off the gray cloak, revealing the red Warring State's armor underneath, covered in scratches and burn marks left by time, yet still exuding an undeniable majesty. He drew the heirloom weapon passed down through generations of Uchiha from behind. The surface of the fire fan gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the midday sun. He clenched his newly filled and powerful hands, knuckles cracking softly. Only this level. But it's enough. Ban raised his head. The 3 tomo in his crimson Sharingan accelerated, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The battle intent of a Warring State's overlord that had been suppressed for too long. Let's begin, boy. Uchiha Rin watched the old man on the verge of death suddenly transform back into the overbearing Uchiha Ban, and the curve of his mouth lifted a little higher. He gripped Fei Lei tightly. The crimson ring in his azure Mangekyo's 6 eyes suddenly flared. Then let's begin. But let me say this first. He pointed the blade tip at Ban, his tone as arrogant as the boy who once told Kakashi, "You are the challenger," on the training ground. In this fight, you are the challenger. The moment his voice fell, both of them pushed off the ground simultaneously. The ground beneath their feet cracked into dense patterns under the burst of chakra. Gravel was hurled into the air by the shockwave, and 2 figures collided like meteors. Fei Lei and the fire fan clashed, detonating a visible shockwave that sent leaves and gravel flying within dozens of meters. Uchiha Rin's sword-leaping flame burned on the blade. Each strike left a scorching afterimage in the air, and the air itself twisted wherever the blade passed. His swordsmanship, honed through 3 years of ANBU missions, had shed the sharpness of youth, replaced by a nearly ruthless efficiency. Every cut followed the shortest straight line. Every change of direction occurred before the opponent could anticipate. Uchiha Ban wielded the fire fan, blocking, countering, and using the opponent's strength against him with the purest taijutsu tempered in the Warring States era. His movements had not a trace of excess. Every step landed in the gaps of Uchiha Rin's blade transitions. The fan's surface fluttered like a butterfly in the sunlight, yet it was more solid than any shield. Nice angle on that slash, but your recovery is half a beat slow. Ban sidestepped a horizontal cut, lifting the fire fan from below. The fan's edge scraped along Fei Lei's spine, creating a trail of sparks, forcing Uchiha Rin to retreat half a step. Your swordsmanship foundation is the Uchiha style, but it's mixed with traces of the Hatake clan's White Fang style. Well learned, but you still lack the skill to fully integrate them. Fighting while commentating, truly worthy of you, the Leaf's Dance King. Uchiha Rin spun to deflect the force of the fan, then reversed his hand and stabbed toward Ban's right side. The incandescent flame on the blade tip suddenly compressed into a single point as he thrust, but was deflected by the fire fan by a hair's breadth of flame, exploding into a blinding white light on the fan's surface. Dance King. Ban raised an eyebrow, slightly sweeping the fire fan to drive back Uchiha Rin. Both leaped backward to create distance, landing simultaneously about 10 meters apart. He held the fire fan horizontally to his side, a flicker of elusive light passing through his crimson Sharingan. What a strange title. Still, your dance steps are not bad. There are few in the ninja world who could go so many rounds under my fan. He held the fire fan horizontally to his side. Scorch marks from the sword-leaping flame still remained on his armor, but the battle intent in those crimson Sharingan eyes burned even fiercer than before. The warm-up ends here. Next, let this old man see if your ninjutsu is as excellent as your taijutsu. Before his voice faded, Uchiha Ban formed a horse seal with his hands. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Facing Ban's one seal fire style, Uchiha Rin grinned and sprayed an identical fire style from his mouth without forming any seals. Two seas of flames simultaneously erupted from both mouths. Orange-eared flames surged like a tsunami, bathing the entire battlefield in an apocalyptic crimson. The two seas of flame collided midair with a thunderous roar of sparks, and heat blasted in all directions. Trees around instantly carbonized under the high temperature, and a pungent smell of scorch filled the air. Flame clashed against flame at the midline, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield an inch. In Ban's Sharingan eyes, the orange-eared sea of fire that matched his own was reflected, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted slightly. To have reached such a level in fire style at this age, there is no second in the entire history of the Uchiha clan. Then he saw the orange-eared turn into incandescent white. The fused energy inside Uchiha Rin channeled along his meridians into the sea of flame. The cold, brutal nature of cursed energy and the warmth of chakra were pushed to their extremes simultaneously. The originally orange-eared flames abruptly changed color from orange-eared to bright white, then from bright white to incandescent white. It was not an increase in temperature, but a qualitative leap in chakra. The incandescent white sea of flame advanced with overwhelming force, devouring Ban's orange-eared sea inch by inch. Where the heat wave passed, even rocks on the ground began to melt, sand and soil congealed into twisted glassy crystals under the heat. A rare glimmer of surprise flashed in Ban's Sharingan. His great fire annihilation was being overpowered, heated, not neutralized, but utterly devoured. This Uchiha Jr.'s fire style had surpassed the nature transformation of fire itself. It was another form of chakra fusion, a way of utilizing energy he had never seen before. Not bad. In fire style, Uchiha Ban would call you the strongest. Uchiha Rin stood before the incandescent white sea, still blazing fiercely, the firelight cast shifting light and shadow on his profile. When he heard Ban's words, the curve of his mouth lifted a little higher. Senior Ban, is this all you've got? Don't disappoint me too much. Arrogant brat. Ban's mouth curled into a cold arc, and he suddenly pressed his hands together. Uchiha Rin was all too familiar with this gesture. In the original story, it represented the activation of the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world. Wood-style flower tree world descent. The ground trembled violently, out cracks spread from beneath Ban's feet in all directions. Countless thick vines and giant trees burst from underground roots, writhing like living things, surging overwhelmingly toward Uchiha Rin. The trees emitted harsh scraping sounds as they grew. Enormous blood-red blossoms burst open on the vine's surface, spraying dense purple poison powder when their petals opened, spreading into a lethal mist in the air. Wood style, the unique bloodline limit of Senju Hashirama, one of the strongest powers of the Warring States era, was now being reproduced in Uchiha Ban's hands. Golden lightning burst forth on Fei Lei's blade. Chidori sharp spear shot out from the tip, transforming into a golden lightning pillar that pierced dozens of meters. Uchiha Rin swung his blade in a horizontal arc. The lightning severed all the vines and giant trees surging from the front, splintered with chips flying like rain. His figure flickered continuously in the gaps between vines. Every swing of his blade was accompanied by rows of falling trees. But just as he cleared one area, new vines grew from the broken points, thicker and denser than before. The poison powder spat by the blood-red blossoms accumulated thicker in the air, dyeing the surrounding vision into a hazy purple. Even breathing became hot and pungent. This is endless. Uchiha Rin looked up at the sky, blocked by the canopy. The gravitational singularity of Tsang exploded beneath his feet. His figure shot into the sky. After a few flickers, he escaped the range of the poison powder, hovering in midair to overlook the dense forest formed by wood-style below. Flight ninjutsu. Ban looked up at the black dot hovering in midair and pressed his hands together again. Don't think you're safe just because you're in the air. Wood-style wood dragon technique. A gigantic wooden dragon rose from the ground. The dragon's body was formed by countless thick vines twisted together, scale-like bark layered upon each other. The dragon's head was raised high, its hollow eye sockets aimed at Uchiha Rin in midair. The wooden dragon soared into the sky, its gaping maw lunging toward Uchiha Rin at incredible speed, tearing the air with sharp whistles wherever it passed. Uchiha Rin did not dodge. He hovered in midair, his right palm facing upward as the deep blue light of Tsang materialized in his palm. He slowly raised his palm, beginning to chant an incantation. Phase Twilight, Eye of Wisdom. Each syllable struck the air like a heavy hammer, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The light of Tsang grew increasingly dazzling as the full incantation progressed, shifting from deep blue to pale violet. Then he poured a vast amount of wind-style chakra and fused energy into the core of the gravitational singularity. A stellar ring spun rapidly around the singularity, its speed increasing, twisting all surrounding light into eerie arcs. Even space itself emitted a strained hum around the sphere. Void-style spiral azure orb. Uchiha Rin gently tossed the spiral azure orb downward. Before the wooden dragon could approach Uchiha Rin, it was violently seized by an irresistible gravitational force. The massive dragon body twisted and deformed in the gravitational field, its head, body, and tail were torn apart inch by inch into pieces drawn into the stellar ring, where even the shattered wood chips were ground into finer powder by the rotation. The tree's vines poisoned powder rocks on the ground. Everything that could move flew toward that falling violet blue. The earth was lifted in whole, pieces of shattered rocks and tree roots were ground into fine powder by the high-speed rotation of the stellar ring, filling the air with the dust of crushed rock. As the spiral azure orb landed, there was no deafening roar, no blinding firelight, only an extremely low-pitched hum. The entire ground violently trembled in that instant. A shockwave spread in all directions, completely reshaping the terrain within a 10-li radius. When the dust slowly settled, the original forested mountain path was no more, replaced by a giant spherical depression nearly 10 li in diameter. The inner walls of the depression were smooth as a mirror. All matter had been compressed and ground into fine gray powder covering the bottom. Sunlight fell on the smooth walls, reflecting a cold arc of light. Beneath this massive sinkhole, a deep blue chakra giant stood towering. This was Ban's third stage. Although the Susanu's surface was covered with dense cracks, it had managed to withstand this attack. Ban stood in the center of the Susanu's chakra shield, arms crossed, his crimson Sharingan eyes gazing through the chakra shield at Uchiha Rin hovering above the sinkhole. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted into an arc. Not anger, not mockery, but a genuine battle-roused smile from the heart. Spiral azure orb. This technique this old man will remember. To fuse wind style and gravity to this extent, the younger generation is formidable. Ban raised his arms and folded them, dismissing the Susanu. Then next, let this old man see what other skills you have. Wood style with human technique. Armored Susanu. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, and a torrent of chakra surged forth from his body like a flood breaking through a dam. The ground began to tremble violently as countless thick dark brown roots tore through the surface, rising up accompanied by a deafening roar. These vines intertwined and wrapped around each other, frantically expanding and rising at a visible speed, instantly transforming into a towering wooden figure resembling an ancient demonic god. Immediately, a dark blue and frenzied light of chakra erupted from the depths of Madara's eyes, forming a tangible energy storm that swept outward. A gigantic Susanu skeleton materialized out of thin air, quickly growing flesh and blood along with an indestructible blue chakra armor. This imposing Susanu did not stand alone, but instead covered the massive wooden figure like a tailored heavy armor, seamlessly fitting over it. In an instant, the weight of the wood release and the sharpness of Susanu perfectly melded together. The blue chakra armor tightly adhered to the wooden figure's torso, draping it in a layer of resplendent battle armor. The once ancient and majestic wooden body appeared even more ferocious and sacred against the backdrop of the dark blue armor. Two massive long swords formed from pure chakra emerged at the waist of the wooden figure, reflecting a chilling cold light. It stood like a world-destroying general clad in heavy armor, towering between heaven and earth. At this moment, Madara stood proudly atop this armored Susanu. The wooden figure of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's Susanu, two supreme powers fused into one at this moment. He looked down from above at the insignificant beings and the ravaged earth below, with the wind blowing through his long hair, and his aged face bore a proud and confident expression that looked down upon the world. Uchiha Rin floated at the edge of the pit, watching the armored Susanu's wooden figure shining brilliantly in the midday sun, and the corner of her mouth curved upward once more. A scarlet ring suddenly lit up in the azure kaleidoscope of her 6 eyes. Then let me show you. Complete Susanu. Activate. Golden chakra erupted from his Bodhis chakra points as a giant golden figure rose up. The chakra skeleton, muscle fibers, meridians, and skin formed layer by layer with each breath. Golden armor appeared from the void and covered the golden Susanu's body, each piece of armor adorned with flowing golden chakra patterns pulsating as if alive. A massive long sword appeared and hung at his waist, its hilt ablaze with an unquenchable golden flame. Finally, a Crow Tengu mask emerged from the giant's face, obscuring most of his dignified visage, revealing only a pair of azure eyes identical to Uchiha Rin's. Wings of light burning with golden chakra unfolded thunderously from the giant's back before folding back in. The complete Susanu of Uchiha Rin reappeared in the world. Two colossal figures, one golden, one deep blue, faced each other across a pit with a diameter of 10 miles. This shocking scene had not been seen in the ninja world since the Valley of the End. The rocks at the edge of the pit cracked inch by inch under the pressure of the two, and the air was thick with the static generated from the clash of chakra. Even the clouds above were torn in half by the opposing chakra. Madara gazed at the golden war god standing opposite him, equal in might. A flash of excitement passed through his crimson Sharingan. The cold expression on his face transformed into a silent smile. Hashirama, do you see? This junior is even more arrogant and youthful than we were back in the day. The armored wooden figure slowly drew its two massive blue chakra-long swords, pointing their tips at Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin, let me see if you are merely a fleeting genius or a true powerhouse capable of change. As soon as he finished speaking, the two towering giants charged at each other almost simultaneously. The armored wooden figure under Madara's feet took the lead. Each step it took caused the pit's inner wall to crack and crumble as its hands wielded blades parted the air with a dull roar like thunder. Uchiha Rin's golden Susanoo did not retreat, either drawing its sword and charging at the opponent. The giant unsheathed the sword enveloped in unquenchable golden flames, the edge scorching the space with twisted ripples. The blue double swords clashed with the golden long sword in midair. This strike altered the colors of heaven. The shockwave from the center of the collision sent rocks from the edge of the pit flying, and the shattered stones were ground into powder by the residual waves generated by the intertwining chakras before they could even touch the ground. The shockwave continued to spread outward, tearing the clouds in the surrounding area to shreds, while the sky above seemed to split in two under the pressure of the Susanoo and the armored wooden figure. One half stained the color of the deep sea by the blue chakra of the wooden figure, and the other half burned to a sunset hue by the flames of the golden sword. The armored wooden figure turned with the recoil from the collision, its left-hand long sword drawing a massive arc in the air, slashing toward the ribs of the golden Susanoo. This slash held no flashy techniques, only pure power and speed. Where the sword passed, the air was evacuated, creating a brief corridor of vacuum. Uchiha Rin chose not to block the golden Susanoo's wings, suddenly flared its massive body, nimbly sidestepped the blade. The sword edge grazed past the Susanoo's chest armor, sparking a shower of golden sparks. While dodging, the golden long sword thrust upward from below, aiming directly at the wrist joint of the armored wooden figure. Where the wooden figure and Susanoo armor fused, it was one of the weakest points of the entire armor system. Madara's Sharingan captured the trajectory of the sword's edge at the critical moment. The armored wooden figure's wrist twisted, its chakra-long sword deflected the golden long sword by mere millimeters, and the clash sent shockwaves that cracked the ground beneath their feet into a deep fissure. The two giants engaged in the most primal and violent close-quarters combat at the bottom of the pit. Every clash of swords sounded like thunder, and every footfall shook the ground. The strikes of the armored wooden figure were as heavy as mountains, each blow containing the overwhelming vitality of Senju Hashirama's would release. The thrusts of the golden long sword were as swift as lightning, each strike carrying the cold calculations of Uchiha Rin's azure eyes. The wooden figure's armor began to crack under the successive thrusts of the golden long sword, while the shoulder armor of the golden Susanoo also shattered at the blow of the wooden sword. The two giants destroyed each other with every clash, yet reformed after each encounter, pushing their chakra consumption to the limits. From noon to dusk, from dusk to nightfall. The bottom of the pit was forcibly widened by the repeated trampling of the two giants. The once smooth inner walls were now covered in cuts and dents, shattered rocks and broken tree remnants littered the ground, further crushed into finer fragments by the next shockwave. The battlefield was thick with residual chakra, the air filled with the smell of ozone produced by ionization, and the ground had become scorching hot from countless impacts, making a subtle sizzling sound when stepped on. Madara stood atop the wooden figure, breathing heavily and hotly. He gritted his teeth, his crimson Sharingan fixed intently on the golden giant opposite him, yet his peripheral vision began to blur. The white Zetsu shell enveloping him was visibly thinning. Abido cells were being continuously consumed in the high-intensity battle, shrinking from their initially plump state into a thin white membrane, revealing beneath it the aging body that was starting to wither. The wooden figure's movements began to slow. The fatigue and chakra depletion made it increasingly difficult for Uchiha Madara to keep up. The armored Susanoo was a fusion of Senju Hashirama's wooden figure and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Maintaining it required all of Madara's strength even at his peak, and now this aging body barely sustained by the outer path's golem and Hashirama cells could no longer extract any more chakra. The dark blue Susanoo armor began to disintegrate inch by inch from the wooden figure's shoulder. The shattered chakra fragments turned into countless light points flowing through the night like a reversing galaxy. The wooden figure lost the support of the Susanoo, its movements became even slower, and its blocking speed could no longer keep up with the rhythm of the golden long sword slashes. Another sword strike came down with immense force. Madara controlled the wooden figure to raise its sword for defense. When the blue long sword and golden long sword collided, a crack erupted along the entire blade. The cracks spread from the blade to the hilt, then to the wooden figure's arm, before the sword finally broke. The residual force of the golden long sword did not diminish, striking the wooden figure's chest armor. Without the protection of the Susanoo armor, the wooden body cracked under the burning of the golden flames. The wooden figure's chest was pierced through, and shattered would rain down like a downpour. The wooden figure's legs could no longer support its massive frame, slowly kneeling at the bottom of the pit, stirring up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Madara leaped down from the wooden figure's head, landing on a protruding rock. He knelt on one knee, one hand propping against the rock surface, while the other still clutched tightly to the flaming fan. The chakra of the white Zetsu shell was nearly exhausted, revealing once more the aged face beneath. Withered muscles, deep wrinkles, and shriveled fingers. This once invincible Uchiha Madara now appeared to be merely an extremely fatigued old man. Yet the corners of his mouth still held a smile. Not a mocking smile, nor a bitter smile, but a satisfied smile released after his long-buried fighting spirit was finally ignited. It seems I've lost. Madara slowly raised his head, his crimson Sharingan having turned back into slightly murky black pupils. He looked at the golden Susanoo that was slowly retracting its wings, gazing at the 12-year-old Uchiha Jr. standing at its center, speaking in a tone he had never used with anyone before. As per our agreement, from now on I will assist you in realizing your plan to unify the ninja world, but this body has reached its limit, and I can no longer fulfill this promise. This is Kagaya's will, a product of my fusion with Hashirama's power, awakening the Rinnegan. It can be seen as my will, and it will help you complete your path. As Uchiha Madara spoke, a pool of black liquid slowly began to emerge from the shadow beneath his feet, coalescing into a black humanoid figure beside him. Seeing Madara's demeanor, as if he was entrusting his final affairs, Uchiha Rin dispelled the Susanoo slowly descending before him. Glancing at Kagaya's will beside him, then turning to look into Uchiha Madara's murky, soulless eyes, Uchiha Rin's gaze flickered slightly, as he teased, "A promise is a promise, don't think about breaking it, elder." As Uchiha Rin's scarlet ring slowly turned, the ocular technique Ku Korin silently activated. Madara's depleted body underwent a remarkable transformation. His once hunched back slowly straightened, withered muscles gradually filled out, and loose skin tightened and regained elasticity, while his dry white hair turned back to black. "This isn't squeezing an old man, I'll consider it a gift for helping me." Madara was momentarily stunned before looking at his rejuvenated and powerful hands, then glancing at Kagaya's will and Uchiha Rin. "This is truly a great gift." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand pierced through his chest from behind. "Don't you think so, Kagaya's will? Or should I call you Kagaya's intent?" Looking back at Madara, who had just been betrayed, Kagaya's will wore an expression of disbelief. "Madara, what are you doing?" The hand of Ban pierced through the chest of Kurizetsu, black liquid gushing from the wound, slowly trickling down Ban. For the first time, a semblance of shock appeared on Kurizetsu's featureless face, its body trembling slightly. On Ban's arm, the voice hoarse and distorted. For the first time, a semblance of shock appeared on Kurizetsu's feature. Ban's voice regained the deep and steady tone of his youth, his once sharp Sharingan devoid of any ripples, only a chilling gaze that scrutinized deeply. "Do you think I, Uchiha Ban, would forever be kept in the dark, a pawn in your scheme to resurrect Kagaya?" In the illusion space, the flow of time was drastically different from the outside world. He claimed that his kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed him to see a part of. He did not show any signs of surprise, because before launching the High Emperor's spirit at the moment when Ban's body lingered on the brink of collapse with his mental defenses at their weakest, he had pulled Ban's consciousness into the illusion space using Genjutsu. In the illusion space, the flow of time was drastically different from the outside world. He claimed that his kaleidoscope Sharingan allowed him to see a part of the future. The truth about the infinite Tsukuyami, the origin of Kagaya Otsutsuki Kurizetsu's true identity, and the last scene, where Ban was pierced from behind by Kurizetsu in the original narrative, unfolded before Ban in vivid clarity. "This is the truth and the conclusion of the path you have insisted on." Uchiha Rin spoke to Ban, who had just digested all the information. "He is the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the last piece she left behind before being sealed. He has lurked in the ninja world for 1,000 years, waiting for the right moment, laying plans around you for decades, starting from the altered stele you read at the Nana Shrine. Every step you took was within his scheme. The infinite Tsukuyomi is not a means to achieve peace. It's a ritual to resurrect Kaguya. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi succeeds, everyone wrapped by the divine tree will turn into white Zetsu, and you will become the vessel for Kaguya's resurrection, turning into her army along with all those trapped in the illusion. Ban stood in the void of the illusion space, watching the vivid images before him. The future self being pierced from behind by Kurizetsu, after the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated. Kaguya's will emerging from the body that belonged to him. Though his usually stern features showed no change in expression, the Crimson Sharingan swirled with a cold and extreme killing intent that Uchiha Rin had never seen before. Then Uchiha Rin informed Ban about Kurizetsu's abilities and intelligence, including that sealing techniques were necessary to prevent the opponent from escaping. Back to the real world, Kurizetsu. Uchiha Ban slowly spoke, his voice carrying an unprecedented calm. You are my will. This is what you told me, right? All these years you have lurked by my side, altered the steely fabricated lies about the Eye of the Moon, treating me, Uchiha Ban, as a sacrificial pawn for resurrecting your mother. Kurizetsu's body trembled violently. Ban's arm slowly turning over its chest. Countless sealing symbols began to emerge from the wound, transforming into sealing chains that wrapped around Kurizetsu. Do you have any more arguments to make? Ban's voice was devoid of emotion. No, it's not like that, Lord Ban. I truly am your will. I know it must be that little brat deceiving you. Everything he said is a lie. Unrepentant, still daring to attempt to deceive me. Seeing that Uchiha Ban seemingly truly no longer believed him, a non-human expression appeared on Kurizetsu's twisted face. Neither fear nor anger, but a kind of resentment that had accumulated over a millennium. It suddenly contracted, its body attempting to seep out through the gaps in the chains, its pitch-black liquid form struggling desperately against the sealing power, but it could not escape even an inch. Its gaze crossed over Ban, fixating on Uchiha Rin. A sharp voice, filled with unwillingness, shouted, Uchiha Rin, it's you, isn't it? You actually saw through my disguise of 1,000 years. Mother will not let you go. Absolutely not. Kaguya. Uchiha Rin's tone was relaxed, but there was no hint of disdain in his azure kaleidoscope Sharingan. She should first be able to come down from the moon to talk about that. Hearing Kurizetsu's self-detonation, Uchiha Ban's heart, which had been suspended, finally ceased. He no longer looked at Kurizetsu, his 5 fingers suddenly closing the sealing chains, abruptly tightening, sealing away Kurizetsu along with its millennium of accumulated schemes into a dark sphere the size of a fist. The surface of the sphere shimmered with ghostly blue sealing patterns, and within a trace of black liquid could be faintly seen rolling silently, but it could no longer escape. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his hands now filled with power. Hands that had once held a fan formed the hand seals for Susanoo and fought in the Valley of the End against Hashirama, causing the heaven. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his hands now filled with power. Hands that had once held a fan formed the hand seals for Susanoo and fought in the Valley of the End against Hashirama, causing the heavens and earth to quake. He had spent most of his life pursuing the peace recorded on that steely, severing ties with his best friend, burrowing underground for decades and opposing the entire ninja world for it. He thought he was the chess master, only to realize in the end that he was merely a piece meticulously manipulated. He had lived for nearly 100 years, being deceived for nearly 100 years. From the first line of text on the stele at Nana Shrine, his life trajectory had quietly been rewritten by something hidden in his shadow. He sacrificed everything for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Hashirama died, Konoha transformed into a place he no longer recognized, while he sat in a cave relying on the outer path's golem to sustain his life, thinking he was accumulating strength for true peace. In reality, he was merely paving the way for Kaguya's resurrection. How ironic. I, Uchiha Ban. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low, as if speaking to himself or to someone. A lifetime priding myself on seeing through the world, yet I was toyed with by a liar hidden in my shadow for over 1,000 years. Hashirama, did you see this? When you said my path was wrong, I laughed it off. Looking back now, it is I who was profoundly mistaken. He raised his head, his crimson Sharingan gazing at the night sky. The silence lingered for a long time. Then he retracted his gaze, turning to Uchiha Rin, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint arc. Not the joy of victory, nor the excitement of rebirth, but a semblance of self-deprecation and relief from someone just awakening from a lie, facing an uncertain path ahead. You've had a good laugh, haven't you, Rin? An old man who's lived nearly 100 years only now realizes his life was merely a script written by someone else. True peace. Something I've chased my entire life, only to find I haven't even touched its shadow. He tucked the sphere containing Kurizetsu into his embrace, his voice returning to its usual low tone. Very well. Since the past path was false, I shall take a different route. As agreed, I will assist you in realizing the plan to unify the ninja world. Not to repay anything, but simply to see with my own eyes how far your path as my junior can go. Before that, accompany me to the land of rain. I need to retrieve something. The sky of the rain country is forever shrouded in gray. Fine strands of rain fall from the leaden clouds splashing against the cobblestone path. Uchiha Rin stood atop an abandoned tower, gazing through the curtain of rain towards a hidden valley in the distance. Uchiha Obito stood behind him, his black hair dampened by the rain, a few strands sticking to his forehead, and his crimson Sharingan swirling with complex emotions. The Rinnegan lies within the Vortex clan's little ghost in the valley. Obito's voice sounded particularly deep amidst the rain. Years ago I transplanted these eyes to him, allowing him to cultivate the Rinnegan for me. He was unaware of the truth. In retrospect, he and I are merely pawns in the fate orchestrated by Kagaya's will. Then let us rewrite destiny. Uchiha Rin adjusted his hood and stepped into the rain. They paused before an unremarkable cave entrance after traversing several muddy mountain paths soaked by the rain. Uchiha Rin raised his hand and knocked on the simple wooden door at the cave's entrance. Moments later, the door opened a crack from the inside, and a pair of vigilant eyes scrutinized the visitors. It was a girl with light blue-violet hair, holding a few paper shurikens between her fingers, her gaze wary and cold. Who are you? A leaf ninja, Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin slightly raised both hands, signaling that he bore no ill will. I come to discuss a matter with the Akatsuki regarding the truth of those Rinnegan. Conan's gaze flicked back and forth between the two, her pupils slightly constricting upon seeing Obito's crimson Sharingan. She did not immediately step aside, but glanced back into the room. After a moment, the door opened wider. Come in. The interior of the cave was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside. The cold gray stone walls were riddled with cracks of varying depths, and rainwater seeped through the crevices in the overhead rocks, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. 3 individuals were seated around a wooden table. One was a red-haired youth seated at the innermost side, his slender form wrapped in a large robe, his light purple Rinnegan filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Another was a boy with orange short hair, sitting on the opposite side of the table. His smile faded slightly upon seeing the two strangers, replaced by an instinctive alertness. Yahiko stood up, his orange hair swaying slightly, instinctively positioning his body in front of Nagato, yet his tone was not hostile, merely cautious and curious. I am Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki. These two are my companions, Nagato, Conan. What brings you to the Akatsuki? Uchiha Rin glanced at Obito. Obito nodded slightly, his crimson Sharingan meeting Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato instinctively recoiled slightly, but his Rinnegan revealed more confusion than hostility. Nagato, the eyes you have possessed since childhood, the Rinnegan, are not your innate power. They were transplanted to you by me many years ago. Obito's tone was not condescending, but rather a complex calmness shared by one who had also been used. Nagato's pupils suddenly constricted. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his eye socket. The Rinnegan trembled slightly in the dim light. Conan and Yahiko turned simultaneously to look at Nagato, and Yahiko's hand had already rested on his kunai at his waist. What did you say? He means no harm. Uchiha Rin raised his hand, signaling Yahiko and the others to remain calm. If he intended to attack with his abilities, the 3 of you would have no chance to react. Listen to him. Obito recounted the entire story of Kagaya's machinations. From the altered stone tablet at the south he shrine to how he was led astray into the infinite Tsukuyomi, to his break with Hashirama Senju, to his decades of lurking underground. Ultimately, he was merely a pawn carefully nurtured by Kagaya to resurrect her. The Rinnegan awakened in his later years, but by then his body was already aging, unable to nurture such. Thus, with Kagaya's assistance, he found Nagato as a vessel, since Nagato's Uzumaki clan bloodline could bear the burden of nurturing the Rinnegan. Therefore, he transplanted these eyes to the young Nagato, while Kage needed these eyes to play a role in her plan to resurrect herself. Nagato listened quietly, not interrupting. There was no anger or fear in his Rinnegan, only a heavy sense of finally finding an answer that had been buried deep within. At that moment, Yahiko spoke earnestly. Sorry, I still cannot easily trust you, and how can you prove that what you say is true and not a lie meant to deceive us? Yahiko, you are a commendable leader, but there is no need for us to deceive you. Uchiha Rin's 6th Tomo Sharingan began to rotate, his gaze resting on Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan one by one. Before you make your final decision, I have something to show you. My eyes possess an ability to see fragments, not my conjecture, but the outcome the Akatsuki will face if you continue on this path. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, their brows furrowed. Fragments of the future. After you see them, then decide whether to reject us. Uchiha Rin's azure light flashed in his eyes, and the Genjutsu space silently unfolded. Yahiko felt a flash before his eyes. The simple stone chamber vanished, the sound of rain faded away. He stood in a pure white void with Nagato and Konan at his side, and Uchiha Rin in front of them. Then the scene began to take shape. It was a cliff under torrential rain, and Yahiko saw Konan being held hostage by Danzo, and Hanzo surrounded by Leaf Umbu ninjas and the Rain Village's assassination unit. Hanzo's voice echoed through the rain, ordering Nagato to kill the Akatsuki leader Yahiko, or else Konan would be killed. In the scene, Yahiko grabbed Nagato's hand, and with his own body he lunged onto the kunai in Nagato's grasp. Blood blossomed in the downpour, and as Yahiko fell, a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Nagato let out a near-broken scream as he held Yahiko's lifeless body. Konan covered her mouth with her hand. Yahiko's complexion paled slightly, but he did not speak. The scene continued to shift. With Yahiko's loss, Nagato became the new leader of the Akatsuki, his appearance ravaged by the chakra of the outer path, emaciated, his legs shriveled, and he resembled a vessel nailed to a machine. Though the Akatsuki absorbed more and more members, it completely strayed from the original intentions of its founding by Yahiko, evolving into an organization that used fear and power to dominate the ninja world. Akatsuki members wore matching black cloaks with red clouds hunting tailed beasts in every corner of the ninja world, unleashing wave after wave of bloodshed. Nagato controlled Yahiko's corpse with the 6 paths of pain, turning the body of the once idealistic and warm orange-haired youth into the coldest killing machine on the battlefield. Finally, above the Leaf Village, Nagato unleashed his almighty push. In an instant, the Leaf Village was reduced to rubble, countless lives extinguished in the brilliance. The scene froze on the massive spherical depression in the ruins of the Leaf Village, with Nagato standing alone in the center of the ruins. The Jinjutsu space slowly dissipated. In the real world, only a brief moment had passed, but the expressions of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had all changed. Nagato's hands trembled slightly. He looked down at his palms. The hands that had killed Yahiko in the vision, the hands that had destroyed the Leaf Village. His Rinnegan swirled with an unprecedented fear and confusion. Yahiko, I will kill you. I will destroy the Akatsuki. That is not your fault, Nagato. It is the result of Kagaya's hidden guidance. Uchiha Rin's voice was soft. What I showed you is not to instill fear, nor to force you to agree. I just want you to understand. Your beliefs are pure and noble, but the malice of this world towards pure-hearted individuals runs deeper than you can imagine. Danzo will covet the power of the Rinnegan, and Hanzo will not tolerate an organization that threatens his rule over the Rain Country, so powers that do not belong to you will ultimately bring disaster. Therefore these eyes have never belonged to me. I always thought this was a power bestowed upon me by the heavens, a tool to realize Yahiko's dreams. Therefore these eyes have never belonged to me. I always thought this was a power bestowed upon me by the heavens, a tool to though these eyes indeed do not belong to you, everything you have done with them, protecting your companions, establishing the Akatsuki, and maintaining your beliefs in the Rain Country for so many years, those are not granted by Kagaya, they are yours. The Rinnegan is merely a tool. The one who wields the tool is the one who determines its meaning. Nagato raised his hand, gently pressing it against the edge of his eye socket. If these eyes are destined to be returned to Obito, then let them. I no longer wish to be swayed by powers that do not belong to me. Uchiha Rin stepped forward, the light of the Hozuki's power illuminating his fingertips. As the Rinnegan slowly separated from Nagato's eye socket, a pair of clear original eyes belonging to Nagato himself grew back in the light. Not the Rinnegan, but simply a pair of ordinary eyes that belonged to a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. He handed the Rinnegan to Obito, who took the eyes, gazing at them for a moment before, without hesitation, he first removed his current Freedomo Sharingan, and then directly raised his hand to press the Rinnegan into his own eye socket. In the instant when chakra fused with the eyeball, it transformed into an unfathomable shade of purple. Obito closed his eyes, feeling that long-lost power flowing within him once more. These were indeed his eyes, stripped away under Kagaya's conspiracy for decades, and now finally returned to their rightful owner. When he opened his eyes again, there was no excitement or ecstasy in the Rinnegan, only a complex calm that had settled after enduring the vicissitudes of life. Yahiko watched as Nagato's original eyes grew back, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face, relief, gratitude, and a hint of indescribable loss. He turned to Uchiha Rin and Obito, his tone serious. Thank you. Although I still don't fully understand who Kagaya and Kagaya's will are, you helped Nagato remove the power that did not belong to him, and the Akatsuki will remember this favor. Uchiha Rin waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the door. When he reached the doorway, he paused, glancing back at Yahiko, the azure light of his Sharingan flickering slightly in the shadow of his hood. Though our ideologies differ, I still have one thing to say. Be wary of Danzo and Hanzo. Danzo will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and Hanzo will not tolerate an organization that threatens his rule in the Rain Country from gaining power. Your ideals are pure, but the malice of this world towards pure-hearted individuals runs deeper than you can imagine. Yahiko paused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Thank you for the warning, we will be cautious. Uchiha Rin said nothing more, pushing the door open and stepping into the continuous downpour. Obito followed behind him, and the two walked side by side through the muddy alley, the rain washing over their cloaks, drowning the sound of their departing footsteps in the rain. After walking for a considerable distance, Obito finally spoke. I expected you would invite them to join your plan. The Akatsuki's belief is to achieve peace through non-war means, while the path I must take to unify will inevitably involve the use of force. With differing ideologies, forcibly pulling them in would only backfire. Uchiha Rin looked up at the leaden sky, letting the raindrops fall on his face. However, as long as Yahiko is alive, Nagato will not follow the path of the original story. As for the future, we shall see then. In the village of Mai, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, gripping the surrender agreement from Sunagakure, just brought back by Kakashi's team, the corners of the scrolls still dusted with the sands of the land of rivers. His gaze swept repeatedly over the lines of clauses on the scroll, then he lifted his head to look at the three weary figures standing before the desk. The mission was executed excellently. However, where is Uchiha Rin? Kakashi stepped forward. He took a deep breath, forcing down the unease that had been pressing on his heart during the journey, and began his report in the calmest tone possible. We parted ways with him on the road back from the land of rivers. At that time, he was leading the team at the front, suddenly stopping, as if sensing something, instructing us to return with the peace treaty while he stayed behind alone. Although we couldn't perceive exactly who was fighting him, the chakra fluctuations on both sides were evenly matched, and the intensity of the battle far exceeded any previous missions we had undertaken. From the moment we withdrew, the sounds of combat did not cease, continuing until we entered the land of fire, where we could still faintly sense the residual waves. Silence pervaded the office until a nearby Umbu secretary organizing files quietly interjected. Lord Hokage, the border sensing team also detected a sustained large-scale chakra explosion response from the direction of the land of rivers yesterday, with seismic waves lasting from noon until dusk, far exceeding the normal combat data threshold. The air in the office suddenly thickened. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the pipe on the corner of the desk, his voice returning to its usual steadiness. Get someone. Send a message down to the reconnaissance team at the border of the land of rivers to increase personnel to search for Uchiha Rin's whereabouts. This matter is not to be disclosed until he is found. Do you all understand? As for the three of you, return and rest early. I will inform you if there is news about Uchiha Rin. Yes. An Umbu appeared and left in an instant after receiving the order. Thank you, Lord Third. Kakashi tightened his grip on the hilt of his white knight blade and turned to push open the door. In the corridor, Amano Sho unusually refrained from making jokes, and Ziari-sei was also silent. Kakashi did not go to replenish his gear or rest, but instead arrived at the entrance of my village, leaning against the gatepost, staring intently towards the direction of the land of rivers. You better come back safe. He gritted his teeth, his fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the white knight blade, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. In the distance, the sun slowly sank below the horizon. 2 days later, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, the smoke from his pipe flickering. In front of the desk, an Umbu who had just returned from the front lines of the land of rivers knelt on one knee, breathing unevenly beneath his mask. Lord Hokage, the investigation into the battle traces from the land of rivers has been completed. The Umbu's voice struggled to maintain professionalism, yet his pace involuntarily quickened. I have served in the Umbu for 15 years, and I have never seen a battlefield of such scale. Start from the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the edge of the ashtray, his hands clasped on the table. Yes. The battle occurred about 30 kilometers northwest of the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, in a region that was originally covered by dense forests and mountains. But now that mountain range no longer exists. In its place is a nearly 10-kilometer diameter spherical depression several hundred meters deep, with smooth walls like a mirror, all materials crushed into fine gray powder. This destructive characteristic is entirely consistent with the sinkhole report from the Yunin border 3 years ago, but on a larger scale. 10 kilometers in diameter, no longer explainable by conventional ninja techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, merely gesturing for him to continue. The destruction surrounding the sinkhole is even more horrifying. At least 4 peaks were severed in half, their surfaces smooth and even seemingly cut by a massive chalk. The largest peak had its entire summit blasted away, landing several miles away. The landslide buried at least 3 valleys at the foot of the mountain, and the original rivers were blocked by rubble, creating a new landslide lake. We discovered a large number of glass-like crystals that had been melted by high temperatures and resolidified among the ruins, initially judged to be caused by fire techniques. Based on the distribution range of the crystals, it is estimated that the scale of the fire techniques covered at least several miles. At this point, the Umbu took a deep breath. We also found a large number of wooden fragments scattered throughout the ruins, some large enough to require several people to embrace. Analysis of the residual chakra indicates that these woods are not made of any species that exist in nature, but are wooden structures generated by extremely high-density chakra. The internal chakra fluctuations exhibit clear wood attribute characteristics. This means that Uchiha Rin was engaged in combat with an enemy capable of using wood techniques. The office fell into sudden silence. Wood techniques, unique to Senju Hashirama, had not appeared in the ninja world since the death of the first Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time before placing the pipe back in his mouth, taking a deep breath. Can you confirm the identity of the other party? Unable to confirm. The remnants of the wood techniques were only found on the battlefield's outskirts. The traces in the core area have been completely destroyed, making it impossible to extract more valid samples. We can only infer that the enemy engaged with Uchiha Rin possesses a combat power, at least on par with wood techniques, and Susanoo. The battle lasted a full day, and based on the distribution of the blade marks within the sinkhole, both sides were evenly matched. The Umbu's voice lowered involuntarily at this point. But one thing can be confirmed. The battle has ended. Uchiha Rin is not on the battlefield, and the other party is also absent. It is currently impossible to determine the final outcome of the battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly leaned back into his chair, the smoke obscuring his expression behind the lenses. Wood techniques, Susanoo, and Uchiha Rin's unknown whereabouts. He remained silent for a moment before placing the pipe back on the edge of the ashtray, his voice returning to its usual steadiness. The confidentiality level of this matter is raised to the highest. All investigation reports are to be submitted directly to me. Continue to increase personnel to search for Uchiha Rin's whereabouts and notify me immediately upon finding him. Yes. The Umbu left immediately upon receiving the order. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood and gazed out the window. What a troublesome autumn indeed with techniques. Could this be your doing, Danzo? 2 days later, when Uchiha Rin and Madara arrived at the entrance of Konoha village, the morning light was just spreading over the edge of Hokage Rock, painting the 3 colossal stone faces in a soft golden hue. Madara pushed down the hood of his cloak, obscuring his remarkably striking Rinnegan. He looked around. This was his first time standing outside the gates of Konoha in decades, and this village built by him and Hashirama now appeared both familiar and foreign in the morning light. I have already informed Uncle Sosuke. Uchiha Rin took out a summoning scroll from his pocket, still bearing traces of the chakra from a ninja cat. He will arrange for you to temporarily stay in an empty residence within the clan grounds. I, on the other hand, need to make a trip to the Hokage Tower. No worries. I have lived in a cave for decades. Moving to another place is nothing. Madara's tone was calm, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hokage Rock. He stared at the stone face of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and a complex emotion flickered in his eyes beneath the shadow of his hood, before he turned and followed a Uchiha clansman who had been waiting at the village entrance towards the clan grounds. The two passed through Konoha's main street, passing by Ichiraku Ramen, a flower shop, and the 3rd training ground. These streets were both familiar and unfamiliar to Madara. The entrance to the Uchiha clan grounds was located in the central area of the village, adjacent to the Konoha police force headquarters, with the fan emblem flag fluttering in the morning breeze. Uchiha Rin watched as Madara's figure was led by the clan member towards the clan grounds, then adjusted his collar and turned towards the Hokage Tower. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure approaching the village entrance from afar. Kakashi was walking slowly, his hands in his pockets, his white hair slanting at his waist, and his mask still covering half of his face. His pace was slower than usual, as if he were deliberately delaying his arrival at a certain place. Or rather, as if the place he was originally heading to was the village entrance, but now there was no need to go. The two met in the middle of the street. Kakashi's steps came to a halt. He looked at Uchiha Rin, who was unharmed, and in his gray eyes swirled an overwhelming amount of unspoken words. You bastard, don't ever do that again. Do you have any idea? I've been waiting for you at the village entrance every day. But in the end he swallowed all those words and spoke in his usual indifferent tone. Back already? Yes. Uchiha Rin stopped in his tracks, a familiar smile playing at his lips. What took you so long? Were you an old senior? Very powerful, but we've already come to an agreement. Uchiha Rin maintained his usual smile, tilting his head slightly, deliberately scanning between Kakashi and the direction of the village entrance. By the way, are you planning to go to the village entrance? You're not waiting for me, are you? Stop being so self-important. Kakashi turned his face away, his gray eyes hidden in shadow, his voice still lazy, but his speech was at least 30% faster than usual. I was just wandering around and accidentally ended up here. Just then a kind-hearted lady selling breakfast from a stall leaned out, her voice loud enough for half the street to hear. Kakashi, you're going to the village entrance so early again today. I've seen you running over there for several days in a row. Want to grab some breakfast? Is this person your friend? Kakashi froze in place. He did not answer the latest question, nor look at Uchiha Rin's expression. He simply turned his face away a bit more, but his ears exposed to the morning light were turning red at an alarming rate. The blush on the teenager's face spoke volumes. Thank you, ma'am, but we've already had breakfast. Uchiha Rin smiled and waved at the lady at the breakfast stall, then hooked his arm around Kakashi's shoulder and lowered his voice. Wandering around for 3 days and still ending up in the same place, your level of directionally challenged is almost on par with Obito. Shut up. Kakashi's voice squeezed out through his teeth, yet he didn't shake off Uchiha Rin's hand on his shoulder. Alright, I'll report to the third Hokage now. Let's meet at Ichiraku Ramen for lunch, and bring along Ayam and Hinata. Uchiha Rin released his hand, tilting his head slightly towards the Hokage tower. Only then did Kakashi turn back, his face adjusting the high tie that had been Askew, returning to his usual laid-back demeanor, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. Got it. Don't be late. Uchiha Rin raised his hand to wave, just about to turn towards the Hokage tower, when Kakashi suddenly pulled his hand out of his pocket and gave a firm slap on Uchiha Rin's shoulder. The force of this slap was heavier than any previous ones. Next time, don't let us go first. It won't happen again. Uchiha Rin turned back to look at Kakashi, answering seriously. Ding. Target Hatake Kakashi, affection, level 100100, full value. Bond level, close friends, entrusting life and death, never betraying. Detected that the host has achieved full value for the first time, rewards a full value gift pack, and the second target panel has been unlocked. Uchiha Rin's footsteps paused for a moment. Then he continued walking towards the Hokage tower. When Uchiha Rin pushed the door and entered the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting behind the desk with an ashtray in front of him already filled with ash. Laid out on the desk was the battlefield investigation report delivered overnight by the Umbu, detailing sinkholes would release and Susanoo. Each word silently narrating the scale of that battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not beat around the bush, picking up his pipe and gesturing to Uchiha Rin to sit down. Let's clarify the events of the past few days. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse, yet steady. Who did you fight all day? Where are they now? And what transpired between you? Leave nothing out. Uchiha Rin sat upright in the chair opposite the desk, his gaze steady. He began narrating from the moment he encountered Madara disguised as a wandering refugee on the mountain path. The wager between the two, whoever won would be deemed correct. The duel of complete Susanoo, purple gold clashing with deep blue, raged for an entire day on the border of the land of rivers. The wooden golems would release the blade of the armored Susanoo. After the battle ended, Madara acknowledged his defeat, and as per their agreement abandoned the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, aiding him in achieving peace. Madara is currently residing deep within Uchiha territory under the identity of a Uchiha refugee, personally arranged by Sosuke, and is called Obito. He had no intention of holding anything back. At this point, concealment would only sow future troubles. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time after hearing this. The only sound in the office was the faint crackling of the tobacco in the pipe. He looked at Uchiha Rin, his eyes weathered by time flashing with a multitude of complex emotions. Shock at the fact that Uchiha Madara was still alive, silence at Madara's abandonment of the infinite Tsukuyomi he had pursued for a lifetime, and a weight of finally confirming a certain suspicion. Finally, he exhaled a long plume of smoke, his voice hoarse and weary. A legend who was killed by Senju Hashirama in the Valley of the End is not only alive, but fought you for an entire day at the border of the land of rivers. And now he listens to you. He's not listening to me. Uchiha Rin corrected. He is simply willing to assist. Senior Madara has his own judgments and convictions. We just happen to have chosen the same path. The third Hokage placed the pipe on the edge of the ashtray, interlacing his hands on the desk, his aged, yet sharp eyes fixed on Uchiha Rin. Alright, I will keep this matter under wraps for now. Only a select few will know about Madara's identity. Next, his voice trailed off. You said you have chosen the same path. What path is that? Uchiha Rin fell silent for a moment. He knew this moment would come eventually. From the very first day of crossing over, from the moment he personally slaughtered his first enemy on an Umbu mission, from the time he faced Chio and Sasori alone on the battlefield in the land of rivers, he had been preparing for this moment. There was no tension, no hesitation. He raised his eyes, which were hidden beneath his beautiful contact lenses, his voice calm and clear. To become Hokage, and then replace the daimyo, becoming the highest ruler of the land of fire myself. Next, I will unify the ninja world, bringing all 5 great nations under the same regime. to eliminate the boundaries between countries and fundamentally eradicate the soil that allows wars to exist. After that, to establish a world where ninjas are not tools of the upper class and do not have to kill each other over trivial bounties. That is my goal. The air in the office suddenly became thick with tension. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand paused midair, his aged eyes devoid of anger or reproach, only a complexity that was difficult to articulate. This 12-year-old boy sitting opposite him at his desk spoke of a declaration that could overturn the entire existing order of the ninja world, as if discussing dinner for tonight. Replace the daimyo. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse and low as he repeated those 4 words, chewing on them in contemplation. Do you know what you are saying? The daimyo is the highest ruler of the Land of Fire, and Konoha village is the military force of the Land of Fire. The Hokage is appointed by the daimyo, and the village's budget is allocated by the daimyo. To replace the daimyo means to overthrow a system that has been operating for decades. Have you thought about what that entails? It means war. Uchiha Rin's tone showed no signs of wavering. But the war is already happening. Third Hokage, you know better than I do. During the 3 great ninja wars, which one did not erupt due to conflicts of interest between nations. Ninjas are treated as tools, dying for daimyo and nobles they haven't even met. We won this battle against Sunagakure, but what about 5 years from now? What about 10 years from now? As long as the 5 great nations exist, as long as ninjas are bound by daimyo and nobles, wars will never cease. You have witnessed many wars, but have you ever considered that the root of these wars is not the hatred between ninjas, but the divisions between nations? The third Hokage remained silent. He slowly leaned back in his chair, taking a deep puff from his pipe. The smoke blurred his expression behind the lenses, but the fingers holding the pipe tightened slightly. Uchiha Rin continued. I know this won't be easy. The daimyo will not sit idly by, and the nobles will use every means to maintain the status quo. There will also be opposition within Konoha. The Elder Council Danzo, and even ordinary villagers, they may not accept such a change. So I will not act immediately. First, I will accumulate enough prestige and strength during this 3rd great ninja war to become Hokage. At the same time, I will make Konoha an existence that no one dares to challenge. As for the daimyo, if a peaceful transition can be achieved, I won't lay a finger on them. But if they insist on obstructing, he raised his eyes, his blue kaleidoscope eyes slowly rotating beneath the contact lenses. I won't hold back either. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Rin, remaining silent for a long time. The morning light outside streamed through the blinds, casting bright beams of light that sliced through the smoke filling the office. He recalled that over the years no one had ever dared to speak the words, replace the daimyo, so directly. Now this 12-year-old boy not only said it, but was also paving the way with actions. He suddenly realized that this boy, who had once only seemed like a talented junior in his eyes, had already grown into a true player in the game. This matter I cannot decide on my own. The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice hoarse yet solemn. I need to discuss it with the Elder Council. What you have said today, I will convey to them truthfully. Uchiha Rin nodded and stood up. As he reached the door, he paused, turning his head slightly, his blue kaleidoscope eyes flashing faintly in the shadows. Third Hokage, my plan to unify the ninja world. I'm not in a hurry. But I believe that after you discuss it with the Elder Council, you will make the right choice. This is not for me, but for those children who will no longer have to go to the battlefield. As Uchiha Rin stepped out of the Hokage building, the morning light streamed down from the direction of Hokage Rock, painting the entire main street in a pale golden hue. The shops along the street had already come alive, with the flower shop displaying freshly arrived autumn bouquets, and the curtain of the Ichiraku ramen shop swaying gently in the breeze. He stood on the steps at the entrance of the Hokage building, taking a deep breath. The third Hokage had already laid his cards on the table. Now it was up to the Elder Council's response. But before that, he needed to see how Madara was settling in at the clan's territory. Crossing a few familiar stone paths, Uchiha Rin turned into the depths of the Uchiha clan's estate. Madara was placed in a secluded, empty house next to the Zonjia residence, a hidden location that was rarely passed by. As he approached the entrance of the Zonjia home, he heard a cacophony of voices coming from inside. Furrowing his brow slightly, he tiptoed to the half-open door and peeked inside. He saw the clan head Zonjia and several elderly Uchiha elders kneeling in front of Madara, each one more agitated than the last. Lord Madara, you've finally returned. Please take up the role of clan head of the Uchiha again. Yes, Lord Madara. Over the years, we Uchiha have faced exclusion in the village. Our police force's power has been gradually diminished, and the young people in the clan can't even enter the Umbu. The second Hokage had ulterior motives when he handed the police force to the Uchiha. The third Hokage may not say it, but those old geezers in the Elder Council have never regarded us as one of their own. Lord Madara, only you can lead the Uchiha to greatness again. The second Hokage had ulterior motives when he handed the police force to the Uchiha. The third Hokage may not say it, but those old geezers in the Elder Council have. Madara sat on the wooden floor of the corridor, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. With his hands on his knees, he looked expressionlessly at the elders kneeling before him, his brow furrowing tighter. The elders continued to voice their grievances, discussing the reduction of the police force's personnel, the suppression of the Uchiha clan by Danzo in the shadows, and mentioning that although the third Hokage was gentle, none of his advisors were good people. Madara's expression grew colder, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, he spoke in a chilling tone. Enough. The two words, though not heavy, silenced all the elders present. Madara slowly stood up, his Rinnegan coldly sweeping over everyone. His voice was not loud, but each word carried an icy weight. From the day none of you left Konoha with me, I have had no relations with you. My return now is merely to fulfill a promise made to that kid Rin. The rise and fall of the Uchiha clan is none of my concern. You are looking for the wrong person. As soon as these words were spoken, several elders immediately grew anxious. An elderly man with graying hair and a cane trembled as he raised his head, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "It's a misunderstanding. Lord Madara. That morning many of us were waiting for you at the back gate of Konoha. But after waiting and waiting, we never saw you. Only later did we find out you left through the front gate." Lord Madara, think about it carefully. Which defector leaves through the front gate? Madara's expression froze at that moment, the coldness at the corner of his mouth also stiffening. At this moment, a soft laugh came from outside the door. Uchiha Rin leaned against the door frame, covering his mouth with the back of his hand, his shoulders shaking slightly. He hadn't intended to speak, but the phrase, "which defector leaves through the front gate," had truly exceeded his limits of restraint. Madara's departure from Konoha back then was not due to no one being willing to follow him, but because the clan members who planned to follow him were all waiting for him at the back gate. After all, if he left through the front gate, they wouldn't be able to withstand Hashirama's elbow strike. In the end, Madara had taken the wrong exit. Madara slowly turned around, his Rinnegan meeting Uchiha Rin's, suppressing laughter at the door. The two locked eyes for a moment before Madara expressionlessly turned his gaze back to the kneeling elders. The silence lasted for quite a while, the awkwardness in the air almost solidifying into a tangible entity. Finally, Madara sat back down in the corridor, his tone still cold, but the chill that kept others at bay had lessened considerably. "I've said before, the rise and fall of the Uchiha clan has nothing to do with me. But if you have anything to say it now. Once you're done, all of you get up, don't kneel on the ground and embarrass yourselves." All right. Uchiha Rin straightened up from the door frame, clapped his hands, and walked into the courtyard. His eyes swept over the several elders before finally landing on Zonjia, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable weight. "Elders, Lord Madara has just returned. Let him catch his breath first. We can discuss grievances another day. Besides, as you kneel here begging Lord Madara to take on the role of clan head again, what do you think Uncle Zonjia would feel?" The expressions of the elders froze instantly. Uchiha Zonjia, gifted and composed, had contributed significantly to the clan since taking over. The elder kneeling at the edge, sporting a goatee, opened his mouth awkwardly and said, "Well, it's not that Zonjia is doing poorly, but since Lord Madara has returned." The third Hokage already knows of Lord Madara's return. Uchiha Rin casually interrupted his words, his tone still that of casual conversation, but the content made all the elders present gasp in shock. "But don't worry, the third Hokage won't leak it for now. I came to find Lord Madara today to discuss arrangements with Uncle Zonjia for the future. Since several elders are here, it's perfect for everyone to listen together." He walked to Madara's side, standing firm. He didn't sit down, merely putting his hands in his pockets, his gaze sweeping over each elder's face in turn. "Lord Madara will temporarily reside in the clan as a remnant of the Uchiha named Akai, and the clan head Zonjia will personally arrange for his concealment. To the outside world, we will say he is a Uchiha who was lost during the early years and returned to Konoha due to the war. As for his real identity, only those in this room can know. I do not wish to hear any rumors about Uchiha Madara is still alive outside. This is not a request, it is an order." Several elders nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute. After finishing this statement, Uchiha Rin retracted his casual demeanor, his tone still unhurried, but his attitude was already sufficiently clear. He turned to Madara, his tone softening slightly. "Lord Madara, you can stay here for now. Uncle Zonjia will handle clan matters. If you find it bothersome, just shut the door and refuse visitors. No one would dare to intrude. If you need anything, just tell me directly." Madara snorted softly from his nostrils, which was taken as an acknowledgement. He resumed his position on the wooden floor of the corridor, his gaze lightly sweeping over the elders before waving his hand. The elders, as if granted amnesty, stood up and bowed as they retreated. Once the last elder's figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, Uchiha Rin sat down beside Madara and briefly recounted the matters reported from the third Hokage regarding suppressing the news of Madara's identity, the potential doubts the Elder Council might raise about Madara's existence and his intentions to confront the third Hokage. Overthrowing the daimyo and unifying the ninja world. You sure are bold to confront that monkey Hizashi. Madara's tone revealed neither mockery nor opposition, merely stating a fact. It has to be said eventually. It's better to lay it all out now while Sunagakure has surrendered and our reputation is at its peak than to handle it passively later on. With my current strength, whether they agree or not doesn't matter, and the real obstacles are not within Konoha. The daimyo and nobility will not sit idly by, and other ninja villages won't just watch as Konoha grows powerful. Madara spoke lightly, his Rinnegan flickering with a hint of purple light in the dim corridor. When do you plan to officially push for the coup? Not in a hurry. Lord Madara, your plan back then was too rushed, wanting to end the chaotic era with absolute power all at once. But in this era, relying solely on power is insufficient, order is also needed. Replacing the daimyo is just the first step, and afterward a complete governance system needs to replace the existing one. Otherwise, even if we unify the ninja world, it will only be temporary. Next, we need to integrate Konoha's internal affairs well, and the top-level personnel also need reshuffling. Once the internal situation is stable, we can take action externally. Replacing the daimyo is just the first step, and afterward a complete governance system needs to replace the existing one. Otherwise, even if we unify the ninja world, it will only... A hint of undeniable light flickered in his Rinnegan. His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the courtyard. Zongjie, you are now the clan head. But you also saw it. The old geezers who knelt before me just now will definitely seek other paths after my refusal. They will not give up easily. Madara's tone was flat to the point of indifference, as if stating a fact unrelated to him. When I left Konoha, no one from the Uchiha clan followed me. I owe them nothing. But since I have promised that kid Rin to assist him, the Uchiha clan cannot become a stumble. Those elders need someone who can keep them in check. He raised his eyes, his Rinnegan meeting Uchiha Rin's azure kaleidoscope. You should take on the role of clan head. Uchiha Rin raised an eyebrow, slightly not answering immediately. After those old geezers go back, they will definitely find a way to make me take over as clan head again, but you are different. Your strength they have witnessed firsthand, and your reputation has become unparalleled after the battle with Sunagakure. More importantly, you have me backing you. With you taking over the Uchiha clan, even if the elders have objections, they wouldn't dare to confront you directly. As for the reforms within the clan, you can go ahead and implement them. The resistance will be much less than with Zongjie. Madara's tone remained calm, yet the weight of his words became increasingly undeniable. Zongjie fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. He set the document aside, rubbed his shoulder, his tone lightened with a sense of relief from shedding a heavy burden. Lord Madara is right. Rin, I've been sitting in this position for too long, so long that those elders have grown accustomed to bickering with me. With you here, they want dare. Uchiha Rin looked at Zongjie, then at Madara, finally landing his gaze on the document Zongjie had handed him. He reached out to take the document, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since both Lord Madara and Uncle Zongjie have said so, then I will take it on. However, let me make this clear, I won't be dealing with trivial matters in the clan all day long. Bad news, the score is out 5-9 points. I'm crying. When Yuzebo Lin emerged from Zongjie's residence, the morning light had already risen to the height of noon. He walked along the stone path through the main gate of the Yuzebo clan grounds, heading toward Yao Ramen. From afar, he could see the cloth curtain of Yao Ramen swaying gently in the autumn breeze, and someone was already sitting on the bench outside. Tian Xiang was leaning back on the bench with his legs crossed, idly spinning a newly purchased shuriken. Shiri Qing sat quietly beside him watching. Kakashi stood at the entrance of the ramen shop, hands in his pockets, his gray eyes half lowered toward the street corner. When Yuzebo Lin's figure emerged from the corner, the fingers in his pockets twitched slightly, but his face remained the usual indifferent expression. Here he comes. The captain is here. Tian Xiang sprang up from the bench, first nearly dropping his wind-release shuriken. He fumbled to catch it and waved at Yuzebo Lin. Over here. If you were any later, Captain, I'd have starved to death. Kakashi refused to go in first, insisting on waiting for you to order. Yuzebo Lin reached the ramen shop entrance and paused beside Kakashi. They exchanged glances. Kakashi turned his head away and lifted the curtain, first stepping inside. Yuzebo Lin smiled and followed. Uncle Shaoto was busy behind the stove. Hearing the rustle of the curtain, he looked up and his round face broke into a hearty smile. Oh, Lin. The usual, extra-large miso chashu ramen. Yuzebo Lin sat down at the counter and smiled toward the stove. Yes, the usual. Today's meal is on me. These are all my teammates. Put theirs on my tab too. Tian Xiang immediately leaned in, unceremoniously placing his order. They'll have an extra-large miso ramen, extra chashu, extra egg, extra fish cake, and a serving of fried dumplings. Shiri Qing took a seat beside him, placing her ninja tool pouch on her lap. Miso ramen, just add seaweed. Kakashi sat down next to Yuzebo Lin. Miso ramen. Uncle Shouta responded briskly, his hands flying over the cutting board. The slap of dough against his palms was crisp and forceful. The steam from the pork bone broth rose, condensing into white mist in the cool autumn air, filling the small shop with a rich aroma. Yuzebo Lin leaned back in his chair and glanced at Kakashi. I forgot to mention earlier, this morning at the village entrance. Don't bring that up. Kakashi cut him off, his tone still cold, but his hand reaching for chopsticks was a beat faster than usual. I didn't say which matter. No matter which. Tianai Xiong leaned in from the side, a half-chewed piece of jerky dangling from his mouth, and interjected mumblingly, what matter? What did you two do behind our backs again? Captain, you have no idea. While you were away, Kakashi went to the village entrance every morning and didn't train with us. Before he could finish, Kakashi's chopsticks rapped sharply on the back of Tianai Xiong's hand. Tianai Xiong yelped and pulled back his hand, the jerky dropping onto the table. Shiriching took a sip of tea and said flatly, as if stating the weather, serves you right. Uncle Shouta emerged from behind the stove carrying 4 steaming bowls of ramen, the rich miso aroma enveloping the group. Yuzebo Lin took his extra-large miso chashu ramen, picked up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks and blew on it. The steam blurred the warmth in his eyes. By the way, Captain, what exactly happened in Chuan country? Tianai Xiong finally recovered from the chopstick strike, slurping noodles, while asking indistinctly. The ANB, you are saying you fought an enemy at the border of Chuan country for an entire day, and now there's a 10-kilometer-wide crater there, with several mountains flattened. Is that true? Yuzebo Lin set down his chopsticks, took a sip of tea, and spoke casually, as if commenting on the day's lunch rice balls. Sort of. I had a spar with an old senior. The commotion was indeed a bit large. I can't say much for now. The MBU issued a gag order. Tianai Xiong's eyes widened, and he didn't even notice the half-slice of chashu slipping back into his bowl. Shiriching stopped adding seaweed to her ramen, looked up at Yuzebo Lin, then resumed adding seaweed, without asking further. Kakashi didn't join the conversation. He just ate his noodles unhurriedly, apparently unsurprised by Yuzebo Lin's words. Speaking of which, Yuzebo Lin suddenly turned to Kakashi, a slight smile on his lips. Kakashi, how is your purple lightning coming along? I noticed it that night at the camp. When did you upgrade Chidori to purple lightning? Kakashi's chopsticks paused for a moment, as if deciding whether to answer. Then he swallowed the chashu, and said flatly, there are many things you don't know. He paused, and added, you'll find out in our next spar. Good. Yuzebo Lin smiled, and picked up his chopsticks again. After the meal, Tianai Xiong slumped back in his chair, patting his round belly contentedly, while Shiriching neatly arranged the bowls and chopsticks. Uncle Shouta took the money from Yuzebo Lin with a grin, glancing at the 4 empty bowls. Ah, the young are good. Good appetite, good spirit. Come again. After leaving the ramen shop, the autumn wind swept ginkgo leaves past their feet. The main street of Mai was quiet and peaceful under the midday sun. Tianai Xiong and Shiriching had matters to attend to and left first. Kakashi and Yuzebo Lin walked side by side for a few steps before stopping at a crossroad. Kakashi headed toward the Chimu residence. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yuzebo Lin walked alone through several familiar stone-paved paths, pushed open his own courtyard gate, changed into wooden clogs at the entrance, entered the bedroom, and unbuckled Fei lay from his waist, leaning it against the headboard. Then he sat cross-legged on the tatami and called up the system panel in his mind. The gift box, unlocked by Mac's affection, quietly floated in the center of his vision. He opened the gift box. After a flash of light unlike any previous reward, an extremely pure power, like liquid flame, surged through his meridians and flooded his limbs and bones. That power seeped into his bones, muscles, and skin. He could feel a violent restructuring taking place. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Restriction Shinner version. Detected that the host currently possesses a high amount of energy reserves. The benefits of the Heavenly Restriction will be proportionally increased based on the host's energy cap. The azure blue Mangekyo's 6 eyes snapped open. Yuzebo Lin looked down at his hands. Pale, slender, no different from usual. But he could feel the strength in these hands, now enough to crush steel. He stood up from the tatami, intending to walk to the mirror to check for visible changes in his body. As soon as he took a step, a deep footprint was left on the tatami. He stopped, looked down at the indentation, and fell silent for a moment. This enhancement is really intense. It seems I need to recalibrate my control over even the most basic movements. Yuzebo Lin took a deep breath, softened his movements to the extreme, and slowly walked out of the bedroom into the courtyard. The white sand in the courtyard glowed faintly under the afternoon sun. In the center of the yard, Yuzebo Lin first flexed his fingers, then grasped the handle of Fei Lei, which was leaning against the veranda. The moment it touched his palm, he sensed something was off. Fei Lei now felt as light as a twig in his hand. He slowly drew the blade, and gave a light slash toward a training log in the corner of the courtyard. The log split silently into 2 halves, the cut smooth as a mirror. He hadn't even exerted force, just followed the weight of the blade. Yuzebo Lin sheathed Fei Lei sat cross-legged on the veranda and closed his eyes. The enhancement of this body was all-encompassing: muscle density, bone strength, nerve reaction speed. Every indicator had been pushed to a level he could not yet precisely estimate. Now he needed to recalibrate his power output, otherwise during tomorrow's spar with Kakashi, he might accidentally send him flying in pieces. Time flew from noon to dusk, from dusk to night. By then dozens of footprints of varying depths were stamped into the courtyard stone slabs, some only a few millimeters deep, others cracked in two. At first, even holding a teacup would crush the handle. By dusk, he could precisely control 3/10, 5/10, and 7/10 of his strength, and each slash could stop within a... At first, even holding a teacup would crush the handle. By dusk, he could precisely control 3/10, 5/10, and 7/10 of his strength, and each slash could stop within a single millimeter of a bamboo leaf without damaging it. When the moon rose to mid-ski, he finally slid Fei Lei back into its sheath and let out a long breath. The courtyard's white sand was littered with stone fragments from his cracked slabs and bamboo, leaves severed by his blade's wind. But looking at his hands now restored to precise control, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He had yet to find the upper limit of this new body. Yuzebo Lin seemed to think of something, bent down, picked up a piece of rubble from the corner of the yard, and weighed it in his hand. The nerve reaction speed and muscle control precision of this new body far exceeded his expectations. So just how high had the ceiling been pushed? He decided to test it now. Thinking it, he did it. He gently tossed the stone into the air, while his right hand rested on the hilt of Fei Lei at his waist. The azure blue Mangekyo 6 eyes precisely tracked the trajectory of the stone as it rose, decelerated, and began to fall. Just as the stone was about to descend, a silver blue blade light exploded in the courtyard. The dense wind of the blade cut through the air with a fine hum. He used no ninjutsu, only pure wrist strength and the dynamic vision provided by the 6 eyes. The blade edge swept across the stone at a frequency indistinguishable to the naked eye. Each strike was controlled to an extremely light force, prioritizing speed over destructive power. The tip of the blade continuously shaved and carved the stone's surface. The moment the stone hit the ground, Fei Lei was already sheathed. Yuzebo Lin looked down at the ground. The rough rubble had been transformed into a small stone sculpture. A silver-white spiky head, a mask covering half the face, the trademark half-flitted deadfish eyes, and the perpetually lazy expression were all carved with absolute precision. Yuzebo Lin crouched, picked up the sculpture, and turned it in his palm. The corner of his mouth lifted. 1,500 strikes. In the brief moment it took the stone to fall from midair to the ground, he had delivered 1,500 strikes, each precise enough to shape the stone chips into the form he desired. And he could feel this was far from the limit. He carefully placed the stone sculpture on the wooden floor of the veranda, planning to show it to Kakashi tomorrow. Yuzebo Lin sat cross-legged again, contemplating. The upper limit of this new body was still far from reached. Fortunately, tomorrow's spar with Kakashi would be a good opportunity to continue testing. He opened the system panel and looked at the newly unlocked second character interaction panel. No name or avatar was displayed. At the bottom of the panel was a line of small text: targets available for interaction must be approached and bound by the host. Approaching within 10 meters of a target will trigger a notification. When affection with each target reaches max, a unique ability reward will be generated based on the target's characteristics and bond depth. Well, we'll try it out tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Yuzebo Lin chose to believe that things would work out, returned to the bedroom, and lay down to sleep. In the Hokage's office of my village, the sky outside the window had already turned to dusk. The 3 colossal heads on the Hokage cliff shimmered with a dark golden glow in the afterglow of the setting sun. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk. Before him lay the battlefield investigation report delivered overnight by the Umbu. His pipe rested on the edge of the ashtray, the tobacco long since burned out. He cast a glance at those assembled in the room and spoke slowly. I have gathered you all today because there is a matter that must be discussed in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe, relit it, and took a deep drag. The smoke blurred the expression behind his lenses. Regarding the battle of Uchiha Rin at the border of the river country, according to the Umbu's on-site investigation and Uchiha Rin's own account, the person he fought was Uchiha Madara. The office fell into abrupt silence. Kohara Yudatane's fingers tightened slightly on her knees. Hamura Midakado's hand froze mid-motion as he adjusted his glasses, and Danzo's single eye constricted sharply. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give them a chance to interrupt. He began by recounting how Uchiha Rin had encountered Madara, who was disguised as a wandering refugee, then described their pact, the clash of their complete Susanoo, the emergence of Wood Release, and the origin of the Tenkala meter-wide crater. And after the battle, Madara admitted defeat, and according to their agreement abandoned the infinite Tsukuyami plan he had pursued his entire life. During this narration, the expressions of those present shifted rapidly. Danzo several times seemed on the verge of speaking, wanting to interject, but he forced himself to listen patiently until that line about the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Wait, what is the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? Although Danzo had interrupted his account, the third Hokage's voice remained steady. Infinite Tsukuyomi, according to what Uchiha Rin said, is a technique recorded by the Sage of Six Paths on a stone tablet preserved by the Uchiha clan since his era, a technique meant to achieve peace. The principle is to gather all 10-tailed beasts to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, then cast an enormous Jinjutsu on the moon. Using the moon to project that illusion across the entire shinobi world, trapping everyone in a perfect dream woven by infinite Tsukuyomi, thereby achieving peace in the ninja world. But this so-called technique for peace was a fraud, a ritual to revive the legendary Kaguya. The stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths had its original content altered by Black Zetsu, who added the feasibility of infinite Tsukuyomi into the inscription, gradually leading Madara astray. Its ultimate purpose was to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. The rift between Madara and Hashirama Senju, the battle at the Valley of the End, and Madara's decades of lurking underground. All of it was under Black Zetsu's scheme. The third Hokage set his pipe on the ashtray, his voice deepening as he continued. Uchiha Rin, after his battle with Madara, used his dojutsu to restore Madara's body to its prime and at the same time exposed Black Zetsu's true identity. Having seen the truth, Madara personally sealed Black Zetsu, then abandoned the infinite Tsukuyomi plan and pledged to assist Uchiha Rin in unifying the shinobi world. That concludes Uchiha Rin's own statement. Hamura Mitokado wiped his glasses clean and put them back on, his voice carrying a rare note of hesitation. Uchiha Madara, Kaguya, Black Zetsu, this all sounds beyond reality. And you believe? Danzo, who had held back for so long, finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and icy, and his cane struck the stone floor with a heavy thud. Hiruzen, you actually believe a fairy tale concocted by a 12-year-old brat and Uchiha Madara? Who is Madara? The most dangerous Uchiha of the Warring States era. The man who fought Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End until heaven and earth split apart. He lurks in the shadows for decades, appears out of nowhere, claims he was deceived by Black Zetsu, abandons infinite Tsukuyomi, and now willingly aids Konoha. You believe such nonsense? And this Kaguya sounds like a bedtime story for children. The remnants of wood release in the investigation report are no myth, and the 10-kilometer crater at the border of river country is no bedtime story. The third Hokage did not lose his temper. He simply picked up the battlefield report from the desk, turned to the page, analyzing the wood release remnants, and tapped it with his finger. Wood release is a unique Kekei Genkai of Hashirama Senju. It has not appeared in the shinobi world since the first Hokage's death. But now Uchiha Madara has mastered it. The chakra fluctuation of this remnant displays clear wood nature characteristics, and its time of existence precisely matches the duration of Uchiha Rin's battle. Koharu Yuditane frowned. Hiruzen, are you sure this intelligence hasn't been exaggerated? The Umbu's investigation report has been cross-verified, but now Uchiha Madara has mastered it. The chakra fluctuation of this remnant displays clear wood nature characteristics, and its time of existence precisely. Furthermore, the records from Konoha's border sensing unit perfectly match the time points in the Umbu report. This is not exaggeration, it is fact. Even if it's true, Danzo spoke, coldly slamming his cane on the ground. Furthermore, the records from Konoha's border sensing unit perfectly match the time points in the Umbu report. This is not exaggeration, it is fact. And you believe he has been convinced. Hiruzen, you are too naive. Madara's danger level far exceeds any rogue ninja. We must strike while he is still in Konoha, mobilizing the Umbu and the Jonin forces to capture him. Uchiha Rin is the same. He made a private pact with Madara and unilaterally brought this level of threat into Konoha, constituting a serious act of treason. We should immediately summon the Umbu and the other clans to take them down. By all means, Danzo, that task is yours to handle. I hope you can defeat two complete Susanoo. Danzo was choked speechless, his face flushing red with indignation, his expression extremely sour. He said nothing further. Seeing Danzo had nothing to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued calmly. Uchiha Rin just won the war against Sunagakure for Konoha and brought back Suna's surrender agreement. On the battlefield in River Country, he single-handedly crushed Suna's decapitation unit, saved Sakumo Hatake, saved Tsunade, and saved every Konoha ninja in the frontline camp. Moreover, he could have entirely concealed the existence of Uchiha Madara, yet he chose to report to me voluntarily. Such candor, Danzo, have you ever possessed it in your life? That's because he knew he couldn't hide it. Danzo retorted, his shame turning to anger. Of course he could have hidden it. Sarutobi Hiruzen cut him off coldly. With his current strength, if he didn't want to speak, who in the village could force the truth out of him? This alone proves everything. He never intended to conceal anything. Danzo's single eye glinted coldly beneath the shadow of his bandage, but before he could open his mouth to retort, the third Hokage had already continued. You say the talk of Black Zetsu and Kagaya sounds unbelievable. Fine, let's set that aside for now. If an Uchiha Madara would release and Susanoo wanted to harm Konoha, he wouldn't need to fabricate a myth to deceive us. He would simply act. And the reason he hasn't acted is that Uchiha Rin made him give up. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose to his feet, leaned forward on the desk, and looked down at Danzo. His voice was not loud, but every word seemed carefully weighed. Uchiha Rin's loyalty has been fully proven on the Sunagakure battlefield. As for Madara, the reason he was persuaded is that he reached an agreement with Uchiha Rin, and Uchiha Rin has stated this clearly to me. The air in the office seemed to solidify. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado exchanged a glance, neither speaking first. Danzo stared silently at the third Hokage, his single eye roiling with too many emotions, anger, resentment, and a bitter hatred at being thoroughly refuted with no avenue for counterattack. Finally, he pushed himself up with his cane, his voice hoarse and icy. Hiruzen, you will regret this. He left the words behind and turned toward the door. His cane struck the stone floor with dull thuds, and the door slammed shut behind him. The office fell silent for a moment. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses and broke the silence first. Danzo may be extreme, but his concerns about Madara are not without reason. Hiruzen, how do you plan to proceed? Sarutobi Hiruzen sank back into his chair, picked up his pipe, and drew a deep breath. Smoke rose slowly, blurring the expression behind his lenses, but his voice had already resumed its usual steadiness. Madara will stay temporarily in the Uchiha clan compound as a surviving Uchiha under the personal care of Uchiha Sosuke. As for his true identity, it will remain known only to those in this room. I do not want this information leaking outside the village. Additionally, regarding the personal goal Uchiha Rin mentioned in his report today, he paused, setting his pipe on the ashtray edge. To become Hokage, then replace the daimyo and unify the shinobi world. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado were both stunned into silence. The silence spread throughout the office, and the discussion that followed that silence revolved around the future depicted by the 12-year-old Uchiha Rin, a future where ninja would no longer be mere tools. The next morning, Uchiha Rin was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the paper sliding door. He lay on the tatami for a moment before sitting up, his gaze falling upon the small stone sculpture on the bedside. The stone sculpture appeared particularly exquisite in the morning light. After a brief wash, Uchiha Rin tucked the sculpture into his ninja gear pouch, hung his scarlet thunder at his waist, and pushed the door open. The morning in Konoha was as usual. The leaves on the trees by the roadside rustled in the morning breeze. Uchiha Rin found a breakfast shop by the street, sat down, and ordered a serving of salt-grilled mackerel with rice and miso soup. After finishing his meal, he crossed several streets and arrived at the entrance of the Hatake residence, lifting his hand to knock on the door. When the door was opened, Kakashi evidently had just gotten up not long ago. His silver-white hair was messier than usual, and his gray eyes were half open, but his forehead protector was already in place, with Shiroya also hanging at his waist. Good morning. Uchiha Rin pulled out the stone sculpture from his ninja gear pouch and waved it in front of Kakashi. I carved this last night while I was bored. It's a gift for you. Kakashi took the sculpture, lowered his head to take a look, and his expression subtly froze for a moment. It was a version of himself with the signature dead fish eyes, a hairstyle resembling a broom, and even that perpetually lazy expression was captured perfectly. He stared at the sculpture for a moment, and when he lifted his head, his gray eyes were swirling with unspoken thoughts. Just how bored are you? Why does it look so much like me? Why did you think to carve me? But he ultimately swallowed all those words and spoke in his usual cold tone. When did you learn to? Unbeknownst to him, his reddening ears had already betrayed that he was not as calm as he appeared. As someone once said, there's so much you don't know. Uchiha Rin leaned against the door frame, hands in his pockets, a familiar smile playing on his lips. So what do you think? Does it look like me yet? Kakashi did not answer, instead carefully placing the sculpture into his own ninja gear pouch. Then he adjusted his forehead protector and stepped out from inside, his tone returning to its usual laziness. You came to my doorstep this early just to give me this. It was on the way. Yesterday, I asked you about the development of the purple lightning technique, and you said you'll see during our next practice, so I'm here to practice with you today. Alright then. Seeing Uchiha Rin's playful expression, Kakashi reluctantly agreed. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walked side by side through the streets of Konoha, past the third training ground, and beyond the entrance to the Forest of Death, continuing deep into the forest surrounded by towering ancient trees. This area was a common place for their private training over the past few years, with tree trunks around them marked by scars from blades and signs of ninjutsu burns. Kakashi drew Shiroya, and deep purple lightning erupted along the blade. He did not waste words and slashed horizontally. Uchiha Rin did not draw his sword, instead raising his arm to take the blow Hiden. The purple lightning exploded against his bare skin, but he only felt a slight sting. Looking down, he saw only a shallow white mark left on his arm. He moved his wrist, signaling Kakashi to continue. Kakashi frowned slightly, and the second strike followed closely behind. This strike had the purple lightning compressed even more densely. Even before the blade reached him, arcs of electricity crackled in the air. Uchiha Rin still did not evade. His right fist tightened, and he punched the back of the blade. The impact of flesh against the purple lightning-encased Shiroya made Kakashi's hand go numb, and Shiroya nearly slipped from his grasp. Uchiha Rin shook his hand, and there wasn't even a burn mark on his fingers. When did you develop such monstrous strength? Kakashi stepped back, his gray eyes narrowing slightly. Let's talk about that after we finish. Is that all you've got? Uchiha Rin waved him on. Kakashi sheathed Shiroya behind him, opened his right hand, and gathered purple lightning in his palm. The deep purple lightning continuously compressed and shaped in his palm, evolving from an irregular lightning sphere into a long, elongated form, ultimately coalescing into a wolf entirely made of purple lightning. The lightning wolf had long limbs and a smooth body with purple lightning flickering around it. It circled Kakashi's feet and then raised its head, its hollow eye sockets aimed directly at Uchiha Rin. Purple lightning beast pursuit fawn. Kakashi's voice was not loud, but there was a hint of suppressed satisfaction in his tone. No hand seals needed, it will track the target on its own after being released. Its speed is 30% faster than ordinary lightning techniques. As long as I keep outputting chakra, it won't dissipate. He waved his hand, and the lightning wolf pounced towards Uchiha Rin. Uchiha Rin sidestepped, and when the lightning wolf missed, it did not dissipate, but instead turned back midair, pouncing again from behind, while Kakashi advanced from the front, drawing Shiroya. One person and one wolf attacked from the front and back. Uchiha Rin shifted his foot, narrowly dodging Shiroya's thrust, and countered with a slash towards the lightning wolf behind him. Scarlet thunder passed through the body of the lightning wolf, but at the moment the blade touched, the wolf split into two groups of purple lightning, dodging the blade's edge and transforming into two lightning wolves, each biting down on Uchiha Rin's arms. Simultaneously, with a wave of Kakashi's left hand, the two lightning wolves instantly morphed into a dense electric net that enveloped Uchiha Rin completely. Uchiha Rin looked down at the purple arcs dancing on his body, feeling them, realizing his muscles only tingled slightly, nothing more. He moved his shoulders, shaking off the arcs from his skin. Kakashi observed this scene without pausing. He raised his left hand high above his head, and purple lightning shot straight into the clouds. The clouds above began to change color, shifting from white to dark gray, with lightning rolling and flashing within them. Uchiha Rin looked up at the roiling storm clouds, his azure kaleidoscope, eyes brightening slightly. At the moment Kakashi infused the purple lightning into the clouds, Uchiha Rin sensed that Kakashi was using his chakra as a catalyst, allowing the storm clouds to generate lightning on their own, and then directing that natural force towards its target. However, because he was using his own chakra as the catalyst, as long as someone intersected that chakra's control node, they could take over the manipulation of the entire storm cloud. Kakashi suddenly swung his left hand down. A thick purple lightning bolt crashed down from the clouds, not striking the position where Uchiha Rin stood, but rather targeting the retreat path behind him. The lightning split the ancient trees at the edge of the clearing, causing the charred trunks to crash down. Uchiha Rin did not evade, and allowed the purple lightning to fall beside him. He lifted his right hand, fingers splayed as a cluster of blue-white arcs leaped from his fingertips. Chidori. Unlike the deep purple of the purple lightning, the blue-white lightning danced quietly at his fingertips. He used Chidori as a conduit to draw down the natural thunder created by Kakashi in the sky, instantly rewriting the guiding node of the purple lightning, causing the roiling lightning to become even more violent than before. Kakashi suddenly looked up at the sky, disbelief flashing through his gray eyes. He felt his chakra left in the storm clouds being directly covered by a stronger force, not severed but overshadowed. He felt like a powerless husband helplessly watching everything unfold. The control of the storm clouds changed hands in that moment. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Uchiha Rin raised his right hand high, then swung it down. Let it scatter with the thunder. Hear it. With a low roar echoing from within the storm clouds, a massive blue-white lightning beast emerged, its horns formed from condensed lightning, its mane woven from arcs, illuminating the entire sky with its blue-white glow as if it were daylight. Kirin crashed down. The target was not where Kakashi stood, but rather the distant ground behind him. The lightning exploded, creating a deep pit dozens of meters wide in the ground, with arcs radiating from the pit's bottom, melting the surrounding debris into a molten glass state. The shockwave lifted the fallen leaves from the entire clearing, causing the hems of both their clothes to flutter. As the lightning slowly dissipated, Kakashi stood at the edge of the deep pit, gazing at the charred bottom, before looking up at the now gray-white clouds, remaining silent for a long time. Then he sheathed Shiroya behind him. What do you call that technique? It's lightning release, Kirin. Want to learn it? I can teach you. Uchiha Rin retracted his right hand, drawing back the residual lightning chakra into his body. Kakashi said nothing and turned to walk out of the forest of death. He had an attitude of take it or leave it. Hey, don't go. I'll teach you. I really will, don't be angry. Seeing Kakashi's intent to leave, Uchiha Rin hurried after him. Hearing Uchiha Rin's pleas from behind, Kakashi's lips curled up slightly. When Uchiha Rin caught up with Kakashi, the two had already stepped out of the edge of the death forest. The morning light filtered through the gradually thinning tree canopy, casting a mottled golden hue on the forest path. Kakashi still maintained his indifferent demeanor, but his pace had clearly slowed down enough for Uchiha Rin to— "Why are you running so fast? I haven't finished explaining the chakra flow of the Kirin technique to you yet." Uchiha Rin hooked Kakashi's shoulder only to be brushed off by Kakashi's expressionless response. "It's too hot, don't get so close. Hey, you're just shy, aren't you?" As the two bickered, they walked through the streets of Konoha. Just after turning a corner, a long-forgotten system notification suddenly popped up in Uchiha Rin's mind. Ding! Target for engagement detected. New task issued. Contact Suguru Geto, complete the sign-in, and unlock the character affinity strategy panel. Task reward: a random sign-in gift package. Friendly reminder: please stay within 1 meter of the target and silently recite sign-in to complete. Uchiha Rin's steps paused for a moment, then returned to their normal pace. Across the street, Obito was waving and running towards them, followed by Asuma and Rin. Obito, Suguru Geto, so it really is him. Uchiha Rin sighed softly in his heart. Since the system identified Kakashi as Wataru, he had vaguely guessed this correspondence. The same close friends, the same tragic endings on a misguided path, and the same noble intentions leading them astray. However, this time Obito would not meet the same fate as in the original story. Let Suguru Geto's tragedy remain in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. In this world, Obito will just be Obito. Rin, Kakashi. Obito ran up to the two, panting heavily, yet still excitedly pointing to his teammates behind him. Guess what? We just completed a brank escort mission and Teacher Minato praised us for our increasingly harmonious teamwork. Where did you two come from? The training ground. Uchiha Rin did not answer Obito's question, but naturally stepped forward, casually patting Obito's shoulder, using this motion to get within a meter of him. He silently recited 2 words in his heart. Sign in. Ding. Engagement with target Suguru Geto completed. Sign in successful. Reward: a random sign-in gift package. Character affinity strategy panel has been unlocked. Current target Uchiha Obito identified by system as Suguru Geto. Affinity 65,100. Relationship title: trusted friend. 65 points. Uchiha Rin withdrew his hand and contemplated the number in his heart. It was not surprising at all. Although his interactions with Obito did not start from the first day at the Ninja Academy, like with Kakashi, they had crossed paths many times in the village and clan, occasionally sharing meals together. Obito's outgoing personality made his affinity rise much faster than Kakashi's awkwardness. Rin, long time no see. And Asuma, has your beard grown thicker again? Uchiha Rin greeted Obito's teammates behind him. Asuma rolled his eyes while chewing on a stalk of grass, and Rin smiled and nodded. Did you two just come back from the training ground? Asuma glanced at the training gear on Uchiha Rin, and Kakashi, his gaze lingering for a moment on the remnants of leaves on their shoulders. Just in time, our team plans to celebrate our completed mission at the barbecue restaurant. Want to join? Teacher Minato said he would come over later. Uchiha Rin glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi still appeared lazy and uninterested, but there was no hint of refusal in his gray eyes. He had just drained a lot of chakra and needed to replenish his energy. Uchiha Rin smiled and turned to Asuma. Sure, just in time for a free meal. I just sparred with Kakashi. The barbecue restaurant was bustling with smoke and fire at noon. The sizzling meat on the iron plate emitted a fragrant aroma mixed with the sweet and salty scent of sauce. Obito chose a large table by the window with Uchiha Rin and Kakashi sitting on the outer side and Rin and Asuma across from them. Obito volunteered to handle the grilling, his skills so proficient that it made one suspect he had practiced secretly. You wouldn't believe it. As Obito flipped the beef tongue on the iron plate, he began to narrate his experience during the mission. Our task was to escort a merchant to the land of rice. At first we thought it was just an ordinary escort mission. Suddenly several wandering samurais and a rogue ninja appeared on the way. This guy could even use fire style. Although he was just a Chunin-level rogue ninja, jumping out from the bushes to attack nearly overturned the merchant. I instantly used the fireball jutsu to push him back. He spoke animatedly, mimicking the battle with his tongs. And you guess what happened? Rin sealed his escape route with shuriken, and Asuma knocked down the nearby wandering samurais with a whirlwind punch. In the end, the remaining Chunin was defeated through our teamwork, and Teacher Minato didn't even lift a finger, just watching us from the side. He spoke with enthusiasm, a proud expression on his face, almost flipping the grilled beef tongue onto the table, saved just in time by Rin's quick hands. Your fireball almost burned the merchant's carriage too. Asuma leaned back in his chair, not holding back, and if it weren't for Rin's quick reaction, using shuriken to poke the horse's rear, causing the carriage to escape the battlefield, your fireball would have made us lose the entire reward for this mission. I had it all calculated. Obito's face flushed, and his goggles nearly slipped down his forehead. I knew Rin would save the carriage first, so I deliberately expanded the range of the fireball. That's called tactical coordination, you know. Yes, tactical coordination. Rin placed the grilled beef tongue into Obito's bowl, her tone laced with a hint of helpless amusement. Next time, could you please inform me about your tactics in advance, so I can be mentally prepared? Don't just pick up. Obito slammed the tongs onto the table, turning his gaze towards Uchiha Rin and Kakashi. Rin, the entire village knows about what you did on the battlefield in Sunagakure. Your team infiltrated deep into enemy territory and destroyed 3 supply bases. You also returned in time to defeat the enemy's decapitation unit, saving Lord White Fang. And what about the complete body Susanoo, slicing through mountains with a single sword? Is it true that you defeated Chiyo and Sasori? How on earth did you do it? Uchiha Rin placed a perfectly grilled piece of pork belly into his bowl, dipped it in sauce, and popped it into his mouth, his tone completely relaxed. How did we do it? Just like that. Chiyo's puppets were indeed tricky, and Sasori's Hiriko had high defenses, but in front of Susanoo these were not major issues. Mainly they almost killed Senior Shikomo, so we took it a bit more seriously. A bit more seriously. Obito repeated this phrase, his eyes widening behind his goggles. He fell silent for 2 seconds before slamming the table. Damn, are you showing off now? I want to learn Rin. Teach me how to activate the Sharingan. Once I activate the Sharingan, I also want to master Susanoo. Then I can slice through mountains too. Asuma nearly choked on his tea while Rin shook her head helplessly. Uchiha Rin grabbed a piece of grilled meat from his bowl and replied in a calm tone. The Sharingan can't just be activated whenever you want. Obito, if you really want to get stronger, focus on mastering your basic physical techniques and fire style first. Just then the door to the private room was gently pushed open. Namake's Minato walked in, his golden hair slightly tousled by the autumn breeze, and the scent of smoke still lingered on his Jonin vest from the Hokage office. His gaze scanned the table before finally landing on Uchiha Rin, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rin, Kakashi, long time no see. We last met in the Death Forest during the Chunin exams. Minato sat down beside Obito, took the chopsticks offered by Rin, and then turned to Uchiha Rin. Speaking of which, there's something I've been wanting to thank you for in person. Did you develop a technique called Rasengan? That's right, what's up? Uchiha Rin put down his chopsticks and shamelessly nodded. A glimmer of light flashed in Minato's blue eyes, his tone still gentle, but now carrying a serious note. I have been developing a ninjutsu that can be used in conjunction with the Flying Thunder God technique. The advantage of the Flying Thunder God is instant movement, but the attack method after moving requires hand seals, and that gap can become a flaw when facing fast enemies. Rasengan doesn't require hand seals, and the power from the change in chakra form is strong enough. This technique is perfect for my combat system. So I took the liberty to try to learn it, and to my surprise it was easier to master than I expected. Hope you don't mind. Uchiha Rin waved his hand, his tone casual. There's nothing to mind about. The principle of Rasengan is clear. Changing the form of chakra, rotating, and compressing it. Anyone who can master precise chakra control can theoretically learn it. It's just that you, Senior Minato, managed to learn it due to your own abilities, which has nothing to do with me. Minato sighed in relief, a smile returning to his face. Rin, the technique you created really fits my combat system. However, regarding the name of this technique, I think Light Will Rasengan Dance Flash Zero sounds better. What do you think? There was a moment of silence at the table. Obito's chopsticks paused midair, while Asuma's stalk of grass fell from his mouth, and Rin raised her teacup to shield the twitching corners of her mouth. Kakashi gazed expressionlessly out the window. Uchiha Rin took a deep breath. He had considered that Minato might have his own naming preference for the Rasengan. After all, this fourth Hokage was known for his peculiar taste in names in the original story. But actually hearing it in person, he still underestimated the impact of the length of Light Will Rasengan Dance Flash Zero. He looked into Minato's expectant blue eyes and swallowed all his complaints. A sincerely genuine smile appeared on his face. If you like it, that's fine. I'll just call it Rasengan. Oh, is that so? Minato's expression visibly fell for a moment, but soon brightened again. Then I will start using that name. The grilled meat on the iron plate sizzled, and everyone chatted and ate, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Until they were full and ready to pay the bill, Obito was still pestering Uchiha Rin about whether he could share the secret to activating the Sharingan. The curtain at the barbecue restaurant's entrance swayed slightly, and Uchiha Rin and Kakashi walked out side by side, just about to head towards a fork in the road, when a figure quietly landed in front of them. A white animal mask, a standard Umbu vest, and a formal Umbu greeting, kneeling on one knee. Uchiha Rin, Jonin, you are summoned by the Hokage. Please proceed to the Hokage building immediately. Uchiha Rin and Kakashi exchanged a glance, nodded, turned to wave goodbye to Obito, and the others then followed the Umbu towards the Hokage building. When they pushed open the door to the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting behind the desk, his pipe resting on the edge of the ashtray with several documents spread out in front of him. His expression was much more relaxed than during their last confrontation days ago, but there was still a hint of fatigue in his brow. The office was empty except for him, and the advisory council was absent. "You're here? Have a seat." The third Hokage gestured to the chair opposite him, and after Uchiha Rin sat down, he picked up the pipe, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the smoke. "I called you here today to discuss what you told me last time. The matter of Madara and your goal of unifying the ninja. I have already discussed this with the advisory council and explained to them the situation regarding Madara Kaguya and Black Zetsu. The process was not very smooth, but the result has been settled." Uchiha Rin remained silent, quietly waiting for him to finish. You can probably guess Danzo's attitude. He was skeptical and suggested interrogating you, but was vetoed by me and the two advisors. Toka and Mito were concerned about Madara's threat, but they also recognized your achievements and honesty. After several rounds of discussions, we finally reached a consensus. The third Hokage set his pipe on the ashtray, clasped his hands on the desk, and looked at Uchiha Rin with a scrutinizing gaze, but more so with a depth of consideration. Regarding Madara, he will continue to reside in the Uchiha clan grounds under the identity of Uchiha Obito, with the Uchiha clan ensuring he poses no threat to Konoha. As for Black Zetsu and Kaguya, they will be temporarily sealed in confidential files. Uchiha Rin nodded. This was all within his expectations. As for your plan to unify the ninja world, the third Hokage abruptly shifted the topic. The war is not over yet. Uchiha Rin's brow twitched. Although Tsunagakure had surrendered, he knew who the third Hokage was referring to. Awagakure's troops had yet to withdraw from the border of the Land of Grass, and Kumogakure was watching closely from the northeast border, while Kirigakure had yet to join the battle, but would do so eventually. The third Hokage picked up his pipe again, took a deep puff, and the smoke blurred his expression behind the glasses. Even though Tsunagakure has surrendered, Awagakure still has 2,000 shinobi stationed at the border of the Land of Grass, and Kumogakure's forces are eyeing both borders. Konoha is currently facing two potential battlefields with its forces dispersed, and we do not yet have complete control of the situation. Uchiha Rin did not refute this, he simply nodded. However, the news of Tsunagakure's surrender has spread throughout the ninja world. The Wagakure and Kumogakure are observing the situation. Their higher-ups have likely received intel on you, and with your power comparable to Uchiha Madara, it is this deterrent that has kept them probing at the border without launching a full-scale invasion. The third Hokage set his pipe on the edge of the ashtray, stood up, and walked to the window, turning his back to Uchiha Rin. His voice became heavier, as if weighing each word. "Therefore, I am giving you a test." Uchiha Rin looked up, his azure kaleidoscope eyes shining slightly under his beautiful pupils. "If you can quickly end this ninja world war, by your means, whether through military deterrence or diplomatic negotiations, getting Awagakure and Kumogakure to simultaneously abandon their military threats against Konoha in the shortest time possible, and completely drawing a conclusion to the Third Great Ninja War. Then, the third Hokage turned around, the sunset light casting a glow on his slightly hunched shoulders, illuminating his face, which bore the marks of time. "I will personally resign from the Hokage position to the daimyo and recommend you to be the next Hokage." The office fell silent for a moment. Uchiha Rin looked into the still sharp eyes of the third Hokage, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It's a deal. You're not being polite." The third Hokage returned to his office chair, gently tapping the ash of his pipe on the edge of the ashtray. "But let me make it clear in advance. Even if I resign and personally recommend you, those conservative elite shinobi and the Elder Council will not easily relent. A 12-year-old Hokage has never existed in Konoha's history, and all doubts will fall upon you. You will have to handle it yourself. Whether you can win their trust depends on you." "I understand. As long as you third Hokage keep your promise." Uchiha Rin stood up straight, his back straight, and his gaze firm. "When have I ever gone back on my word?" The third Hokage placed the pipe back in his mouth and waved his hand, signaling that Uchiha Rin could leave. Uchiha Rin turned and walked out of the office. The corridor was quiet and empty as he walked amidst the sunlight's patches, his steps steady and resolute. The time had come to quickly end the Third Great Ninja War and then take the Hokage position. His priorities were clearer and more direct than he had anticipated. Next, he needed to head to the border of the Land of Grass. After leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Rin went straight home. He changed into wooden clogs at the entrance, walked into the bedroom, unsheathed his crimson thunderblade, and leaned it against the headboard, then sat cross-legged on the tatami. The occasional crisp tap of the deer scare in the yard echoed under the impact of the flowing water from the rockery. The signing gift pack triggered from Obito today still bore an unclaimed mark, and the first and second tiers of the favorability chest had already been unlocked. He took a deep breath and first opened the signing gift pack. Signing gift pack opened. Reward received 1 portion of Grade 1 Sorcerer, Cursed Energy. For a Grade 1 Sorcerer, this level of power already placed one at the top tier of the Jujutsu Kaisen world, but for him, now this level of power already placed one at the top tier of the Jujutsu Kaisen world, but for him, now this cursed energy was merely a tiny splash in the deep pool of his fused energy, better than nothing. He incorporated this new cursed energy into his circulation, letting it merge with his chakra on its own. Next came the main event. Uchiha Rin then opened the first tier chest. First tier chest opened. Reward received Suguru Geto's total cursed energy. A colossal torrent of cursed energy surged in orders of magnitude stronger than the Grade 1 Sorcerer's portion. Uchiha Rin could feel the sea level of his fused energy gradually rising, the ratio of cursed energy to chakra readjusting, and even the growth rate of his Mangekyo 6 eyes ocular power quickened noticeably. As a special grade sorcerer, Suguru Geto's total cursed energy far exceeded that of ordinary sorcerers. Even within his current energy system, this influx was a considerable supplement. However, his energy pool was now unfathomably deep, and this addition was merely icing on the cake. Detected increase in host's total cursed energy, triggering the passive effect of heavenly restriction. Physical strength proportionally enhanced. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes, feeling that familiar power surge once more within him. Bone density drastically increased, muscle fibers rewove like steel cables, tempered 1,000 times, and every cell was rain-fused under the immersion of cursed energy. He slowly exhaled and stood up from the tatami. This time he no longer needed to carefully control his strength. Having adapted from the previous experience, he could precisely stop his steps from the very start, leaving no footprints on the tatami. This is really like stepping on your left foot to jump with your right, he muttered, flexing his fingers, feeling the power coiled and ready within him. The increase in total cursed energy triggered the heavenly restriction to enhance his physique, and the enhanced physique allowed him to extract more chakra. The two acted as cause and effect, stacking in a cycle. At this rate, as long as he continued to raise his energy ceiling, his physical strength would keep growing passively, and he might even crush opponents in pure hand-to-hand combat, without needing to actively train in taijutsu. Does this make me a kind of alternate Tiger Emperor? Uchiha Rin mused inwardly. Then he opened the second-tier chest. Second-tier chest opened. Reward received Cursed Spirit Manipulation. Uchiha Rin's pupils dilated slightly. Cursed Spirit Manipulation, Suguru Geto's signature technique, subjugates and absorbs cursed spirits for personal use, with theoretically no upper limit on quantity. He could clearly perceive the operational logic of this technique: suppress, subjugate, and absorb the target cursed spirit, then resummon and use it through his own cursed energy. If applied to the ninja world, the cursed spirits absorbable by this technique would likely be redefined by the system into some form of energy body or chakra entity. And what existed in the ninja world that resembled cursed spirits? At this thought, the curve of Uchiha Rin's lips slowly rose. The strategic value of this reward might be on par with the limitless technique. If handled properly, his strength would experience a tremendous leap. The evening glow filtered through the old ginkgo trees deep in the clan compound, scattering dappled golden shadows on the stone path. When Uchiha Rin pushed open the gate of the vacant house where Madara resided, Madara was sitting on the wooden floor of the veranda, holding an old war fan he had dug up from somewhere, fanning himself lazily. "Senior Madara, you're living quite leisurely," Uchiha Rin said, sitting cross-legged on the veranda. He naturally picked up the teapot on the floor and poured himself a cup of barley tea. Madara snorted through his nose and set the wharf fan on his knee. "So Suke sends tea and food every day, and the elders kneel at the gate every few days begging me to become clan leader again. Didn't you drive them away?" "Humph." Madara didn't take the bait, instead taking a sip of tea. "You didn't come to see me this late, just for idle chatter." "Of course." Uchiha Rin set down his cup and briefly explained the conditions the third Hokage had offered. Quickly, in the third Great Ninja War, eliminate the military threats from Awagakure and Kumogakure to Konoha, and the third would resign as Hokage to the daimyo and recommend him as successor. "I plan to head to the grass country battlefield tomorrow and make Awagakure completely withdraw from the war with Konoha. So you came to me hoping he'll handle it." Madara set down his cup, his Rinnegan faintly glowing purple in the dim light of the veranda. Uchiha's lips curled into his usual smile. "After all, you've now regained your prime, and the Rinnegan has returned to its rightful owner. Don't you feel like stretching your limbs a little?" Madara didn't answer immediately, simply looking down at his own hands. Those hands once held the gunbai and fought Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End until the sky and earth cracked, then survived underground as a mere vessel for the Ten-Tailed shell. Now filled with the power of his peak, once more he slowly clenched his fist, and a faint crack sounded from his knuckles. "Kid, you sure know how to hit a sore spot." Madara stood up, grabbed the gunbai leaning against the veranda pillar weighted in his hand, and turned toward the house. When he emerged, he had donned the red Warring States armor. He looked down at Uchiha Rin, a long-dormant battle intent flickering in his Rinnegan. The young shinobi of this world have probably forgotten my name by now. That's not certain, but I need to make one thing clear first. Uchiha Rin finished his barley tea, setting the cup down with a clink on the wooden floor. Right now your public identity is Uchiha survivor, Tobi, not Uchiha Madara. So on this trip to the grass country, you'll be my bodyguard, codenamed Tobi. On the battlefield, unless you encounter a situation that requires your full power, try not to reveal the Rinnegan or wood release. Those two traits are too distinctive. Once Iwagakure's intelligence unit records them, your identity won't be concealable. Madara was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "This face of mine is recognized by quite a few people. Your current young face isn't recognized by many." Uchiha Rin stood up, hung the crimson thunder at his waist, and walked toward the door. As he passed Madara, he paused, the curve of his lips lifting slightly. "Besides, even if someone thinks you look like a certain legendary shinobi, do you think they believe what they see? Uchiha Madara not only alive, but serving as a bodyguard for a 12-year-old kid. Who would believe that?" Madara didn't respond, simply slinging the gunbai onto his back. As he stepped down from the veranda, he paused for a moment. "Tobi, that name is awfully sloppy. Well, you were too lazy to think of a new one." Uchiha Rin stood up, hung the crimson thunder at his waist, and was about to leave. At the door, he tilted his head toward Madara. "Depart at dawn tomorrow. Bring your gunbai, and let Iwagakure see just how strong a prime Uchiha Tobi really is." Noisy. Madara slung the gunbai onto his back. "I just hope the shinobi of this generation don't disappoint me." As Uchiha Rin stepped out of the estate, the sky had completely darkened. He traversed the stone path deep within the clan grounds, not heading home directly, but instead taking a turn towards the Hatake residence. When he knocked on the door of the Hatake household, Kakashi was leaning against the low table in the living room, polishing the blade of the white knight. Shumo had not yet returned from the front lines, leaving him alone in the house. The flame of the oil lamp flickered gently in the bowl, casting a long shadow on the wall. "It's late. Is there something you need?" Kakashi set down the cloth he was using to clean the blade, his gray eyes sweeping over Rin's face. "I just came out for a stroll. I have something to discuss with you." Rin leaned against the doorframe, his hands tucked in his pockets. Kakashi stared at him for a moment, not asking further questions, sheathed the white knight back at his waist, and grabbed a coat from the entrance before putting it on. The two walked side by side through the quiet streets of Konoha, the moonlight casting a silvery hue over. Rin did not mention where they were going, and Kakashi did not inquire. He simply followed him all the way to the foot of Hokage Rock, ascending the familiar stone steps one by one. At the summit of Hokage Rock, the night breeze blew in from the valley, carrying the crisp scent of the forest. 3 massive stones silently loomed in the moonlight, overlooking Konoha village, where scattered lights twinkled far below. Rin sat at the edge of the cliff, his legs dangling over the edge. Kakashi sat down beside him, the white knight resting against his side. After a moment of silence, Rin spoke. "Kakashi, do you have any dreams?" Kakashi turned his head to glance at him, a flicker of surprise crossing his gray eyes. This question was too sudden, entirely unlike his usual tone. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" He turned back, his gaze falling on the brightly lit village below, falling into silence for a long time. Just when Rin thought he wouldn't respond, Kakashi slowly began. "If I had to say I had a dream, it would probably be." Rin tilted his head to look at him, noticing he had yet to continue, and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing." Kakashi turned his face to the other side, his gray eyes hidden in the shadow of his forehead protector. Rin did not press further. He withdrew his gaze, looking down at the moonlit Konoha village, and began to speak. He started recounting from the moment he encountered Uchiha Madara disguised as a wandering refugee on the mountain path, there bet the day-long battle at the border of the land of rivers, and how Madara gave up on Infinite Tiyumi, sealing Kagaya, and temporarily residing in the Uchiha clan grounds as a Bido. Then there was the summons from the third Hokage, the conversation in the office, the conditions set by the third Hokage, quickly ending the third great ninja war, making Iwagakure and Kimogakure abandon their military threats against Konoha, and the third Hokage would resign and recommend him to succeed as Hokage. But his ambitions did not end there, becoming Hokage, replacing the daimyo, unifying the ninja world, and establishing a world where ninjas were no longer tools of war. Kakashi watched as Rin passionately shared his dreams, his azure eyes shimmering slightly in the night, as he spoke with fervor, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled the day the Ninja Academy opened, when Rin had approached him, extending his hand and saying, "Let's spar together when we have time." He remembered during the Chunin exams when Rin stood in front of him declaring, "He'll handle this for now." From the academy to now, this person seemed to have never changed. Always walking ahead of him, always bearing the heaviest burdens on his shoulders, and looking at him with those eyes casually saying, "You come along too." "Hey Kakashi." Rin suddenly turned his head, meeting Kakashi's lost gray eyes, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Are you willing to go to the land of grass with me or not? Kakashi was jolted back to reality by this call, his brain lagging behind as he reflexively blurted out, I am willing. The sound echoed momentarily at the edge of the cliff. Rin blinked and then burst into laughter. The sound of his laughter was soft, dissipating quickly in the night breeze, but Kakashi's ears were turning red at an astonishing speed. Oh, that's good. Rin stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and extended his hand towards Kakashi. Tomorrow morning at 8 we gather at the gates of Konoha. Don't be late. Kakashi grasped that hand, using it to stand up. He adjusted his forehead protector, which had been blown askew by the night wind, his gray eyes finally refocusing, returning to their usual aloof expression, but the curve of his lips could not be suppressed. The two made their way back down the mountain, their footsteps gently echoing through the pine forest. The starry sky overhead extended far beyond Hokage Rock, while the lights of Konoha village gradually extinguished, leaving only a few night lamps still lit at the street corners. Rin walked ahead at a leisurely pace. Kakashi followed half a step behind, with neither of them saying a word. As they approached the foot of the mountain, Kakashi suddenly spoke, his voice quiet, yet especially clear on the tranquil mountain path. As for my dream, perhaps I never had a fixed one in the past. But now, he paused, his gray eyes meeting Rin's gaze in the night. That is to help you achieve your dream. Rin stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at the silver-haired youth under the moonlight. Kakashi's expression remained his habitual indifference, but in those gray eyes there was no concealment, as clear as a sky washed by night rain. Rin was silent for a moment, then let out a laugh. It was not the teasing, playful laugh he usually gave. It was a sound that he himself could not quite discern as either comforting or moving. You either say nothing for ages, or you speak in a way that makes it hard to respond. Kakashi did not reply, merely tucked his hands back into his pockets and started walking down the mountain first. Rin quickly caught up with him, walking side by side through the pine forest as the lights of Konoha village gradually faded, leaving only a few night lamps still shining at the street corners. The evening breeze blew from the direction of Hokage Rock, carrying the scent of moss and damp stone from the mountain. They had walked this mountain path from Hokage Rock to the village countless times, yet tonight every step felt as though they were measuring something just spoken. A promise, an oath, simply a boy telling another boy, your dream is my direction. The next morning at the gates of Konoha village. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and before them stood two figures who had been waiting since dawn. Uchiha Rin fastened the crimson lightning blade at his waist, then gently slid his fingertips into his eye sockets and removed the specially crafted contact lenses that had accompanied him for years. A cerulean iris gleamed in the morning light, 3 crimson magatama linked end to end in a slow rotating ring. From today onward, he would no longer need any concealment. With his current strength, these eyes would become the emblem of Uchiha Rin, no longer a vulnerability. Kakashi leaned against a gate post. When he saw Rin remove his contacts, his gray eyes widened for a brief moment, then resumed their usual indifferent expression. Yet his gaze lingered a few seconds longer on those azure irises. Ban stood a few steps away, the flame fan wrapped in cloth slung across his back. A faint, barely perceptible glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Finally, the brat had stopped hiding. Without superfluous pleasantries, Uchiha Rin raised his hand to signal their departure, and the three of them sped off toward the land of grass. After nearly a full day of forced march, when the setting sun began to tinge the horizon with orange, the trio finally arrived at Konoha's frontline camp on the border of the land of grass. The Shiwan stood before a tactical map, his golden vertical pupils lingering on Uchiha Rin's face longer than on the map itself. His gaze swept over Rin's completely exposed cerulean eyes, his pupils contracting slightly, as the corner of his mouth curled into a smile that was ambiguous, neither entirely friendly nor entirely sinister. Lincoln, these eyes of yours are even more extraordinary than the intelligence reports describe. His voice was hoarse and slow, barely containing a barely suppressed urge to study. A cerulean-colored Mangekyo Sharingan has never appeared in the entire history of the Uchiha clan. If it's not too much trouble, I would very much like to obtain a sample of your blood. He paused, seeing that Uchiha Rin showed no intention of responding, then dropped the subject and turned back to the map. Never mind, let's get down to business. The commander of a Wagakure is Dongsi Ren. He led over 1,000 shinobi across the land of grass and routed the defense forces of Mei Siun Yiwan. He could have driven straight into Konoha's core defenses, but a few days ago he suddenly halted his offensive and voluntarily withdrew several dozen li. Only recently has he started sending small scout teams to probe and harass. Reason? Probably some internal trouble in a Wagakure, or perhaps the movements of Kumogakure made them hesitate. But these are all conjectures. Deshiwan rolled up the map and handed it to Uchiha Rin, his golden vertical pupils sweeping over those cerulean eyes once more. What do you plan to do? Uchiha Rin took the map, glanced at it, and casually tucked it into his ninja pouch. Go straight there. How many men? 3. Deshiwan's mouth twitched, but quickly returned to his usual half-smile. Then I wish you good luck. The sun sank low, and the grasslands of the land of grass were dyed a dull green by twilight. The campfires of a Wagakure flickered in the distance like scattered stars. Tents were arranged in orderly rows, and the silhouettes of patrolling shinobi moved back and forth on watchtowers. 3 figures walked slowly along the dirt road outside the camp, making no effort to conceal their movements or lower their footsteps. The guards at the gate spotted them almost instantly, and a piercing alarm tore through the quiet night. IWA shinobi swarmed out of their tents, kunai and shuriken glinting coldly in the moonlight, as they quickly formed an impenetrable defensive line around the camp's perimeter. The grasslands of the land of grass stretched out in the twilight, the gray-green waves of grass bent low by the evening wind. The campfires of a Wagakure flickered on and off in the distance. 3 figures walked slowly along the dirt road outside the camp, making no attempt to hide, their demeanor as relaxed as if they were inspecting their own territory. A patrol soon discovered them. The leading jonin, a man with a thick beard, raised a kunai and barked, "Halt! Who are you? State your purpose." Uchiha Rin merely stopped, his cerulean eyes glowing in the twilight, the perception web of his 6 eyes extending to its fullest. "Konoha, Uchiha Rin. I have come to kill you. Uchiha Rin, that monster from the Suna battlefield. Sound the alarm." The shrill alarm tore through the night sky. The Wagakure camp exploded like a disturbed hornet's nest. Figures poured from tents, kunai and shuriken glittering coldly in the moonlight. Dong-si Rin strode out from deep within the camp, his gaze sweeping over Uchiha Rin's cerulean Mangekyo 6 eyes. The muscles around his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He was about to speak, but Uchiha Rin spoke first. "Kakashi, you go first. Your violet lightning still lacks combat data. There are plenty of targets here, a good chance to practice." Kakashi stepped forward, gripping the hilt of the white knight blade on his back. Deep violet lightning exploded along the blade. He said nothing, his gray eyes scanning the dense formation of IWA shinobi before him. The look in his eyes was no different from when he practiced on training dummies. "Arrogant. Do you intend to send him to his death alone, Uchiha Rin?" Dong-si Ren's face darkened. His right hand chopped downward. "First formation, take him." Earth release. Earth pillars burst from the ground in a forest of rock. Fire release. Ash pile burner exploded in the air. Kunai and shuriken rained down like a storm. In the same instant the jutsu were unleashed. Kakashi was no longer in his original position. Violet lightning morphed into a long whip of lightning in his hand, sweeping laterally to sever all the earthen pillars rushing at him. His body twisted midair, his left hand lashed out. Violet lightning, lightning beast pursuit Fong. A deep violet lightning wolf howled as it plunged into the enemy formation, autonomously locking onto the nearest chunin. Arcs of electricity exploded among the crowd, cries of pain rising one after another. Second formation. Third formation. Surround him. More and more IWA shinobi surged from the camp, flanking from the sides, enclosing Kakashi in the center. An earth-release barrier rose from the ground. Wind release, great breakthrough, kicked up dust to obscure vision. Kakashi charged back and forth amidst the siege of several dozen IWA shinobi, the violet lightning blade cutting faster and faster under the relentless assault. The glow of lightning and flames reflected in his gray eyes. His breathing was slightly faster than usual, but every swing of his blade was more precise than the last. Dong-si Rin continuously redeployed units, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Kakashi's violet lightning reaped the attackers' formations from all directions, the lightning beast constantly dividing, pursuing, and discharging among the crowd. Uchiha Rin stood outside the battle ring, arms crossed, the perception web of his 6 eyes encompassing every detail of the entire battlefield. Kakashi, switching between the 3 forms of violet lightning, blade, wolf, and net, was much smoother than during their last spar, with almost no pause. Real combat truly is the best way to refine new techniques, he thought, giving Kakashi a decent score. Ban stood beside him, the flame fan wrapped in cloth resting on his shoulder, his expression impassive as he watched Kakashi slaughter through the enemy ranks. His fingers tapped lightly on the fan handle once, twice. When he saw Kakashi charging in and out of the enemy encirclement with such exhilarating freedom, he could no longer contain himself. "Boy!" Ban took a step forward, the battle intent that had been suppressed for decades surging in his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it cut through all the clamor of the battlefield. "Let this old man stretch his bones a bit too." Uchiha Rin turned his head and glanced at him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't stop him, just turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The old man's hands were itching. Let him have his fun. Ban walked toward the center of the battlefield. Not a charge, not a body flicker, just one step after another. That chakra suppressed for so long erupted like a volcano. Even the mere residual wave of his chakra sent the two nearest Ichunin flying, knocking them unconscious on the grass before they could even scream. The flame fan spun in his hands, the blade of the fan cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. So many of you ganging up on one kid. This is the best a Wagakure can do. All of you come at this old man. He'll give you a chance to struggle. 3 IWA shinobi in front had barely raised their earth flow wall when the flame fan swept through. The wall burst apart, debris flying back into the crowd behind, the dull thud of breaking bones mingling with screams. Ban passed through the crowd, each step landing in the gaps of the IWA defensive formation, each swing of the fan accompanied by splattering blood and shattered weapons. Without using any ninjutsu, relying only on his ordinary Freedomo eyes transformed freely into Rinnegan for convenience combined with taijutsu and the flame fan, he carved out a no man's land in the barrage of earth and wind release. Reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. Dong Si Ren's voice trembled, almost out of control. All Jonin, come over. Stop him. Stop that madman. No one could stop Ban. Every time his flame fan descended, it was like a dance he had performed for decades. A dance from the Warring States period to the rhythm of the dance he had shared with Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End. The IWA shinobi's attacks seemed slowed down in his eyes, every move full of openings. As the flame fan whirled, the IWA shinobi fell like leaves swept by a gale. Kakashi cleaved through the enemy in front of him, then turned his head to watch Ban dancing among the enemy ranks. A rare flicker of deep awe passed through his gray eyes. Uchiha Rin still stood where he was, arms crossed, watching Ban cut in and out of the enemy formation. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. As expected of the Warring States Dance King, the rose of the battlefield. This taijutsu was truly a feast for the eyes. When the last IWA shinobi still standing on the battlefield was sent flying by the flame fan, Ban planted the fan on the ground, the handle cracking the rock beneath. He looked around at the piles of corpses scattered everywhere and gave a cold snort. Is this all you've got? Not even enough for a warm-up. Dong Si Rin collapsed to the ground, his left arm twisted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the black-haired man before him, at those Sharingan glowing red in the moonlight, and forced out a hoarse voice from his throat. You? Who in the world are you? How does Konoha's Uchiha produce another monster? Ban looked down at him and said flatly, my name is Uchiha. Just then Uchiha Rin interrupted Ban before he could continue. Fei. His name is Uchiha. Off. When Dong Si Rin was dragged out from the pile of corpses, his left arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, and the vision of his right eye was stained a dark red by dried blood. Yet there were no fatal wounds on him. Ban had deliberately avoided his vital points while harvesting the Iwinin, evidently discerning that Yuzebo Lin intended to keep a prisoner alive. Kakashi sealed his chakra with the standard Anbu chakra suppression talismans, seized him by the scruff of the neck, and lifted him from the rubble with swift, clean motions, wasting not a single unnecessary gesture. Why? Why don't you kill me? Dong Si Rin's voice was hoarse and trembling. He had witnessed with his own eyes his 1,000-strong unit being slaughtered in the span of a single incense stick by 2 people. No, strictly speaking, 1.5. That silver-haired brat was merely there for practice. And the leader, the boy with the azure eyes, had not even lifted a finger from start to finish. Lead the way. Yuzebo Lin crouched before him. The cerulean six-eyed Mangekyo rotated slightly, and the Genjutsu silently invaded the other's consciousness. Dong Si Rin's pupils suddenly. Dong Si Rin clenched his teeth and shut his eyes, striking a pose of dying rather than surrendering. Yuzebo Lin wasted no words on him, directly meeting his gaze. The cerulean six-eyed Mangekyo rotated slightly, and the Genjutsu silently invaded the other's consciousness. Dong Si Rin's pupils suddenly dilated, his lips quivered several times, and then he began uncontrollably spilling out intelligence. The follow-up forces are camped near Shinwupi Bridge. About 3,000 troops commanded by Sho, along with elite Jounin like Hwagwang Dashi and Maji with their respective squads. Anoki sent him to rendezvous with the vanguard and await the order for a general assault. The encampment is surrounded by 5 layers of earth release barriers with a sensor unit patrolling around the clock. We were originally scheduled to converge within 3 days, driving straight from the northern land of grass into the heart of the land of fire. Sho Hwagwang Dashi Maji. Yuzebo Lin repeated these names to himself. The key figures of the Canopy Bridge battle in the original story, Anoki's trusted subordinates. Now it seemed the location remained unchanged, but the script of this war had been completely rewritten. Kill me. Dong Si Rin's voice squeezed from the depths of his throat, trembling with despair and humiliation. You've already got the information. Keeping me alive is pointless. Kill you. Yuzebo Lin rose to his feet, looking down at him with a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. You're more useful alive than dead. Kakashi, take him. Kakashi nodded, and again seized Dong Si Rin by the scruff of the neck. Ban hoisted the gunby back onto his shoulder, glanced at Dong Siren's disconsolate face, and said coldly, spineless. The three of them sped off toward Shinwupi Bridge with their captive. The night gradually faded as they traveled, and a line of pale gray appeared on the horizon. When they neared the IWA camp near Shinwupi Bridge, the first light of dawn had just crossed the distant ridge, coating the entire camp in a thin layer of cold radiance. The camp was slightly smaller than Dong Siren's vanguard unit, but its defenses were far tighter, with 5 layers of earth release barriers, interwoven sensor units patrolling the perimeter in ceaseless loops, and sentries on watchtowers scanning the surroundings with telescopic jutsu every 10 breaths. Yuzebo Lin halted outside the camp and unsealed Dong Siren's chakra points. Go inside and deliver a message to your commander. By noon, all IWA forces must unconditionally withdraw from the land of grass and return to the land of earth. If after noon I still see this IWA camp standing here, Yuzebo Lin tilted his head to look at Dong Siren, his tone even, then you will be buried here forever. Upon hearing this, Dong Siren immediately stumbled toward the camp. Moments later, the central tent flap was thrown open, and a wiry, high-cheekboned, middle-aged ninja strode out. He wore the standard IWA Jounin vest with a katana hanging at his waist. When his gaze swept over the Konoha squad of only 3 outside the camp, his brow furrowed deeply. Yuzebo Lin, I am Sho, commander of this unit. Dong Siren has already told me about your strength. Sho's voice was not loud, but every word carried the steady composure of a seasoned commander. However, my orders are to hold Shinwupi Bridge and secure the supply line for the follow-up forces. I will not withdraw without a direct order from Lord Onoki. I need time to request instructions. Before noon, Yuzebo Lin turned and walked toward a hill outside the camp, not sparing Sho another glance. The 3 stopped on the hilltop. Ban thrust the gunby into the ground, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes in meditation. Kakashi leaned against a tree, sharpening the blade of Byakuyo with a whetstone. Yuzebo Lin stood at the edge of the slope, his 6-eye perception net constantly locked on the camp. From the moment Sho re-entered the main tent, the camp had been in constant motion. Within his perception, a rapid tactical reorganization was underway inside the camp. Not preparations for a mass withdrawal, but a dispersal of forces into squad-sized defensive formations. The earth release barriers increased from 5 layers to 8. The patrol squads doubled in number, and all Jounin assumed combat positions. 3 chakra signals were particularly active. One emerged from the main tent, leading several squads to swiftly occupy the high ground on the camp's eastern side, where they erected multiple layers of earth-style walls for cover. His chakra nature was fire, presumably Huguang. Another was on the western side of the camp, directing engineer squads to reinforce the earth release barriers, while also commanding the sensor unit to expand their reconnaissance range. His chakra was steady and thick, typical of a Jounin-level earth release specialist. This was likely Dashi. The final signal was the sharpest. He did not participate in the defensive preparations, but instead led an elite squad on a high-speed patrol outside the camp, moving in erratic, aggressive patterns. Clearly the vanguard for outer perimeter security and ambush Maji. A classic IWA multi-line coordinated tactic. Huguang occupied the high ground for firepower suppression. Dashi fortified the defensive position, and Maji harassed and pinned the enemy on the periphery. 3 lines coordinated by a single core command, each performing its role while mutually supporting the others. Stalling tactics. Ban, eyes still closed, tapped his fingers lightly on the handle of the gunby, a trace of disdain in his voice. Breaking the troops into squads to put on a show of prolonged defensive warfare. In reality, they're waiting for Onoki. Even their delay is so blatant. Iwa's later generations are getting less and less impressive. Yuzebo Lin sat cross-legged at the top of the slope, chin resting on one hand. In his perception web, an immensely powerful surge of earth nature chakra was already approaching at high speed from a distant direction. The sky above the Shinwupi Bridge abruptly darkened at noon. It was not the obscuring of the sun by clouds, but an immense surge of chakra that descended from the distant horizon, distorting the very air. Uchiha Rin rose from the high slope, his cerulean Mangekyo 6 eyes piercing through the cloud layers, locking onto the figure rapidly approaching from the heavens. A diminutive form clad in the 3rd Tsuchikage's ceremonial robe of a Wagakure, the village's headband tied at his waist, a ruddy nose casting a faint shadow in the backlight. San Tiansheng de Yemu, the 3rd Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, a cage-level powerhouse wielding the bloodline elimination of dust release. He hovered above the IWA encampment, his hands slowly spreading before him as a semi-transparent, white cube rapidly formed between his palms. Dust release origin world stripping technique. Without any warning or negotiation, de Yemu launched an assault directly at the 3 individuals on the high slope. The white cube plummeted from the sky with ferocity, annihilating the air into a vacuum in its wake. The very dust particles around the pillar of light disintegrated into atomic nothingness the moment they touched the cube's edges. Uchiha Rin stood his ground, without a single step back. He turned his head slightly using his peripheral vision to confirm Kakashi's position. The silver-haired youth stood 2 paces behind him, hand resting on the hilt of the white knight blade, yet not drawing it. Those gray eyes calmly watched the descending pillar of dust release, showing no intention to evade, no fear, only an unreserved trust in the figure standing before him. The dust release pillar halted less than 3 inches away from Uchiha Rin. The semi-transparent white cube collided with the cessation force of the limitless technique, as if striking a wall formed by infinite distance. The decomposition energy within the pillar raged futilely, unable to even touch the hem of Uchiha Rin's garment. So this is dust release. Quite intriguing. Uchiha Rin raised a hand, his fingertip lightly tapping the edge of the dust release pillar, the cessation force completely isolating the decomposition energy millimeters away. Beside him, Uchiha Madara did not even lift an eyelid. He merely raised his right hand, his Rinnegan shifting slightly, and the chakra contained within the dust release pillar was silently absorbed by the power of his hungry ghost path. The white cube flickered twice in the air before vanishing entirely. High above Deyima's pupils abruptly, his dust release origin world stripping technique, a bloodline elimination capable of reducing any substance to atoms, was so effortlessly nullified. The silver-haired brat hadn't even dodged while the 2 Uchihas had each used their own methods to take the dust release hidden. He suppressed the surging unease in his heart and slowly descended from the sky, landing at the edge of Iwa's defensive barrier. His ceremonial robe billowed in the residual air currents as he touched the ground. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a pose of Itsukage that exuded authority without anger. I never expected Konoha to have a young prodigy capable of withstanding dust release hidden. Uchiha Rin, I've long heard of your exploits on the Suna battlefield. Today, I see you are indeed worthy of your reputation. With your talent, should you be willing to join IWA? Deyima's words caught in his throat halfway through. His gaze finally passed beyond Uchiha Rin, landing on the black-haired man, standing with crossed arms on the high slope, his face full of impatience. That face, that posture, those eyes glowing with crimson Sharingan. Deyima's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, and his hands behind his back began to tremble uncontrollably. The figure before him gradually merged with the nightmare etched deep in his mind. Decades ago, he stood beside the second Tsuchikage, gazing up at the azure battle god rending heaven and earth, a fear he could never forget in a lifetime. You are. Deyima's voice turned almost shrill as his trembling finger pointed at Madara. Seeing that Madara's identity was about to be exposed, Uchiha Rin swiftly stepped forward, placing himself between Deyemu and Madara. He kept his hands in his pockets, wearing a polite smile, his tone as casual as if he were introducing today's cafeteria menu. This is my bodyguard, Uchiha Afei. What's the matter, Lord Tsuchikage? Is there a problem? Deyemu froze. Uchiha Afei, a bodyguard? He looked again at the black-haired man, a youthful face at most in his 20s or 30s. Yes, Uchiha Madara was killed by Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End. Even if he miraculously survived, he would now be an old man, older than himself. The man before him was too young, it couldn't be him. Moreover, given Uchiha Madara's personality, how could he serve as a bodyguard to a 12-year-old boy? At that thought, Deyima's expression finally relaxed. He wiped the cold sweat that had inexplicably broken out on his forehead, coughed dryly twice, and once again clasped his hands behind his back. It's nothing, I just mistook him. This bodyguard of yours somewhat resembles someone I know. Madara snorted through his nose, his voice as cold as ice shards. Then you should get yourself a pair of reading glasses. Deyemu didn't take the bait, turning his gaze back to Uchiha Rin, his expression regaining some of its Tsuchikage's arrogance. I did not come here to engage in a war of words with you. Uchiha Rin, I acknowledge your impressive achievements in Suna, but IWA is not Suna, and dust release is not something even Susanoo can face Hiden. That strike just now was merely a test. Now I give you one last chance. Withdraw your people to Konoha and have the Hokage send an envoy to IWA for formal peace negotiations. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to demonstrate the true power of dust release here at Shimobi Bridge. Are you done with your nonsense? Uchiha Rin remained in his hands in pockets posture, a cold gleam flashing in his cerulean eyes. Then it's my turn. IWA actively crossed the land of grass to attack Konoha's border defenses, causing heavy casualties among our ninja. Now that you can't win, you actually expect Konoha to send someone to IWA for peace talks. That's utterly delusional. My terms are simple. IWA surrenders unconditionally, withdraws all forces from the land of grass. Deyemu personally signs the surrender agreement and compensates Konoha for all losses in this war. If the Tsuchikage finds these terms hard to accept, I wouldn't mind resolving this in my own way. But when that happens, the battlefield won't be in the land of grass. He'll come to Awagakure myself, and let you taste what it's like to have someone attack your very doorstep. At these words, the IWA ninjas on the battlefield immediately broke into an uproar. Deyima's face darkened completely at the mention of Iwagakure. He floated in midair, his ceremonial robe rustling in the wind pressure generated by his chakra. His hands spread slowly before him, and a white cube larger and more glaring than before coalesced between his palms. Dust release boundary stripping technique. A decomposition range far exceeding the origin world stripping, capable of annihilating all matter within an entire space simultaneously. Uchiha Rin, I saw you as a promising young upstart of Konoha and wanted to give you a chance to end this with dignity. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me for bullying the young. Deyemu thrust his hands forward, and the white cube transformed into a pillar of light several meters in diameter, surging toward Uchiha Rin with the power to disintegrate all things. Uchiha Rin did not retreat. He didn't even draw his blade. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread palm, facing the dust release pillar that could reduce an entire hill to atoms. The cessation force spread before him, halting the dust release pillar less than 3 inches from his palm. The decomposition energy frenziedly gnawed at the invisible barrier, but seemed to be trapped within an infinite distance. The pillar struggled for a moment before completely dissipating under the absolute defense of the cessation force. Deyima's pupils shrank sharply. His dust release had been repelled Hiden, and the opponent hadn't even formed hand seals or activated Susanoo. He gritted his teeth and once again gathered dust release in his hands, preparing a third strike. Sneaking attacks again and again. How ugly, Deyemu. The black-haired man who had been silently standing on the high slope finally spoke. Madara crossed his arms, the gunbai battle fan resting diagonally on his shoulder, a distinct mockery gleaming in his Sharingan. He didn't attack, nor did he even move. He just stood there, and with a single sentence shredded the dignity Deyemu had maintained as Tsuchikage for decades. Anoki's face had turned extremely sour after his dust release was blocked Hiden twice in a row. Hovering in midair, he glanced at Uchiha Rin's impassive face, then cast a sidelong look at the black-haired man, who sent a chill down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his hands together abruptly. This old man refuses to believe that a brat like you can defend from all angles without a single flaw. His imperial robe billowed under the surging chakra. His originally diminutive frame, boosted by the lightweight rock technique, shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Uchiha Rin. As he dove, his right fist was encased layer by layer in rock. The added weight rock technique instantly elevated the mass of his fist to its limit, covering his entire arm in a pitch-black metallitude rock shell, the rock fist technique. This punch bore no fancy tricks, only the purest brutality honed by decades of combat experience. Anoki plunged from the sky. The added weight rock technique maximized both his fist speed and mass simultaneously, while the lightweight rock technique provided instant acceleration. The force of this punch was enough to level a small hill into a flat plain. Uchiha Rin watched the ever-approaching colossal rock fist, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly. He made a move that stunned everyone present. He deactivated the stopping force of the limitless technique. Then he clenched his right fist. With no jutsu enhancement, relying solely on pure physical strength, he met Anoki's rock fist Hiden. 2 fists, one large and one small, collided in midair. Boom! The shockwave erupted from the point of impact, blasting gravel and turf into the air from the ground. Anoki felt as if his rock fist had smashed into an entire mountain. That slender-looking palm remained unmoved, while his own rock shell shuddered and cracked with fine fissures. Using the recoil, he bounced back into the air, staring at Uchiha Rin with utter disbelief. His rock fist, augmented by the added weight rock technique, could shatter even the ribs of a Susanoo with a single blow, yet this opponent had caught it with just his bare hand. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Nothing gets the heart pumping like raw hand-to-hand taijutsu. Uchiha Rin laughed heartily as he rolled his wrist, a faint crackle sounding from his knuckles. It's a shame though. You're too impure using jutsu to aid yourself. With that, he unstrapped Fele and thrust it into the ground beside him, assuming a standard taijutsu starting stance. The muscle fibers, enhanced by the heavenly restriction, tightened beneath his skin like a spring compressed to its limit. Anoki watched his opponent assume this stance, clearly intending to settle the fight with pure taijutsu, and furrowed his brows. This brat's taijutsu was nowhere recorded in intelligence reports, but from the fact that he had caught the rock fist Hiden, his raw strength was at least at the Kage level. Before he could finish his thought, Uchiha Rin moved. His figure left afterimages streaking across the ground. Not a body flicker, without any chakra fluctuation, just pure muscular explosive force. The next instant he appeared right before Anoki, clenching his right fist and driving a punch straight at the old man's face. Anoki's pupils shrank drastically. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the added weight rock technique instantly coated his arms to block. A dull thud exploded in midair. Anoki's body was blasted away like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the grass before he barely managed to stabilize himself. He looked down at the shattered rock shell on his arms, the corner of his mouth twitching. Put more effort into it, Lord Tsuchikage. Uchiha Rin pressed forward again. The two engaged in the most primal, brutal close-quarters combat in midair. Onoki pushed the lightweight rock technique to its limit, his diminutive form continually accelerating and changing direction in the sky each dive, infusing the added weight rock technique into his fist. Rock fist and flesh fist collided repeatedly. Shockwaves exploded across the plains of the grass country, one after another, tearing up turf and pulverizing stones into dust. He kept accelerating and changing direction in the air, his rock fist striking at Uchiha Rin from every angle, front, side, and back. But Uchiha Rin's 6 eyes deconstructed each of his moves into a stream of visualized data. Those seemingly lethal attacks appeared in slow motion. Every dodge was perfectly timed, every block landed precisely on the weakest point of the rock fist's force. Onoki grew more alarmed with each exchange. His rock fist, augmented by the added weight rock technique, could reduce a hill to rubble with a direct hit. Yet every collision with that boy's fist felt like striking an immovable iron wall. Not only was the youth's strength far superior, but his close combat skill was also exceptionally solid. Every counterattack landed precisely in the gap between when Onoki's old force had just expired and his new force had yet to be generated. His arms were already riddled with damage. The rocky shell kept shattering under the continuous impacts and was repeatedly reformed, but he knew his stamina was being drained bit by bit. And the youth before him hadn't even broken his breathing rhythm. Seizing the moment when Onoki's punch missed, Uchiha Rin clenched his right fist and drove a solid blow into the space between Onoki's chest and abdomen. Onoki's armor shattered on impact. His body, like a pebble knocked away, crashed into the ground, carving a crater several meters wide in the grass in front of the IWA camp. Onoki lay in the center of the crater, gasping heavily. The sharp pain in his chest and abdomen kept him from rising immediately. The rock shell on his right arm had completely shattered, revealing the trembling limb beneath. He had lost, utterly defeated in taijutsu. It wasn't that he had never lost before, but being overwhelmed by a 12-year-old brat using the pure taijutsu he most disdained. This humiliation was far harder to bear than losing to any ninjutsu. Uchiha Rin walked up to Onoki, looking down at the once arrogant Tsuchikage. The Azure Mangekyo 6 eyes reflected the old man's pitiful figure. Your dust release can't harm me at all, and your taijutsu barely forced me to use even 20% of my power. Onoki, do you have any other tricks? Onoki struggled to stand up from the crater, every bone in his body emitting a grating creak. His imperial robe was already in tatters, the rock shell on his right arm had completely fallen off. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the soil of the grass country, and the pain in his chest and abdomen made each breath feel like swallowing a knife. But he still rose. The flame of defiance burned in his old yet still sharp eyes. Not for personal victory, but because he was the Tsuchikage. It's not over yet. I cannot lose. Onoki's voice was hoarse and trembling. His hands formed seals in a flash, and the remnants of his chakra gathered in his palms into a final desperate radiance. Iwa's finances are already in deficit. If I surrender and pay reparations again, the village will decline under my watch. A young man like you would never understand. The lifeline of a village, the survival of a nation, all weighing on a single person's shoulders. He clenched his teeth and slammed one hand onto the ground. Earth release Gariki technique. The ground trembled violently, fissures spread from beneath Onoki's feet in all directions. Countless rocks and boulders, as if drawn by an invisible hand, peeled away from the earth, rose and converged. A rock giant nearly 100 meters tall rose from the earth. Its legs were like 2 small hills, its chest was broad enough to cover half the sky. Each finger of its mighty rock arms rivaled a giant tree. Onoki used his remaining chakra to lift himself onto the giant's shoulder, kneeling on the rock shoulder blade, while gasping heavily. Blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth, but a renewed fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. This is a technique I created to counter your Uchiha clan Susanoo. Uchiha Rin, how does it compare to your Susanoo? Onoki's voice came from the giant's shoulder, carrying a resolve to sacrifice everything. Uchiha Rin looked up at the sky-obscuring rock titan. Its size was indeed immense, comparable in height to a 4th-stage Susanoo. The rock's surface was covered in dense earth-release chakra, each inch highly compressed enough to withstand a tailed beast ball Hedon. Onoki was right. This was indeed a counter technique specifically designed against Susanoo. But it was only designed against Susanoo and nothing more. Mere grains of sand, unworthy of being compared to Susanoo even by half. Uchiha Rin closed his eyes, and the crimson ring within his Azure Mangekyo 6 eyes suddenly flared. Let me show you the hopeless gap between them. Purple gold chakra erupted from every chakra point on his body, and a half-body giant rose from the ground. The chakra skeleton, muscle fibers, meridians, and skin formed layer by layer within a single breath. The complete Susanoo was fully manifested in just a few breaths. Winged with a great sword at its waist, and wearing an Itachi Tengu mask, the purple-gold martial deity stood tall on the plains of the grass country. The rock giant only reached up to the Susanoo's waist. Anoki gazed up at the sky-concealing purple-gold martial deity. His lips moved a few times, but no sound. Anoki gazed up at the towering purple-golden war god, his lips moving silently, without producing any. He remembered the scene from decades ago in the Valley of the End where the blue war god of Uchiha Madara clashed with the wooden giant of Senju Hashirama, causing the heavens and earth to change color. He recalled the time he went to Konoha with his master only to be severely humiliated by Uchiha Madara. Now the rock giant he had painstakingly created was indeed insignificant like sand before the complete Susanoo. The purple-golden war god slowly drew the long sword, burning with unquenchable purple flames from his waist, the sword cutting through the air, reflecting a cold arc of light in the midday sun. The sword had yet to fall, but Anoki already knew the outcome. Lord Tsuchikage, shall we continue? Uchiha Rin stood at the center of the Susanoo, looking down from a high vantage point at the tiny figure on the shoulder of the rock giant, his tone devoid of mockery, only a calm declaration of fact. Anoki gazed up at the towering purple-golden war god, the rock giant appearing like a crude clay doll before the Susanoo. He looked down at his calloused hands. These hands had once performed hand seals before the second Tsuchikage had defended the dignity of a Wagakure countless times in border battles, but now they trembled with fear. Suddenly he thought of his master. The second Tsuchikage, who was always taciturn and bore all burdens upon himself, had once said to him before his final expedition, "Anoki stones do not speak, but they endure longer than anything else." The will of a Wagakure is not victory, but the ability to reform from the ruins no matter how many times we are shattered, crushed, or eroded. The will of stone does not lie in not falling, but in the courage to rise again after falling. At that time he was still young and did not fully understand the weight of those words. Later, when his master passed away, he engraved that will into his bones. For decades he had led a Wagakure through 2 ninja world wars, witnessing countless comrades fall, and personally sending away numerous enemies. Later, when his master passed away, he engraved that will into his bones. For decades he had led a Wagakure through 2 ninja world wars, witnessing countless comrades fall. His body had reached its limit, chakra nearly depleted, and the excruciating pain in his chest made each breath feel like swallowing blades, yet his back remained straight. Because he was the Tsuchikage, the third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure, Anoki the 10th. "Don't underestimate me," Anoki roared to the heavens, his voice echoing from the shoulder of the rock giant throughout the battlefield. "I am the Tsuchikage. The will of stone in a Wagakure has never been broken from the first to the second, and now in my hands." He gritted his teeth, channeling the last remnants of chakra within him into the rock giant beneath his feet. The giant's legs roared with power, trembling the earth as it charged towards the purple-golden complete Susanoo in a final assault. Each step left a massive indentation in the grass, each stride embodying the determination of the third Tsuchikage of a Wagakure to pay any price. The rock giant swung its massive fist, striking the chest armor of Susanoo, shattering the rock shell, and debris poured down like a torrential rain. Yet the purple-golden war god remained unmoved, with not a scratch left on the chest armor. The rock giant swung its fist again, shattering once more, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of Anoki's mouth. He knew he could not win. From the moment he laid eyes on the purple-golden war god, he knew he could not win. But he had to do this. Not for victory, but to show the IWA ninjas behind him how the Tsuchikage fought until the last moment. "IWA ninjas, listen." Anoki stood on the shoulder of the rock giant, shouting with the last of his strength, "After my death, Iwagakure unconditionally surrenders, and allow Anoki to take over as the 4th Tsuchikage." As soon as these words were spoken, all the IWA ninjas on the battlefield froze in place. The blade slipped from Sho's hand, the fire dimmed at the high ground. Anoki clenched his fist, and Megan closed his eyes. Their Tsuchikage was using the last moment of his life to pave a path for the future of a Wagakure. Uchiha Rin looked at the old man charging towards him, and in his azure kaleidoscope eyes, there was no mockery, no pity, only a calmness bordering on solemn respect. He raised his right hand, and the complete Susanoo drew the long sword, burning with unquenchable purple flames in sync. The sword cut through the air, reflecting a cold arc of light in the midday sun. This sword was the final tribute to its Tsuchikage, who embodied the will of stone. The giant sword fell, and the heavens and earth changed color. The purple-golden sword light pierced through the rock giant's head like a hot knife through butter. The massive body of the rock giant crumbled inch by inch in the sword light, every rock and every grain of sand instantly melting into dark red magma under the high temperature of the purple flames, then being obliterated by the shockwave. The tiny figure standing on the giant's shoulder transformed into a fleeting glimmer that vanished in the morning wind the moment the sword light touched it. There were no screams, no struggles, only a silent stillness. The sword light, having obliterated the rock giant, continued to extend forward, cleaving the towering mountain behind the Iwagakure camp, which had stood for millions of years in half from peak to base. The cross-section was smooth as a mirror, and the mountain slowly split, with a loud rumble, debris pouring down like a torrential rain crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. When the sword light gradually dissipated, all that remained in front of the Iwagakure camp was a long blackened chasm several miles long. The rock giant no longer existed, and Inoki's breath had completely vanished with the sword light. The battlefield was engulfed in silence. Sho knelt on the ground. The tanto in his hand had long fallen at his feet. The flames at the high ground trembled as they pressed down on their forehead, tears silently streaming down. Inoki gritted his teeth, punching the ground, his knuckles cracking, but feeling no pain. Megan closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. Their Tsuchikage had fought until the very last moment. Uchiha Rin slowly dispelled the Susanoo, the purple-golden light retracting into his body as he walked to the edge of the blackened chasm. Looking down at the ground solidified by lava, his azure kaleidoscope eyes reflected the still burning embers of purple flames. I will take this last message on behalf of Konoha. Tsuchikage Inoki, who embodied the will of stone, fell in battle at the Kamino Bridge. His last words, Iwagakure unconditionally surrenders. He turned and walked towards Kakashi and Madara, pausing after a few steps to turn his head. His voice was not loud, but was heard clearly by every IWA ninja present. Your Tsuchikage did not flee, did not surrender, but fought until the very last moment of his life. Remember his choice, then carry out his final command. As several individuals returned to the Konoha camp, the sky was already approaching dusk. Orochimaru sat before the tactical map, organizing intelligence from the Iwagakure battlefield. Upon seeing Uchiha Rin push the door open, a glimmer of understanding flashed across his golden vertical pupils. He placed the intelligence scroll in his hand on the table, interlocking his fingers to support his chin, a signature smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. From your expressions, I take it that Iwagakure no longer requires my reinforcements. So what is the current status of the Eastern Dead's vanguard? Has the follow-up force at the Kamikaze Bridge retreated, and did Inoki attend in person? The Eastern Dead's vanguard has been completely annihilated, and the commander of the follow-up force at Kamikaze Bridge, Shikari, has agreed to unconditional retreat. Uchiha Rin walked up to the tactical map, picked up a pen, and drew a horizontal line across the land of grass, erasing all marks of Iwagakure. Inoki has also arrived. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils widened slightly, and his body involuntarily leaned forward a bit. And then, oi, did you engage him? The practical data on dust release is exceedingly rare, if it's convenient. He is dead. Uchiha Rin placed the pen beside the map and casually uttered those 3 words. Orochimaru's expression froze in that moment. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, his long fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, as though digesting the weight carried by those 3 words. Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, a legendary ninja who had held the bloodline of dust release since the Second Shinobi World War, was dead. He died on the front lines of the land of grass at the hands of this 12-year-old boy before him. You killed Inoki. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and slow, as if in confirmation. His last words were for Iwagakure to surrender unconditionally, with the position of 4th Tsuchikage passed to Akatsuchi. The remaining matters involved the village's diplomatic negotiations with Iwagakure, which are no longer our concern. I still need to make a trip to Kumogakure, so you handle the aftermath here in the land of grass. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then slowly leaned back against the chair, his golden vertical pupils swirling with exceedingly complex emotions. He suddenly smiled, a light laugh that carried an unclear hint of either excitement or self-mockery. He stood up and walked to the wooden cabinet in the corner of the tent, retrieving a pre-prepared intelligence report on the Kumogakure battlefield and handing it over. The front command post of Kumogakure is set approximately 30 kilometers north of the borders of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, with the 3rd Raikage personally stationed there, leading a force of about 300 men. The vanguard consists of 500 men, led by the Raikage Sun and Killer Bee, with the base situated closer to the border of the Land of Fire, poised to cross the border and strike deep into the heart of the Land of Fire at any moment. Kakashi and Madara were waiting outside the camp gate, one leaning against the fence to inspect the blade of Bei, the other standing with arms crossed, gazing at the distant twilight. Upon seeing him emerge, Kakashi sheathed Bei back into the scabbard over his shoulder and stood up. Madara also straightened himself from the fence. We're heading to the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Rin tilted his head toward the two, then stepped out of the camp. Inside the tent behind him, Orochimaru stood alone before the empty tactical map, staring at the line drawn across the land of grass region, silent for a long time. From the land of grass to the border between lightning and fire, one must first travel northeast through the land of rice fields, then turn due north along the mountain range bordering the two nations. The three moved through the dense forests of the land of rice fields. The night dyed the canopy into a deep jade moonlight spilling through gaps in the leaves, scattering patches of silver light across the ground like crushed gems. Kakashi walked half a step behind Uchiha Rin, swaying lightly in its scabbard with each step. Ever since leaving the land of grass camp, he remained silent, his gray eyes fixed on the darkness ahead, his lips pressed into a thin line. Uchiha Rin noticed his silence, but did not urge him. Instead, he slowed his pace, slightly waiting for Kakashi to speak. When the three crossed an abandoned clearing left by loggers, and the moonlight fell unimpeded upon them, Kakashi finally spoke. "Was it really right for you to kill that Tsuchikage?" His voice was low, barely audible in the night breeze, but his tone carried no accusation. "Iwa's shinobi will hate you to the core. In the future, when you seek to unify the ninja world, won't this hatred become an even greater obstacle?" Uchiha Rin did not answer immediately. He looked up at the moon, then turned to Kakashi with a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet those cyan Mangekyo 6 eyes held no mirth. Only a calmness so cold it bordered on cruel clarity. "If I hadn't killed Inoki, things would have been even harder to pull off. Inoki isn't an ordinary Kage. He lived through the tail end of the Warring States period and witnessed the entirety of two great shinobi wars. In his eyes, a hidden village can only survive through military deterrence and expansion. Peace talks are merely temporary truces. They have long been accustomed to the system of one country, one village. People like him won't change their stance because of your leniency. They'll only interpret it as weakness. Let him return to Iwa alive, and he would spend the rest of his life instilling the same conviction into his successors. Konoha is the enemy. One must be stronger and more ruthless to survive. This hatred wasn't planted by my killing him today. It was sown decades ago during the first shinobi war." He stopped, turned to face Kakashi, and the moonlight painted his cyan eyes like burning ice. "What truly hinders unification is not hatred, but the older generation who have weathered countless wars, yet still choose war. They are too accustomed to solving problems with violence, to treating peace as mere intervals between conflicts. As long as they sit in the Kage's seat, unification will never be achieved." Inoki chose to die in battle at the last moment because he knew that once he surrendered the will of stone, he believed and would end with him. He would rather be buried with that will than see it replaced by peace. "So I had to let him die a meaningful death. Not to humiliate him, but to make the next generation of Iwa understand that the old will of stone was buried along with Inoki. From now on, they need to think about Iwa's future in a new way." Kakashi fell silent for a long time. The moonlight cast a cold sheen on his silver hair, and Uchiha Rin's silhouette reflected in his gray eyes. He recalled how his father had nearly died in the land of rivers from the encirclement of Chiyo and Sasori, and the countless ordinary people who had lost loved ones to war on the sand battlefield. Suddenly, he realized that the older generation Uchiha Rin spoke of was not a specific individual, but the entire generation of the ninja world shaped by war. They were too strong, too stubborn, too accustomed to solving problems with force. As long as they lived, peace would forever be merely the gaps between wars. "I understand." Kakashi shoved his hands back into his pockets and resumed walking, his voice returning to its usual coldness, yet between the words hid a rare trace of acknowledgement. "So what you killed wasn't Inoki, it was the old will of stone. Only by freeing the new generation of Iwa from the shackles of the older generation's thinking is there a real chance for dialogue." Uchiha Rin watched Kakashi's back, the arc of his smile slowly rising. "Not entirely. Mostly it's because that old fart Inoki was too stubborn." Madara walked at the rear of the group, his Rinnegan glowing faintly purple in the darkness. He let out a snort through his nose, his tone cold, but a trace of deep-seated approval gleamed in his eyes. "Each generation fights its own battle. Hashirama and I fought to end the Warring States. You now fight to end the era of hidden villages. There's no need for hesitation. If a stone blocks your path, simply crush it." 2 days later, at the border between the land of lightning and the land of fire, as Uchiha Rin and his companions crossed the last ridgeline, the outline of the Leaf Village camp finally emerged in their view. The camp was larger than the frontline camp in the land of grass, with more formidable fortifications. Yet the faces of the patrolling ninjas bore a taut exhaustion, not the despair of defeat, but the accumulated irritation from prolonged confrontation and repeated harassment. The moment Uchiha Rin stepped into the camp, his 6 eyes caught several familiar chakra signatures, and the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. Inside the central tactical tent, Minato Namikaze stood before a map. His golden hair shimmered softly under the candlelight, and his Jonin vest still bore the dust of travel. Standing beside him were Obito, Rin, and Asuma. Apparently, they had just arrived as well. When Minato saw Uchiha Rin lift the tent flap, and stepped inside. A flicker of surprise gleamed in his blue eyes. Obito practically leaped to his feet. Rin, Kakashi, what are you doing here? Obito rushed over to them in 3 quick strides, his eyes behind the goggles wide with astonishment. We just received an emergency order from the 3rd Hokage saying the cloud situation is about to boil over, so Teacher Minato brought us as reinforcements. Are you here to reinforce too? Wait, which way did you come from? Weren't you just at the rock side? The land of grass. We just finished dealing with rock. Uchiha Rin replied succinctly, then turned to Minato. Minato-senpai, what's the situation here in Cloud? Not good. Kumogakure's vanguard is about 500 strong, led by A, the son of the 3rd Raikage, and Killer B, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. They've been probing and harassing near the border for days. Several of our reconnaissance squads were intercepted, resulting in notable losses. Just moments ago, 2 more teams lost contact. He paused, a flicker of worry in his blue eyes. I'm about to assemble all Jonin in the camp to intercept Kumogakure's vanguard. They cannot advance further. Once they cross the border into the heart of the land of fire, the war will engulf Konoha itself. Minato-san. Uchiha Rin raised his hand and pressed it over Minato's wrist just as he was about to pick up the flying thunder god kunai. His voice was calm, but carried an irrefutable certainty. Let us handle this one. The Wagakure has been dealt with. The vanguard led by the late East is annihilated, Inoki is dead, and IWA has agreed to unconditional surrender. We rushed here from Grass Country to end this engagement as soon as possible. Minato's blue eyes widened. The words Inoki dead, IWA unconditional surrender echoed in his mind several times before he could fully absorb them. He looked at the 12-year-old before him, wanting to say that's Inoki of the 2 scales, but the words died in his throat. Because what he saw in Uchiha Rin's azure blue Mangekyo eyes was a calmness that spoke only of facts. I understand. Minato slowly withdrew his hand and straightened up, a complex light flickering in his gaze. But at least let me send a few squads to provide backup. No need. Uchiha Rin had already turned and walked toward the tent's exit. As he lifted the flap, he glanced back, his azure blue eyes glinting faintly in the morning light. Minato-san, just prepare the victory feast for us. Kakashi followed close behind, while Madara brought up the rear with his arms crossed. The 3 passed through the camp gate and sped off in the direction the reconnaissance ninja had indicated. Inside the tent behind them, the 3 youths beside Minato stood frozen in shock and disbelief. Minato watched the direction the trio had vanished, then let out a soft sigh, a faint smile of both relief and helplessness tugging at his lips. Let them go. Obito, Asuma Rin, let's prepare the feast. Time skip. On a small hill, Uchiha Rin gazed at the Kumogakure vanguard advancing toward them. The 500-strong force spread into an irregular line across the border wasteland, and 2 chakra signatures at the forefront blazed like campfires. One contained an immense tailed beast chakra, undoubtedly Killer B, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The other, though smaller in total quantity, had lightning chakra, so condensed it must be a son of the 3rd Raikage and future 4th Raikage. Same as always. Uchiha Rin withdrew his sensory perception and turned to look at the 2 behind him. The leading 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the Raikage son are for me and Madara. The rest are for Kakashi to sharpen his skills. Madara folded his arms, the gunbai thrust into the ground beside him. He swept his gaze over the Kumogakure ninja advancing below, snorted dismissively, and sat down on the spot looking utterly disinterested. Boring. Picking on brats who've never even seen a Mangekyo. I'd be ashamed to mention it. Save the 3rd Raikage for me later. Uchiha Rin's mouth twitched slightly at Madara's lounging attitude, but he didn't insist. He turned to Kakashi and tilted his head toward the slope below. Kakashi drew Byakuya, deep purple lightning crackling across the blade's surface, his gray eyes reflecting the silhouette of the distant Kumogakure vanguard. The 2 exchanged a glance and simultaneously leaped down the slope, racing toward the Kumogakure force. At the front of the vanguard, A and Killer B were discussing details of their harassment tactics. Their mission was simple: break through Konoha's border defense and open a path for the main force. According to intelligence, the defenders on Konoha's side were just ordinary garrison units led by a few Jonin. It would take less than half an hour to deal with them. Then, without warning, a figure dropped from the sky before them. Uchiha Rin stood directly in front of the Kumogakure vanguard, hands in his pockets, his azure blue Mangekyo eyes blazing in the morning light. His gaze lingered for an instant on A and Killer B, and a slight smile curved his lips. Before either could speak, his form vanished. Not with a body flicker, no hand signs, or chakra fluctuation, only pure physical explosive force. The next instant he appeared before Killer B, his right shoulder slamming into the man's chest. Iron Body Mountain. Killer B was sent flying, his body tumbling uncontrollably through the air. The next instant he appeared before Killer B, his right shoulder slamming into the man's chest. Iron Body Mountain. Killer B was sent flying, his body tumbling uncontrollably through the air. precise back kick to A's chest. A grunted, his body blasted backward like a cannonball, slamming into Killer B, who was still midair. The two collided in a tangled mess. Uchiha Rin teleported again, following with another kick that sent both of them hurtling farther into the wasteland. Kakashi, they're all yours. Uchiha Rin waved behind him, then vanished in a flash, chasing the two he'd kicked into the dust of the wasteland. Kakashi stood before the Kumogakure vanguard. 500 ninja formed a dark oppressive sea before him, purple lightning crackling along his blade.